More than a dozen shinobi squads from Konohagakure had turned the same color as the mountains themselves. Under the cover of night, they traversed the cliff faces using chakra while holding homemade spirit levels in their hands, along with a long, specialized soil extraction device fitted with a circular shovel head at regular intervals. They carefully collected soil samples from different depths and recorded them in notebooks. As they neared the cloud layer, they stopped. All the information gathered from various positions across the mountain terrain was compiled and then relayed through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan into Tetsuka's hands. Neither the reconnaissance shinobi nor the staff officers currently in the command center understood what Tetsuka's objective was. Tetsuka paid them no mind. Instead, he began constructing function graphs in his mind, mapping out the undulating terrain and the varying layers of soil. As he calculated, he simultaneously wrote figures down on paper. After a long while, he derived precise coordinates. Order Northern Mountain, 1st Squad. Measurement range, altitude, 5,344 meters. At extraction, point number 3, 6 degrees, north deviation, approximately 25 meters, distance, depth, around 7 meters. After reaching the bedrock layer, install 40 explosive tags. Northern Mountain, 2nd Squad, 3rd Squad. Different positions, different depths, different quantities of explosive tags under Tetsuka's command. These became a series of critical detonation points. One shinobi couldn't help but ask Lord Tetsuka, "Why are we planting explosive tags in those locations? The enemy shouldn't appear there, should they?" Perhaps due to the mindset that power resides in the individual. Shinobi rarely considered the strategic use of terrain. Tetsuka was used to this and did not mind. He offered a brief explanation. "They won't appear there, but those locations will appear in front of the enemy. Now, repeat your assignments." After the orders were repeated and no further questions remained, the various units on the mountain began executing their tasks. Once the explosive tags were buried and detonation timing was set, they all withdrew. The squads retreated down the mountain at maximum speed. Before they had fully regrouped, a boom echoed from the mountain. From afar, it sounded like a balloon being overinflated and bursting. The ground also trembled accordingly. Then came a second explosion, then a third. The earth shook repeatedly. In the darkness, scattered bursts of fire erupted along the mountainside, drawing the attention of the Cloud Shinobi at the Rumble Pass. What happened? Was that an explosion? There are flames on the mountain. The Cloud Shinobi immediately sent scouts uphill. Upon reaching the mountain, they discovered several craters and landslides formed by explosions, but many of the detonations, occurring too deep underground, left no visible traces on the surface. One explosion after another followed in rapid succession, all originating from within the mountain. A shinobi squad rushed toward a nearby blast site, only to suddenly feel the ground beneath them shift. Immediately afterward, vast stretches of earth began sliding downward like a cascading waterfall. In an instant, the Rumble Pass was engulfed in a massive landslide, and tons of rock and soil came crashing down. Turbulent dust filled the air, like an apocalyptic scene from mythology. Within a very short span of time, the entire pass was buried under immense volumes of earth and stone, no longer resembling its original form at all. Tetsuka and his unit stood beyond the safety line, watching the billowing dust and smoke in the night like a demonic fogan. Asked the shinobi beside him, "Compared to the rock shinobi, how does my earth release mountain collapse technique stack up?" The shinobi who heard this remained silent. What kind of technique could possibly produce this level of destruction? Even if the entire rock shinobi village were annihilated, they still couldn't replicate something like this. What they did not know was that Twain-Tinoki had already begun researching the art of explosions. The crushing defeat in the Earthfire War had given him an urgent desire to develop stronger, large-scale, destructive techniques. Even Konohagakure's little watermelons had become something he coveted. In a sense, Twain-Tinoki had long harbored similar ideas, and they had never been clearly defined, until this moment, when Tetsuka fully awakened and clarified them. "Lord Tetsuka, do we still need to assault Rumble Pass?" someone asked. With such explosive force, it was unlikely anyone could have survived against such a natural disaster. Techniques like wall running were meaningless. Just from the scale alone, the landslide had raised Rumble Pass by more than 1,500 meters, with massive volumes of soil and rock piling into the gorge. If it had been someone like the third Raikage, essentially a humanoid-tailed beast, might have forced his way through, but for the ordinary Cloud Shinobi stationed there, it was nothing more than a foolish dream. Ironically, the only fortunate ones were the cloud shinobi, who had been scouting the mountains. Although they were caught in the blast, they were not buried. Instead, like surfers, they were carried to the summit. The remaining 30-odd survivors coughed violently in the choking dust, barely able to see one another through the haze. Their legs were trembling, their entire bodies weak. Seeing that the landslide had mostly settled, Tetsuka issued the order, all units put on masks. Advance. He did not act personally. His subordinates surged forward, instead, equipped with gas masks. The dust had no effect on their combat effectiveness. The battle ended almost the moment it began. Tetsuka also donned a mask and stepped into Rumble Pass. Did you leave any prisoners alive, as instructed? Several bound cloud shinobi were brought before him. They were tightly restrained, and their hands per Tetsuka's specific instructions were bound separately, fingers included. Tetsuka simply responded with a quiet hemp and paid them no further attention. Instead, he first held a briefing with his subordinates. The main cloud forces are currently in the Land of the Moon. The Land of Lightning must be severely undermanned. The best defense is offense. Our next objective is within their homeland. The first target is here in Agawa. This is the commercial capital of the Land of Lightning, home to multiple banks. Once we break in, use the banks as strongholds. First, seize their gold and silver reserves. Second, destroy all banking records. Speed is critical. Understood. Understood. The division commander who had previously fought alongside Tsunade was already energized. That familiar thrill, kind of exhilarating operation they had come to enjoy was beginning again. Tetsuka nodded. Throw those cloud shinobi out. He smiled rather maliciously at the prisoners. You'd better run fast. Otherwise, Inagawa is going to suffer quite badly. After the prisoners were thrown out, Tetsuka continued with more detailed operational planning. The earlier remarks had been intended for the cloud shinobi. The following discussion was for his own people. After occupation summon me, via reverse summoning, I'll have Katsuyu handle transport. This time, we must teach the cloud a deep lesson. Prioritize selecting personnel who didn't participate in the last assault on Iwagakure. Fairness matters. Yes, such good opportunities had to be evenly distributed. Otherwise, dissatisfaction would arise among the ranks. Selection was simple and brutal. Whoever performed best on the battlefield would be chosen. Nothing was more fairer, more convincing than that. In the shinobi world, strength was everything. Another's excellence could very well be your own survival. That was the simple truth understood only after walking the edge of life and death. Finally, Tetsuka led a 1,000-man unit straight into the Land of Lightning, like a bear charging into a cornfield, an indescribably exhilarating sensation. The cloud shinobi, who had been released, rushed toward South Pass at all costs. Upon arrival, they collapsed from exhaustion, forcing themselves upright. They reported to the Rakkage. Rarakage-sama, Konohagakure, has breached Rumble Pass. They blew up the mountain. The entire pass has been buried. He said he will lead his forces to attack Inagawa. At that point, the messenger's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Another shinobi continued. That Tetsuka deliberately released us. He intended for us to report this to you. Take them to rest, the third Rakkage ordered. After the survivors were escorted away, he asked, everyone speak. What should we do? Unknowingly, he recalled Tetsuka's letter. It had claimed that South Pass would be taken tonight, without fail. The answer was already obvious, would deliver South Pass with his own hands. Tetsuka's incursion into the Land of Lightning was terrifying beyond measure. The Land of Lightning had never before experienced war within its borders. The towering mountains and thundercloud terrain had always placed it in a superior position, offensive, yet defensively impregnable. Even when the water country was breached, Rumble Pass remained unassailable. The layered cliffs and storm clouds formed a natural fortress no human force should be able to overcome. Yet, this time, Tetsuka had broken through using a method no one had ever imagined: explosions. The mountains of Rumble Pass were geologically stable, yet Tetsuka used mathematics and physics to calculate over 1,000 detonation points, forcibly triggering a landslide. The cloud shinobi never imagined such a feat was possible. Even sustained bombardment with tailed beast balls would not normally destabilize those mountains. But Tetsuka, he was a glitch. His thinking was completely out of sync with the shinobi world. "Withdraw," Finoki said quietly. "We have no choice." The others fell silent. The cloud forces at South Pass began a structured retreat. The enemy shinobi held their positions, while gradually pulling back in an orderly fashion. Retreating is far more difficult than advancing. It tests a commander's ability at the highest level because a failed withdrawal turns into a rout, and once morale collapses, it cannot be recovered. The cloud executed the retreat with remarkable discipline, so much so that Konohagakure only realized it when Yamanaka's sensory techniques were deployed. "Captain, attack. The cloud are withdrawing." Hatake Sakumo's eyes sharpened like lightning. All units intensify the assault. He personally led the charge, cutting down several enemies in a single strike. The third Raikage's body erupted in golden lightning, like a blazing flame in the night, streaking forward like a comet to clash with Sakumo. Sakumo's blade moved like a butterfly, light and fluid, yet composed. "Raikage, do you really think you can escape? I've already taken South Pass and I've taken you as well." In that brief exchange, they had already traded over 100 blows against the Raikage's strongest shield. His blade could not break through, and the Raikage's attacks in turn could not land on him. The Raikage appeared dominant on the surface, pressing Sakumo back. Yet, in reality, he was being contained, forced to watch helplessly as his troops were cut down. Whenever he attempted to move, Sakumo intercepted him. The cloud withdrawal remained orderly, and eventually, only the rearguard remained. At that moment, the Raikage suddenly broke away from Sakumo's entanglement and shouted, "Withdraw." The cloud shinobi erupted into full speed, lightning chakra mode, and fled. Konohagakure's shinobi had to admit it. Speed granted by lightning chakra mode was overwhelming. In terms of neural response and physical enhancement, it was simply too fast to catch. "Enter the pass." Sakumo gave the order. Konohagakure forces advanced into South Pass, as promised, true to their word. He glanced toward the direction of Rumble Pass and smiled faintly. What would await the cloud next? First ambushes from 3 directions, and then Rumble Pass itself, though he did not know how Tetsuka had taken it. The cloud's panic alone suggested it was extraordinary. About 30 minutes later, Sakumo finally received confirmation that Tetsuka's forces had entered the land of lightning. Sakumo blinked. That guy Tetsuka, wasn't he supposed to attack South Pass from the rear? He changed too quickly. The cloud retreated a sufficient distance before halting lightning chakra mode. That technique, which stimulates bodily activity through lightning chakra, accelerates cellular replication. Since cells have a finite replication limit, it effectively shortens lifespan. High performance, high cost method. In the darkness, small explosive devices fell among the cloud ranks, detonating instantly and killing several. Konohagakure units dispersed widely, exploited the chaos using wind, fire, lightning, and earth release techniques to cut the enemy apart. Before the cloud could counterattack, the unit had already withdrawn. A single strike, then gone. The departure of this entire squad of Konoha's shinobi was inexplicably abrupt. On the side of the Kumogakure shinobi, only 3 perished and over 10 were wounded. There was neither a finishing blow nor a fierce battle. They arrived like a gust of wind and departed just as swiftly. The third Raikage hastily ordered scouts to investigate the surrounding area with heightened caution. He also commanded that the injured receive immediate, rudimentary medical treatment. The medical ninjutsu skills of the Kumogakure shinobi were not particularly advanced, limited to basic healing techniques and emergency care. One individual bore a penetrating wound caused by shuriken fragments. All that could be done was to forcefully press a piece of cloth against the wound to staunch the bleeding, prioritizing treatment of those with more severe injuries. The few medical ninjas within the unit, who possessed only rudimentary healing abilities, were overwhelmed and thus delayed there. Tsukadeto spoke up. "Raikage-sama, perhaps you should lead the troops onward while some of us stay behind to tend to the wounded." No. If it had been anyone else requesting to remain and care for the injured, the third Raikage might have agreed. But Tsukadeto was different. He was the Raikage's external brain. In truth, Tsukadeto's words were not a genuine proposition to stay, but a subtle admonition urging the third Raikage to leave the wounded behind. The situation was urgent. They could not afford to linger here. Otherwise, the land of lightning might suffer untold devastation at the hands of Tetsuka. It was worth recalling that the Iwagakure had already been breached, orchestrated by Tetsuka himself. However, these truths could not be spoken plainly, lest they dampen morale. With Tsukadeto's statement made, the Raikage opposed the idea, prompting the wounded to volunteer to remain. "Raikage-sama, Tsukadeto-sama, do not trouble yourselves on our account. The land of lightning is paramount. Tsukadedo-sama, you should not stay behind. Allow us to remain so as not to hinder the main force. The third Raikage's amber eyes brimmed with inner conflict, but he eventually consented. Leaving the wounded behind, they resumed their march. They had not gone far before encountering a second ambush, following the same pattern as before. A clash, a division of forces, and after leaving the injured, the Konoha shinobi vanished once more. This time, the wounded proactively chose to stay behind, forgoing even medical aid. Thus, the journey toward Remiko continued intermittently, repeatedly ambushed by Konoha shinobi who appeared suddenly. The number of injured within the ranks steadily increased, and the few remaining medical ninjas all perished. By the time they reached the foot of Remiko, each was wounded, blood seeping from their injuries with every movement. At Remiko, the Konoha shinobi guarding the position also sprang into action. As the Kumogakure shinobi charged forward, carefully prepared explosive traps detonated at strategic points. The sporadic booms stirred clouds of dust that rose like an inverted cone before dispersing into scattered puffs, shrouding the entire slope in a haze of earth. Amidst the dust, the third Raikage led the charge, wielding his four-tome twin fist technique. He deflected the blast waves and flying shrapnel with his body. Yet upon reaching the summit, no trace of the Konoha shinobi remained. The Konoha defenders, adhering to the original plan, then infiltrated the Land of Lightning, commencing operations freely. The wounded Kumogakure shinobi left behind were captured by follow-up forces. The overarching strategy of the Land of the Moon was directed by Tsukumo Hatake, while the Konoha shinobi who had completed their mission returned to headquarters. This time, the Land of Lightning was surely in dire straits, for it was Lord Tetsuka who had been dispatched. His might was incomparable even to Lady Tsunade's. Alas, all those sent were rookies. If only I could go once more, I could retire from Konoha upon my return. Would you be willing to retire if that happened? Then would you join Lord Tetsuka's next campaign? Without question. Wherever Lord Tetsuka directs, if I hesitate even half a second, I deserve to die. They brimmed with optimism for this operation and eagerly anticipated the spoils that might appear in the medical tents. Upon passing Remiko, the third Raikage promptly made a decisive command. Forget all else. Our priority now is Tetsuka, that bastard. We must strike straight for Inagawa at top speed. We cannot allow Inagawa to suffer any damage. Everyone, replenish your strength in the town ahead. After that, we fight with all our might. The Kumogakure shinobi had no choice but to chase Tetsuka and his men. They activated their lightning release chakra mode to invigorate their bodies and increase their speed. Yet upon arriving at the town, they discovered that Tetsuka had brazenly disguised himself as a triumphant Kumogakure shinobi, casually resting here and even plundering supplies. Consequently, they failed to obtain sufficient provisions and had to seek aid in a nearby village. Meanwhile, another Konoha detachment trailed behind like flies, maintaining a relative distance. Their strategy was simple. If you don't turn back to fight me, I will follow you. If you do, I will flee immediately. Their primary mission was to delay Tetsuka's forces. At this point, the Kumogakure shinobi had expended little energy and were ill-suited for harassment. Only when their stamina waned could they be burdened with relentless pursuit. For now, the goal was simply to keep pace and remain close, maintaining pressure and keeping their opponents on edge. Tetsuka's group, disguised as Kumogakure shinobi, had blackened their faces and painted their lips to mimic the thick, prominent lips characteristic of the village's people, while concealing their hair. With their skin tones altered and no language barrier, since the shinobi world shared a highly standardized tongue devoid of dialects, the impersonation was effortless. They traveled steadily, replenishing supplies along the way. After 7 days, they finally reached Inagawa. The city appeared remarkably modern, with towering buildings standing clearly between the mountains. The next phase commenced, reconnaissance. I want a detailed map of every street and household in Inagawa. Banks, power stations, and other critical facilities must be specially marked, Tetsuka ordered. The squad then split into smaller units, infiltrating the city disguised as ordinary citizens of the Land of Lightning. They selected advantageous high ground to chart their respective sectors, marking streets and various buildings and infrastructures. Within half a day, these details were gathered and consolidated through the secret art of the Mountain Clan. Having constructed a simulated terrain map, Tetsuka began assigning tasks. Mission 1. Sever Inagawa's power supply and demolish its hydroelectric facilities. Mission 2. Seize control of key departments. As for Mission 3, that required his personal intervention. This incursion was, after all, a heist. Banks and wealthy individuals alike were to be thoroughly looted. Tetsuka mused. Such a large place, a commercial hub no less, must harbor many skilled merchants. These people must be taken captive, ordinary citizens controlled by sealing jutsu and enticed by riches. They will become my most loyal servants. A gambling-addicted teacher caused his student great anxiety. He wondered, I just don't know how much gold and cash the banks hold in reserve here. The land of lightning's power source differed from that of the land of fire and the land of earth. They harnessed the region's abundant thunderclouds with massive collection devices, channeling lightning into large storage batteries. After a series of voltage stabilization and reduction processes, the power was distributed to countless households. Following Tetsuka's plan, the ninjas first cut off electricity at the substations, then proceeded toward a gorge. There, they toppled one towering iron rod after another, demolishing the thunder pool. Each iron rod was tapered, thicker at the base, narrowing at the top, with a base diameter of approximately 6 meters. The upper sections were bare iron, while the lower parts were encased in multiple layers of ceramic, stuffed with asbestos. The ceramic alone was over 1 meter thick. The pointed tips, more than half a meter thick, were polished smooth from repeated lightning strikes. When the thunder pool exploded, no lightning was seen. Only chakra scattered and dissipated into the wind. This blackout not only affected Inagawa but also more than a dozen nearby cities. The Konoha shinobi swiftly mobilized, seizing control of various locations. Upon receiving the summoning, Tetsuhi appeared instantaneously inside a bank. The bank employees were ordinary civilians, all under his control. Utilizing an illusionary technique, Tetsuhi compelled the staff to willingly open the vault doors, while others destroyed various financial records. Meanwhile, he himself entered the vault. Before him lay an abundance of gold and cash, rows upon rows of safety deposit boxes, undoubtedly containing numerous valuable items. Yet, at this juncture, Tetsuhi had no inclination to discern their contents. Summoning technique, manifest, slug. Tetsuhi exerted his full power to summon a slug towering over a man in height, noticeably larger than the ones he had previously summoned. Slug, expedite the transport. Having issued the command, Tetsuhi continued summoning. The second, third, and fourth slugs appeared in rapid succession, until 7 slugs had been called forth. The slugs scanned their surroundings with their antennae, noting, is this the land of Lightning's bank? It certainly seems larger than the Iwagakure bank, and the funds are far more substantial. You stay here. I shall proceed to the next location, Tetsuhi instructed. Upon arriving at the next bank, he repeated the summoning of slugs, directing them to carry the loot. All the money was transferred to the Whetbone Forest. Before long, every bank within this commercial hub of the Land of Lightning had been thoroughly plundered. A ninja from the Yamanaka clan assigned to lookout duty reported back. The Kumogakure ninja squad is closing in swiftly. Through the Yamanaka clan's mental network, Tetsuhi addressed his comrades. No rush. Retrieve the business elites from these banks and bring them along. Our own gold and money must still be managed by someone. The gold from Sunagakure also requires some merchants to handle it. The Land of Lightning was renowned as the most commercially vibrant among the 5 great nations, and its industry elites were beyond question. The sole complication was that these individuals had distinctive features. But was that truly a problem? Tsunade could alter their skin tones and entire appearances, transforming them all into comrades instantly. This was a trivial matter, effortlessly accomplished as she placed seals upon them. Thus, nearly 100 individuals gathered from various banks were concentrated together. Alongside the goods, they were transported by the slugs directly to the Whetbone Forest. The Kumogakure ninja had already entered Inagawa City. With a wave of his hand, Tetsuhi commanded, retreat. Everyone immediately performed reverse summoning techniques, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to their base camp. Emerging from the camp, the group expressed their sentiments. We took a leisurely tour of the Kumogakure commercial capital. Aside from not engaging in a fight with their ninjas, everything else was nearly perfect. Another team responsible for containment also returned, inquiring, how was it? What were the gains? One responded proudly, that's the commercial capital. How could the hall be anything but impressive? Expensive power collection devices had been destroyed, the lightning pool obliterated, and 23 banks completely looted. Inagawa had only 23 banks. Some bank employees had vanished without a trace. Each piece of news struck like a heavy blow, leaving the third rakeage somewhat breathless and cursing the brats. Yet not all was grim. At least the residents of Inagawa were unaware that the Land of Lightning had been visited by ninjas from Konohagakure. Those Kumogakure citizens who had encountered Tetsuhi and his comrades remained oblivious. Because the truth was undetectable, the populace remained uninformed, which was the best possible outcome. Tetsuhi remarked, leave a margin for others. It allows for future encounters. This state, known to him, unknown to the daimyo, the common folk, and merchants alike, was the optimal condition. Sachikage clearly understood this principle as well. With a solemn voice, Sachikage declared, "These thieves have become utterly rampant. Lord Raikage, we must negotiate peace with Konohagakure. Domestic banditry is of utmost concern." The Raikage inhaled deeply and nodded in agreement, though a knot remained lodged in his heart, causing discomfort and unease. The third Raikage, Sachikage, and others wisely refrained from appearing publicly, instead dispatching lower-ranked shinobi. Their official stance was unified: capture the bandits. Claims of Konohagakure ninja invasion were categorically denied. Our defenses are as solid as iron. As for the lost gold and silver, forget it. After some time, if a bandit is slain, but the treasure remains hidden, that will serve as sufficient explanation. Near Inagawa, some impoverished individuals met unfortunate ends, killed under the guise of bandit suppression. Gradually, severed heads were presented as trophies, causing local wealthy merchants to soften their stance considerably. The Kumogakure ninjas proved highly reliable, locating the bandits swiftly, earning praise for their rapid mobilization. The situation in Inagawa stabilized accordingly. However, the banking problem remained unresolved. The missing money was a minor issue compared to the critical loss of all account records, paper documents and electronic data alike. Paper could be burned, but as for electronic records, the Yamanaka clan asserted, "We are experts in this domain." They had completely wiped out the databases. High-level warfare was never confined to two ninja factions clashing with kunai and ninjutsu. Tetsuhi's raid had inflicted damage on the Land of Lightning that could not be compensated for even by waging 2 more ninja world wars. Having cleansed the paint from their bodies, Tetsuhi and his comrades each reclined comfortably, basking in the sunlight, drifting into slumber. Tetsuhi rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky while contemplating the future commercial landscape. After much deliberation, he resolved, "Why overthink? That blonde girl shall remain by my side as secretary and nanny. The others will be dispatched freely. Making money is best left to experts without interference from amateurs." Shikamaru Hatake donned his standard vest and sat nearby. "Next, the Kumogakure ninja should seek peace, right? I have never fought such an effortless battle." Tetsuhi replied, "Indeed, Kumogakure is no longer capable of continuing the war. Money is the courage of heroes, and also the fuel that powers the war machine. The Land of Lightning has suffered tremendous losses this time. They must recuperate." The two then discussed future plans. Shikamaru said, "Once we return, I intend to visit my family with my wife." A hint of paternal happiness appeared on his face as he added, "By then, my Kakashi should have been born. He will likely be an exceptional child, destined to inherit my legacy and become a formidable ninja." Calculating the timing, it was indeed about right. The child's birth coinciding with the advent of peace was an auspicious omen. Tetsuhi offered a compliment. Suddenly, Shikamaru inquired, "Tetsuhi, what do you believe war truly is?" Tetsuhi answered, "It is the most violent manifestation of irreconcilable conflict. No matter the nature of the dispute, when resolution is impossible, it escalates into war." "Is that so?" "Quite profound. So war, by its nature, will never disappear. As long as humanity exists, it will persist. After all, where there are people, there are conflicts. Some can be resolved, but some cannot." "Indeed. Upon returning to the village, what are your plans?" Shikamaru asked again, hoping to invite Tetsuhi to visit his father-in-law, Yagyu Insho. The Yagyu family's swordsmanship was ancient and deeply rooted in tradition. Having received much help from Tetsuhi, Shikamaru wished to introduce him to the family's secret techniques. Tetsuhi replied, "I have no particular plans, just to repair my house and then visit my master. That means no pressing matters." "Tetsuhi, why not join us? The Yagyu family possesses ancient swordsmanship records. Witnessing them would greatly benefit our kenjutsu practice." Tetsuhi asked, "Would that be somewhat presumptuous?" Shikamaru responded, "Not at all. My father-in-law is a man obsessed with swordsmanship. I owe my favor and marriage to his approval of my sword skills. Your swordsmanship is so exquisitely refined that it has reached the realm of legend. He will be overjoyed upon learning this." Tetsuhi made no fuss. "Very well, then it's settled. Just give the word when it's time to depart. Do you need help with your house repairs?" Tetsuhi chuckled softly and replied, "There are too many volunteers already. Your assistance isn't necessary, brother. My several thousand men under command would feel uneasy if they weren't entrusted with some task." Having spoken thus, Tetsuhi fell silent, becoming even more serene, perfectly merging with the natural world. Tsukumo Hatake also sat quietly, immersed in that wondrous state beyond the sword, where nothing else exists, savoring it thoroughly. After a few days of respite, Tetsuhi resumed his operations, dispatching small forces to seize villages near Reimaiguchi and launch assaults on several cities within the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning swiftly responded, selecting a negotiation delegation with haste. The leader, a shinobi of moderate rank, faced the third Reikage and was asked, "Are you aware of the nature of this mission?" The shinobi inhaled deeply and answered, "Yes. To die in Konoha. Very well. To gain leverage in these talks and minimize our losses, this is the only way. With such resolve, rest assured, I shall take your child as my disciple, teaching him the finest ninjutsu and taijutsu. I will ensure he becomes the pride of Kumogakure in the future." Thus, the Kumogakure envoy set forth. The shinobi remained silent throughout, his mind consumed by one pressing question. How should he die in Konoha? Death requires strategy and method. Only by dying in a manner that implicates Konoha can they claim the initiative. After all, the very fact that Konoha killed a Kumogakure envoy is enough to stir controversy. The shinobi gazed upon the towns near Reimaiguchi occupied by Konoha with suppressed fury. Such acts were always committed by Kumogakure against others before. Now the tables had turned, with Konoha occupying Kumogakure's territory. Yet, he restrained his anger, raising a banner from afar declaring, "We are members of the Kumogakure envoy, en route to Konoha for negotiations. Please clear the way." Tetsuhi, having received the report, had in fact already heard the shouts of the Kumogakure shinobi. He was no deaf man. The heightened spiritual awareness granted by his innate realm sharpened his perception and improved his hearing. Oh, going to Konoha for talks? Tetsuhi immediately sensed a problem. The Iwagakure and Sunagakure envoys negotiated on the front lines. Why must Kumogakure send a delegation all the way into Konoha? But what business was it of his? If they wanted to go to Konoha, then so be it. He dispatched a sizable force to escort the envoys. "Kumogakure, our envoy consists of merely a dozen or so individuals. Is it appropriate for you to send such a large contingent to watch over them?" The third Reikage had already received intelligence and prepared accordingly. Konoha's streets were tidied, guards and sentries repositioned, and the negotiators primed with a draft treaty modeled after the agreement with Iwagakure. Mito Uzumaki was still negotiating with Sunagakure, relying only on herself and the young genin Koharu. Danzo was utterly unreliable. Upon the arrival of the Kumogakure envoy, the third Reikage first met them at the Hokage's residence and arranged accommodations. "It is late today. Let us begin negotiations tomorrow. Please rest. The scenery in Konoha is delightful. We wish to explore." The envoy's leader, intent on dying in Konoha, made this request. The third Reikage agreed without hesitation, assigning a jonin to accompany them, with both overt and covert surveillance to ensure no mishaps. The envoy's leader wandered aimlessly through the streets, here and there, while the next day's negotiations were fraught with tension. Upon seeing the treaty's content, Kumogakure immediately broke off talks. After strolling outside to clear their minds, they resumed. "Your terms are excessively harsh. We are willing to accept responsibility for the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, but this is too much. And how does your side propose to take responsibility?" The third Reikage drew on his pipe, pressing relentlessly. The envoy leader replied, "We can assist the survivors of the Whirlpool country to re-establish their nation and provide targeted reparations." Of course, this was impossible, but there was no harm in making empty promises. Days of protracted negotiations yielded little progress. The third Reikage was unhurried. He knew the ones truly anxious were Kumogakure. Indeed, Kumogakure was desperate, but the envoy leader knew he must not rush. His purpose was never negotiation but death here. Before him lay a single question: how to die. This death must be skillful and methodical, so that no one would believe he sought death willingly, but rather that Konoha was forced to do the unthinkable. His mind was far from the negotiations. As dusk approached, a red-haired girl and a black-haired girl emerged from the ninja academy, walking closely together along the street. The envoy leader's heart brightened. Could this be the prospective Jinchuriki Kurenai had returned from Whirlpool country? Such a golden opportunity had arrived. Feigning casual interest, he subtly gathered information about Kushina's social connections, quietly assigning tasks to the envoy to investigate those associated with her. Few were familiar with Kushina, specifically three. One was their old adversary Tetsuhi, who had beaten them severely and was Kushina's deskmate. Another was Namikaze Minato, a radiant blonde youth who seemed fond of Kushina. The third was a certain Mikoto of the Uchiha clan. The envoy leader's finger hovered over the three names. Who would be most suitable? Minato Namikaze, or Mikoto of the Uchiha? If it were Mikoto, given the invincible rumors surrounding the Uchiha clan in one-on-one combat, the effect might be limited. The choice was clear, and his subordinates urged him to decide. The envoy leader chuckled twice. What a cunning scheme this is. claiming Kumogakure abducted Kushina to seize the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan, only to be slain by a lowly Konoha genin, a civilian ninja. Who would believe such nonsense? Yet, the Kumogakure envoy has witnesses, preventing Konoha from outright lying or annihilating the entire delegation, an absolute taboo. To do so would be the end of Konoha. He pondered and said, no time to waste. In the next few days, find the perfect moment and act swiftly. He had already begun envisioning the manner of his death. The opportunity arrived swiftly just 3 days later. Kushina, having not seen Tetsuhi for a long time, approached his home with hope, inquiring with neighbors, only to leave disappointed. Suddenly, Kumogakure appeared in a secluded spot and subdued her. Their escape seemed rapid but was deliberately circuitous, ignoring the strands of hair Kushina left behind. The young Jonin's clumsy tactics resembled those of a rookie soldier, but this was necessary, to leave a trail on Minato's inevitable path. Kushina's cleverness spared them much trouble. Red hair? Minato indeed noticed the red strands. After walking a stretch, he found another, then another. At regular intervals, a strand of red hair appeared, alerting him to something dreadful. No, Kushina! In desperation, he followed the trail out of Konoha. Konoha soon discovered the Kumogakure envoy and Kushina's disappearance, and the Umbu swiftly pursued. Under ordinary circumstances, Minato would have run himself to exhaustion and still failed to catch up with the Cloud Ninja. Not to mention that the Cloud Ninja were inherently swift. If they employed their lightning release chakra mode, they would be even faster. Minato was merely an adult jonin maintaining a steady pace on a long march, and in terms of endurance, he far surpassed jonin like Minato. Some attributes can be altered by talent, but others are inevitably constrained by age. Hence, this situation was far from normal. Minato's mind was entirely consumed by Kushina, and he perceived nothing amiss. He had indeed caught up with the Cloud Ninja. Seizing the moment of their inattentiveness, he launched a surprise attack, fatally stabbing the ninja leader from behind and rescuing Kushina. The Cloud Ninja halted and began to encircle Minato. Their objective was not the two of them but rather to wait for the Konoha shinobi to arrive and then escort them back. The intricate scheming within this group was beyond Minato's comprehension, and Kushina was equally oblivious. Minato merely fought with all his might to repel the Cloud Ninja's assaults, doing everything in his power to protect Kushina. Against such a siege, techniques like the three bodies jutsu were rendered useless. Even the substitution jutsu was unavailable, for Kushina was directly behind him, and evading would place her in grave danger. Kunai and shuriken flew intermittently. The clashing of kunai against the Cloud Ninja's blades rang out with a metallic clang. On the Cloud Ninja's side, they struggled to suppress their murderous intent, fearful that a single misstep might incapacitate this young prodigy. He was yet another gifted youth, albeit far inferior to that monstrous figure, but at his age still remarkably formidable. If only they could kill him, the thought relentlessly circled in the minds of the Cloud Ninja, tempting their resolve. Yet, that enticing notion was ultimately suppressed. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on the trees was heard, and both the Cloud Ninja and Minato with Kushina exhaled in relief. The Umbu swiftly employed the body flicker technique to approach the battlefield, separating Minato, Kushina, and the Cloud Ninja. The Cloud Ninja, visibly dejected, discarded their blades and surrendered. This group of Cloud Ninja was taken to the interrogation division, though no interrogation was conducted. The third Hokage soon appeared within the interrogation room, asking, "What exactly do you Cloud Ninja intend to do? Lord Hokage, can you not see? We merely covet the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan." Such a transparent pretense was unconvincing even to the Cloud Ninja themselves, and naturally the third Hokage did not believe it either. Turning around, he convened a brief meeting with Koiharu and Danzo. Danzo was incensed. "Hokage, I suggest we safeguard Kushina. Let my root operatives take charge. Such Cloud Ninja abductions must never happen again. Lord Mito is already advanced in years. We cannot predict when something might suddenly befall her. We must ensure Kushina's absolute safety." Koiharu inquired, "What exactly is the Cloud Ninja's objective?" "I'm pondering that as well," replied the third Hokage. Minato escorted Kushina to her doorstep. "Kushina, rest assured. You are safe now. I shall take my leave." "Minato, thank you," Kushina said after some thought. "I always thought you were a bit effeminate, but I never imagined you were so capable. Thank you for saving me." "Haha, it's nothing," Minato replied bashfully, scratching his head repeatedly. Only after Kushina had been inside for a while did he depart. He was about to suffer from insomnia. The girl he admired had finally complimented him. He deliberately ignored Kushina's remark about him being effeminate and instead mentally replayed the rest of her words over and over. After this brief interlude, the true negotiations between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja commenced. Half a month later, A new emissary arrived in Konoha. A strikingly tall and competent blonde woman clad in a lead gray business suit. Her gray eyes naturally exuded a sharp resolve. I am the new chief negotiator, Freya. Oh, Miss Freya. Please come in. The third Hokage felt as if he were about to be overwhelmed by a primal force. This emissary from the Cloud Ninja was extraordinarily targeted. Those legs, that figure, that commanding aura of a cold, dignified woman. It was almost too much to bear. Unknown to most, the third Hokage found himself somewhat helpless in the presence of such beauty. Therefore, he made a concerted effort to avoid looking at Freya, speaking instead. You must be aware of the recent incident involving your delegation. What explanation does Miss Freya intend to offer Konoha? Your words are misplaced, Hokage. It is Konoha that owes an explanation, not us Cloud Ninja, Freya replied, pursing her lips. You imply that our Cloud Ninja leader, a bona fide jonin of the Cloud Village, abducted your village Jinchuriki, only to be slain by a mere jonin of Konoha, admittedly a prodigy. Who in the shinobi world would believe such a clumsy excuse? Yes, Konoha is indeed powerful now. You have a prodigy like Tetsu Hashigaki who campaigns east and west, forcing Inoki into a defensive posture and bringing disgrace to our Cloud Village. But that does not justify Konoha's tyranny. Does Konoha truly disregard international opinion to the point of antagonizing all the great and minor nations? Even if you disregard the village's stance, what of the daimyos and nobility? Freya systematically dismantled their accusations, not only denying them categorically but also managing to secure a degree of moral advantage for the Cloud Ninja. Although the truth was tacitly understood by all parties involved, Freya refused to acknowledge it. Besides, such a fantastical tale was hardly credible when spoken aloud. This was indeed a formidable woman, and the third Hokage admired her while lamenting that such talent was not of Konoha's own. How could the Cloud Ninja possibly deserve her? A mere band of brutish muscle. After a war of words, the woman remained radiant. She carefully refreshed her appearance, donning a loose, silk half-sleeve blouse paired with a simple white skirt, a pearl necklace gracing her neck, and pale pink gloves adorning her hands. Then, clutching a small handbag, she proceeded to pay a visit to the Hokage. Lord Hokage, forgive my impertinence, she said, standing at the doorway, adjusting her posture to harmonize perfectly with the plane trees lining the entrance. In this world, power manifests in many forms, and for a woman, beauty itself is an extraordinarily potent weapon. She was acquainted with many prominent figures, including Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen did his best to remain composed, adopting a scholarly demeanor as he invited her inside and asked, Miss Freya, have you come to discuss the negotiations? Is it not possible to converse about matters beyond negotiations? Freya responded, slipping off her high heels with precise, deliberate movements, each finger exuding femininity. What is there to discuss? Though aware of her ulterior motives, Hiruzen's heart thought, I am a venerable shinobi hero. I need not fear a mere young lady. Let us hear what she has to say. I am not easily swayed by beauty. It is not seduction but genuine curiosity that compels me to listen. You are truly a legendary hero. Since childhood, I have loved hearing tales of heroes and admired them greatly. To meet the Hokage in person is truly exhilarating. During the day, duty calls, so please forgive any indiscretions. Freya spoke smoothly, veering into casual chatter without once mentioning negotiations. The third Hokage felt somewhat awkward. His tendency to observe covertly reflected an underlying inferiority complex and admiration for women. Paradoxically, being in the company of a beauty made him uneasy and reserved. Freya expertly exploited this near-naive psychology. Although the third Hokage's sons were grown, pandering to his tastes brought him rare delight. That night, he found himself restless and sleepless. Early the next morning, Danzo stood resolutely at the gate of the third Hokage's residence. Hokage, what exactly did that woman discuss with you last night? Danzo's countenance was profoundly grim. The third Hokage glanced at Danzo a few times. Nothing much, just a customary visit. Danzo warned sternly, don't forget, you are the Hokage. Do not let yourself be compromised by her allure. How could that be possible? The third Hokage replied. Danzo remained skeptical. I hope that is truly the case. At the negotiation table, the atmosphere between the two parties remained taut and confrontational. Freya sat there, serene and composed, as though the quarrels around her were non-existent. Her speech was consistently intellectual and measured, neither hurried nor agitated, standing in stark contrast to the heated responses in the room. Yet, whenever she spoke, she invariably controlled the tempo and withstood the onslaught from Konoha's side. Though the Cloud Ninja were the defeated nation, her presence was in no way diminished. Freya, a consummate socialite among the Cloud Ninja, adept at diplomacy and maneuvering, was employing all her skill to minimize the losses her people suffered. Meanwhile, the Land of Lightning was grappling with the crisis involving its 23 banks. Tetsuka had delivered an utterly unreasonable financial bombshell to them. All accounts and funds had vanished. The logic was indecipherable, and the extent of the losses could not be precisely calculated. Even more distressing was that the talented personnel from these banks had been taken away by Tetsuka. As for the destruction of the lightning pool, that had become a minor concern. Currently, a large number of construction workers from the Cloud Village were working there, and it was estimated that power would be restored in about 2 months. That evening, Freya purchased a fruit basket and once again visited the third Hokage, engaging in light-hearted conversation with this venerable shinobi. Avoiding the negotiations themselves, their dialogue ranged broadly, yet much of it was designed to leverage her own strengths to kindle the Hokage's masculine pride. She willingly adopted various expressions of admiration and affection, occasionally whispering words that drifted like the wind amidst their casual talk. For instance, she spoke of the village and the daimyo as separate entities, mentioning conflicts between the Cloud Village and the daimyo, such as financial difficulties. These were issues Konoha also faced, stirring genuine empathy in the third Hokage. On this day, Danzo intercepted Freya outside the Sarutobi residence, his face dark with warning. "Miss Freya, I trust you will remember the decorum befitting a diplomatic envoy. Don't you think your visits to the Hokage have become excessively frequent? Surely you would not want your actions to be known by the Raikage?" Freya smiled lightly. "It's all right. Lord Raikage has never been interested in such matters of beauty. Even if he knew I visited the Hokage often, he would not grow jealous." The Raikage retorted, "Don't spread rumors. I'm a straightforward man." Danzo's attempt met with a firm rebuff. Grumbling, he bypassed Freya and entered the Sarutobi residence. "Hokage, what does that woman want again?" he asked. The third Hokage, having just lit a pipe, inhaled deeply, the curling blue smoke veiling his face in a hazy veil. He glanced at Danzo and said, "What, are you afraid I, as Hokage, would betray Konoha's interests? It's nothing important, just some idle chatter. Probably, she's trying to probe our limits. She says nothing now, but after a few more visits, her true intentions will be revealed." The third Hokage judged Freya through his own lens, assuming she came to gather intelligence, never considering that she was subtly smuggling her own agenda. During their conversations, occasional resonances or carefully orchestrated remarks stirred internal conflicts within the Land of Fire, intentionally provoking emotions. These fragments were naturally woven into their casual dialogue, rendering them seemingly insignificant. Freya's conversational technique was nothing less than an art form. She effectively created a psychological division in the third Hokage's subconscious between the Land of Fire and Konoha Village, enabling Konoha to prioritize the village's interests over those of the Land of Fire during negotiations. This maneuver aimed to secure a settlement in which the Cloud Village would bear greater losses, while the Land of Lightning suffered fewer or none at all, a feat only achievable through Freya's utmost efforts. The third Hokage was a legendary shinobi. Such a man might be susceptible to temptation, but utterly impervious to seduction. Here, beauty was merely a catalyst, sufficient only to make the third Hokage willing to engage with her. Before the greater good, what beauty could truly be discarded? At most, it was a loss to be mourned and fondly remembered. As for the third Hokage, he also needed Freya's boundaries and hoped to glean intelligence from her. This interaction displeased Danzo, but both the third Hokage and Freya were pleased. Even if Freya had not come, the third Hokage would have found an excuse to visit her. Danzo asked, "You haven't been seduced by her beauty, have you, Hokage? I know you well, you've always liked the third Hokage's gaze sharpened." He ceased smoking and stared silently at Danzo. Danzo swallowed his words. The third Hokage said, "I can distinguish between the big picture and the small. The Cloud Ninja Envoy is being closely monitored. Although no mishaps are likely this time, precaution is necessary. Unlike your useless lot, Danzo," he added with a hint of pride. His root operatives were the elite among the elite, incomparable to the standard Umbu under the third Hokage's command. The last time the Umbu surveilled the Cloud Ninja Envoy, an accident nearly resulted in the abduction of a reserve Jinchuriki. Thus, this time Root took over the surveillance. The two dominant clans of Root, Yamanaka and Aburame, were fully deployed to ensure absolute security. Danzo had full confidence in his trusted lieutenants. The third Hokage shot Danzo another glare. "Anything else? This is a dismissal." Danzo replied, "Nothing more," and rose to leave. Several days later, when Freya visited again, she casually broached the topic of boundaries, testing Konoha's limits. Feigning indifference, the third Hokage revealed a sliver of his bottom line. Having obtained what she sought, Freya departed nonchalantly. The third Hokage muttered, If you believe the so-called bottom line, then the Cloud Ninja are doomed. Freya responded, I use probing to mask my true purpose. Thus, your village could never imagine my real intentions. Villages are not alike, and Cloud Ninja are not the same as Konoha Shinobi. Negotiations never truly unfold at the table, they are forged beneath it. From the battlefield's clash of steel to covert reconnaissance at the negotiation table, these are the foundations of the ultimate outcome. The quarrels at the table always concern the most trivial details. First, the Cloud Ninja would withdraw their activities from the Land of Moon, Land of Rice, and Land of Hot Water. This would define the borders, leaving the previously overlapping and ambiguous zones to Konoha. However, Freya insisted that merchants from the Land of Lightning retain the right to operate in these three lands. Normal commercial activities must be permitted. The third Hokage had no objection to this provision. Second, the Cloud Ninja were to pay war reparations amounting to 2 billion ryo to compensate Konoha's military expenses. Third, they were to publicly apologize and take responsibility for the destruction of the Whirlpool Nation. As an ally of the Whirlpool Nation, Konoha would assume full trusteeship of the Whirlpool's territory, awaiting the return of displaced Whirlpool citizens to assist in rebuilding their nation. All expenses for reconstruction would be borne by the Cloud Ninja. Furthermore, the Cloud Ninja must return all property taken from the Whirlpool Nation. Fourth, they were to hand over war criminals for trial. These 4 points, after extensive private discussions between the third Hokage and Freya, facilitated a significantly smoother negotiation process. Of course, the war criminals could not be surrendered. Freya explained, my apologies, Hokage-sama, it is not that we refuse to hand over the war criminals. Rather, the war criminals have already perished on the battlefield. Sharu is certainly not dead. He merely assumed a new identity as Garo. The name Sharu, naturally, is subject to prosecution. The outcome could be described as a mutually satisfactory conclusion. Freya led her delegation away from Konoha and proceeded eastward. Only after distancing herself from Konoha did this woman begin to show signs of weariness. Such intricate scheming and maneuvering is truly inhuman. She exhaled deeply, relieved, feeling that she had honorably fulfilled her mission. This task was accomplished with great success. Upon entering the Land of the Moon, the ninja escorting her transformed into subordinates of Tetsuka. Freya could distinctly sense that, though they were all ninja from Konoha, there was a marked difference in their spirit and temperament. If she had to describe it, the ninja under Tetsuka lacked a certain coldness. Instead, they exuded an arrogance from within. That was the aura of the strong, not the scurrying of sewer rats. Even if rats could kill elephants, they would still be rats. After traveling for some distance, Freya caught sight of the legendary figure from afar. Though only 9 years old, he sat cross-legged upon the grass, as if he were a stone seamlessly blending into the natural surroundings. She involuntarily halted her steps and glanced toward Tetsuka. Such effortless tranquility was something she longed for. The youth possessed a peculiar charm that compelled her to steal a few more glances, reluctant to move on. Was he training? Sitting cross-legged like an old monk was indeed an unusual method of cultivation. Suddenly, a scene unfolded that left Freya utterly stunned. Tetsuka's body began to levitate slightly, rising about a foot above the ground. Around him, the light seemed to warp under some unseen force, forming a shimmering halo roughly 2 meters in diameter. Within this ring danced flickering patches of light and shadow, twisting and flowing like fish in water, lively and fluid. These patches of light fell upon Tetsuka's body. Those areas illuminated were brilliantly bright, while the untouched spots appeared dim and subdued. The light spots swam across his form like schools of fish, while beneath him the ground was a deep, inky black. Faint, blurred glimmers shifted continuously, causing the grass to take on a strange coloration, dark yet interspersed with radiant highlights. It was as if a gloomy world had suddenly been graced by a glimmer of light at the moment of a partial solar eclipse. What kind of ninjutsu was this? The sphere surrounding his body distorted light and altered air density, refracting such extraordinary radiance. Freya felt a strong urge to investigate Tetsuka further. She stood rooted, watching this scene that was clearly dynamic yet seemed frozen in time. This, however, was not ninjutsu. It was an exquisite mastery of chakra manipulation. Tetsuka's chakra emanated from various acupoints across his body, weaving together like fine threads into a silk ribbon, then re-entering his chakra points to form a complete circuit. Wherever this chakra flowed, the natural energy of heaven and earth was drawn along, creating the shimmering ripples. Though the chakra's movement appeared chaotic, it was governed by a complex formula, operating with elegant simplicity. Tetsuka stretched his body, turning in midair, and fixed his gaze upon Freya and her companions. When the group noticed him, his spiritual awareness had already sensed their presence. Tetsuka slowly glided over, the surrounding natural energy continuing to converge and swirl turbulently around him. Even as he approached, his face remained indistinct, while the shifting light patches on his body transformed like fluttering ribbons. "Miss Freya, has the negotiation concluded?" Tetsuka inquired. Freya replied, "It is over. You will likely receive orders to withdraw soon." Then she asked, "What kind of strange ninjutsu is that?" Tetsuka responded, "Miss Freya, don't you find that question rather presumptuous?" Well then, Freya felt a pang of regret. This youngster was even more difficult to deal with than the Hokage. At least the third Hokage was somewhat susceptible to women, but this boy was impervious to all temptations. After Freya departed, Tetsuka resumed contemplating his technique. The inspiration for this art stemmed partly from the peacock mystical method. The Star Ninja Village relied on a special meteorite star to activate chakra for better control. His approach depended instead on a pinnacle of chakra manipulation skill. Initially, he intended to try forming a chakra sphere, but the moment the chakra exited his body, his plan changed. Once outside the body, the chakra obeyed his will like an extension of his limbs. He immediately realized, with such nimble control, why bother forming spheres? The cost-performance ratio was low. It was better to focus on control. Thus, he began experiments, employing his mathematical analytical skills, and soon achieved the current result. As long as enemies entered the sphere, his chakra would render them unable to move. Using the intangible to steal the tangible, manipulating these chakra flows to mislead, redirect, and displace attacks, this slight deviation, when combined with the subtlety of chi, was enough to grant him a significant advantage. Now that the negotiation was complete, apart from exercising necessary caution and warning the ninja army not to slacken their vigilance, Tetsuka devoted all his time to refining this technique. Kazuki Tsukumo approached after finishing sharpening his blade and remarked, "It's truly incredible. Can this really be considered a realm of taijutsu?" His expression betrayed a strong eagerness to test it. Tetsuka wanted to try his fledgling skill as well. "How about it, brother? Want to give it a shot?" He drew his sword with a sharp hiss, releasing a streak of white light. "All right." No sooner had he spoken than Kazuki's short blade flashed forward like lightning. A profound silence fell. An oppressive, deadly intent radiated from the blade as it pressed toward Tetsuka. The white-fanged dagger, infused with this intent, seemed to come alive, crackling with white electricity and lightning that spanned several feet, piercing toward Tetsuka. Before him, layers upon layers of chakra overlapped, each with varying directions, speeds, and densities. The lightning struck and dispersed like a spider's web, scattering in every direction. Only after penetrating 3 layers did the attack lose momentum and dissipate. Kazuki narrowed his eyes. Tetsuka's strange defensive technique was not only fast but also remarkably resilient. He launched a second and then a third strike, aiming for the weak points his intuition revealed. Yet he only managed to carve away a bit more. Tetsuka raised his left hand, and a continuous chirping sound arose. The dispersed lightning gathered like converging streams into his palm. "Lightning release, lightning cutter," Tetsuka shouted with a hint of youthful bravado. Though he shouted, he endured dozens of strikes. Yet those blows provided ample lightning energy. All the lightning concentrated above his left hand, forming a dazzling orb that bathed Tetsuka in a ghostly white glow. Kazuki halted his assault, his expression turning peculiarly strange. If his senses were correct, all that lightning was the very blade energy he had unleashed. Tetsuka flicked his hand, sending the lightning orb hurtling directly at Kazuki. "Shunshin no jutsu." Kazuki evaded faster than a rabbit. Tetsuka swung his hand again, and Kazuki simultaneously used Shunshin no jutsu, narrowly escaping the lightning blast. The ground beneath was scorched into a large crater, a swath of grass charred to black, and the air filled with a pungent, acrid odor. Kazuki took a deep breath, realizing the blade's power was formidable. This technique could not be met head-on. "It's deadly, truly," Kazuki said. "Your move can even redirect attacks, collecting my strikes and then releasing them all at once."
Tetsuka replied, "I am clever, aren't I?"
"Brother Kazuki, you must know the difference in innate chakra. It possesses consciousness. It's more like a living entity. Since it can be controlled, why not make use of its nature? In other words, my chakra reserves are insufficient at the moment. Otherwise, the range of techniques I could employ would be far more diverse." "What is this?" "This is a domain. It is the demonic aura field. Its peculiarity transcends human imagination, perfectly complementing his abilities." Tsukumo Hitaki plunged his blade into the ground. "It seemed that the next stage of my progress lay here as well. One must expand beyond oneself to truly advance." He fell silent for a long moment, as if he had reached an epiphany. Perhaps what came before was merely the innate beginning, but this truly touches upon the profound mysteries of the innate. This will be quite the surprise for Salamander Hanzo. Tetsuka's heart brimmed with malice. Sparks of inspiration frequently lit his mind. After uttering a word of praise, he rose. Chakra within his meridian spun rapidly along the channels, hollow inside, extending from one palm to the other. He pressed his palm against Tsukumo Hataki's shoulder. Tsukumo Hataki was taken aback and asked, "What is this?" Almost immediately, he felt a powerful suction pulling chakra from the acupoint on his shoulder. The chakra, infused with lightning nature, was absorbed by Tetsuka. However, this chakra did not remain inside Tetsuka's body. Rather, it traveled through the hollow chakra conduit, emerging roughly and forcefully from his other palm, striking the opposite shoulder of Tsukumo Hataki. After passing through Tetsuka's conduit of absorption and traction, the chakra returned to Tsukumo Hataki's body, completing a full cycle. "How do you like this move?" Tetsuka inquired. Tsukumo Hataki responded in astonishment, a technique of absorption? He was somewhat surprised. This move bore a strong resemblance to the chakra-absorbing ninjutsu favored by the rock ninja. Yet the details differed noticeably. "Weren't you supposed to avoid learning ninjutsu?" Tetsuka released Tsukumo Hataki, then formed a hand seal, swinging through the air. A spiraling chakra shot forth, hissing as it streaked to a distant point before dissipating. Immediately afterward, his chakra expanded outward in the opposite manner of the previous chakra orb, spreading like a spider's web across the sky and earth, its expansion reaching an extreme, generating an outwardly pressing force. These transformations left Tsukumo Hataki utterly amazed. "You young people, your minds are truly remarkable. If it were me, I would never have conceived such uses. It's nothing. I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants." That giant was Huang Yi. Without his boundless imagination, such applications would have been hard to conceive. Of course, Master Jean also contributed a little, such as the theoretical concepts of the star absorption technique. "Ha ha ha, you're too modest," Tsukumo Hataki thought. "I wonder who these giants are." Tetsuka replied, "If you knew, I would have to ask you first, even if I changed." Tetsuka said, "Let us try again." Upon finishing, chakra exited one acupoint and entered another, forming a sphere about 2 meters in diameter. Mottled streams of light connected like ribbons gently fluttering around him. His blade sliced through the air toward Tsukumo Hataki in a swift, precise arc. This strike, compared to previous ones marked by agility and subtlety, added an element of speed. The chakra, either rushing or flowing gently, pushed and pulled to amplify Tetsuka's movements, enabling him to surpass the physical limits of speed, much like a fish gliding effortlessly downstream. Those who align with the heavens and respond to people conserve energy to overcome exertion. By moving with the flow of chakra, one achieves twice the result with half the effort. The original deficiencies in speed were largely compensated. Tsukumo Hataki, guided by his profound intuitive perception, instinctively drew his blade upward. Pure intent condensed upon the blade, which directly cut into Tetsuka's domain. Drawing the blade cuts the water. In an instant, Tsukumo Hataki felt a powerful force striking his blade and arm, akin to being immersed in a torrential river. He gripped more firmly. The will on his blade intensified, radiating a dazzling white light within the chakra envelope. Long threads of light stretched from the blade, dispersed in all directions. Yet the strike remained precise and unerring. Tsukumo Hataki pushed his chakra to the utmost limit. A deafening roar, piercing like a sonic boom, erupted as Tetsuka's constructed chakra sphere churned outward. Most of the sound dispersed in all directions, barely reaching his ears. The outside world seemed to become a silent film, faint and unreal. Felt as though he were dreaming. Suddenly, Tetsuka took a step back. A strand of chakra coiled around Tsukumo Hataki's entire arm and tugged toward himself. That tug came just as Tsukumo Hataki's blade energy waned. This pull forced him not only to refrain from withdrawing the blade but to advance half an arm's length. In a single motion, Tsukumo Hataki stumbled, exposing significant vulnerabilities. His energy shifted from smooth to riddled with flaws. He halted and said, "I concede. That last move was quite interesting. When my blade's momentum ends, if I'm pulled or dragged, my overall balance and movement are disrupted. However, this technique demands precise timing. The momentum must be fully expended. If not, it not only fails to benefit but leaves one vulnerable to control. This is one of my original creations, though I have rarely used it except in hand-to-hand combat. Even then, I never employed it against members of the Hyuga clan. Only now, with this external domain I have constructed, do I have the opportunity to apply this technique in battle." Tsukumo Hataki laughed heartily. "If others cannot master the timing, that's one thing. But you, young man, if you cannot grasp it, then who can? Who knows? There are always greater talents beyond us." The two exchanged a few words before continuing to test their techniques several more times, ceasing only when fully satisfied. From a distance, cheers rose from the barracks. The two instinctively turned to look and saw, bathed in the sunset, a ninja whose back bore a pair of wings formed from chakra, clumsily fluttering as he hovered in the air. The sunset's glow cast a rust-like sheen upon him. Enough! After several minutes, the airborne talent finally descended, repeatedly exclaiming, I can't go on, I'm out of chakra. Come on, accept defeat. Tsukumo Hatake stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, Devi truly mastered this application. I had thought it would take more time. After all, this technique is exclusive to the Star Ninja Village, a secret art inaccessible to other villages. Tetsuka replied, of course. Their chakra control is still at a mere treading water level. Ultimately, this technique is simply about controlling chakra. Whether it activates chakra to make it easier to control or enhances controllability to maintain it is irrelevant, as long as control is achieved. Failure to do so is a lack of control. But the technique I taught them grants them this level of control. That said, the Star Ninja Village is still very much worth a visit. In the tale of the Great Tang Double Dragons, the Heshibi was a meteorite from beyond the heavens. The Double Dragons achieved a great advancement thanks to it. Could this celestial meteorite in the ninja world possess similar properties? So wouldn't that mean I could? Who would ever disdain an increase in their own strength? A month after Freya's departure, the order for the third Hokage's troop withdrawal finally arrived. The forces stationed in the Land of Lightning performed reverse summoning techniques, returning to the medical tents. Tetsuka called out names one by one, verifying and confirming casualty figures before leading the ninja army in an orderly retreat. Upon returning to Konoha, he was greeted by villagers lined up along the streets, which were adorned with small flags bearing the Uzumaki emblem. Mito Uzumaki held Kushina's hand as they both sat distantly beneath the eaves of a house, avoiding the bustling crowd. The villagers erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Tetsuka raised his hand and waved lightly. His gaze swept over the crowd and met Kushina's with a subtle nod. The third Hokage, clad in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage, wore his square-shaped kasa hat perfectly aligned. Konohamaru Sarutobi was also dressed in splendid attire, following closely by his side. Thank you for your tireless efforts, everyone, Sarutobi said earnestly. Tetsuka, you truly are the rising star of the new generation of Konoha. This battle was fought brilliantly. Grasping Tetsuka's hands with both of his own, Sarutobi spoke with heartfelt admiration. Then, side by side, they walked along the long street to the second-floor terrace of the Hokage residence. He pulled Tetsuka close to stand beside him. Meanwhile, the returning shinobi formed a square formation, standing in perfect order before the Hokage residence. They looked upon Tetsuka, the commander who had led them from one victory to another, conquering the IWA shinobi in the west and the Kumo shinobi in the east, with a fervent surge of passion swelling within their hearts. The surrounding villagers, too, were swept up by the aura emanating from the shinobi's spirit, stirring an inexplicable emotion within them. It was as if the blood coursing through their veins quickened its pace, unable to suppress the excitement rising in their chests. The third Hokage declared, wherever Konoha's flames dance, the fire burns eternally. The glow of the flames illuminates the village, breathing new life into this great tree called Konoha. The Land of Rain dared to declare war rashly. The IWA, Suna, and Kumo shinobi invaded our borders. But to this day we have repelled the IWA, the Suna, and the Kumo, each treaty signed anew, restoring an era of peace. This young man, Tetsuka, though young and inexperienced, has led campaigns west and east, repeatedly achieving remarkable feats. Under his command, Konoha has secured victory after victory. Let us pay tribute to the heroes of Konoha. Let us honor all those shinobi who laid down their lives for this war. Let us salute every warrior who marched onto the battlefield, striving for the peace of Konoha. The entire village erupted in thunderous applause, the fervent atmosphere spreading contagiously to every corner. When the cheers subsided, the third Hokage stepped aside and said, Tetsuka, why don't you say a few words? On occasions like this, it's best to let the young express themselves. Tetsuka stepped forward. War is not something to be glorified, yet neither should it be despised. Friends, regardless of victory or defeat, we do not fight for privilege, nor for the interests or selfish desires of any individual. Every one of us who sets foot on the battlefield does so for one reason alone. Konoha is our village, and behind us stand our parents, our wives and children. When you walk the streets, you see the uncle selling tricolored dumplings, the ramen shop owner, the grandmother who sews uniforms for the shinobi. Behind us are countless people. This is the reason we fight, to protect this land. There is no cause more righteous under the heavens. If the land of fire is invaded, none within it will escape unscathed. Look at the land of rain. If we were to be overrun, our fate would be no better. We march into battle for this very purpose. A true man defends his home and country. That is an honorable cause. Therefore, you need not question this war. It was not started by us. You need not feel guilty, for you bear no fault. Nor should you wear a perpetual frown. Rather, smile upon this world. It thrives in your protection, peaceful and serene. It grows strong under your care. Every glimmer it births is worthy of your admiration. Long live Konoha! Long live Konoha! The assembled shinobi roared in response. Next, the outstanding company commanders and squad leaders stepped forward one by one to receive commendations from the Hokage and reveal their faces to all. After the triumphant ceremony concluded, the third Hokage convened a private meeting within the Hokage residence with the company commanders, Tetsuka, and Shikamaru Nara's entourage, discussing the frontline situation in detail and gaining a clear understanding of the circumstances. Finally, seeing that everyone was eager to return home, he dismissed them. Upon exiting the Hokage residence, Shikamaru invited, "Come to my place later. Cooking alone is too troublesome." Tetsuka declined, "Not today. I want to be a third wheel." He refused Shikamaru's invitation and headed home. Along the way, the villagers who saw him instinctively bowed with a mixture of deference and reverence. As one who had risen from west to east as a general commander, wielding life and death with a single word, he had long cultivated the aura of a superior. The common folk could feel it instinctively and could not help but show respect. His home was meticulously tidied, the windows freshly cleaned. Opening the door, a lingering dustiness filled the air, a scent of a long uninhabited place. He pressed his lips into a smile. Better clean up first. Chakra seeped from his chakra points, streaming like ribbons along the walls, roof, floor, and every nook and cranny. Wherever it passed, the space became spotless, dust converging into a sphere roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. Go! Tetsuka opened the door, and the chakra spun the dust sphere rapidly, sending it flying straight into a distant trash bin. The rotation speed, flight trajectory, and velocity were nothing short of perfection. When it landed, it made only the faintest soft thud. The slug hidden in his ear praised, "Amazing, but if people find out you're using ninjutsu to clean your house, they'll complain." "I don't care. They can't control me. Besides, this isn't ninjutsu. This is martial arts," he replied. "By the way, slug, go back and see if Lady Tsunade has contacted you." He summoned the slug again just as he picked up his vegetable basket to leave. "How's it going?" The slug said, "Lady Tsunade hasn't summoned me." Tetsuka sighed. "Knew it. That woman, though you have a good temper, slug, she can't just summon you whenever she wants and toss you aside when she doesn't tea." The slug then brought up another matter. "When will the people you gathered be released? I feel if they stay any longer, their mental state will deteriorate. The atmosphere in the forest of death is too oppressive for them. If they remain, I'm afraid they'll break." Tetsuka said, "If that woman Tsunade kept in contact with you, they would have been out earning money long ago. Do you think I don't want them to start earning sooner? It's just that there's no way around it." The slug asked, "Tetsuka, what do you think Lady Tsunade is doing now?" It half lounged in his ear, swaying gently with his movements, looking utterly comfortable. Its four antennae waved aimlessly, as if each had its own will. Tetsuka considered probably negotiating, drinking, or fighting Jiraiya. He felt this guess was quite plausible and added, "Anyway, she's not thinking about us." Speaking of the negotiations between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, they truly were arduous. Although Tsunade's threats had successfully forced them to the negotiating table, the poverty of the Suna shinobi became their source of confidence. With nothing to lose, they were desperate. Konoha sought to claim the land of Chikawa as its sphere of influence, but the Suna shinobi protested vehemently. "No, the land of Chikawa is absolutely off-limits. Without it, our village will perish. If we're doomed, we might as well take you down with us." Mito Uzumaki could only take a deep breath and pause the negotiations to regroup, then attempt a different approach. The Suna delegation declared, "If we can't survive, then let us perish together." Thus, with endless tugging and pulling back and forth, the negotiations between Konoha and Kumogakure had long since concluded, yet the talks with Tsunagakure still lingered unresolved. Tsunade was well aware that the sand village possessed a gold and sand mine, though she kept this knowledge to herself. For that mine belonged to her, and to reveal it now would mean it would become Konoha's. How could she possibly allow the wealth to slip from her grasp? Moreover, the desert was rich in petroleum resources equally valuable. All of it was hers. She wondered whether that brat Tetsuka had managed to recruit enough personnel. Her mind was already eager for the money to come in. She reckoned that by now he should have returned to Konoha, yet here she was,
still stuck waiting. If that scoundrel had any conscience, he would have come to see her by now. For months, the rice balls had nearly turned her into one herself. Her stomach longed desperately for Tetsuka's cooking. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised eggplant, red braised pork, stir-fried potatoes with peppers, tofu pudding. So many cravings swirling within that her stomach could hardly contain them. This was the very essence of how easy it is to slip from frugality into indulgence, but hard to reverse. Tsunade wiped the drool from her lips and muttered, "You rotten kid. If you return to Konoha and don't come see me, I'll make sure you know why my fists hit so hard." Meanwhile, Tetsuka, who was shopping for groceries, rubbed his nose, inexplicably feeling as if someone was teasing him. Having selected his ingredients, he headed home, only to spot familiar faces at the alley's entrance. Inazuka Dumaru. Alongside him were Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Chusa, Yamanaka Inoichi, Minato, Kushina, Hyuga Hizashi, and Hyuga Hizashi's brother. "Hey, Tetsuka. We're here to celebrate a certain Konoha hero's triumphant return." Their faces brimmed with carefree smiles. "Quick, bring your groceries inside. We've prepared a barbecue on the school playground. Let us go. Let us go." Urged to put down his bags, Tetsuka was swept along to the school grounds, where indeed a barbecue was set up. Mikoto and other female classmates were busily preparing, while Fugaku flattered Mikoto incessantly, lending a hand whenever possible. "Yo, Tetsuka is here." Tetsuka. Former classmates greeted him with great enthusiasm. Many bore expressions of admiration and longing. They wished to be like Tetsuka. Everyone sat down to eat and talk, peppering him with questions about the battles and what the battlefield was like. Tetsuka recounted vivid tales, eliciting gasps of amazement from time to time. The gathering lasted until well past 8 o'clock in the evening before everyone dispersed. Kushina left with several members of the Umbu. The feeling of home was incomparable. Lying in bed, Tetsuka experienced a comfort unattainable elsewhere, sleeping with absolute peace of mind. Upon waking, he felt an all-encompassing, leisurely clarity. Whispering softly, he mused. This sleep was nothing short of a rebirth. Soon he planned to buy a pancake and some soy milk. After eating, he intended to inspect the house and consider its design thoroughly. He had a clear vision for the style of his abode. A new song-style simplicity imbued with intricate craftsmanship, an elegant yet noble aesthetic. He could provide the grand conceptual framework, leaving the finer details to the designer. Konoha was not short of talent in this regard. The plot of land, now overgrown with grass, awaited his attention. After a brief survey, he sought out the designer.
Tetsuka-sama.
The designer immediately rose upon seeing him. "Entrust your house to me. Rest assured." Guiding the designer to the site, Tetsuka sketched rough outlines in a folder as they walked. "This is the style I want, the exterior form of the new song-style house and some internal partial landscapes. Blend these elements and create a draft for me to review. Let us finalize the plan first, then discuss the rest." Understood. The designer was captivated by this novel architectural style, its unique charm instantly enthralling him. When he looked at Tetsuka, his eyes brimmed with fervor. Is this a genius? He wondered. Not only a prodigy in ninja arts, but also in architectural design. The designer felt this draft soared like the vast blue sky, while he himself was but an ephemeral insect beneath a towering tree, having exerted all his strength merely to climb its branches, let alone glimpse the heavens. Was the gap between people truly so unjust? Then what was the point of striving? "Please expedite the draft. I have matters to attend to soon and must leave Konoha. I hope the building can be completed during my absence, so that upon my return, I may move in immediately." Tetsuka's tone brooked no argument. The designer hastened to assure him, "I will complete the design proposal as swiftly as possible." Returning home, he worked overtime for 2 whole days and nights to finalize the draft. There was little room for his own creativity. His task was merely to connect the given elements. More importantly, he pondered the specifics. How to construct the overall framework, required materials and quantities, cost efficiency, and so on, wholeheartedly assisting Tetsuka's considerations. Earning money from others was one thing, but from Tetsuka-sama himself was quite another. The best value for money was imperative. Every penny must be spent wisely. With the design draft in hand, the designer nervously presented the completed plan to Tetsuka. "Tetsuka-sama, what do you think of this proposal and the estimate?" Tetsuka reviewed it, finding it largely acceptable. Only a few minor details displeased him, which the designer promptly amended. Once revised, the plan was finalized on the spot. "All right, this is the plan. Find people to start construction. I will pay according to your estimate. If there's a shortfall, cover it temporarily. We'll settle after the project's completion." Tetsuka harbored no fear of embezzlement or desertion. he would not so underestimate himself. Having entrusted the entire house-building endeavor to the designer, Tetsuka purchased a gift to visit Shikamaru Nara. He chose an adorable, plump wooden sword about the length of a single hand. Whether Kakashi would like it was uncertain, but Shikamaru and his wife surely would.
Tetsuka-kun.
Please come in. Lady Nara greeted him with customary politeness. Kakashi was crawling about on the tatami, a pacifier in his mouth and sparse baby hair atop his head. Upon seeing Tetsuka, he instinctively crawled over, babbling softly. Lady Nara remarked, "Kakashi really likes you." On the matter of charm, Tetsuka considered himself no less gifted than others. "This is a gift for Kakashi," he said, handing over the wooden sword. Kakashi immediately grabbed it and tossed it aside. Lady Nara sighed softly. Shikamaru Nara took a seat and chatted casually with Tetsuka, while Lady Nara left with Kakashi so as not to disturb them. After a few moments, Shikamaru brought up the matter of visiting the Yagyu family. He and his wife had already set the date, planning to depart in a few days. "Tetsuka, is your schedule convenient? If not, we can reschedule." Tetsuka nodded. "No inconvenience. I have also wrapped up my affairs." "That's good to hear," Shikamaru replied. 2 days later, Tetsuka met with Shikamaru, and together they journeyed to the Yagyu residence. The Yagyu estate lay in the northern region of the Land of Fire, quite a distance away. Since Lady Nara had recently given birth to Kakashi, who was still very young, Shikamaru hired a carriage for them to ride in, while he and Tetsuka traveled on foot, chatting leisurely. The journey was slow but far from lonely. One day, shortly after entering a mountain path, they found themselves surrounded by a band of mountain bandits. Leading the group of mountain bandits, a man brandished his blade and halted them, proclaiming, "This mountain is mine to claim. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass through here, hey, money, leave it for me." Yet, the carriage driver showed not the slightest hint of apprehension. After all, these were mere petty bandits. Did they not realize who was seated within the carriage? Could they possibly stand against the likes of Iwa Nin and Kumanin? The driver glanced toward Tetsuhi and addressed him, "Lord Tetsuhi." Tetsuhi merely cast a casual look at the bandits and nonchalantly withdrew some coins from his person. "Is it just money you want? Give it to them. Let us proceed." These bandits were clad in tattered rags, evidently driven to this life out of sheer desperation. Tetsuhi harbored no particular disdain for their actions. Thus, when they demanded money, he simply complied. Kazuki Sakamori was puzzled by Tetsuhi's conduct but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Tetsuhi tossed the coins with a deft flick, and they floated gracefully through the air before settling at the bandits' feet. The subtlety of this throw was, in essence, a supreme mastery of chakra control, though the bandits were oblivious to such finesse. Seeing that the money was so readily given, their greed was ignited. "This sum is insufficient." "Oh, and how much more do you desire?" Tetsuhi inquired. 5,000, no, 10,000 ryo. "Give us another 10,000 ryo, and we shall let you pass." "Very well." Tetsuhi not only assented but did so with remarkable swiftness. Yet, simultaneous with this agreement appeared a gossamer strand of chakra. This chakra, akin to the silk drapery adorning a handmaiden's shoulders, moved without wind and surged directly toward the bandits. It poured into their chests, writhing like a living entity within their bodies as the natural energies of heaven and earth surged wildly. In but an instant the bandits were transformed, some into earth, others scattered by the wind to become part of it, some turned to water, lightning, or other elements. The chakra within their bodies was drawn back by Tetsuhi, swirling in his hand, a mesmerizing dance of yin, yang, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth, alternating between light and shadow, ever shifting. Then, with a touch of disdain, he cast the chakra aside. The 7 elemental chakras exploded upon the ground, leaving scorched, damp, disordered, petrified, electric arcs and burgeoning sprouts, mingled with primordial spiritual forces that lent an almost otherworldly aura. Alas, they were impure. Tetsuhi sighed, lamenting the loss. Had he survived, he might have considered absorbing these chakras, making them part of himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Through the attachment to his blade, he could perhaps purify these attributes. My foolish mind, he mused, what a waste, what a waste. Such a heritage squandered. Tetsuhi regretted that such chakras were simply discarded. If infused repeatedly into his blade, like filtering impurities from water, they could be purified to perfection. Yet he had cast them away so casually. Kazuki Sakamori was speechless. At first I thought you would kill them outright, yet you gave them money. Then I supposed you might give them more, but you ended up killing them. This method of killing by exploiting innate barriers is truly exquisite. Even the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan pales in comparison in terms of subtlety. As he spoke, A certain itch to test his skills against another band of bandits stirred within him. Unfortunately, no further bandits crossed their path on the journey. Tetsuhi explained, "The first time I spared them because this world is profoundly unjust. Many impoverished folk are forced into banditry out of desperation. Their lands have been seized by landlords and magnates, yet they must survive somehow. It is a matter of helpless necessity. Therefore, I was willing to give them some money. The second time was different. Their greed was boundless. That showed they had become corrupt, not hindering the road for mere sustenance, but for malice. Such people I cannot tolerate." Kazuki Sakamori remained silent, then sighed after a long pause. "The world has always been thus. What can one do?" Tetsuhi too fell into silence. The carriage traveled on for more than half an hour before he spoke again. "The world need not be so. Yet because of the shinobi, it is as it is. These people, their hoes could smash the heads of those magnates' dogs. But the shinobi's power is overwhelming. Under their suppression, even the possibility of resistance is extinguished. Are the shinobi at fault?" Kazuki Sakamori asked. "Enough, brother Kazuki, don't get stuck on this. If you dive deeper, my wife might come after me," Tetsuhi said, refusing to continue the topic. Kazuki Sakamori retorted, "Clearly you brought this up." When they arrived at the Yagyu residence, 6 days had passed. The ancient manor exuded a somber and weighty atmosphere. The gate was guarded by a deaf-mute elder who, upon seeing Kazuki Sakamori and his party, communicated through a flurry of gestures. Once admitted, a maid attended to them, assisting with shoes and serving tea. Yagyu Insho appeared clad in white robes, his hair and beard streaked with gray. He resembled a blade incarnate, his gaze piercing to the extreme. From outside, he bore a simple black sword at his waist, pure black and white, reflecting his very essence. "Father-in-law, were you practicing your sword art?" Kazuki Sakamori inquired before introducing Tetsuhi. "Allow me to present Tetsuhi, my dear friend and my guide on the path of swordsmanship." "Tetsuhi? That Tetsuhi?" Yagyu Insho momentarily struggled to find the right way to describe him, yet everyone understood the implication. Tetsuhi smiled and said, "I heard from Brother Kazuki that you possess some ancient legacies here, so I wish to come and take a look. I beg your forgiveness for the intrusion." Yagyu Insho responded directly, "May I see your sword?" "Of course," Tetsuhi replied. He made no move but entered a state of pure, undistracted harmony with nature. The entire building seemed to become part of him. The previously gloomy, cold, and rigid aura was instantly overturned, replaced by a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Yagyu Insho felt this transformation most acutely, for this was his home. It was where he had lived and practiced swordsmanship since childhood. Every blade of grass, every tree was familiar. His life was intertwined with this manor, inseparable. Yet, at this moment, the Yagyu residence no longer belonged to him. Every floorboard, every blade of grass, every leaf, every stone seemed to reject him, excluding him from the environment. This sensation was profoundly disconcerting. How to describe it? An overwhelming sense of alienation supplanted familiarity. Though it was undeniably his home, he felt as if he were in a strange place, lost and directionless. Had this place been unfamiliar from the start, Tetsuhi's presence would not have caused discomfort. Moving from one unfamiliar place to another is merely a shift in the unfamiliar. But this was his home. Nothing is more familiar than home, and so this estrangement was all the more intense. To put it simply, Yagyu Insho felt lost within his own home. He was fully conscious that this was his residence, yet on a sensory level, his heart rendered the opposite verdict. It was a foreign place. This sensation was akin to standing before one's own doorway, yet unable to find one's home, utterly disoriented. Every element of the old manor, the grass, bricks, and tiles had shaped Yagyu Insho, and his heart had been shaped by the realm. Yet now, the environment's essence was altered by Tetsuhi's spirit, as if heaven and earth had inverted, isolating Yagyu Insho. Struggling to suppress the rift within his soul, the discomfort and disorientation, Yagyu Insho summoned all his resolve. "So, this is your sword? The master of this entire courtyard?" Tetsuhi replied, "This is indeed my sword. Does it meet with your approval, venerable sir? The tome passed down through the Yagyu family is at your disposal for perusal. Your presence here, despite your busy schedule, is a great honor for the Yagyu household. I shall certainly record this day in our family chronicles. Then, I am most grateful for your gracious hospitality. Esteemed senior, among the Yagyu family's inherited classics, the most treasured is the Yagyu Dojo-ryu swordsmanship, a style that emphasizes a single, decisive strike. It is a technique where swiftness is paramount, a method that Tetsuhiro regards with indifference. The swordsmanship throughout the shinobi world mirrors that of the Konoha schools, relying on a single masterful move to dominate all. There is little artistry in it. The truly valuable texts, however, are those chronicling ancient sword saints. They contain extensive accounts of how these legendary swordsmen ascended to greatness and became renowned throughout their eras. These narratives themselves serve as methodologies, such as meditating silently in the icy pools beneath waterfalls, wandering the mountains and fields to commune with nature, or studying the behavior of monkeys, birds, and beasts to return to a primal animalistic state. There are also poetic verses left behind. These are the insights of the sword saints. They greatly broaden Tetsuhiro's horizons. Let the wind blow from north to south. My heart remains steadfast as a pillar in the center. Whether wind or water comes, I remain unmoved. Cast off the shackles of mortal existence. Seek the true self in the flight of birds. A single sword slash falls without killing intent, and so forth. Although these verses appear clumsy in form, akin to a tavern boy's scribbles, the underlying wisdom they contain is profoundly worthy of contemplation. They also provided Tetsuhiro with a glimpse into the myriad paths toward innate potential. As Tetsuhiro read and pondered, he felt his understanding of innate talent deepen. He grasped, at a glance, the general methods employed by the sword saints of old. A single, masterful strike is not difficult in itself. Achieving true mastery requires arduous training and accumulation. Therefore, simply comprehending the technique is sufficient with a cursory glance. Tetsuhiro had no intention to learn them, yet he would not deliberately overlook these ancient teachings. These sword saints of yore possessed certain merits, though regrettably, their sword techniques were too rudimentary to fully realize their true potential. Upon finishing his study, Tetsuhiro reciprocated the favor by inscribing a passage upon a blank scroll in the study. The essence of innate talent lies within the heart. The heart gives rise to stillness. Stillness begets wisdom. Hence, sincerity is but a single heart. When the heart harbors no divided thoughts, and the mind no conflicting intents, then innate talent is truly attained. After some reflection, he also penned down the dangers inherent in the influence of chakra on innate talent. Then, he sought out Yagyu Kajiki and Hatake Tsukumo, the latter being his father-in-law. During this period, while Tetsuhiro perused the ancient texts, Yagyu Kajiki and Hatake Tsukumo exchanged techniques of the sword. Though Kajiki was devoted, his progress was scant, lamenting his own insufficient aptitude. The two were discussing the spirit of the blade when Tetsuhiro arrived. "I've been here for some time now. It's about time I took my leave. I came to bid you farewell in person," Tetsuhiro said. "Leaving so soon? Why not stay a few more days? I'll have someone take you around the town. A man as devoted as you should not allow age to cloud his heart," Kajiki urged. Tetsuhiro, a sword saint and Tsukumo's guide, was deeply respected by Kajiki, who naturally wished for him to linger longer in their home. "No, I must seek out my teacher," Tetsuhiro replied. "Truly a pity," Kajiki sighed. Seizing the moment, he posed a question that had long troubled him. "Tetsuhiro-kun, I consider myself wholeheartedly devoted, yet why can I not advance in swordsmanship? I cannot even sense the feeling that Tsukumo speaks of, not even a trace." Tetsuhiro shook his head. "Senior, your feelings may deceive you, but your realm will not. Whether you harbor divided thoughts you may not perceive, but the state of your realm is undeniable. You have accumulated many things over the years, which have become almost instinctual. You overlook them, but they remain present. Try entrusting your spirit to a talisman. As a swordsman, choosing a blade is the finest option. When your heart contains only the sword, nothing else but the sword, and you have truly relinquished all else, your realm will be attained. Of course, you understand the risks involved." Kajiki nodded. "I know. Tsukumo has spoken of this. Yet, as a swordsman, to glimpse such a realm would be a death without regret." Kajiki, accompanied by his attendants, and Tsukumo, along with his wife and Kakashi, escorted Tetsuhiro on his journey for over 10 miles before parting ways. Tetsuhiro then unfurled his form, moving with the lightness of a feather drifting on the breeze. Chakra coursed through his meridians and the surrounding space, his swift movements resembling a celestial being soaring through the heavens, leaving behind faint, ethereal ribbons. His posture was entirely unlike that of an ordinary shinobi, imbued with a graceful and spirited aura, yet his speed far surpassed theirs. The land of fire had suffered little during this war, largely due to his efforts. Without him, countless civilians would have endured the ravages of battle, and many shinobi would have turned inward to curse the war, reflect upon it, and embark on philosophical musings about war and peace. Yet, due to a lack of cultural knowledge, they often arrived at bizarre conclusions. The bounty is so high. Let me see." Passing by a temple, Tetsuhiro overheard a conversation about a bounty and stopped to listen. Ignoring it would be one thing, but upon hearing it, he realized he was the subject of the bounty. His own head was valued in the 9-figure range. The gap between him and the second highest was a staggering 130 million Rio. It was known that Asuma's bounty was 3,500 Rio. His own bounty was roughly equivalent to 4 Asumas. Though he had not yet reached the chakra level of the 4th Kage, his head had already surpassed that value, becoming worth 4 Asumas. Having heard the price on his own head, Tetsuhiro could not simply pretend he had not. Unlike Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or Tsunade, who took such bounties in stride and considered them normal, after all, which renowned shinobi did not have a bounty. Tetsuhiro was different. I have defeated the IWA shinobi and the Kumo shinobi. As for you, the underground money changers are but a pack of rats. Yet you dare to put a bounty on me? Such audacity! Brothers, where did this bounty come from? My heavens! Can anyone really be worth this much? Tetsuhiro asked incredulously. Had he asked anything else, these shinobi might have driven him away. But this question struck a nerve. One-eyed among them said, "Kid, you're a shinobi too, right? Don't even think about this bounty. Haha, that S from some big shot. If we showed our faces, we'd be wiped out in an instant. But the bounty is unprecedented. Don't you think Tetsuhiro must have slept with the daimyo's wife? Otherwise, how could the bounty be so high?" Tetsuhiro replied, "Thank you. If you fancy the daimyo's wife, go ahead." This bounty was issued by the local money changers. It was said even that one refused to accept it, shaking his head in dismay. That one was a legend among the money changers, rumored to possess immortality. Yet even such a money-loving person was deeply wary, indicating the difficulty of this mission. "There's a money changer here too? Brothers, this is my first time here. Could you tell me where the money changer is?" Tetsuhiro feigned seasoned experience. He only needed to let them believe he was a newcomer posing as an old hand. Whether or not they thought him foolish, they would surely reveal the money changer's location. A group of wandering shinobi sighed, so young and already having to fend for yourself. We can't compare to shinobi villages." Then they revealed the money changer's whereabouts. Being a man of courtesy, Tetsuhiro ordered a pot of sake for these shinobi, his treat, and then made his way to the money changer. The money changer's establishment lay to the southwest of the temple, a straight-line distance of just over 10 miles. From the outside, it resembled nothing more than a restroom. Upon entering through a hidden door, a stench of decay assaulted the senses. One shinobi, upon seeing Tetsuhiro, warned, "This is no place for children." Tikwa paid them no heed and proceeded directly to the counter. Behind the counter stood an attendant clad in a pristine white protective suit. Tikwa halted upon nearing and spoke. "I've heard my head fetches quite a price." The attendant was momentarily stunned but immediately recognized this 1,300,000,000 bounty target, his entire demeanor swiftly turning to terror. With a single pat upon the man's body, Tikwa unleashed a surge of chakra that clung to him like a parasitic leech, burrowing deep within to lie dormant. "Go summon the person in charge. Hurry. Delay a moment longer and you shall meet your demise." The chakra seemed to cooperate with Tikwa, gradually devouring the attendant's own energy as he spoke. Please, sir. Have mercy." The attendant's legs went weak. Tikwa replied, "Begging for mercy counts as wasting time. Make it quick." The attendant scurried away in panic to find the person in charge. Ever cunning, he only reported that a ninja was causing trouble, without daring to reveal that the 1,300,000,000 bounty target had arrived. Thus, the person in charge remained unseen, only heard at first. "Such audacity! Do you not know where you are? To come here and wreak havoc." Only after finishing his words did he lay eyes upon Tikwa. The man, confident in his powerful backing, showed little fear. "Tikwa, this is the underworld. You must abide by the rules of the exchange."
Tikwa sneered coldly.
"Rules? Let me teach you what rules truly are. You come here." His words brooked no refusal. Chakra surged forth in an instant, pressing in from all sides to shove the man step by step until he stood before Tikwa himself. Tilting his head upward to regard the somewhat stout man, he said, "You're too tall. I don't like that." With a single kick, he struck the shinbone squarely. Employing a slight bit of his specialized strength technique, though limited to one leg due to insufficient chakra, he wrapped the bone in toes, then used the sole and all 5 toes to thrust sharply. A cracking sound rang out as the shinbone shattered into a comminuted fracture. The man's entire body lurched, but before he could fall, the other leg suffered a similar blow. Both limbs twisted in grotesque, unnatural angles, folding over themselves as stark white bones pierced through flesh and protruded outward. Instantly, the man's height shrank by roughly 30 centimeters, now standing half a head shorter than Tikwa. Just as a scream was about to escape, Tikwa plunged a sheathed blade deep into his throat. Softly, Tikwa said, "Shoo, don't scream. Listen carefully. I'll say this only once. If I see any exchange still displaying my bounty 1 week from now, You might as well close shop. Everyone within the land of fire connected to your exchange, including their families, I guarantee every single one will perish. Tell your master this. I am not pleased with this matter. I will wait 1 week, withdraw the bounty, and deliver an additional 3 billion Rio into my hands. Be late or short on payment, and you'll see his entire family wiped clean. I will skewer him on a spear and display him atop the city tower for all passers-by to witness, until the spear's tip emerges from his mouth. And rest assured, I have plenty of medical ninja under my command. As long as there is a breath left, I guarantee he will not die. I will grant him a longevity rivaling the southern mountains. Tikwa tapped the man's face and concluded, the temple here. I will wait for you there. Remember, there is only one chance. Yet, a nest of gutter rats dare to display my bounty? Tikwa departed, and the once bustling exchange dissolved instantly. The man in charge hurriedly ordered his subordinates to tend to his injuries. Meanwhile, one messenger's body began to petrify in patches. Stone fragments flaked away with movement, and within mere tens of seconds, he transformed into a weathered statue of earth and stone. Green sprouts and white crystals even grew within some crevices. This absurd and eerie spectacle silenced the exchange's people, making them acutely aware of the formidable being they had provoked. Situations like the exchange posting a bounty on Asuma, as if in a comic book, could only be described as indulgent. I, a jonin of Konoha's military organization and son of the Hokage, would never allow your exchange to post a bounty on me. But Tikwa would not tolerate them. Retribution had arrived. Though the temple was small, it housed a grand Buddha statue made entirely of bronze, towering over 3 zhang in height. An eternal lamp burned unceasingly within the main hall. Tikwa stood beneath the statue, gazing upward. The Buddha's countenance was kind and benevolent, yet Tikwa felt no compassion emanating from it. Every coin and grain here was stained with blood, filthy beyond measure. Though bronze in appearance, it was but a golden figure constructed from heaps of filth and waste. If the Buddha truly existed, surely it would weep. Beside him stood a young novice monk who had led Tikwa inside. He now stood quietly to the side. Tikwa's commanding aura, one that had led thousands to war, was not something a mere novice could withstand. Soon, an elderly monk arrived. His white beard gave him an austere, forbidding presence. Are you here to offer incense, honored guest? We have premium incense sticks at 100,000 Rio each. No, I have come seeking someone. Tikwa turned to face the old monk, a faint smile playing on his lips. I am not one to trouble others. Whatever I undertake, I do so proactively. By coming here first, it spares the abbot many trips. The old monk pretended not to recognize Tikwa's face, though he did. He hoped to feign ignorance. After all, a monk should not know such a figure. I wonder whom you seek, honored guest? The temple is a place of purity. Tikwa glanced at the young novice. Chakra Temple, like the Fire Temple, is one of the largest temples in the Land of Fire. Chakra Temple is quite the influential platform. Is this your grandson? What a cute child. Alas, such an adorable boy may never grow up. In this statement, Tikwa struck 2 critical points. First, your Chakra Temple is a grand platform for the powerful to generate wealth. Unsavory money lending and illicit dealings, they are all managed by people like you. Why are exchanges located near temples? Need I elaborate? Because exchanges are your business. Tikwa's mind was sharp, unlike the locals who thought differently. He directly drew this group of bald heads from historical experience, making it clear, I know what you have done. Second, he threatened with family. The monks in this world lived just like petty gentry. Temples were family inheritances, so monks' sons became monks, and a temple was essentially one extended family. This peculiar system saved Tikwa the trouble of hunting down their 9 clans. The abbot said, I do not understand your meaning, honored guest. I give you time, Tikwa said. Soon you will understand. But within this time you'd better devise a plan quickly. Oh, and without my permission, not a single fly in your temple is allowed to fly out. Understood? His smile was cold and merciless. Consider this your only warning. That commanding presence, holding mighty forces, able to raise cities and nations with a single word, flickered and vanished, almost like an illusion. Tikwa moved to the scripture repository. I will be reading. Do not disturb me or you will die. He sat inside the scripture hall and casually flipped through some Buddhist sutras. Chakra emanated from him, drifting lightly like ethereal smoke, as delicate as threads of silk. Though the monks could not see this chakra, it enveloped every corner of the temple, forming an inescapable net that encircled the entire sanctuary. Before long, he found himself awaiting the arrival of the head of the gold exchange. The leader was carried in on a stretcher, entering the temple through a discreet side gate, and was soon reported to the abbot by a novice monk. When the abbot arrived, he beheld the leader's calves, resembling rotting flesh and bare white bones. An eerie sight indeed. What on earth had transpired? He vaguely suspected a connection to Tetsuhi, yet could not confirm it. After all, the matter was too absurd. How could someone like Tetsuhi possibly be linked with the gold exchange or Chigusa temple? Yet, strangely enough, the leader shouted desperately, "Abbot, save me! You must save me!" That Tetsuhi, he suddenly burst into the gold exchange and then he repeated Tetsuhi's words verbatim. The abbot was frozen in place. 30 billion ryo within 1 week. Or else, I have never been one to impose on others. Therefore, whatever I do, I take the initiative. By coming here first, the abbot spared himself considerable trouble. Tetsuhi's words suddenly surfaced in the abbot's mind. His expression darkened. Do you not know the rules? How dare you reveal our benefactors? And no, absolutely not. How could I dare disclose such esteemed names? The leader swore upon his life. If you doubt me, I am willing to undergo memory extraction. I truly did not speak. Then how did he enter the temple? The abbot's frustration grew. Who? Tetsuhi, that Tetsuhi. What shall we do? The leader was dumbfounded. Abbot, quickly summon the benefactors to take charge. Otherwise, I have no idea what that man might dare to do. The gold exchange has existed for so many years without incident. That's right. Tetsuhi's voice suddenly echoed in both their ears. They quickly glanced around but saw no one. Tetsuhi continued, "Stop searching. My methods are beyond your comprehension. I permit your temple to send one person to fetch your benefactors. Remember, only 1 week, 30 billion ryo and the removal of my bounty, not one less. To 30 billion ryo? The benefactors will never agree. Impossible. If you cannot decide, then go find the benefactors. What's impossible or not is none of your concern. If you refuse to seek them out, I will assume you are in charge. If you wish to pay, fine, I will spare your temple. Humph, benefactors. I want to see which one. Merely insignificant pests, creatures I could crush with a single finger. How dare they prance before me, living so recklessly. It seems I have been too merciful, giving them false hope. Humph, neither the leader nor the abbot spoke. They were utterly unaware that Tetsuhi had surveilled the entire temple. Their every move, every word was under scrutiny. The abbot swiftly departed to find his eldest son, earnestly instructing him to summon the benefactors, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Remember, this is a matter of life and death. You must bring the benefactors here, or all will be lost. Yet, he could not fathom how Tetsuhi lacked even the slightest awareness befitting a shinobi. Could a shinobi dare offend the benefactors? Would he no longer undertake missions to earn money? Tetsuhi retorted, I already have 30 billion. Why would I bother with missions? Have you lost your mind? Benefactors? Let me see whether your benefactors' necks are tougher or my blade is. Can't even distinguish between kings and pawns. Besides, even if I were short on funds, wouldn't you benefactors voluntarily offer tribute? This shinobi world is utterly topsy-turvy. Tetsuhi immersed himself in the Buddhist sutras, and, surprisingly, some passages proved quite enlightening. Late into the night, he ordered, "Go fetch me some sumptuous late-night food." Shortly after, a novice monk delivered a roasted chicken. In no time, the chicken was reduced to a few leg and wing bones. The rest, the breast cavity, neck, and skull bones, had been consumed. After tidying up, Tetsuhi had the novice clean the area and resumed reading a sutra. He sat there, immovable as a mountain, like a demon lord. 3 days passed. Tetsuhi summoned the abbot and said, 3 days have elapsed. It seems this benefactor is somewhat distant. However, the temple's funds surely do not belong to just one benefactor. The one you seek is likely only one among many, yes? Tell me, has my bounty been withdrawn? It has been withdrawn. I had someone notify immediately. From now on, within the land of fire, your name shall never again appear in the gold exchange. Not only was Tetsuhi's name removed, but even Tsunade's was expunged. None knew when Tetsuhi might whimsically return to wreak havoc. You dare to list my teacher? That would be catastrophic. Were it not for Tetsuhi's exorbitant compensation demand, the abbot would have preferred not to trouble the benefactors. Yet, he could not avoid notifying them, for he dared not touch the 30 billion ryo. Though the temple's financial reserves held the sum, spending it would be tantamount to death. Let that killing god contend with the benefactors. This old monk merely seeks wealth. Tetsuhi nodded approvingly. You are sensible. If the benefactors refuse, then you, abbot, must provide me a list of those who contributed. If you have done well, I shall spare your life and leave 10% for your temple. Do not worry about retaliation. The dead do not seek vengeance. The abbot's heart trembled involuntarily. He seriously calculated what 10% amounted to and, upon realizing the figure, could not help but entertain dark thoughts, hoping the benefactors would not be so wise. On the 5th day, a palanquin shaped like a coffin, guarded by a group of warriors, leisurely approached. Here came the benefactors. A benefactor wearing powdered makeup and a flamboyant robe stepped out, voice androgynous. "Where is he? Go. Bring him to me. The money, have the 30 billion ryo arrived?" Tetsuhi's voice filled the temple, sounding as if whispered into every ear. Clang, clang, clang. A host of warriors drew their swords, shielding the benefactor. How dare a mere shinobi be so audacious? A leader of the guards bellowed, eyes wide as copper coins, glaring fiercely. This warrior wielded a sword technique called the Furious Cleave of the Cleansing Heart, which harnessed anger to incite rage through sound, thereby plunging the wielder into a state of pure fury. Mastery of this could elevate one to a primordial realm. Alas, his fury was but a hollow show. Outrageous. The chakra that permeated the temple suddenly converged, pressing from all directions against this warrior. Blood vessels burst in his eyes, and blood trickled from his 7 orifices. Tetsuhi said, "This is but a mild warning. The 30 billion ryo, have you brought it?" The benefactor, accustomed to privilege and having encountered many shinobi, showed no fear. "Tetsuhi, do you know what you are doing? Believe me, I can revoke your Konoha registration and expel you from the village. Don't understand human speech, do you?" With a thought, Tetsuhi's chakra enveloped the benefactor's body, wrapping him like an invisible python. The benefactor was lifted into midair, face flushed crimson, mouth opening to speak but only able to emit agonized screams. After a long moment, just as the man was about to suffocate to death, Tetsuhi loosened the grip around his neck and asked once more, "The money. Have you brought it?" The benefactor gasped for breath, barely alive. I brought it. I brought it. Give it to me." He hurriedly ordered one of the accompanying warriors to use a seal to draft a document. Then the abbot was summoned, and in accordance with the official documents, he transferred 3 billion ryo to Tetsuhi. Upon receiving the funds, Tetsuhi released his chakra. The nobleman, having lost his support, plummeted from midair. The samurai hastened to serve as human shields, sparing the nobleman from an outright fatal fall. It was only then that Tetsuhi emerged from within and approached the nobleman. "How splendid this is! There is an ancient saying, a wise man knows the times. I shall accept these 3 billion ryo. Let this matter end here. As one of great magnanimity, I forgive your offenses." Tetsuhi strode out of the temple with nonchalance, departing into the distance. Only after Tetsuhi had gone far did the nobleman begin to wail in misery, swearing vengeance against him. The abbot hurried over to console him. "Lord Jihua, please do not act rashly. This is a true god of death. He genuinely dares to kill. He is unlike other shinobi." The abbot earnestly persuaded the nobleman to calm down, and the samurai standing nearby also offered counsel. Thus the matter came to a close. A green-eyed ninja clad in traditional shinobi attire, his face concealed, entered a currency exchange office, presenting a severed head. "Give me the bounty list," he demanded. The clerk handed him the list. The ninja glanced over it and exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? 130 million is missing?" He hurriedly inquired, "Has someone completed this contract?" The clerk replied, "You could say our platform nearly got wiped out, but the currency exchange's dignity must be upheld. We absolutely cannot say it like that." As the greatest power in the underworld, there was only one explanation. The employer had withdrawn the contract. Indeed, the employer no longer offered a bounty, so naturally, Tetsuhi's name vanished from the list. Kakuzu, as a bounty hunter, he did not dwell on this matter but swiftly scanned the other bounties, seeking a target that was easier to capture, yielded more money, and was nearby. After some time, he selected a target and left the exchange office. Along the way, he found himself thinking again about the 130 million. 130 million. That was the number of ordinary shinobi heads. He diligently fulfilled bounties day after day, delivering head after head, yet he had not earned even a fraction of that sum. Such a hefty bounty being withdrawn was a pity. Although he admitted to lacking the ability to execute that particular contract, he still checked the list every few days. That was the very meaning of his daily efforts. Damn the employer. You have shattered the ideals and convictions of a diligent bounty hunter who devoted himself wholeheartedly. When Kakuzu found his next target, he was still filled with resentment. Thus, that target met a particularly miserable fate. First, he was struck by a lightning-style jutsu, grounded, his body convulsing in an electric dance upon the earth. Then came a fire-style jutsu, searing his head until it was charred on the outside and tender within, the skin crisp and brittle. Next, a wind-style jutsu suppressed him. After that, a water prison technique ensnared him. Just as he neared suffocation, He was released only to be struck again by a lightning-style jutsu, a feint in the shadows. Finally, a earth spear pierced through him, impaling and torturing him for a long while before he regained his resolve. Meanwhile, Tetsuhi appeared like a bird set free, his speed accelerating from slow to swift. The chakra enveloping his body formed an extraordinarily enigmatic structure. 360 acupoints formed 180 cycles. These cycles combined with one another, creating numerous bulbous tubular formations. Surrounding his body, they constituted an intricate system of air intakes and exhaust vents. Within each bulging tube, chakra swirled at tremendous velocity along the edges. Ferocious natural energy and air were drawn inward together, compressed by a vortex. The natural energy spontaneously manifested certain properties. Flickers of firelight and arcs of electricity. The air, compressed and heated, glowed a vivid orange-red. One opening served as an intake, the other as an outlet. Behind Tetsuhi, the exhaust vents formed a series of orange-red bowls, arranged in the shape of the Magatama beads associated with the Sage of Six Paths. However, Tetsuhi's Magatama radiated heat, warping the surrounding air. His speed surpassed that of sound, leaving an exquisite roar echoing through the sky. The shinobi world had truly welcomed its first supersonic speed. Compared to Tetsuhi's hypersonic velocity, the so-called speed of the fourth raikage was akin to that of a fledgling recruit, fit only to sit at the same table as a turtle. Fast. Too fast. The sand and leaf shinobi engaged in negotiations instinctively paused, having heard the thunderous roar. Tsunade looked up toward the source of the sound and saw a long, wide, straight white line approaching from the sky. It was as if a divine being had drawn a line across the heavens, cleaving the sky in two. At the forefront of that white streak was none other than Tetsuhi. The eyes of a shinobi are keen. Tsunade immediately recognized Tetsuhi and clearly saw the orange-red flames jetting from his back. Tetsuhi's form suddenly paused midair, then expelled a burst of blazing flames in the opposite direction and rapidly descended. Beneath his feet, the orange-red, high-temperature flames roared forth. Then, as light as a feather, he floated down to the ground. On his face was a smile Tsunade knew all too well. "Teacher, long time no see. I've missed you so much." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "What sort of stunt is this? Meeting without first asking how I've been, whether I've eaten well, and instead asking what this trick is. Teacher, you disappoint me so. It's unlike you at all, not caring for your health. It's been so long. Haven't you missed me?" Tetsuhi spoke as he tilted his head back. Tsunade's sudden strike to his head missed unexpectedly. After the failed sneak attack, she shifted tactics, grabbing his head and ruffling it vigorously. "You brat, smooth-talking scoundrel. Now tell me, what was that just now? I thought you couldn't perform ninjutsu. That was fire, mixed with lightning, surely a jutsu?" Tetsuhi struggled briefly. "Teacher, I am after all the Heavenly Blade, the commander who strikes fear into the IWA and Kumo shinobi. You embarrass me so. That's my disciple." Tsunade squeezed his head even harder. Seeing Tetsuhi brought her great joy. Counting the time, it had been more than half a year since their last meeting. Orochimaru seemed to stroll over casually. Tetsuhi-kun's arrival is quite the spectacle. A flying jutsu with such presence is truly impressive. Jiraiya had come with Orochimaru, but his expression was complex. He opened his mouth to speak but was silenced by an elbow strike from Orochimaru to the kidney. Throughout the entire camp, Tetsuhi's subordinates were visibly excited. "Lord Tetsuhi. It's Lord Tetsuhi. What jutsu did he use? Amazing. Like thunder. Wonderful. With Lord Tetsuhi here, the negotiations will surely conclude swiftly." Negotiations. Everyone was weary of such talks. Tetsuhi's arrival undoubtedly infused fresh vitality into the deadlock. Mito was deeply gratified but stood alongside the Sand Shinobi emissaries without approaching. The Sand Ninja also observed Tetsuhi carefully. A black-haired youth, who appeared a child when beside Tsunade, occasionally betrayed the aura of a commander capable of leading thousands, evoking sudden dread in those who sensed it. "Is he Tetsuhi?" the third Kazekage murmured. Ebizo was silent, sighing. It seems the negotiations will soon end. When it came to strength, could they surpass the Kumo shinobi? Tetsuhi allowed Tsunade to tousle his hair for a while before saying, "All right, teacher." He took Tsunade's hand and led her to Mito. "Elder Mito, I have come to see my teacher. Please continue your talks. Consider me non-existent." Though he said so, did that mean he truly was non-existent? Mito nodded. "Very well. Then you two may speak privately. We shall not disturb you." Then he spoke to the Sand Ninja, saying, "Let us conclude today's negotiations here. We shall resume tomorrow." Thus ended the talks that had only just begun earlier that day. The sand ninja immediately began strategizing about how to proceed next. It was evident that feigning death was no longer a viable option. The arrival of Tetsuhi had exerted a pressure far more severe than they had anticipated. This stretch of time was unbearably dull. Every day was consumed by negotiations and endless quarrels with the sand ninja. If you don't come soon, you'll probably be looking at my tombstone. 'Cause of death. Boredom, Tsunade remarked as she spoke and then accompanied Tetsuhi outside to gather some mushrooms and catch a wild pheasant. The chicken you mentioned for the stew, will this bird do? Yes, that will suffice. Upon returning, Tsunade propped her chin in her hands, comfortably watching as Tetsuhi prepared the chicken stew with mushrooms. This dish had been mentioned back in the village, but they never had the chance to savor it before being sent to the front lines. Then Tsunade witnessed Tetsuhi's ingenious technique. Without igniting a fire, a single pot was levitated by chakra from outside the body. Flames similar to those earlier were emitted, and within mere minutes the cooking was complete. When the lid was lifted, an aroma immediately permeated the air. Tsunade asked, "What on earth is this?" Yet the more curious she became, the less Tetsuhi revealed. Tsunade's fists twitched slightly with impatience. However, she could not dwell on this question any longer. The pressing matter was to eat first as a form of respect. She took 2 pairs of chopsticks, handed one to Tetsuhi, and picked up a piece of meat. The meat was not even slightly dry. The fire was intense, the pressure substantial, the temperature high, and the cooking time brief. These 4 essential factors gave rise to a uniquely firm texture, bursting with rich flavor with every bite. Hot, but delicious. You should try some. I never thought chicken stew with mushrooms could taste this good. Tetsuhi also took some meat and mushrooms, eating at a leisurely pace. The 2 squatted on the ground, and in no time only a pot full of broth remained. Tsunade sipped the soup intermittently until it was all gone. I thought your fight with the Cloud Ninja would be more difficult. I was planning to rush over to help you once the negotiations ended. But I didn't expect you to come first. Come with me. I'll show you something wonderful. Tetsuhi patted his backside and stood up. Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. What is it? She asked, following him as he performed the reverse summoning technique, transporting them to the swamp bone forest. Tetsuhi led her to a storage place filled with gold taken from the bank in Yamakawa. The vast quantities of gold and silver notes startled Tsunade. This much money, did you rob the Raikage's bank? Her exclamation inadvertently hit upon the truth. Tetsuhi nodded, yes, more or less about 23 banks. 23 banks? Tsunade felt her mind strained to comprehend. 23 banks, how much gold is that? How much wealth? Even combined since its founding, Konoha probably doesn't possess this amount. A smile flickered in Tetsuhi's eyes as he said to Tsunade, Teacher, now we are wealthy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say we are the richest people in the ninja world. From now on, there will be no need to worry about any financial matters. Moreover, this money will generate even more wealth. I have also recruited many talents from the banks in the Land of Lightning, high-caliber professionals. Come, I will introduce you to them. We must change their appearance to remove the external features of the Raikage's countrymen and implant seals on them. Once that is done, we can send them out to earn money for us. Tsunade was astonished. You've thought of all this so thoroughly? Of course. The gold is just sitting there in the Sand Ninja's village. Teacher, can you bear to watch them waste it? Let us quickly prepare the personnel and retrieve the gold. Tsunade reflected, that makes sense. Why haven't I done this sooner? I've wasted precious time. She chastised herself lightly for not being proactive enough in making money. At that moment, Yamakawa's business elites were gathered in small groups, reading books or playing games like Werewolf. Upon seeing Tetsuhi, whom they regarded as a harbinger of trouble, they visibly trembled. Tetsuhi offered a friendly smile. We meet again. This time I bring you freedom, although there will be a small price to pay. You will need to change your identities and be sealed. But rest assured, you will gain far more in return. Each of you will acquire immense wealth, becoming the most successful merchants in the world, engaging only with the elite and the affluent. And you will have but one master, me. I do not restrict your freedom or your business dealings. I have no demands of you. I merely invest and hold the corresponding shares. Future tycoons, I am your lord. These words struck this group profoundly. Coupled with the gold and silver in the swamp bone forest, the persuasion was even stronger. Tsunade inquired, you will implant seals on every one of them? She thought Tetsuhi was inviting trouble. Although her chakra was abundant, handling so many people would be exhausting. Tetsuhi nodded, yes, everyone. He entrusted the sealing process to Tsunade, while he engaged with them on pathways to prosperity. First and foremost, of course, was the Sand Ninja's gold. Do you know how cheap gold is in the Sand Ninja village? You only need to pay the Sand Ninja basic labor fees, and he can dig for you all day. This is gold. Next is oil. Although the original story doesn't explicitly mention it, subtle glimpses reveal its presence. The widespread use of plastic products, like eyeglass frames and milk straws. Oil traces are everywhere. Curiously, the land of wind neither exports oil nor finished plastic products. This is the strangest part. It should have developed into a Saudi Arabia-like powerhouse, but instead, it resembles Tanzania. So, who is the oil exporter? The answer is the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning is the most modernized among the 5 great nations, bar none. Its relationship between the ninja village and the state is also the most reformed. This reform might be called the Third Reikage reform. The Third Reikage inherited the will of the Second Reikage. Essentially, this reform's direction was discussed favorably between the Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the Second Reikage. The difference is that while the Third Hokage seemingly inherited the will, it was only regarding the Uchiha. The Third Reikage, however, followed the path set by the Second Reikage and continued forward. The ninja village shed its mission hiring model, advancing beyond the experimental police force and the ninja army, becoming a part of the ruling class. It transformed into a military department of the Land of Lightning, no longer an independent ninja village but an officially organized military unit responsible internally for policing and externally for warfare. This step has actually put it a version ahead of the other 4 ninja villages. If Konoha didn't have its advantages, the Cloud Ninja Village might have dominated the ninja world, completing a true revolution in technology, economy, and politics, and utterly discarding the old ninja village model. A bespectacled man pushed up his glasses and asked, "Master, since you have such vast reserves, why not open a bank? That's the most profitable business." A bank? Tetsuhi's eyes brightened, silently chastising himself for his limited vision. See, this is why professionals are needed. How had he not thought to open a bank before? Furthermore, these people seemed to be experts, all coming from the advanced Land of Lightning. With his own military strength backing them, how could they not open a bank? Tetsuhi cut straight to the point. The bespectacled man then proceeded to explain everything in detail. Taikai, after organizing the knowledge from his previous life, grasped about 80% of it. Then, he gave the glasses-wearing man a firm pat on the shoulder. "All right, you all discuss this among yourselves. Let us start a bank. Beginning from what we know best." Tsunade interjected, "No, we agreed to go to the Sand Ninja and grab some gold. How did this suddenly turn into opening a bank?" Then she reconsidered, "Banks are even more profitable." "Well, never mind then, I'll just look forward to it." Tsunade meticulously inscribed seals, one by one, then activated them, embedding each into a person's body. She repeated the process, sealing another person. This was a simple yet impenetrable seal, targeting the heart and brain. Any attempt to break or forcibly read memories would trigger it. Beyond that, it imposed no other coercive force. The task was tedious, repetitive, and monotonous. Yet Tsunade tackled it with great vigor. After all, this was money, all hers or rather her disciples, which rounded back to hers. Meanwhile, the elites had already begun confidently outlining the framework of the bank. Under this banking hub, they integrated sectors such as petroleum, chemical industry, and gold. Taikai posed a minor question. Can we issue our own currency separately? Not now, of course, but in the future, once the bank is established, can we issue our own money? The practitioners' eyes lit up at the mention of issuing currency. They prided themselves on being elites but hadn't expected their new leader to harbor such grand ambitions. Indeed, running a bank's profits paled in comparison to the gains from issuing currency. This was entirely feasible, and these elites were brimming with confidence. Just 1/3 of the gold Taikai had plundered alone qualified them to issue currency, not to mention the substantial cash reserves Taikai already possessed. Throughout the entire ninja world, no one could force Taikai's bank into a run. Having ample reserves was an unshakable show of strength. During a roll call after emerging from the swamp-bound forest, Jiraiya seized the opportunity to inquire, "Tsunade, what have you been busy with these days?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. "None of your damn business." With that, she walked away. Taikai ignored Jiraiya entirely. He had disliked Jiraiya before and felt no different now. He had no intention of feigning cordiality with him. A slug poked its head from its ear, retracting 3 of its 4 tentacles, leaving one standing upright. After some time, everyone's seals were complete. A blonde girl began accompanying Taikai and Tsunade, tending to their daily needs. Jiraiya, wearing his usual pig-like expression, asked, "Wait, where did this beauty come from?" His gaze lingered on the woman. Tsunade snapped, "Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiraiya immediately sobered up. He then watched the 3 of them enter a tent. Once inside, Tsunade scolded Taikai, "You two never learned to behave as a child." Jiraiya was at most bold enough to peek secretly. "You're brazenly bringing her home. I swear, I'm only 9 years old this year. Taikai vehemently denied Tsunade's accusation. He was still a child. Even if he had mischievous thoughts, he couldn't act on them, right? Tsunade retorted. Jiraiya was already peeping at 5 years old. Was he that precocious? Taikai exclaimed. The blonde girl knelt quietly to the side, as if invisible. Taikai continued to argue. We ninjas can't just focus on business, right? We need a steward to run errands for us. Teacher, you have to believe in genetics across species. The more beautiful ones are the elites. Teacher, look at yourself, aren't you unrivaled in medical ninjutsu? Tsunade beamed with pride. Exactly. That's the point. Your beauty represents your intelligence. That's the essence of a medical master. Liana is also a financial genius with management experience. With this one sentence, Taikai praised 2 people simultaneously, leaving Tsunade and the blonde girl utterly delighted. At dusk, Orochimaru descended from the negotiation table and approached Taikai and Tsunade.
Taikai-kun, Tsunade.
It's truly difficult to find a moment to chat with you. Tsunade asked, what's the matter? Orochimaru focused on Taikai and said, Hehe, I'm very curious about your peculiar ninjutsu, Taikai-kun. But you've been running to the swamp-owned forest all this time. I wanted to find an opportunity to ask, but never had the chance. Now that you're free, I came to sit with you. Would you be willing to enlighten me? His tongue flicked across his lips. Taikai nodded at the blonde girl, who handed him a folder. Taikai flipped to a blank page and began sketching. It was a rough design of a turbocharger. Simple, he explained. This part is the intake, this part is the outlet. The chamber in the middle is a space where chakra spins rapidly. It requires our supreme chakra control to shape the chakra. Then, you have to multitask. Part of your focus inside the chamber forms a rapidly selective vortex. This way, natural energy and air are drawn in. After the turbocharger boosts the pressure, it vents out the other side, generating power. Essentially, Taikai briefly explained the principle. Yet Orochimaru's mind wandered elsewhere, fixated on 2 key points. Turbocharged absorption of natural energy. A different gleam appeared in his vertical pupils. What was this? Could this be another version of Sage Jutsu? A shortcut that didn't require entering a meditative state? All he needed was to use the vortex principle to absorb natural energy, then blend it with his chakra in a specific ratio. By repeatedly experimenting outside the body to find the ideal ratio, wouldn't this enable Sage Jutsu? Undeniably, Orochimaru's thinking was expansive. After a long pause, Orochimaru came back to himself and said, however, I don't think Taikai-kun was multitasking at all back then. That was definitely multitasking 360 ways. He's got more eyes on his mind than a honeycomb coal. Taikai replied, that's mistaken. Look at this. He wrote a mathematical formula on the paper, then handed the entire page to Orochimaru. Here, it's all yours. Thank you very much, Taikai-kun. Your words today have opened my eyes. Orochimaru was eager to start his experiments and didn't want to linger any longer. How had he never thought of this method to absorb natural energy before? What talent was needed? What bloodline? What sacred site? It could be realized so simply and crudely. What are you 2 talking about? Jiraiya's large head approached. Nothing, Orochimaru replied, sidestepping him. Jiraiya felt awkward but was used to it. He trailed after Orochimaru, calling out, Orochimaru, you must be hiding something from me. Speak up. Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly stopped, turned to face Jiraiya, and asked Jiraiya, how can one further improve chakra control based on treading water? Separately, Jiraiya could explain what treading water and chakra control were, and though his theories might not be perfectly accurate, they were effective in practice. But combined, and with the premise of improving chakra control based on treading water, this question was far beyond Jiraiya's grasp. He opened his mouth, uttered a couple of sounds, feeling as absurd as if someone had asked him what day the 8th day of the week was. Eventually, growing exasperated, he blurted, what kind of question is that? The Iron Fire technique demands an exceptionally advanced level of chakra control to be wielded effectively, Orochimaru explained casually. Jiraiya responded, then why don't you just ask Iron Fire himself? Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. Only someone like him would dare to ask such a shameless question. As the illustrious Orochimaru, inquiring about the underlying principles of a jutsu was acceptable and befitting his stature. But to ask about the fundamental methods of chakra control training? That was utterly beneath him. He resolved to ponder it on his own. There was no reason to seek guidance on such rudimentary matters. Besides, his mind was currently preoccupied with organizing his plan for absorbing natural energy. Harnessing the vortex of chakra to absorb natural energy, he noted, involved wind that carried both the force of gusts and the intense heat of flames. The first issue he had to address was the problem of high temperature. If left unresolved, He might not know whether natural energy was being absorbed, but he would certainly end up as a charred husk. Immersed deeply in the framework of sage art absorption, Orochimaru remained confined indoors, while Tsunade and the Iron Fire master-apprentice duo ventured out to explore the landscapes of the Land of Rivers. Jiraiya, meanwhile, felt utterly abandoned. To stave off boredom, he played the role of a mascot at every negotiation, sitting silently with a stern expression, merely passing the time. The mighty river flowed relentlessly. On the northern mountaintop, Tsunade, employing her supreme medical chakra control, constructed a complete turbocharged chakra conduit along her forearms. Within this, a stream of chakra spun at breakneck speed, expelling natural energy and plasma-like air. The high-temperature flame spewed out over 10 feet, as thick as a bucket and perfectly straight. Wherever the flame passed, the earth reeked of scorched air. A bowl-sized, glossy blackened patch, reminiscent of burnt plastic, appeared on the ground. Tsunade lightly waved her arm, delivering punches into the void. She needed no exertion. This flame burned far hotter than any great fireball technique by several degrees, unleashing absolute destructive power. Moreover, it could be manipulated between her left and right hands, even detached from them to become larger, say with an outlet diameter expanding to 10 or 20 feet. Tsunade's chakra permitted such dimensions. Teacher, just tell me about this move, the monstrous flame fist. Is it righteous or not? Iron Fire inquired. No matter how you strike, it can play with finesse on a small scale or unleash devastating force on a large scale. It's the epitome of violent aesthetics. Tsunade chuckled. You dare call that a fist? If I believed your nonsense, the enemies wouldn't find peace in death. Ninja combat is deception itself. My control is only SOSO. If I could reach your level, I could soar through the skies at high speed. Alas, without reaching the innate realm, my capabilities remain limited. Iron Fire said, Teacher, do you want to fly? I'll take you up. Grasping Tsunade's hand, Iron Fire instructed her to relax while he used chakra to support her, advising her not to resist. Complying, Tsunade loosened up. Iron Fire's 360 chakra points began inhaling and exhaling chakra, forming one conduit after another, propelling them skyward. They pierced through the lower cloud layer, then the second, then the third. All the birds were now beneath their feet, as were the clouds. The Earth's curvature appeared softened, veiled in a misty gray. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a sound of awe. The contours of the three great nations, the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of water, were sketched out below. Directly beneath lay the land of rivers, the land of bears, and the land of tea. One could even make out ships coming and going at the port of the land of bears. How do you feel, teacher? Iron Fire asked. Seeing the world from such an altitude, Tsunade was deeply moved by the sensation of standing atop the summit, surveying all the mountains below. Her fear of heights vanished at this genuine elevation, replaced only by wonder. We must be the first to reach such heights, she mused. Iron Fire glanced upward at even loftier altitudes. We could go higher, all the way to the moon, though there's no real need. This height was a first for him as well. Here, within the natural energy, there seemed to be something different, an energy of cosmic origin, sharing the same root as natural energy but manifesting in a distinct form. He carefully sensed this energy and, after a moment, plunged downward. Their destination, the land of bears. They landed in a dense forest, the scene reminiscent of a meteor strike. Land of bears? I'm quite interested in this star, Tsunade said. Let us study it. But star belongs to the Star Ninja Village, Tsunade cautioned. If we meddle, it could sour relations between Konoha and Star Ninja Village. Although the land of bears is small, I'm wary of diplomatic troubles. Iron Fire replied, then we just change our headbands. Simple and blunt. He procured 2 mist ninja headbands and swapped their clothing. Tsunade hesitated. Are you sure this is all right? Feels a bit hasty. Yet beneath her doubts, a spark of excitement flickered. A slug emerged from Iron Fire's ear, crawling atop it. This star is dangerous. Iron Fire, you must be careful. But with your sage arts, handling the star should be no problem. The slug's 4 antennae twitched, hesitating whether to reveal that the star was a fragment of the divine tree. Iron Fire said, it's just a simple study, no risk involved. Star Ninja Village was a tiny hamlet, its elders, adults, and children all belonging to one family. Fewer than 30 people in total. Iron Fire tallied their numbers mentally, thinking, my relatives in my past life outnumber this entire ninja village. The scale disparity among ninja villages in this world was staggering. A cough echoed from a wooden hut perched on a northern hillside. The sound betrayed the occupant's frailty. Iron Fire paid little heed. This was likely an unfortunate soul whose body had been ravaged by radiation from training with the star. The Star Ninja Village had chosen this path themselves, driven by dreams of dominating the ninja world. No one else was to blame and he felt no sympathy. His gaze swept over a cluster of buildings until he located the star itself. A faint energy surged, alternating irregularly between cold and heat, ebbing and flowing like tides. The energy was so subtle that Iron Fire could detect it, but Tsunade sensed nothing at all. Compared to the Heshibi Jade from the Great Tang Twin Dragon saga, this energy was not even remotely comparable. Iron Fire chuckled. The Heshibi had to be locked away in a bronze palace. But this star, though nearby, its tidal energy was so faint. Still, the cold-heat alternation matched the descriptions from Great Tang Twin Dragons. Extending a chakra conduit, Iron Fire confined his voice within it, whispering to Tsunade, "Teacher, hold the formation here. I'll be back shortly." With a confident stride, he approached the room where the star was kept. Inside, a group of ninjas sat cross-legged, densely packed within 3 meters of the star, engaged in intense training. They were unaware of Iron Fire's arrival. He felt the cold heat energy strengthen somewhat, attempting to disturb his chakra. Unfortunately for them, the interference was minimal. The attributes of cold and heat themselves could not perturb his chakra. It was the energy behind these fluctuations that caused the disturbance. Yet, this energy was scarce. Tiko's touch was remarkably gentle. With his fingertips, he methodically rendered each ninja in the room unconscious. He dared not unleash his chakra, lest this fragile group turn and meld with nature at the slightest provocation. His sole purpose was to retrieve the star, not to spill blood. The star appeared to be an ordinary meteorite, yet as he approached, a tidal wave of alternating cold and heat energy surged intensely. Tiko grasped it firmly, and the star seemed to recognize its destined master in an instant, pouring its scant energy into Tiko's body. The cold and hot energies flowed along his chakra meridians. The opposing forces, like rootless floating duckweed, circled through the meridians a few times before vanishing. During this process, Tiko's consciousness felt as if it had left his body.
Witnessing a fantastical spectacle.
A towering, three-eyed, white-eyed man with twin horns sprouted a seed from the void, and a tree grew rapidly, draining the entire planet's vitality. At the tree's pinnacle, a single fruit appeared, the chakra fruit. The tree served as a tool for energy transformation. More precisely, it converted secondary-level energy into tertiary-level energy. In this universe, energy in the vacuum is first-level energy. Natural energy formed through planetary transformation is second-level energy. And the energy further transformed by the divine tree is third-level energy. Almost instinctively, Tiko comprehended this entire sequence through the information conveyed by the star. The three-eyed figure must be an Otsutsuki, he thought. Fascinating. Could he be the primordial ancestor who planted the tree? This notion flickered through Tiko's mind as he examined the star in his hand once more. Devoid of energy, the star disintegrated into dust, slipping through his fingers. It was exactly like the description of the Heshibi Jade in the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, sharing the same nature. Was this a testament to the interconnectedness of excellent works, or did the path to innate advancement truly lie here? Tiko was uncertain, but he surmised that the underlying logic of the world must be consistent. Tiko glanced at the star ninjas and thought to himself, in a way, I've saved your lives. This thing is deadly to you but too insignificant for me. It has none of the marrow-drilling effect of the Heshibi. It only offered me a small fragment of information. His mind stirred again, and he seized a kunai from one of them, writing a line on the wall. In the One-Shin Ninja Village lies an otherworldly stone from beyond the heavens, capable of aiding cultivation. One's heart yearns for it. Thus I have come by moonlight to retrieve it. Fear not, for since ancient times, treasures dwell with those of virtue. My virtue, lofty as mountains and vast as seas, commands this stone's reverence. This is destiny. For the signature, after some thought, he shamelessly inscribed Chu Liuxiang. Emerging from within, Tsunade inquired, how did it go? Tiko sighed. Alas, the star was too fragile. It shattered. So, you mean all that effort was for naught? The star broke? She asked. Yeah, I thought it would be useful. But that pitiful amount of energy was useless to me. He replied, disappointment etched on his face. Little did he realize the star had indeed exerted its influence on him. Only those at the innate realm could truly harness its power. The cold and heat energies had entered his body, subtly infusing his flesh and spirit with a deeper layer of energy. Though scant in quantity, these energies were of exceptional quality. They would gradually and imperceptibly enhance Tiko's body and aptitude, step by step guiding his evolution. Tsunade then asked, shall we return now? Tiko said, since we're already in the land of bears, let us enjoy ourselves. How can we not taste the seafood? Besides, this is a port city, nothing is lacking here. He posed a rhetorical question to Tsunade. At this, Tsunade's eyes brightened, grasping his meaning. Tiko nodded, yes, teacher, you guessed right. A little gambling for amusement, after all. One should indulge their own master. Tsunade now gambled merely for pleasure, without recklessness. Ninjas still maintained some semblance of self-control. It was the perfect opportunity to have some fun and lift her spirits. Then let us start with lobster. Amid the clamorous bustle of the dock, the two master and disciple strolled the streets, awaiting the fisherman's return. Only by dusk did the fishing vessels come ashore. Tiko and Tsunade removed their forehead protectors, resembling a pair of siblings. They carefully selected over 10 large lobsters, and only after paying did they leave fully satisfied. They then went to a household. Only the female head of the house was present, a girl about 17 or 18 years old. Her husband was said to be a dock worker, though Tiko doubted even the punctuation of that claim. Who among dockworkers lived in a detached two-story villa with exquisite furnishings? But it did not matter. Had it been an ordinary family, there would have been neither enough pots and pans for Tiko's use, nor would he bear to bully them. The hostess, Keiko, watched the pair with unease. Wait, you really came just to borrow the kitchen? Tsunade enjoyed dipping her lobster in sauce. Tiko's sauce was fresh and spicy, rich and delicate in flavor. Tsunade's mouth was coated with the sauce, while Tiko preferred the pure taste of the lobster itself, savoring its natural freshness without any seasoning. As they ate, Tiko spoke of the port in the land of bears. Teacher, what do you think of this port? The volume of incoming and outgoing goods seems considerable. Tsunade was taken aback. You mean seize this port, then invest heavily in its development? Not only would we profit from the merchant ships coming and going, but the bay formed by the land of fire to the north, the land of tea, and the land of bears is a natural fishing ground. We could fish locally, then use sealing techniques to build a fresh seafood preservation base. I recall the village has some scrolls for storing bodies, right? If we enlarge their capacity and reduce production costs to allow reuse, we could transport fresh seafood everywhere. Tiko's enthusiasm grew as he shared his vision. Think about it. In the land of earth, can they even get fresh sea fish? The land of wind lacks even water. All of these are resources we could market. Imagine the demand. Tsunade was astonished by Tiko's idea. Using body-sealing scrolls for seafood was something she had never considered. Yet it was indeed feasible. Ninja bodies were sealed in such scrolls to preserve them from decay, maintaining their original state for long periods. This ensured that the intelligence they carried remained intact. Generally, before all intelligence was extracted, bodies were not buried. In Konoha, there was a specialized group of ninjas who performed this task. Using body-sealing scrolls for seafood? Tsunade nodded, clearly recognizing the plan's viability. This business had potential but required a great deal of manpower. Tiko added, in the past, fishermen had no good methods for handling large catches. With our approach, none of it would be wasted. We have ample time to manage these issues. After a moment, he glanced at Keiko. Teacher, you know genjutsu, right? Tsunade rolled her eyes and formed hand seals. Though her genjutsu was rough, it was more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary person. She compelled Keiko to thoroughly clean all kitchen scraps, erasing any trace of their presence before they departed. When Keiko regained consciousness, she felt as if she had been daydreaming, realizing that quite some time had passed. Returning to the encampment in the land of rivers, Tetsuhi promptly made another journey to the wetbone forest to convene with the elites, discussing the pivotal strategic layout for the port in the land of bears. The specifics of the plan, funding, and other matters were left to the elites to resolve independently. They raised some challenging issues. Constructing a port would necessitate sufficient military protection. Master, we require an ample number of shinobi and samurai to contest the territory. Without them, we simply cannot safeguard our interests. A trivial matter. While it might pose a difficulty to others, to Tetsuhi, was it not merely a matter of shinobi? He commanded so many under his banner that dispatching a few at will was more than adequate. With a call, he declared that those coveted positions would be fiercely contested. Hesitation, even momentary, would result in losing those spots to others. Who would not wish to serve as a loyal vassal to Lord Gyokoryu? After some contemplation, Tetsuhi said, complete the plan for this single dock as swiftly as possible. Once you have perfected it here, I will send reinforcements to assist you in securing the port. Though he spoke only of the port, in reality, this encompassed the entirety of the land of bears, parts of the land of tea, the borderlands of the land of fire, and an entire bay. This cadre of commercial elites, captivated by such grand designs of territorial expansion, devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the endeavor. Tetsuhi was in no rush, allowing them to strive for utmost perfection. Orochimaru, reclusive as ever, arrived uninvited, and Jiraiya entered the tent to find Orochimaru seated cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by scrolls unfurled, each covered with dense writing. Jiraiya could not quite comprehend what was inscribed. He inquired, "What are these? Sealing techniques? They do not seem like it. Don't touch them. Step back." Orochimaru suddenly spoke as Jiraiya reached to touch a scroll. His hoarse chuckle carried a hint of mockery. "Mistaking mathematics for sealing techniques? Jiraiya, you truly are a unique talent." Then, abruptly, Orochimaru fell silent and appeared lost in thought, completely dazed. Jiraiya wondered, what's wrong with Orochimaru? Acting so erratically, saying nothing more? Before he could ponder further, Orochimaru slapped his thigh with a sharp clap. "Sealing techniques?" "Yes."
Sealing technique.
"To encapsulate the Uzumaki turbocharger as a sealing technique. Encapsulate the technique within sealing arts, dividing it into the shell, rotor, insulation, and air separation components." The mere mention of the three words, sealing technique, sparked in Orochimaru's mind a method to circumvent chakra control from the perspective of sealing arts, transforming a problem that required multitasking into one needing no mental effort at all. Controlling the sealing technique alone would suffice to complete the seal. In that case, I will still need a chakra reservoir to supply my own chakra. The next step involves precise proportional control through quantity, reapplying the seal to maintain the ratio at an optimal state. I simply need to store chakra in the seal during ordinary times, then allow sage chakra to mature fully within this pool, ready for direct infusion when needed. "Ababa, Jiraiya muttered. "You're still here, Jiraiya? Perfect. Since you have so much free time, come help me with a favor." Orochimaru tossed an invitation to Jiraiya. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Jiraiya got down on the ground, drawing seals with his hips raised. After numerous failures, Orochimaru finally succeeded in using chakra and sealing techniques to fix the shape of a standard Uzumaki turbocharger, then sealed the internal rotor once more. Upon completing the final sealing scroll representing chakra storage, Jiraiya felt utterly drained, as if he had been wrung dry by 70 or 80 middle-aged women in a red light district. "I want to die. I'm never coming back here again." Orochimaru treated him neither as a comrade nor as a person. Orochimaru's expression was the polar opposite, his vertical pupils gleaming with a strange exhilaration. Reverently, he activated the scroll, simultaneously controlling the input power of natural energy and infusing his own chakra. The moment the two energies met, they intertwined. When inputting his chakra, Orochimaru mediated it through a seal, a common one often applied to the intelligence unit's computers, capable of digitizing chakra. Here, the effect manifested as a numerical value growing with the amount of chakra input. Unfortunately, at this frontline location, conditions were rudimentary. Where a display screen should have been used, they had to settle for a simplified measuring device, a shuriken scale strung with steel wire. The scale was divided into 4 groups, accurate to the 3rd decimal place. When chakra reached a corresponding value, a shuriken would be nudged forward, moving incrementally from one end to the other, resembling abacus beads that could be flicked back and forth, except it was chakra doing the flicking. One had to admit, Orochimaru's ingenuity in crafting such a simple tool was remarkable. Even the imaginative Tetsuhi couldn't have conceived of such a contrivance. 1 shuriken, 2 shurikens, 3 shurikens. As the chakra swelled from weak to strong, the first row of shurikens shifted one by one until the 6th could move no further. At that point, the signal transmitted to the 2nd row, which moved 1 shuriken. The 3rd row moved 8, the 4th 7, 6, 5, 6, 8. The shurikens in the 4th row oscillated violently, indicating Orochimaru was meticulously fine-tuning the system. A profoundly unfamiliar sense of pressure emanated from the chakra pool as sage chakra was stably stored within it. Orochimaru declared, "It's done. Sage chakra? Already complete?" Jiraiya gaped in disbelief. What, then, was my training at Mount Myaboku? I risked my life countless times, endured beatings, nearly transformed into toads, grasshoppers, and insects until I was sickened before achieving sage mode. And yet this fellow Orochimaru had merely stacked a series of sealing techniques to forcibly construct a sage mode. It was simply. Orochimaru paid no heed to Jiraiya's inner turmoil. "Come, Jiraiya, prepare to transfer these seals onto me." Having spoken, he began modularizing his input power, fixing it into a sealing technique of rated absorption capacity. This particular seal appeared quite complex. To ensure stability, many sealing units resembling capacitors were embedded within it. Orochimaru remarked that it's never wrong to master more knowledge. He had painstakingly assembled experimental apparatus and data recording computers, fully understanding the sealing techniques behind these devices. Their input, output, and logic modules were easily handled. By sheer chance, he applied them here to sage techniques. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sprawled across the floor, copying seals onto scrolls. To transfer these seals onto Orochimaru's body, This was indispensable. While working, he grumbled, Orochimaru, your sage mode is unorthodox. True sage mode requires diligent training. Orochimaru chuckled, enough boasting, Jiraiya. Once I accumulate sufficient sage chakra, we shall have an exchange of sage techniques and see if my sage mode matches your claims. The smooth progress of the sage technique delighted Orochimaru immensely. Watch me leave you, you slippery snake. Gnashing your teeth, Jiraiya boasted shamelessly. Humph. I'll be waiting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, silently calculating. It seems my future combat style must change as well. Techniques relying on summoning, shadow snakes, and similar methods cannot unleash the full power of sage techniques. The strength of sage techniques lies in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Genjutsu and summoning alone will not suffice. The summoning technique itself operates through contracts to call forth entities, consuming chakra in the process. However, the summoned creatures remain unaffected by whether one uses ordinary chakra or sage chakra. The true potency of sage techniques manifests most directly in ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, Orochimaru chuckled. Ever since he developed a series of summoning techniques optimized for the maximum efficient utilization of the Ryuchi cave creatures, treating the great snakes and smaller serpents of the Ryuchi cave as expendable resources, he had seldom relied on other ninjutsu. But that did not mean he was incapable. Orochimaru not only mastered them but possessed proficiency across various elemental ninjutsu, earning him the reputation as a lower-tier version of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Those disgusting creatures in the Ryuchi cave, if left unused, would surely proliferate endlessly. The thought of the snake population overrunning the Ryuchi cave gave Orochimaru a headache. He pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to launch a massive strike on the Ryuchi cave, eradicating the snake hordes entirely. When he initially developed this entire summoning system, his purpose was precisely ecological balance, to prevent their numbers from growing too large and spilling out to cause harm. Indeed, at this point, Orochimaru still retained some humanity. He respected life to some extent. His exploitation of the Ryuchi cave snakes stemmed purely from malice. After all, whether the venomous snakes or his enemies perished, he felt no sorrow. The more that died, the better. He schemed. Once the war concluded, Jiraiya and Tsunade would be present. Yes, and also Tetsuko-kun. Combining the power of the four of us, though it might still fall short against the snake sage, should suffice to cleanse the rest completely. Resolving this in his mind, he then resumed contemplating the combinational use of his ninjutsu. Jiraiya quickly sketched out more than half of the seals. After about 15 minutes, he completed the final stroke. Orochimaru, it's ready. Orochimaru seated himself at the center of the sealing formation. Jiraiya arranged all the scrolls in their respective positions, then input chakra into the activation port, initiating the seal. The first step saw the seals from the 5 scrolls flow forth, leaving the scrolls blank. The second step involved the sigils of the seals orderly crawling onto Orochimaru's body. Black sealing runes spread across his form, converging on his forehead to form a circular pattern resembling a black sun, edged with flame motifs, enclosing a diamond-shaped hollow in the center. All the sealing runes contracted inward. Orochimaru rose deliberately, ceasing the extraction of chakra. After waiting for the chakra within his body to be fully absorbed, he released the seal. Black flame-like cloud patterns radiated from his forehead, covering his face and body. His eyes transformed into a frenzied amber hue, the vertical pupils contracting into thin slits. Sage chakra flowed out from the chakra pool, permeating his body. Instantly, Orochimaru's senses elevated to an entirely new dimension. His hearing, sense of smell, and vision all greatly surpassed their previous states. The entire world seemed reborn. So this was how vibrant the world could be. Sage techniques, this was truly sage technique. The sensation was absolutely marvelous. What was I before? Merely a cramped, suffocating container where every sensation, even the wind brushing against the skin or the warmth of clothing, was confined and stifling. And now this freedom, this is sage technique? This is truly sage technique. Such bliss was a temporary transcendence of life's very essence, irresistible to Orochimaru. Even without any ninjutsu or additional power enhancement, it was utterly captivating. It was indeed utterly exquisite. He performed a body flicker technique to exit the tent. Under the sage state, combined with the altered mass of his chakra and heightened senses, the distance he could traverse in an instant was greatly extended. After a few flickers, he had left the camp's perimeter and arrived at a desolate valley. Jiraiya hurried to follow, arriving at the valley moments later. Sensei, Orochimaru has mastered sage mode. The innate chakra unique to those born with natural talent just manifested, and Tetsuko sensed it. Shall we take a look? Let us go. Tsunade was about to depart but was uncertain of the direction, so she let Tetsuko lead. You lead the way. the master and disciples stepped into the valley. Before their eyes stood Orochimaru's tall figure, calmly forming hand seals with both hands pressed to the ground. The earth instantly melted into a swamp, not only vast in area but also deep. Yet this was not the most important part. The swamp's power to trap and absorb chakra had multiplied. Orochimaru naturally realized this upon performing the technique. He stood up as the ground solidified once more. Turning to Tsunade and Tetsuko, he smiled hoarsely. Much thanks to Tetsuko-kun, I was able to master Sage Mode in this manner. Tetsuko smiled in return. This must be an incredible surprise for Salamander Hanzo. Originally, Salamander Hanzo was to have defeated the 3 legendary Sannin, then spared them and bestowed upon them their titles. If he had encountered this combination of Sage Mode Orochimaru, the justice-driven original Jiraiya and Tsunade who had the same caliber, would he still have granted the Sannin titles? Orochimaru said, Salamander Hanzo? No matter how well he planned, it is certain to fail. After speaking, he frowned. The Sage Chakra had already been exhausted within the span of performing a ninjutsu, the body flicker technique, and this brief conversation. He was once again rejected by the world, confined back into his cramped state. Jiraiya asked curiously, Tsunade, Tetsuko, what brings you here? Tsunade replied, just came to have a look. Congratulations, Orochimaru. Such a pity this feeling is so fleeting. Having personally experienced such wondrous sensation through his own senses, he now felt a profound disdain for his current mortal state. Yet this was the nature of Sage Mode, and he had no choice but to accept it, though he remained unaware of Tetsuko's innate talent. Present, only 2 people in this world understood its secrets, Tetsuko and Sarutobi Tsukumo. Moreover, the path of a warrior differed fundamentally from that of a ninja. Salamander Hanzo had been waiting, but the prolonged negotiations between the Sand Ninja and Konoha had begun to test his patience. Intelligence from Konoha indicated Tetsuko was present here as well. Tetsuko, no one would overlook a battlefield god because of age. Yet challenging Tetsuko was somewhat beyond Salamander Hanzo's capability. He did not even feel confident of victory. Tetsuko's record on the battlefield, publicly known, was terrifying. Forcing the mighty Third Raikage to such extremes was itself proof of his strength. The certification of the strongest shield and the strongest spear was enough to make Salamander Hanzo abandon all contempt. With this man here, I must find a way to avoid him. Otherwise, my strategic intent cannot proceed. But how should I evade him? He drummed his fingers on the wooden table, producing dull, insistent thuds. Suddenly, a scent of earth filled the air. Salamander Hanzo halted abruptly, tensing. Who's there? Then he saw an old man, white-haired, gaunt-faced, with one eye surrounded by concentric cold purple rings, and the other eye bearing the Sharingan. Salamander Hanzo said, You are you an Uchiha? I am but a ghost, roaming the liminal space between life and death, wandering endlessly in search of the soul's return. The old man's voice was low and hoarse. Hanzo the salamander fixed his gaze upon him, yet his eyes bypassed the elder's own, lingering instead on his shoulders. Why utter these cryptic words? What is your true intention? Speak plainly. The elder replied, I can render you a small favor. Divert that iron fire for you. Naturally, in return, I shall require a trifling favor from you. What? There are some medical aid personnel here, members of the Uzumaki clan, aren't there? I require a youthful host. You need only fulfill our bargain. The host shall remain under your care. Rest assured, this transaction will be secure. The elder calmly decreed the fate of the Uzumaki clan aiding the land of rain. Hanzo the salamander pondered for a long moment, then said, Very well. I cannot refuse this deal. Then, the Uzumaki clan must simply endure hardship. Without further delay, the Uzumaki clan's residence lay in a small village on the edge of the land of rain. Ayase and Fusong returned home, forcing faint smiles. They wished to shield their child from knowledge of the turmoil in the land of whirlpools. These clanspeople aiding the land of rain had endured endless quarrels, disputes that had become almost daily occurrences since the incident in the land of whirlpools. Some condemned Konoha, their ally, others harbored deep-seated hatred for the Cloud Ninjas, while some resolved to stay, believing the root cause lay in the wars between nations. They saw their current actions as swimming against the tide, striving to halt the cycle and prevent future tragedies from recurring. Outside the village, the elder stood shrouded in darkness, the wind tossing his white hair wildly, resembling a specter. Hashirama, you were mistaken. Those who perpetuate your errors must be corrected. As for me, I shall personally bring this all to an end. I have discovered a method to prolong life. All the Uzumaki will perish, save for that child named Nagato. He will become my life. This was a unique ability awakened after he obtained the Rinnegan. No, more precisely, it was a form of connection. This connection was him, the eyes and the tree. It was a peculiar tree. Ever since he awakened the Rinnegan, it had been summoned, ceaselessly absorbing his chakra like an insatiable glutton. Even with Hashirama cells, it was difficult to endure. Both body and mind aged under this voracious consumption. But who was he? Madara Uchiha. He soon unraveled the relationship between himself, the Rinnegan, and this tree. Then what if reversed? Transplant the Rinnegan into an individual with an enormous chakra reserve. Then let the divine tree absorb that person's chakra. He would become the ultimate provider, receiving chakra from the divine tree. Relying on the vitality of Hashirama cells combined with a never-ending chakra supply, his lifespan could be prolonged indefinitely, until the limit of Hashirama cell division was reached. But who knew where that limit lay? That mechanism was akin to a perpetual motion machine. It seemed capable of dividing endlessly, forever and ever. Madara did not understand why, yet the reason was simple. This was the very essence of the Otsutsuki clan's life trait. Chakra itself required extraction from both physical and spiritual energy. In other words, the process of refining chakra was fundamentally the same for both the Otsutsuki and the shinobi of the ninja world. The Otsutsuki who had not consumed the divine tree's fruit still possessed chakra and power. The difference between those who had eaten and those who had not was akin to the difference between ordinary ninjas and Jinchuriki. Under the same underlying logic, the Otsutsuki were nearly immortal because the division of their cells seemed boundless. To the people of the ninja world, this was life exchanged for power. To the Otsutsuki, it was merely splitting cells repeatedly with no cost, no death, no side effects. Yet, for some reason, Madara could clearly sense the vitality of Hashirama cells and devised such a bizarre scheme. A shadow slipped out beside him. Is it about to begin, Lord Madara? The voice brimmed with anticipation, but beneath it lay a deeper apprehension. Madara was reckless in some respects, yet a genius when it came to ninjutsu and combat. His ideas always soared beyond conventional thought, striking at the blind spots of the shadow's mind. Take this very scene, for example. Seeking a youth from the Uzumaki clan, transplanting the Rinnegan into him, then siphoning chakra and vitality from the boy to transfer to the divine tree. Treating the divine tree as a nutrient reservoir, connecting it to his own body through an intravenous conduit, allowing the tree's nourishment to flow directly to him. Could such an eccentric thought process be conceived by an ordinary person? Yet Madara had conceived it. Kurizetsu muttered, I always feel like a clown in this regard. Several shinobi bearing Konoha headbands infiltrated the village, swiftly launching an assault. Two of them burst into Ise and Fusong's home. Faced with the unmasked murderous intent of the Konoha shinobi, Ise urged Fusong to flee with Nagato, shielding them with his own body. Unfortunately, he was no fighter. Yet, at the moment he was struck by a kunai, he suddenly realized this was not a Konoha ninja. How could Konoha shinobi be so incompetent? Alas, he could no longer speak. Use! Fusong's scream tore the heart as she was struck down by a blade. Nagato stared blankly at the scene. Then his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Madara Uchiha appeared behind the two shinobi. Just as they were about to report, Madara's withered hand reached out, grasped their throats, and strangled them to death. He approached Nagato, who was now ensnared in his genjutsu, unconscious. This entire scene would be fabricated to appear as if Nagato himself had awakened the Rinnegan and slain the two shinobi. Madara extended his hand, removed his own Rinnegan, and implanted it into Nagato's eyes. Nagato's original eyes seemed to blur, merging seamlessly with the transplanted Rinnegan. Madara executed this with practiced ease, having done it more than once. Such was the formidable power of the bloodline. Let us return to base, Madara said to Kurizetsu and Hakazetsu beside him, turning to leave. In the small village, the cycle of slaughter persisted. Both sides suffered casualties. These peace-loving Uzumaki were hardly combatants. They were not the fighting type of shinobi. Without Hanzo the Salamander's intervention, the Rain ninjas alone lacked sufficient strength. Thus, amidst the fierce battle, some of the Uzumaki managed to escape. Madara's base was a vast subterranean cavern in the land of grass, where a gigantic tree sprawled in one corner. Madara watched Hakazetsu climbing up and down, connecting tube after tube to his body. Streams of chakra trickled into him, invigorating his spirit and nourishing his body. It was as if a parched riverbed had finally welcomed rain, ready to regain its former majestic flow. Next, he needed to prepare enough Sharingan. When the time came, he could use Izanagi to repeatedly revert himself to a healthier state. With a sufficient number of eyes, he could return to the zenith of his combat prowess at the decisive moment, dancing alongside the world's shinobi and establishing a new order in the ninja world. At present, the Sharingan in his possession were insufficient, still those he had taken when he left the Uchiha clan long ago. During the first great ninja war, he managed to gather some more, approximately 80 in number. Such a meager quantity was utterly insufficient to restore him to his former pinnacle of power. Henceforth, he had to continue collecting enough Sharingan eyes. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, who were aiding the Land of Rain, was a masterstroke achieving 3 objectives with a single arrow. First, it eliminated the lingering shadow left by Hashirama Senju. Second, it successfully provided him with a vessel to sustain his life force. And third, it effectively framed the Hidden Leaf Village. From then on, the Uzumaki clan could never return to Konoha. The fate of the Uzumaki clan diverged starkly between wandering the ninja world and settling in Konoha. Wandering, their chakra would scarcely find much use. But in Konoha, with access to its vast ninjutsu resources, the situation was entirely different. Nagato awoke slowly, feeling a wave of dizziness and a strange alteration in his vision. Struggling to rise, he saw his deceased parents and the Konoha shinobi who had broken into his home. He cried out for his mother and father, but the corpses gave no response. After a long moment, he realized he must lay his parents to rest properly. Lord Madara, that boy Nagato has left the village and was driven away while begging in town. In the afternoon, it rained, and he took refuge in a cave on Mt. Seki. Came the report. Lord Madara, Nagato encountered a blue-haired little girl named Konan. She then brought him to a base where all the children were orphans. Konan gave him a piece of moldy bread. The report continued. A white creature, known as White Zetsu, repeatedly came and went, reporting Nagato's movements to Uchiha Madara. Regarding his source of life, Madara could not afford negligence. What if he were accidentally killed? The more fundamental the matter, the more cautious one must be. White Zetsu's tone was exceedingly comical, his voice resembling that of a eunuch. These beings were all created by Madara's will, infused with Hashirama's cells as a reminder of Black Zetsu. Occasionally, Madara wondered, what mysteries did Hashirama's cells truly harbor? Yet, such musings seemed futile to him, insignificant compared to his grand design. Negotiations between the Sand and Leaf Shinobi gradually approached their conclusion. While Tetsu contemplated his training, he suddenly sensed something watching him and moved toward the source, only to find nothing. White Zetsu trembled with fear. How terrifying, how terrifying. How could his sensory ability be so keen? He is naturally skilled at stealth and reconnaissance. Just a glance his way was enough for him to detect me. Were it not for the perfect concealment of the Kage technique, I might have been caught when I withdrew my gaze and fled. Lord Madara, that Tetsu's perception is far too sharp. As soon as I approached and merely glanced from afar, he detected me. I barely escaped, White Zetsu reported. Another White Zetsu, with wooden strips wound around his body like an Uzumaki, expressed disbelief. Impossible! How could he have found you? You must have been careless. You're talking nonsense. I was not careless. Then how did he discover you? The 2 White Zetsu bickered back and forth. Enough quarreling. Take turns keeping an eye on him. Be as cautious as possible, and do not disturb me unless necessary. To divert this fellow, I must regain some of my strength, Uchiha Madara said as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He endeavored to minimize his energy consumption. The salamander Hanzo had fulfilled his promise. Now it was his turn. Before executing his grand plan, he must avoid unnecessary complications. This condition was imperative. Perhaps further cooperation would be needed in the future. He began remotely controlling the Rinnegan, absorbing a vast amount of physical and spiritual energy from Nagato's body. Nagato in the slums merely felt dizzy and faint, as if suffering from hypoglycemia. After a while, he slipped into unconsciousness, his body running a high fever, becoming utterly limp. Oh no, Nagato is ill. What shall we do? We have no money to take him to a doctor, Konan, Yahiko, and the others argued. Before long, they devised a plan. They split up to cooperate. Yahiko and his group distracted the pharmacy clerk, while Konan sneaked inside to steal some fever medicine. Everyone, although Nagato is our new companion, we absolutely cannot abandon him. Trapped in this mire, our only chance to survive is to help one another, to embrace each other with all our strength. This is for Nagato and for ourselves. Let us go. Yahiko and the others each held a handful of dog feces, which they hurled at the pharmacy door, provoking a barrage of curses. They repeated this 2 or 3 times. The vile pharmacy owner came out wielding a broom. Once he was drawn away, Konan swiftly slipped inside and searched. Finding a bottle of fever medicine, she tucked it into her bosom and hurried out. Unluckily, she bumped into a slightly older boy, whose face was filled with malice. He reached into Konan's arms, Little radish head, let me see what good stuff you've stolen. He too was an orphan, but from another group. The land of rain, long a battlefield for the wind, earth, and fire nations, had produced countless orphans who struggled to survive, discarding their humanity in the process.
Yes.
It's medicine. I can't give it to you. Hand it over. The older boy snatched the medicine and, upon inspection, opened the bottle and swallowed a pill. The medicine was bitter, but to him, anything edible was a treasure. Though bitter, the medicine could alleviate physical suffering. Give me back the medicine. Conan lunged at the boy, who pushed her down. Fortunately, Yahiko and the others arrived just in time, encircling the boy. Scoundrel, give us back the medicine. Some held dog feces, others stones. Like small feral beasts, Yahiko helped Conan to her feet. We're all orphans. Why do you bully us? Why? The boy sneered, tossed the bottle to them, and hurried away. Conan, are you all right? The children asked with concern. She shook her head. Let us hurry back. Nagato needs the medicine. The group rushed back and administered the medicine to Nagato. Then they began worrying about their next meal. The land of rain was in dire straits. Every soul struggled to survive, but they were especially desperate. When they grew older, perhaps they could work. But for now, they had no means other than scavenging garbage and stealing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's skin gradually gained a certain luster, his entire being rejuvenating. Information about Tetsu replayed incessantly in his mind. He regarded this adversary with utmost seriousness. His own condition must be sufficiently restored. The new generation prodigy of Konoha, at the age of 8, had devastated the rock shinobi. At 9, he had forced the cloud shinobi to bow. The new generation genius of Konoha. Let me meet you and assess your caliber. His heart was torn. On one hand, he admired the new talents of Konoha. On the other, for the sake of his own plan, he was compelled to extinguish such geniuses. Yet his rationality reminded him, to eliminate Tetsu would not be easy. At least, with his current body, even if he tried to recover, he could not accomplish it. On this day, the negotiations between the Sand and Leaf Shinobi finally concluded. The Sand ultimately relinquished the land of river, but Konoha also squeezed little benefit from the impoverished sand. Meanwhile, Tetsu was focused on another matter. Who was the frequent watcher? What was the purpose behind their surveillance? Yet, the end of the negotiations could not have come at a worse time. I was about to head to the port of the Land of Bears to vie for dominance and expand my commercial territory. Suddenly, you concluded the negotiations. The end of the talks meant that Salamander Hanzo would make his move, effectively binding him to this battlefield, unable to leave and forced to remain vigilant against the Land of Rain. That night, the moon hung high in the sky, crescent-shaped like a hook. A dense fog suddenly arose within the darkness, swiftly spreading from the Land of Rain toward the Land of Fire. Tetsuhi, sensing an omen without fully understanding what was to come, warned Tsunade and the others. Be cautious. I feel something unusual tonight. He had already informed every squad captain, and just as he was turning back, he halted abruptly. Who was it? He peered in one direction. From the shadows emerged a tattered figure exuding the scent of earth, clutching a sickle. Pale hair fluttered in the darkness, while a pair of eerie crimson eyes, with a rotating magatama within, glowed. The unmistakable aura of the Uchiha clan spread out, an aura Tetsuhi knew well from battles on the Eastern Front. He instantly recognized the figure. It was Madara Uchiha. Madara chuckled darkly. Brat, blame it on your ill fortune. I have come to reap your life. Raising his sickle, it swung toward Tetsuhi like a venomous serpent, the iron chain trailing behind twisting in mysterious, arcane trajectories under the influence of chakra. The sickle's blade, sharp as fangs, aimed straight for Tetsuhi's vital points. Yet Tetsuhi remained calm and unruffled. Chakra burst forth from his body in an instant, forming a field around him. 180 distinct auras moved in seemingly complex patterns under a precise formula. The moment the sickle cut into this field, Madara knew something was amiss. The chakra affixed to the sickle was stripped away the instant it entered Tetsuhi's chakra field, rendering the weapon uncontrollable. The superiority of Sage Chakra over ordinary chakra robbed the sickle of its intended power. Martial experts who reach a certain level often choose chain sickles for their versatility, both near and far, hard and soft. But all these qualities rely on chakra to manifest. Tetsuhi's stance rendered the sickle utterly ineffective. Tetsuhi said, "You seem rather arrogant." In his mind, he was analyzing Madara and the fog. It didn't take long to realize that Madara and Salamander Hanzo must have forged an alliance. That fog was the mist concealment technique, likely brought by ninjas from the hidden mist village at Madara's behest. But why was Madara here? To distract me or to kill me? Drawing his blade, Tetsuhi grimly vowed, "You old bastard, just wait. After today, I'll go and cripple Nagato's prized weapons." He understood the strategy of striking at the root.
Sage technique?
Truly troublesome. He had hoped to avoid such a commotion. Madara suddenly formed hand seals, but the instant he moved, Tetsuhi did as well. His body shifted from absolute stillness to explosive motion, stomping the ground with brute force to expel a burst of chakra. The recoil was converted into instantaneous acceleration, and a force field shifted in unison, propelling a brilliant orange-red trail behind him. The speed was astonishing. Tetsuhi's blade was already raised before movement began, and by the time he moved it was too late to react. It was like lightning. Madara heard a thunderous blast explode close by, rupturing his eardrums. Blood poured from both ears as his pupils trembled. Tetsuhi surged forward with the force of a shockwave. It all happened in a flash, no time for counteraction. This maneuver was so swift that Tetsuhi couldn't change direction mid-charge, nor swing his blade widely. Speed was his unbreakable defense. This was a flaw he had sought through his spiritual intuition, an unparalleled, peerless weakness calculated as an optimal solution by his function model. Madara's Sharingan spun like the reversed wheels of a speeding car, creating afterimages. Tetsuhi's movements became crystal clear through the Sharingan's vision. Yet the clearer it got, the deeper the despair grew. Instant death is painless because it is unseen. But what if one could see it coming and yet could not escape? For the first time, Madara Uchiha, who had always led the dance, found himself being danced upon. The suffocating frustration was indescribable. He had no time to form hand seals or react further. His dark ninjutsu erupted violently, forging a colossal armored giant around him. The natural energies of heaven and earth were invisibly manipulated, filling this in-style construct with a dense protective layer. Tetsuhi's assault was halted. His blade pierced about half a foot into the giant's body, slowed by resistance. Then he quickly retreated. Madara continued his unfinished technique. Once the seals were complete, a torrent of flame spewed from the giant's mouth, engulfing entire campsites, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The giant bore 4 arms, each wielding an enormous long blade aimed at Tetsuhi, striking down with heavy, exaggerated blows. Tetsuhi appeared as a mere mouse before the giant, relying on his spiritual intuition to discern weaknesses in the flow of energy, evading Madara's strikes time and again. He dodged, observed, and calculated. The entire environment, the firestorm, Madara himself, was mirrored within his mind. Every blade of grass and tree was part of a function aiding his innate spiritual awareness, granting him near-prescient insight. Despite the immense power of Madara's attacks, bolstered by the Sharingan's observational prowess, and despite Madara's brain working nearly 100 times faster than Tetsuhi's, he remained helpless. This was a battle between the Sharingan and innate spiritual perception. Although Tetsuhi seemed to be merely evading without counterattacking, and Madara appeared dominant, the reality was quite the opposite. The Sharingan, pushed to its limit, was nearing its expiration. If Madara failed to defeat Tetsuhi within a certain time frame, he would go blind. At that moment, the momentum of offense and defense would instantly reverse. How long could the Sharingan or Susanoo endure? But Tetsuhi's innate abilities were permanent, and his chakra consumption was minimal. Under these circumstances, the outcome was nearly predetermined. In the darkness, Karajuku Nico melded with the shadows. The searing flames scorched his flesh. Yet he looked at Tetsuhi in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. How can he be so formidable? Madara has already unleashed Susanoo. With Madara's power, how can he remain unscathed? As he watched intently, he suddenly felt a piercing pain, deep within his soul, causing him to cry out, a sensation he had never experienced since birth. It was Tetsuhi's blade. While darting swiftly about, Tetsuhi suddenly struck Karajuku Nico with a single blow. The latter was caught unprepared, but Tetsuhi's strike was deliberate, seemingly effortless yet devastating, not a trace of power lost. This sudden strike was strange even through Madara's Sharingan. Tetsuhi's blade did not aim at Madara, but instead cut toward Karajuku Nico's empty space with a mocking posture, as if an ignorant child were challenging the endless void. It should have had no killing power, and the chakra swirling around Tetsuhi's body, sometimes dense, sometimes faint, like drifting blue veils, would be invisible. Yet, Karajuku Nico screamed in agony. This was a purely spiritual assault, an attack originating from the very essence of the mind. The innate intent of Tetsuhiro, unyielding and penetrating the gaps in existence, erupted with full force, instantly severing into Kurizetsu's mental realm. During his earlier clash with Madara Uchiha, this spiritual power had remained restrained, only unleashing itself when the perfect opportunity presented itself. One decisive strike that cost Kurizetsu half his life. Vast swathes of mottled black fragments burst forth from Kurizetsu's body, dissipating into curling wisps of black smoke in the void. Kurizetsu's cry grew childlike, as if he had reverted to a youthful state. His entire dark form shrank considerably. No sooner had he recovered his breath than Tetsuhiro's second strike arrived as promised. Though Tetsuhiro and his blade were separated from Kurizetsu by an almost insurmountable spatial distance, spiritual forces transcended such physical constraints. The strike fell. Divine intent descended, like the serene and boundless sky, imbued with the crisp mountain breeze and the tranquil vitality of wild grass. This peaceful aura once again bore down upon Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu felt that tearing force once more. It seemed as if his spirit was grasping at something beyond his reach, his body being rent apart. The night sky and wind incessantly filled his mental world, growing ever more abundant. Suddenly, the chakra blade formed by Susanoo slashed downward, a horizontal barrier before Kurizetsu. The giant S-sword shattered like fragile glass in massive chunks. Even Madara Uchiha was astonished. Susanoo, what is this, brat? This is not mere swordsmanship. No blade technique could be so bizarre. Not even ninjutsu exhibits such strangeness. Tetsuhiro raised an eyebrow. Interesting, he remarked to Kurizetsu. Seems fate is not yet done with you. He took a hit for you. Was your goal to stall me? Tetsuhiro inquired. Madara's eyes were now bleeding, both pupils streaming crimson. The once dim surroundings were tinged with a scarlet hue, growing even more somber. Tetsuhiro, you rose to fame as a youth, conquering east and west, earning a formidable reputation that is truly well-deserved. When I was your age, I was still urinating in the river. Madara reminisced about his younger days. Alas, I am no longer at my peak, or else this would surely be a delight. Tetsuhiro responded, I am not at my peak either. If I were 12 years old, no. I need not wait that long. Just another year will suffice. In 1 year's time, he will not evade the strike just now. My current power is far from my pinnacle. So what exactly do you wish to say? Meanwhile, Konoha's shinobi advanced toward the thick fog. Sparse explosions from small kunai could be heard as the mist churned but refused to disperse. Across broad swaths of territory, a gentle rain fell, infused with chakra. This was the ninjutsu of Mountain Pepper Hanzo. Wherever the rain reached, intelligence was at his command. The fog obscured the vision of both sides. Yet Hanzo knew the precise location of every individual. Mountain Pepper was beside him, supplying chakra for ninjutsu. One hand rested upon the salamander while his protective gas mask was removed. The salamander's toxin diffused through the rain and mist. Utilizing this advantage, the rain shinobi had felled several of Konoha's warriors in one swift assault. Tetsuhiro, however, paid scant attention to the battlefield, where Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, along with battle-hardened Konoha shinobi, were engaged. Instead, his focus remained fixed on Madara Uchiha before him. Each had their own battlefield. His was here. Though their direct combat had paused, a deeper psychological duel persisted. Madara's objective was to restrain Tetsuhiro, preventing his involvement in the conflict between Hanzo and the three legendary Sannin. Conversely, Tetsuhiro aimed to tie Madara down. If he attempted to return to support, Madara would inevitably try to stop him. And the method of stopping him was nothing less than ambush and slaughter to block his path. Orochimaru remained silent, summoning massive waves of snakes that surged into the fog, indiscriminately attacking any living creature encountered. Tsunade summoned a large swarm of palm-sized slugs. Go! Ensure our shinobi are detoxified, she commanded, then called out to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, your wind release. Disperse the fog. Jiraiya. Didn't he blow it away? The fog dispersed, but it was almost immediately replenished. Orochimaru ceased his summoning and said to Tsunade, we must locate the source of this fog. Otherwise, this battle cannot proceed. Tsunade, you need not concern yourself with this. Go to the hospital. Tsunade nodded and made her way to the field hospital. Many shinobi, poisoned yet still fighting, who could no longer continue, were being summoned there. Medical ninja busied themselves, and upon seeing Tsunade, someone reported, Lady Tsunade, the antidote pills we prepared before have run out. We can only rely on extracting the toxin bit by bit. A team was dispatched to produce more antidotes. Patients were numbered. If not in critical condition, they were asked to wait. I will summon slugs to hold the line. Hurry! Yes, ma'am. As some poisoned shinobi recovered and beds were freed, they grasped kunai, ready to return to the front lines. Tsunade, however, stopped them. You are not needed in combat now. Help produce antidotes. Remember, the more antidotes we have, the greater our chance of victory. She glanced anxiously toward Tetsuhiro's direction but could see nothing. In her heart, she prayed. Tetsuhiro, you must not. No, you will survive. After praying, she secretly felt a flicker of hope. Just barely. Just barely. She almost cast a debuff on her precious apprentice, but her quick reflexes turned it into a blessing instead. Yet she had no energy left to worry about Tetsuhiro further. The arrival of poisoned shinobi in waves kept her so busy she barely had time to think. Just as Tetsuhiro was about to speak, he noticed Madara retracting his Susanoo. The Sharingan in both of Madara's eyes slowed their rotation. Displeased, Tetsuhiro scorned, "Did I tell you to stop?" and made a faint slash. The serene and profound natural aura accompanied the blade, delivering a purely spiritual attack that struck Susanoo directly. Susanoo's chest shattered in massive fragments. Madara had no choice but to stabilize Susanoo, maintaining its defensive capabilities. His bloodied Sharingan eyes kept spinning at their original speed, 6 tomo in total, not daring to slow even a fraction. This adversary was exceedingly dangerous and cunning. Tetsuhiro was relentless, not allowing even a blink. Even the slightest delay in the tomo rotation was unacceptable. Yet, Madara lacked confidence in defeating Tetsuhiro and feared that one misstep would cost him his life. Thus, a prolonged stalemate was a viable tactic. However, maintaining the intense gaze of the Sharingan while sustaining Susanoo was something Madara felt he could not endure for long. Anyone with a weakness would hesitate, just like Madara now. Such prolonged expenditure of chakra and focus was unlike his former self. He would have charged at Tetsuhiro, fighting fiercely, winning like a butterfly on a blade's edge or falling brilliantly like summer flowers. But not now. His grand plan compelled him to preserve his life, to avoid rashness. Therefore, he chose the method with minimal expenditure. What astonished him was Tetsuhiro. Under the extreme dynamic visual acuity of his Sharingan, the chakra surrounding Tetsuhiro's body appeared as delicate wisps of mayflies, weaving complex yet orderly patterns. The entire chakra-formed hemisphere bore not a single flaw, offering no opportunity to exploit. Tetsuhiro himself seemed to have merged with nature, existing in perfect harmony with it. He was unaware of the hidden intricacies within, yet he thought to himself, "Since you, young one, can endure in this state, so can I. I refuse to believe that a single Sharingan I cannot uncover a single flaw in you. Even with just one Sharingan you still persist. Bear in mind, I possess the Sharingan but Tekka does not." Therefore, he believed that for Tekka to maintain such a state, the effort expended must far surpass his own. The only difference is that Tekka is young, and he is old, nothing more. Yet, he failed to realize that in this game of seeking faults, he was at an absolute disadvantage. His Sharingan, along with Susanoo, was constantly draining his energy at an exorbitant rate. Conversely, the state Tekka maintained was, in fact, a daily, continuous condition, an innate realm of subtlety that Madara Uchiha could not comprehend, as his intelligence reports made no mention of this aspect. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his eyes. In an instant, Madara Uchiha activated a forbidden technique, Izanagi. This was a secret jutsu of the Uchiha clan, executable only through the Sharingan. Its effect was to transform illusion into reality, the highest form of genjutsu that turns falsehood into truth. Though the cost was tremendous, losing one Sharingan eye, the effect was undoubtedly extraordinary. It could revert a person's condition to a moment before they sustained injury. This touched upon the profound secrets of In-Release's creation from nothingness. Izanagi. As Madara Uchiha unleashed his secret technique, Tekka simultaneously sensed the shift in his aura. Madara's spiritual power surged explosively, yet his aura became strangely feeble, then vanished momentarily. Tekka seized this momentary flaw in the aura, delivering a blade of profound subtlety. The pure and abundant essence of nature accompanied the strike. The ocular power released by the Sharingan endured the attack without dissipating, only emitting tendrils of black smoke. Yet, in the next instant, Madara had already restored himself to the state he was in upon arrival. He leisurely withdrew one eye and replaced the damaged one. "You are truly dangerous. My technique almost failed against you," Tekka replied. So In-Release can achieve such a feat. Regret tinged his words, for he had just personally perceived the entire process of Izanagi and grasped its subtlety. Unfortunately, his chakra bore no elemental nature, thus he could not possess the In attribute, and could only broaden his knowledge. Madara replaced his eye while maintaining Susanoo throughout the entire process. The 3 tomo of the single eye spun at an astonishing speed. Izanagi restored that Sharingan to a healthy state. "How much longer can you endure?" Madara inquired. Tekka responded, "I assent this current state just to your liking?" He glanced casually around. The great fire ignited by Madara still raged. The ground was scarred with trenches formed by Susanoo's colossal blades, and the air was thick with choking fumes. Madara said, "Heh heh. Let me see where your limits lie. I have already recovered my state. But you must have expended much energy, haven't you? Lord Madara. I have arrived. A monstrous figure emerged from the earth beside Madara. A being with a pale, skeletal body twisted like intertwined wooden slats, its face forming a swirling mask. This was White Zetsu. After being saved by a single strike from Tekka, Black Zetsu immediately fled, returning to base to summon this White Zetsu to his aid. Tekka's strength had exceeded Madara's expectations. Madara nodded and said, "Give me your power." The swirling White Zetsu unfurled its body and enveloped him. Tekka made no attempt to interfere, as Madara revealed no weakness. Soon, Madara's body became cloaked in a form that felt eerily familiar to Tekka. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Young one, the confrontation is over. Madara burst into raucous laughter after completing his fusion with White Zetsu. Suddenly, countless sharp wooden spikes sprouted from the ground, densely packed and rapidly growing. Tekka, however, remained unmoved. The spikes emerged beneath his feet, yet he stood atop them, being lifted as high as a 2-story building. The chakra-absorbing power of the wooden spikes was utterly futile against his supreme chakra control. The spikes sucked in vain, finding no chakra to drain. Yet, the wood release still posed some difficulty, forcing Tekka to retract all external chakra into his body. Without the body's protection, any chakra exposed to the wooden constructs would be sporadically absorbed. Once inside his body, shielded from the outside, the wood release could no longer affect it. Meanwhile, Madara also stood atop a wooden spike, ceasing his laughter. Now the true dance begins. Young one, are you ready? Tekka replied, please. This wood release was indeed troublesome, but fortunately he relied on the flow of aura. Under such ninjutsu, mathematical modeling was rendered useless. Only the subtle flaws in the aura's movement could be trusted. It was utterly irrational, able to erupt from anywhere at any time, overwhelming any function. Tekka's figure darted swiftly, weaving through the forest like a sudden bird in flight as Madara continuously manipulated the trees to compress him. On top of his Susanoo, an additional layer of substance began to form. A wooden figure gradually filled it, a towering, majestic Buddha-like entity with nearly 1,000 arms extending behind it. Each hand, one by one, pressed down toward Tekka. Each was about 100 square meters in size, creating a crater where it struck the ground. The earth sprouted wooden spikes, wooden dragons rolled, and vines writhed as if alive, attempting to ensnare him. Although their constant suction was futile, they persisted relentlessly. Below, he was encircled, blocked, and squeezed into a shrinking space, while above, the massive hands struck down one after another, executing area attacks. Tekka moved like a butterfly, slipping through every gap, always finding a path to survival. Meanwhile, the Leaf Shinobi recognized the grandeur and unimaginable nature of this technique. Wood release. It was wood release. Wood release was the technique of the first Hokage, the undisputed god of the shinobi world. Its appearance instantly introduced a new variable to the battlefield. The Leaf Shinobi did not know whose wood release it was, but the mere presence of wood release was enough. Like a shot of adrenaline, their combat effectiveness soared dramatically. Mist ninjas who had released the hidden mist technique were swiftly dispatched by Doki, clearing much of the opposition. The heavy fog lifted, and the battlefield's situation became clearer. Aura and fighting will, these ethereal elements, though mysterious, wielded astonishing power on the battlefield. At this moment, the balance of offense and defense shifted accordingly. With the fog's cover gone, the disadvantages of the land of rain became apparent. The Rain Village's own shinobi held firm, but allied forces from the land of birds, stone, grass, and rivers, upon witnessing the reversal, fled immediately, abandoning the Rain Shinobi in place. Even with poison as support, the Leaf side, equipped with antidotes, was well prepared for the Rain Shinobi. Spurred by the wood release, they advanced like a mighty tide. Salamander Hanzo, seeing this, knew he had to act. He surged forward past the shinobi, extending his chained scythe to rescue his comrades and claimed 3 lives in the process. Hanzo exhaled toxic fumes, spreading a vast cloud around him, though the poison had yet to take effect. Hanzo halted the rain and gazed ahead. Several massive serpents, each as thick as a water bucket and bearing fierce expressions, swiftly swam toward him. Behind the serpents stood a slender, tall black-haired shinobi with a pale complexion. Orochimaru, you handle the others. Hanzo will take care of this. Orochimaru's aura began to shift, turning cold, chaotic, and suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The chakra pool sealed within him started to release sage chakra, and Orochimaru multiplied from 1 to 5. This was the shadow clone technique. Each clone was a tangible entity, each bearing 1/5 of the sage chakra. The 5 shadow clones moved in unison, coordinating their assault as they charged toward Salamander Hanzo. One clone expelled a sword from its mouth, its neck elongating accordingly, resembling Hanzo's scythe. The neck was like an iron chain, connected by the mouth, delivering a lethal thrust. The grotesqueness and ruthlessness of the attack exuded an uncanny aura. Salamander Hanzo was momentarily taken aback by this sudden, bizarre maneuver. He retracted his scythe and used its blade to parry the strike. Earth release. Yomi Swamp. Another clone unleashed the Yomi Swamp technique. Large swathes of the ground transformed into a quagmire, exerting a powerful suction that sought to engulf Salamander Hanzo and hinder his movement. Forced to move swiftly, Hanzo continuously shifted his form to evade. The third clone anticipated his evasive trajectory and preemptively fired a water stream horizontally, aiming to slice Hanzo's throat. Hanzo formed a hand seal with one hand, conjuring a water prison technique before the water stream arrived. In his mind, he rapidly calculated the positions of all 5 Orochimarus, exercising extreme caution. Suddenly, a sword stabbed toward him from behind. Hanzo narrowly dodged the attack with great peril, his vigilance heightened to the utmost degree, for the 5th shadow clone had inexplicably vanished without a trace. While observing, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Jiraiya. Jiraiya formed hand seals with both hands, causing sharp, spike-like hairs to sprout from the swamp, intercepting the potential retreat path of Salamander Hanzo along a predetermined trajectory. Hanzo's water prison technique intercepted all incoming attacks. Water, though supple, inevitably slowed down any assault that entered it. This brief respite afforded Hanzo the opportunity to maneuver, block, and neutralize the onslaught. The scythe lashed out again, intertwining with Orochimaru's elongated neck like 2 intertwined dragons. The clone wielding the sword dissipated like muddy sludge. With a deft twist, another Orochimaru clone attempting a stealthy sword strike had its head pierced by the scythe's tip and vanished abruptly. Concealed within a water sphere, Hanzo's scythe danced as Jiraiya unleashed a fire release technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth like a cascading waterfall. Hanzo dispelled the water prison technique and instantly shifted his position. The iron chain snapped taut in an instant, and the scythe was raised high, poised like a sharp fang to impale Jiraiya. Jiraiya drew a kunai, the metallic clang cutting through the air as he parried the attack. He then performed a swift body flicker, repositioning himself. When Hanzo glanced back at the confrontation, he noticed that the remaining Orochimaru clones had also vanished. The sudden disappearance of 3 clones put Hanzo on high alert, compelling him to devote most of his focus to the possibility of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sensed something peculiar. Hanzo's strikes seemed less incisive and were laden with caution, resulting in a more balanced exchange between the two. On another battlefield, Tetsuhi was moving at an astonishing speed, constantly altering his trajectory. What should have been a desperate situation, one fatal blow away from defeat, turned into a series of narrow escapes. This infuriated Uchiha Madara. If evading once was mere chance, could repeated escapes still be attributed to luck? No, it was inevitability. He suddenly realized that release was utterly ineffective against Tetsuhi. There was no way to inflict meaningful damage. Tetsuhi always managed to evade, inevitably so. Tetsuhi moved in harmony with his blade. Branches fell ahead while vines trailed behind, always half a step too late. The innate realm's ceaseless vitality granted him boundless chakra, stamina, and spirit even amid such rapid reactions, an almost incomprehensible phenomenon. Although each technique consumed vast amounts of chakra, a single internal chakra cycle was enough to replenish his energy, restoring him to full capacity. Why was his chakra so abundant? Madara was perplexed. Tetsuhi's abundance was not due to the Uzumaki white Zetsu cloak, which supplied chakra. What then empowered this 9-year-old boy? Observing Tetsuhi's vigorous vitality, there was no sign of exhaustion. Madara could not comprehend how futile it was to engage in a war of attrition against a martial arts master of the innate realm. Because the innate realm's chakra could never be depleted, the only way to exhaust it was to interrupt the opponent's chakra recovery, preventing the completion of their regeneration cycle. If this continued, the one to be utterly drained would be himself. White Zetsu could endure, Tetsuhi could endure, but this old bone of his was on the verge of collapse. He cast a distant glance toward the other side, where Salamander Hanzo was battling Jiraiya. Once that fight concluded, his own could be finished. A monster, Uchiha Madara released another fire release, engulfing the entire forest formed by would release in flames. At this moment, Tetsuhi found no space to maneuver and release chakra, forming a whirlpool-like acceleration that propelled him into the air. He ascended high above, evading the flame's reach. Madara stood atop the wooden giantess head, Susanoo enveloping the construct, isolating him from the fire. Amidst the flames, he resembled a demonic deity. You can fly? Madara expressed surprise once again. The fact that Tetsuhi could fly had eluded his prior investigations. He thought to himself, it seems I was too arrogant before. Tetsuhi's tone was playful. Yeah, Grandpa can fly. Can't you? The wooden giant raised its blade, pointing ahead. Below was a sea of fire. Above, thick smoke amassed, crackling continuously. You really are unexpected. I admit, I underestimated you before. With a blade-esque tremor, the attack roared downward. Tetsuhi abruptly changed direction, seeking gaps to strike. Though his acceleration in midair was inferior to that on the ground, Madara, unable to fly, relied solely on the size advantage of the Susanoo-encased giant to launch futile attacks one after another. In terms of scale, his strikes could not reach Tetsuhi. If only I had the Rinnegan, Madara thought wistfully. With the Rinnegan, he could fly and maneuver freely in the air, avoiding the current disadvantages of immobility and sluggishness. Of course, sluggish was relative to a monster like Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi's realm, divine and transcendent, acting with preternatural foresight, allowed him to move almost simultaneously, exploiting every subtle vulnerability with seeming unfairness. The wooden giant's massive blade, tens of meters long, sliced through the air with thunderous whooshes, alternately suppressing and illuminating the flames below, raising them high before scattering them to either side. Each strike carried the terrifying might of a demonic colossus. Compared to this, Tetsuhi was like a mere fly, darting swiftly between attacks. Occasionally, he slashed his blade, releasing pure sword energy. Mind, intention, energy, and body harmonized, enabling him to seize openings from seemingly impossible angles, carving away chunk after chunk of wood chips. Though called wood chips, each fragment was as large as a small car. As they fell into the flames, they ignited instantly. With every falling chip, the fire blazed even more fiercely, creating one bright inferno after another. The Sharingan of Madara Uchiha fixated intently on Tekka, tracing the trajectory of his movements. Tekka's path in the sky was remarkably discernible, for each alteration in direction necessitated the use of turbocharging, and the expelled air had transformed into a plasma state, visible at a mere glance. The true frustration lay in the fact that although he could see it all, he was perpetually a step behind, always just missing the mark. Tekka resembled a masterful chess player, allowing his opponent to witness every move of his pieces, yet rendering victory unattainable. Tekka's gaze shifted to the wooden dummy, and he mused inwardly. Does this white Zetsu truly possess inexhaustible chakra? Without a decisive strike, even Tekka found himself helpless. After Madara Uchiha ensnared Uzumaki White Zetsu, the latter proved to be incredibly resilient. Each time a fragment of the wooden dummy shattered, it was restored in the very next moment. Such a Madara was beyond his reach. The good news: Madara was equally powerless against him. Tekka pressed his lips tightly together, thinking, then let us endure this stalemate, until the battle between the three legendary Sannin and Salamander Hanzo reaches its conclusion. Despite the ongoing restraint, Jiraiya inevitably bore some non-lethal wounds. The scythe had carved several gashes across his back and legs, from which blood steadily seeped. Yet Salamander Hanzo displayed not a hint of satisfaction. Orochimaru remained elusive, like a venomous serpent, patiently awaiting the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. Hanzo deliberately exposed vulnerabilities several times, attempting to lure Orochimaru into action, yet Orochimaru remained unfooled. He was a hunter endowed with boundless patience. Suddenly, a slug crawled onto Jiraiya's back. Lord Jiraiya, I shall tend to your wounds. The slug began channeling chakra into him. Tsunade appeared beside Jiraiya in an instant, saying, Jiraiya, fall back. Above Tsunade's head, a chakra cylinder of fully 60 feet in diameter materialized. The plasma-charged air mingled with natural energy, spraying forth toward Salamander Hanzo in a brushstroke of vivid vermilion. The translucent vermilion stretched over 60 meters in length, its form embodying a righteous beauty akin to the tip of a calligraphy brush. Tsunade advanced upon Salamander Hanzo with this forceful blast. Hanzo attempted to evade sideways, but as soon as Tsunade modulated her chakra, she adjusted the trajectory slightly, maintaining her aim squarely on Hanzo. Hanzo's scythe probed from afar but was swept aside by the tail flame, turning red instantly. The temperature was extraordinarily high. However, Hanzo immediately discerned the weakness of this attack. With each step Tsunade took, she drove a foot deep into the ground, burying her entire lower leg. Despite this, the overwhelming force pushed her backward some 8 inches with every step. The destructive power was astonishing, as was the repulsive force. Only a woman like Tsunade, wielding superhuman strength, could command such a weapon successfully. Hanzo swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Tsunade. Behind Tsunade, a colossal serpent emerged from thin air, 6 meters thick, its snout pressing against her back. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, commanding, "Tsunade, focus on your ninjutsu. I will handle the movement." The serpent advanced, pressing its snout into Tsunade's back. The immense force caused even the serpent to feel a sting with every forward push, as if moving a mountain. Orochimaru controlled the serpent's movements with precise footwork, providing support while Tsunade unleashed her fiery fists. This righteous barrage relentlessly bore down on Salamander Hanzo, who could only rely on swift body flickers to maintain distance, inwardly lamenting the woman's ruthless, unreasonable nature. What mastery of swordsmanship could possibly withstand such a caliber? The flames emitted by this weapon far surpassed any fire-style jutsu in sheer ferocity. As Jiraiya's wounds began to mend, he clapped the ground and, not lagging behind Orochimaru, summoned a giant toad. "Boss Fuda, intercept him." The toad, Fuda, drew a short blade and leapt behind Salamander Hanzo. Hanzo felt the ground tremble beneath him, his retreat blocked by the massive amphibian. The shinobi of Konoha truly are exceptional. To corner me so completely, reveal your name. I will not die by an unknown hand. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Very well, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. I once believed that as long as Tekka was restrained, no one else could challenge me. Yet I did not anticipate that the three of you possess such formidable strength. It seems the heavens intend to destroy the land of rain. Jiraiya retorted, "When you invaded the land of fire, you should have foreseen the price to pay." Ha, ha ha. And what of you? Your shinobi ravaged the land of rain as if it were a mere frontline. Did you ever contemplate the consequences? Hypocrites. Why did you not speak to Konoha at that time? I, Hanzo, accept the terms of the wager. No excuses. Jiraiya was left speechless. Tsunade halted the chakra vortex within the conduit, and Orochimaru immediately sensed a lightness in the pressure against his nose. Tsunade declared, "Because your land of rain has suffered endless war, you would have the entire shinobi world suffer alongside you? Salamander Hanzo, you are nothing but selfish." Tsunade's words were resolute and just. Such was the great Konoha spirit. With a single sentence, Hanzo was silenced. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade disagreeing, yet unable to find a suitable rebuttal. Orochimaru chuckled, "Hanzo, do you intend one last desperate struggle?" He glanced around at the defeated rain shinobi, remarking, "Indeed, to die here may yet be the fate of a tragic hero." Salamander Hanzo inhaled deeply, clenched his scythe tightly, then released it. He contemplated the aftermath of his death, the fate of the land of rain deprived of such a formidable protector. A sorrowful laugh escaped him, the sound of a lament. The land of rain concedes. It is willing to pay the price for this war. Speak your terms. He cast down his scythe. Now I am your prisoner. Ah, it seems the battle over there has concluded, Tekka. Until we meet again. Madara Uchiha spoke, then unleashed a torrent of blazing flames toward Tekka. The inferno cascaded like a waterfall, spanning a vast expanse of the void. Then, Madara's form vanished along with the firelight, leaving no trace. Tekka scanned his surroundings before pivoting and soaring toward Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Tsunade hurriedly inquired, "Tekka, that wood style just now. That was Madara Uchiha, a contemporary of the first Hokage. Detailed information will follow shortly. He deliberately came to stall me." "Lord Hanzo, may I ask about your dealings with Madara?" Tekka asked bluntly. Hanzo replied plainly, "It's quite simple. He requires my cooperation to target the Uzumaki clan aiding the land of rain. In return, I need him to restrain you." Yet he only revealed half the truth, concealing Madara's ultimate purpose. Tekka's gaze lingered on him. "You are not forthright. Tekka, you jest. Now that I am a prisoner, representing the surrender of the land of rain, I shall speak without reserve. What I say is true. Is that so?" Tekka said. "Then order your troops to regroup. Otherwise, when my forces take over the land of rain, any rogue shinobi factions will be treated as escaped enemies." He grinned sharply. "The defeated must bear the demeanor of the defeated. Consider this your warning." Tsunade concurred. "Indeed. Gather your troops swiftly and arrange the surrender." Hanzo nodded. Once the remnants of the rain shinobi were consolidated, the Konoha side began binding them, immobilizing even a single finger. Yet Salamander Hanzo remained at liberty. Tetsuhi expressed his courtesy. "Lord Hanzo, I must trouble you to extinguish the raging fire here." Hanzo, once again rendered speechless, nonetheless obediently performed his ninjutsu, summoning a torrential downpour. Yet, despite the deluge, the flames remained stubbornly fierce. Tetsuhi then ordered the creation of fire breaks around the perimeter to prevent the fire from spreading, and commanded the use of water-style techniques to flood the area from the outskirts toward the center. It took an entire night before the inferno was finally quelled. The assembled group scarcely had time to rest before convening a meeting to arrange for the deployment of ninja forces into the Land of Rain. Following the battalion system, troops were dispersed throughout various locations to maintain public order and stability within the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain was temporarily placed under military administration. Given the dire circumstances within the country, the following measures were provisionally enacted. First, all food supplies and essential goods for daily life and production were placed under direct military control. Every civilian within the Land of Rain was registered and subjected to a rationing system to ensure stability. Second, all acts of theft, robbery, and similar offenses within the Land of Rain were to be met with severe crackdowns. Once discovered, regardless of the offense's magnitude, all offenders were to be detained. Third, production was to be forcibly resumed to a certain extent. An inventory of shops, funds, factories, and other facilities was to be conducted to guarantee no unforeseen incidents occurred during military governance. This military administration would remain in effect until negotiations with Lord Hanzo concluded and he signed the surrender documents. Such an occupation of an enemy nation was uncharted territory for the three legendary Sannin, so the responsibility was entrusted entirely to Tetsuhi. His prestige within the army was immense, granting him near-autocratic authority. When military governance was declared, it was executed without question. When directives were given, they were followed without hesitation. One battalion after another was dispatched to the Land of Rain. Only then did Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya find the opportunity to inquire about Uchiha Madara. Tetsuhi informed the trio, "I have no idea how he managed to wield wood release. Fortunately, I was here. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His strength is truly staggering, especially considering this is the aged Uchiha Madara." Thereafter, details of the battle were shared. Jiraiya remained silent for a long moment before saying, "This intelligence must be relayed to the village immediately." 1. Uchiha Madara is still alive. The mere fact of his survival is enough to send chills down one's spine. 2. Wood release. Uchiha Madara has somehow mastered wood release and can even combine Susanoo with it. More astonishingly, he appears to possess multiple Sharingan eyes, one blinded, yet replaced by another. Beside him are two peculiar creatures. One pitch black and monstrous, the other a white entity twisted from wooden strips. These 2 points combined are terrifying beyond measure. Only those who lived through that era can comprehend just how fearsome a presence Uchiha Madara truly is. Tetsuhi nodded, uttering a low "indeed, this is imperative." He then instructed Jiraiya to document the intelligence and use a messenger to perform reverse summoning back to Konoha to report to the Hokage. Jiraiya remarked, "Looks like this kid has some foresight, knowing my writing skills are good." Tsunade pressed a hand atop Tetsuhi's head, chuckling, "Ah, in the blink of an eye, my disciple has become so formidable? Compared to him, I, as his teacher, feel quite ashamed." "Don't say that. I haven't yet mastered your brute strength." Tetsuhi comforted Tsunade. Regardless of whether it was due to insufficient chakra or other objective reasons, he simply hadn't learned Tsunade's signature taijutsu. Setting aside facts, a teacher is still a teacher, undeniably impressive. "Ugh," Tsunade complained with a hint of disdain. At the Hokage's residence, the third Hokage, having received the intelligence, looked thoroughly unsettled. Shortly thereafter, Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Udatain, recently returned, arrived hastily to review the report. The deafening silence of the two advisors spoke volumes. Uchiha Madara is still alive? And he has mastered wood release? Is there any worse news than this? Hokage, Mito Uzumaki merely mentioned the Uchiha clan. Yet both the third Hokage and Koharu Udatain understood precisely what he implied. Led by Uchiha Setsuna, they were fervent zealots of Uchiha Madara. Strictly speaking, these fanatics were not true admirers nor believers in Uchiha Madara himself. Rather, Madara was a personification of their dissatisfaction with Konoha. They felt the village had not rewarded them in accordance with their original shares. Plain and simple. The authority of a police force was a meager return for their contributions. When the village was founded, the Uchiha clan had sacrificed their ancestral lands to provide space for housing, parks, and training grounds. Although Uchiha Madara had defected from Konoha, not all Uchiha followed him. Most remained loyal to the first Hokage. As one of the founding shareholders alongside the Senju clan, the Uchiha were entitled to leadership. Why then, was the second Hokage not from the Uchiha but from the Senju? Put plainly, the Senju, with their numerous families, controlled approximately 40% of the shares. The Uchiha, contributing land and bloodlines held roughly 60%. Senju Hashirama was recognized for his exceptional leadership and became Hokage, commanding universal respect. After Hashirama's death, Shunti, the largest shareholder, the Uchiha, have assumed the role of Hokage. Instead, the second Hokage was Senju Tobarama. Why was such a significant shareholder relegated to mere police force authority? The root of this conflict lay in the mismatch between power distribution and investment shares. This discontent led to extremism, culminating in a rebellion during the second Hokage's tenure. Senju Tobarama clearly understood this contradiction, so he chose to imprison the rebellious Uchiha rather than impose harsher punishments. He believed this fundamental issue could be resolved. Subsequently, he took in a child named Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, sending a conciliatory message to the Uchiha clan. Kagami was 20 years younger than Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Udatain, Danzo Shimura, Mito Uzumaki, and Akiyama Torafu, among others. The second Hokage was advanced in age. Introducing a disciple in his 20s among his 40-something-year-old pupils was significant, to say the least. Nevertheless, the Hokage could not be from the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan failed to perceive the deeper reason behind this. The shadow of a village required, above all else, capable leadership and personal strength. Evidently, the sole Uchiha qualified at the time had already departed due to ideological differences with the first Hokage. The remaining members lacked comparable prowess. Senju Tobarama declared, "Indeed, I was appointed in a time of crisis. Though you Uchiha are founding shareholders and major ones at that, no second Uchiha Madara-level powerhouse has emerged. Whose fault is that? Oh, you say there was someone before called Izuna? Oh, I killed him? But weren't we adversaries at that time? The Senju and Uchiha are mortal enemies. Is there a problem with that? Not at all." Although the third Hokage had done nothing actively, he continued the inertia of the past years, during which the Uchiha clan refrained from causing trouble. But now, Uchiha Madara had resurfaced. Those fanatic followers would inevitably learn of this, and who could predict the chaos that would ensue? The third Hokage took up his pipe, drawing a slow breath. "Uchiha clan, what is your plan? Let us call Nara Shikaku to discuss this," he suggested. Who could have expected Uchiha Madara to still be alive? Mito Uzumaki replied, "Uchiha Madara likely won't live much longer. Considering his age and the toll of this great war, his exhaustion must be immense. He is probably nearing his end." Her estimate was somewhat optimistic. The third Hokage said, "Then let us summon Shikaku." Nara Shikaku arrived swiftly. "We should not rush to any decisions. Caution is warranted. I shall probe the situation and ascertain the Uchiha clan's intentions." Once the plan was settled, Nara Shirkow immediately began assigning tasks, instructing those with favorable ties to the Uchiha clan to conduct discreet interrogations. At this moment, Tetsuhi was already seated within the headquarters building of Amigakure. The office of Sanjoya Hanzo was situated remarkably high, offering a panoramic view of countless pointed rooftops, interspersed with lightning rods of varying heights scattered about. Gazing downward, one beheld a tangled web of electric wires, dense and chaotic, embodying a certain disordered charm reminiscent of India. Information from various departments was consolidated here through the connections of the Yamanaka clan. Military governance had been established across all regions. The streets outside were now utterly deserted. Tetsuhi observed the empty thoroughfares thoughtfully. He mused, "Nagato must be with Konan and the others by now. A blonde one and a blue-haired one. The intelligence should be returned swiftly." Indeed, as he was collecting his allotted rations, Konan and Yahiko appeared. From his vantage point, Tetsuhi immediately spotted the pair standing in line. "Teacher, I need to step out for a moment. Please do not follow me," Tetsuhi said to Tsunade, then promptly leapt out of the window. Tsunade retorted, "You say don't follow, but I will. If you want tea, let me come. I'll come anyway." She too exited through the window, but rather than jumping, she descended by running down the building, trailing Tetsuhi at a distance. Outside, Tetsuhi stood adjacent to a queue. When the two children returned with their rations, he followed them. Are these two children suspicious? That was Tsunade's initial instinct. The group proceeded until they reached the stronghold of Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato. Tetsuhi addressed them. "Is your friend ill? I am a physician, allow me to examine him." Though Tetsuhi appeared not much older than them, his demeanor exuded an undeniable authority. This aura, born of his cultivation level, caused them to hesitate briefly before granting him entry. Tsunade edged closer to the doorway. Suddenly, Tetsuhi spoke. "Teacher, since you're here, stop lurking in the shadows and come inside." Tsunade pushed open the door, forcing a wry smile. "I'm just curious." Tetsuhi pried Nagato's eyelids open, revealing the cold, mechanical nature of his eyes. The entire eyeball was covered in concentric circles of purple, radiating an ominous aura. How to describe it? Tetsuhi felt as if he were a primitive man witnessing for the first time a steam locomotive racing along iron tracks. Nagato's ailment originated in his eyes, necessitating surgery, or he would perish. Tetsuhi spoke with grave seriousness, then turned to Tsunade. Teacher, please perform the operation. Remove his eyes and replace them with healthy ones. Tsunade grasped Nagato's wrist, feeling his pulse, then frowned at Tetsuhi. The problem is with his eyes? How did she not detect that before? Tetsuhi condensed his chakra into a slender thread, extending the other end into Tsunade's ear to transmit a secret message. A member of the Uzumaki clan bearing such eyes. Doesn't he that strike you as abnormal? You might say it's no surprise he can wield wood release. When has the Uzumaki clan ever displayed ocular bloodline traits? Tsunade was taken aback. She had never considered this angle. Hearing Tetsuhi's explanation, she had to concede the point. The Uzumaki and Senju clans were closely related by blood. Such eyes simply should not have emerged. Must they be removed? Tsunade inquired. After a moment's silence, Tetsuhi replied, Teacher, we are saving a life. The legendary sage's eyes appearing where they shouldn't. Removing them frees him from a conspiracy. You perform the surgery first. I will procure suitable eyes. Tetsuhi then ventured into the streets and swiftly returned with a pair of appropriate eyes, accompanied by their original owner. A merciless killer ninja. Now he can serve a purpose in his twilight years, Tetsuhi remarked. Tsunade responded with a hum, not looking back. She employed medical ninjutsu to sever Nagato's nerves, enabling the painless extraction of the eyeball. She also meticulously memorized the complex arrangement of ocular nerves to ensure precise transplantation. There was a chilling fact. The eyeball was not integrated with the body's immune system. To the body it was a foreign entity, and thus rejection was not a concern. The real challenge lay in reconnecting the nerves accurately. For a world devoid of ninjutsu, this would be an insurmountable task. But in the ninja realm, medical ninjutsu rendered it straightforward. Without raising her head, Tsunade commanded, Bring the donor. Tetsuhi pushed the donor forward. Tsunade swiftly severed the ninja's nerves, extracting the eyeball within moments. Nagato's Rinnegan was removed. The other eye immediately reverted to its original dark brown hue. Tsunade handed the eye to Tetsuhi and asked, What do you intend to do with this? Tetsuhi grinned maliciously. Of course, it must be obliterated. Though the Rinnegan was formidable, as a mere detached eyeball without Nagato's host body, it was no more potent than an ordinary eyeball. He made a tossing gesture but did not actually throw the eye to the ground. Instead, he extended his other hand as if to shake and grasp downward. This bizarre scene left Konan, Yahiko, and the others bewildered. Tsunade grew alert, eyes fixed on the ground. A ghastly pale hand emerged from beneath the earth, seemingly reaching to catch something, but it was seized by Tetsuhi's hand. The pale hand clasped his in return. Tetsuhi's chakra surged vehemently, flowing through the pale arm, while he simultaneously pulled upward, drawing a white zetsu from below. Like pulling up a white tree, the white zetsu was covered in branches, his face filled with terror as he emitted pitiful cries. Tetsuhi's chakra and the white zetsu's chakra were utterly antagonistic. Layers of decaying bark began to form on the white zetsu's body, peeling off incessantly. Amid the agonized screams, vibrant green branches sprouted from his body, natural energy flooding in wildly. Within moments, he was utterly transformed into a tree. This horrifying spectacle instantly reminded Tsunade of Orochimaru's wood-release experiments, where subjects injected with the first Hokage's wood-release cells likewise sprouted branches all over, ultimately becoming trees. Tsunade frowned. This is wood-release? My grandfather's cells? Her twin ponytails fluttered under the force of chakra, exuding a palpable low pressure. This woman is terrifying. Konan, Yahiko, and the others pressed themselves against the walls, hoping to distance themselves further from Tsunade, but no further retreat was possible. It seemed this eye was connected to Madara Uchiha. Very well, let it be reduced to ashes. Tetsuhi swiftly constructed a turbocharged apparatus, placing the eyeball into the flame nozzle. An orange-red blaze erupted, and the eye vaporized in an instant, leaving not a speck of ash behind. When the Rinnegan departed Nagato's body, Madara Uchiha felt only that the divine tree ceased supplying chakra to him. Upon the eye's destruction in the flames, the divine tree behind Madara suddenly surged upward, then abruptly vanished. The vast cavern left behind began to collapse, with boulders of all sizes tumbling down. Madara was forced to hastily retreat with black zetsu and white zetsu. What has transpired? The Rinnegan has been destroyed, the years of planning undone in a single instant. Madara stood stunned for a long while before accepting this reality. If I am to cultivate another Rinnegan, can my life endure another 20 years? Moreover, it requires an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to transform into a Rinnegan. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a treasure was rare and elusive. Where would he find a Mangekyo Sharingan? Could his life sustain such an endeavor? White Zetsu said, "That fellow hasn't returned yet. Once he does, we should understand what has transpired." Yet they waited and waited, but that person never came back. After Tetsu destroyed the Rinnegan, he turned his gaze to Konan, a gentle smile gracing his face. He said to Tsunade, "This young lady is quite remarkable. Take her with you. She could even become your apprentice." Tsunade cast a glance at Konan and replied, "You want to take her? Then take her. After all, if it's you, no one in Konoha would dare question it." Konan's heart was a mixture of fear and secret delight. Summoning her courage, she attempted to negotiate. Could you also take my companions with me?" Upon hearing this, Yahiko's eyes brimmed with hope. Tetsu considered it for a moment. With Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, the trio, there were only 2 ordinary children left. It was entirely feasible to take them all. He agreed, "Fine. Come with me now." Tetsu led the way, with the 5 children trailing behind. Tsunade walked beside him, chatting as they went, and before long, they arrived at the office of the former Hanzo of the Salamander. Arrangements were made for the 5 to have temporary accommodations. "You will stay here for the time being. When matters here are settled, I will bring you back to Konoha." The 5 children settled in with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Orochimaru, somewhat curious, remarked, "Tetsukuin, I heard you brought back 5 orphans. You're quite compassionate." This action also greatly altered Jiraiya's perception of Tetsu. He thought to himself that he had misjudged Tetsu and, with a pleading tone, asked Tetsu, "Do you need any assistance?" "I'm quite good with children." Tsunade interjected, "No need. I'm afraid you'd teach them to spy on the women's bathhouse." Jiraiya was left speechless. After resting for 2 days, Nagato's eyes were thoroughly examined and found to be completely normal. His intraocular pressure and vision were perfect. Tetsu came to find him and said, "Come with me. There's something we need to discuss." He led Nagato to a room where Hanzo of the Salamander was confined. Though unshackled, the once semi-divine shinobi of the ninja world sat there with a profound air of despondency. Hanzo first looked at Tetsu, then at Nagato, but remained silent. At this stage, cooperation was all that was left. The Land of Rain was his vulnerability. "Hanzo, the Rain Ninja's collusion with Uchiha Madara in the massacre of the Uzumaki clan that aided the Land of Rain demands a public apology from the Land of Rain. A monument must be erected on the original site for commemoration and repentance, and compensation should be provided to the survivors." Uzumaki, huh? That is merely the price for their voluntary intervention in another nation's war. Take the Land of Rain now, for instance. We are about to pay a price as well. Though harsh, this is reality, is it not? Once involved in war, life or death should not be about apologies, Hanzo declared. Tetsu nodded and said, "Suit yourself. I brought him here merely to make him understand how his parents and kin perished. Whether he apologizes or forgives is none of my concern." Signaling Nagato to follow him out, Tetsu paused at the door and remarked, "Victims will seek justice in their own way." How far Nagato could develop without the Rinnegan was uncertain to Tetsu. Yet, he was certain of the excellence of Nagato's bloodline. Nagato could awaken sealing techniques like the Phantom Dragon S9 seals without formal training, which were especially effective against tailed beasts, proof of his superior lineage. To put it plainly, his chakra was as unique as Kushina's, naturally suppressing the tailed beasts. Bringing this boy back to Konoha might even alter the fate of Kushina's Jinchuriki status. Of course, this was merely a possibility. They returned to Hanzo's former residence, and only then did Nagato speak. The person from that day was actually a rain ninja in disguise. Tetsu replied, "Such things are common. The Land of Rain has long been a battleground extended from the 3 great nations. The game of you impersonate me, I kill you plays out daily." The Hokage issued an order, expedite the surrender negotiations with the Land of Rain. The presence of Uchiha Madara made Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konohamaru Sarutobi, and Mito Uzumaki urgently require Tetsu's presence in the village. They understood clearly that Konoha currently lacked anyone who could contend with Uchiha Madara without defeat. Only with Tetsu in Konoha could the village be truly secure. Thus, the process in the Land of Rain accelerated considerably. Hanzo faced trial in the Land of Rain, accepted all terms on behalf of the country, and atoned for the war. Konoha stationed ninja troops in the Land of Rain. The Rain Ninja Village was disbanded, retaining only internal security forces. The Land of Rain would undergo vertical military governance and intervention from Konoha. Under Konoha's military administration, Would the land of rain cease to be the land of rain? Hanzo seemed to have aged 10 years. When brought out, he asked Tetsu a question. Isn't this precisely what you wanted? Though in a different form, it is indeed accomplished. Moreover, the land of rain will no longer have displaced children or women sent off to sell themselves. Though the once well-fed households now go hungry, many who would have starved now have a meal. Seems unfair, but everyone survives. Does it not? Next, I will build a logistics center here, transforming this place into a nexus connecting the three great nations. Being a cart driver isn't so bad. Tetsu briefly explained his plans to Hanzo. Relieved after hearing this, Hanzo wished earnestly to witness the prosperity of the land of rain. Yet, the humiliation and regret in his heart remained indelible. Is the land of rain under Konoha's military administration still truly the land of rain? The elites in the Mire Forest were sketching out this newly added commercial territory. The Bear Country's harbor flourished on the sea, while the land of rain held a crucial position on land. The Kawakuni's convenient water transport system linked these two places into an organic whole, akin to unblocking vital meridians in the body. The Bear Country's seafood could be distributed everywhere through the land of rain. The land of rain could also undertake some deep processing operations, creating livelihoods. The land of rain could integrate the resources of the wind and earth countries and redistribute them as needed. A large contingent of ninja troops remained stationed in the land of rain. Tetsu left detailed military governance regulations, instructing that they continue to be implemented. He also informed them, I will soon send someone to assist in overseeing things. Then I will return to Konoha with the three legendary Sannin and the main force. Meanwhile, Shikaku Nara, at his father-in-law's home, received a letter from the third Hokage urging him to return to the village. Shikaku could only bid farewell to Yagyu Inzhun. Inzhun said, since there is business in the village, then go. Father-in-law, we will visit again next time, Shikaku replied. On the road, Shikaku heard some news about Tetsu. The gold exchange had mysteriously revoked the bounty on Tetsu. This left Shikaku amazed, telling his wife, it's really strange. They said Tetsu's bounty was 130 million, and then they oddly cancelled it. That's not like the gold exchange at all. Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, and two other minor characters entered the land of fire and immediately felt an atmosphere starkly different from the poverty and desolation of the land of rain. It was as though the entire world suddenly became radiant and vibrant. Nagato grew livelier as well. The environment always influences people, especially children. Tetsu found a moment to teach them the concept of chakra and methods to extract it. Of course, he was only theoretically proficient, as he never actually extracted chakra himself. His expectations were modest, merely instructing them to practice on their own. Nagato, influenced by the Rinnegan, was able to produce chakra almost instantly, followed by Konan and Yahiko. The other two minor characters lagged far behind, showing no response whatsoever. Tetsuhiro gazed upon the two minor characters and smiled, beckoning them over. You must not let impatience take hold of your hearts. Everyone's innate talent differs. Swift progress does not necessarily equate to excellence, nor does a slower pace imply inferiority. The crucial point is to avoid blind haste. Yes, sir. Tsunade remarked. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko possess considerable aptitude. They have mastered their skills so swiftly. While many focus on those with great talent, why do you concern yourself so much with the other two? Tetsuhiro replied, their talents are already so exceptional that they hardly require my attention. Such a statement was profoundly reasonable, leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. He continued, teacher, among those three, who do you believe has the greatest talent? Nagato, I suppose. After all, he is of the Uzumaki clan. His bloodline speaks for itself. I believe it is Konan. She is arguably the only one without a bloodline limit or secret techniques, relying solely on her own abilities to elevate the art of origami into a supreme ninjutsu, standing as a prodigy at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. My guy even has the 8 gates technique. What does Konan have? Merely a childhood pastime, Jiraiya's way of amusing children, taught her origami ninjutsu. She transformed a mere juggling trick into one of the highest level arts in the shinobi world, nearly sparking a cataclysmic finale. What kind of man is Jiraiya? A thorough utilitarian, obsessed with blonde-haired, blue-eyed boys, his eyes only ever reserved for Yahiko, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto. Whether Konan or Nagato, they are mere accessories beside the chosen child of fate. He could never genuinely care. He was even stingy with good techniques when teaching, casually brushing them off. Only Nagato has the bloodline, and Konan has innate talent. Otherwise, they might not even surpass some wild shinobi from small villages. Yet Konan's exceptional skills alone prove the strength of her talent. And now, I dare to guarantee that Konan's talent will truly be unearthed. I will not allow a prodigy's gift to be buried under Jiraiya's hand. As for Yahiko, he too must be kept away from Jiraiya. He must not be poisoned by Jiraiya's ideology. I am already planning that upon returning to Konoha, I will maximize his learning. Konan, with her talent, I will personally instruct. Nagato can have more contact with Kushina, and Yahiko will study relentlessly. Lost in thought, he suddenly received a light tap on the head. You always seem to be scheming something mischievous. Tsunade teased. I was merely contemplating how to arrange their studies. Meanwhile, Jiraiya occasionally cast glances toward them. After briefly lingering on Tetsuhiro and Tsunade, his gaze settled on Yahiko for a moment. Feeling this was rather blatant, he quickly averted his eyes. Yet his reaction was keenly perceived by both Orochimaru and Tsunade, not to mention the ever more perceptive Tetsuhiro. Tsunade casually asked, so, how do you intend to teach them? Military strategy, tactics, politics, economics, ideology, and culture, I will teach myself. You will handle ninjutsu instruction. Taijutsu will remain under my supervision, Tetsuhiro added. I will oversee them closely. Until their minds mature, they will not be exposed to certain people or things. Tsunade glanced subtly at Jiraiya. It was clear whom this caution was aimed at. She did not doubt that Tetsuhiro knew something because it was unnecessary to explain. Jiraiya's expression was far too blatant. She herself had long found some of Jiraiya's behaviors intolerable, so her reaction was entirely natural. She agreed wholeheartedly. Some people should indeed be kept at a distance. The topic soon shifted to wood release. During the era of the second Hokage, Konoha had diligently experimented for many years, yet all they gained were failures and sacrifices, with no tangible results. Meanwhile, Madara Uchiha, lacking equipment and personnel, single-handedly conducted research and astonishingly achieved success. Tetsuhiro boasted somewhat arrogantly, wood release is nothing extraordinary. There's no need to mythologize it. If wood release were truly that formidable, Madara Uchiha would not have fled but would have killed me. His intent to kill me was very real. What a pity. Tsunade retorted, perhaps, in this world, only Tetsuhiro would dare say wood release is just SOSO. Her hands itched slightly. Tsunade's fists clenched. To speak so dismissively of her grandfather's wood release was almost sacrilegious. She struggled to restrain herself but could not resist any longer. She raised her arm, clasped Tetsuhiro's neck, and with her other hand unleashed the poison dragon drill, spinning it atop his head. Speak. Wood release is supreme throughout the world. The 5 young ones exclaimed, terrifying, but focused on their own movements. Follow the tug of my demonic force field and remember the sensation, Tetsuhiro said as he freed his head and addressed the 5. Ninja marching had always been compared to airplanes flying. Yet Tetsuhiro was different. He used the flow and collapse of chakra within the force field to guide Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, and the 2 minor characters' movements, enabling them to move in harmony with these tugs and pulls. These 5 youngsters dared not slack off when watching his interaction with Tsunade. It was simply unacceptable. Only when the group stopped to rest did the 5 pant and sit down. Tetsuhiro asked, do you know why you feel so exhausted? The 5 shook their heads. Because your minds are fixated on your movements, constantly striving to conform to my guidance. When the mind is burdened, fatigue follows. This is normal at the beginning of study. You will gradually overcome it. During this break, let us learn some simple arithmetic. Listen carefully. At last, Jiraiya found an opportunity to approach Tsunade. Tsunade, that Yahiko. He closely resembles the prophesied child the great Toad Sage mentioned. He must be. Tsunade warned sharply. Jiraiya, I might not kill you, but Tetsuhiro very well might. After all, he is not your comrade. It's not like that. I just wanted to know. You don't. I warn you, stay away from these children. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to have you lying in a hospital bed.
Jiraiya.
I won't be helping you with this matter. Orochimaru agrees. Your superstition is astounding, to believe in some prophesied child. Upon returning to Konoha, another victory ceremony was held. This time, the scale was far smaller than the previous one. After all, the Sand and Rain Ninja did not carry the same weight as the Cloud Ninja. Victories against the Cloud Shinobi deserved celebration and cheers, while triumphs over the Sand and Rain were merely expected. This time, Tetsuhiro stood beside Tsunade. The main spotlight was reserved for the 3 legendary Sannin, yet the loudest cheers came for Lord Tetsuhiro. Tetsuhiro exclaimed, are you all trying to get me killed? But then again, no one seems capable of doing so, so I suppose it's fine. As soon as the ceremony concluded, the group was immediately summoned to the Hokage's office for a meeting. The 3rd Hokage and 2 advisors were straightforward. Tetsuhiro, what exactly transpired at the battlefield? Madara Uchiha had appeared because he had struck an agreement with Salamander Hanzo. He required a host from the Uzumaki clan, while Hanzo needed him to hold me back. Thus, I became entangled with Madara Uchiha. At first, Tetsuhiro recounted the battle in detail, especially emphasizing that Madara had donned Susanu's armor and unleashed a large-scale would-release attack, combined with fire release to create a vast sea of flames. The third Hokage and advisors found it almost unbelievable. They could not comprehend how the young boy before them could survive such an onslaught. Was this scientific? Was it truly would-release? It sounded as if Madara's would-release had been enhanced beyond the first Hokage's, yet it appeared so lackluster. Tetsuhiro replied, in truth, would-release is likely deified merely because of the first Hokage's prowess. Its attacks, though grand in appearance, lack flexibility. The silence in the Hokage's office was deafening. Was this man to be believed? Tetsuhiro had done so deliberately. Sometimes, a measured display of one's power can spare one from many troubles. Take, for instance, the arrangements concerning those 5 young ones. Had we followed the conventional procedures, we would have encountered numerous obstructions and endless bickering. Yet, once Tetsuhi candidly declared that would-release was nothing extraordinary, the matter became far more manageable. Every step of the process was fully automated, requiring no concern from Tetsuhi himself. Tsunade muttered under her breath, "Why is this boy so infuriatingly cheeky?" There is a saying, when virtue does not match one's position, calamity inevitably follows. What does this mean? It implies that when one's conduct is incongruent with the status and power one holds, disaster is bound to ensue. Suppose your abilities are formidable and your rank high, yet your demeanor remains humble, lacking the requisite bearing and temper. Others will look down upon you. The consequence of such disdain is that they will trample all over you. Conversely, if your capabilities and standing are modest, but you exhibit arrogance and imperiousness, you will be tested. A single trial of this kind can doom you utterly, for your strength cannot withstand such scrutiny. This principle is, in fact, rather straightforward. Tetsuhi claimed that his foundation was profound, a wisdom passed down from his ancestors. Drawing from Tetsuhi's first-hand experience, after his departure, Konohamaru proposed, according to Tetsuhi's account, Uchiha Madara's would-release seems to have surpassed even the first Hokage's mastery. Hokage, should we consider restarting the would-release experiments? We must develop a power capable of countering it. Although Tetsuhi can contend with it, he lacks the means to engage in large-scale ninjutsu combat and thus cannot protect the village adequately. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in agreement. We need a large-scale technique that can defend against and repel would-release. Otherwise, if Uchiha Madara invades Konoha, a single would-release followed by a fire release could obliterate the village. I shall give it some thought, Sarutobi said, though inwardly he already possessed an answer. This was undeniably a predicament that could not be avoided. Yet, would-release. Together, Tsunade and Tetsuhi proceeded toward Tetsuhi's new residence. Gazing northward from the Hokage Rock, they beheld an exquisitely magnificent building that radiated a serene grandeur. At first glance, it evoked a profound sense of tranquility. This time, the village truly ought to recommence the would-release experiments. Tsunade finally spoke after a long silence. Tetsuhi shook his head. This is not merely a matter of whether to conduct experiments or not, sensei. I believe the village should focus more on why Uchiha Madara succeeded. Why do you say that? Tsunade arched an eyebrow. Tetsuhi shrugged. Isn't the answer embedded in the question itself? Uchiha, the sole reason the village's would-release experiments failed is because they did not involve the Uchiha clan. When conducting an experiment, analyzing the factors behind its success and attempting replication is the proper approach. Otherwise, countless individuals will merely become unwitting test subjects, perishing without purpose. Here Tetsuhi paused, silently adding, but could the third Hokage and others truly entrust such a devastating technique to the Uchiha? The mere mention of the Uchiha name unsettled Konoha's elite, the 4th division, to no end. If they were to reproduce would-release along Madara's path and even produce white Zetsu, wouldn't they be terrified out of their wits? Tsunade's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Uchiha Madara succeeded alone, and the Uchiha bloodline played an immensely crucial role in this. Their conversation was conducted through Tetsuhi's secret chakra transmission, limiting the sound to between them alone. The 5 youngsters trailing behind were utterly oblivious. They merely wondered aloud why Tetsuhi's residence was situated in such a remote locale. Wouldn't it be livelier down below? Yet that house was undeniably beautiful. This will be your home from now on, Tetsuhi declared, summoning Liana. The blonde young woman greeted Tetsuhi and Tsunade. After the frontline negotiations, when conflict seemed imminent, Tetsuhi had sent Liana back to the wet-bone forest to prevent distractions during battle. Tetsuhi instructed, take them around and see which parts of the house need cleaning. Make sure to tidy everything thoroughly. Liana admired the courtyard's scenery. Master's home is truly splendid. From now on, this will also be your home. With that, Tetsuhi dispatched the 5 youngsters to work while he and Tsunade toured the entire estate. This residence was the most tangible architectural manifestation of Tetsuhi's innate realm. Tsunade immediately sensed an extraordinary tranquility and harmony permeating the space. Everywhere exuded comfort, and her spirit seemed to meld with the environment. She had never felt so relaxed in her life. In the courtyard, a circular fountain spouted crystal-clear water, beneath which red koi fish swam languidly. Tetsuhi explained that this was an eye. Without this pond, light and walls would trap the village's energy, causing stagnation. The pool remained cool, creating a passageway. Through thermal expansion and contraction, air circulated continuously, though not enough to produce a perceptible breeze. Tsunade nodded appreciatively, impressed by the complexity. They then inspected each room, and upon seeing the chamber prepared for her, she was even more pleased. The expansive view was impressive, but the ingenuity everywhere was remarkable. Beside a cabinet was a modified slot machine that could be played several times daily. It had been altered to fit seamlessly into the cabinet, featuring only a ring of flashing lights, a few buttons, a silver coin slot, and a payout chute. I had this modified, Tetsuhi explained. Instead of inserting game tokens, you put in silver coins, and it dispenses silver coins. Sensei, would you like to try? Regarding how to let Tsunade enjoy herself without losing money, this was the solution. Tsunade fed coins into it, effectively putting money into a savings box. Winning meant retrieving some of it, nothing more. When asked what happens if it fills up, Tetsuhi replied, I have the key. I can empty the coin box. Shall we try a round? Tetsuhi encouraged. Tsunade tossed in coins and pressed the button. After a series of cheerful chimes, the result was as expected. She inserted more coins and lost again. However, she was accustomed to this sensation, continuing to lose 10 or so coins before stopping to examine other features. There was a large bookshelf, currently empty. Tetsuhi said, Sensei, if you have favorite books or medical texts, you may place them here. The door leads directly to the study. Tsunade nodded, touched by the thoughtfulness. Being able to access the study directly from the bedroom was incredibly convenient, sparing her the hassle of running to a distant library whenever inspiration struck. Unaware, she had already been deftly handled by her disciple. Afterward, the two summoned a runner, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Mihiko, to accompany them to purchase groceries. Returning to the village, they finally sat down to enjoy their first meal in the new home. Lord Tetsuhi, Tetsuhi-kun, look at my fresh tomatoes and cucumbers. All fresh. Master, my live chickens. The merchants are so enthusiastic. In no time, Mihiko bore the unbearable burden of his youth, yet he did so gladly. For a precarious orphan, carrying meat and vegetables was undoubtedly the most precious and joyous thing. Hey, Tetsuhi, Lady Tsunade. Inazuka Dazmaru and the Ino-Shikacho trio approached, greeting Tetsuhi. Really, you just come back once and everyone scatters. We're all the same age, you know. Tetsuhi struck a mock-serious pose. Youngsters, from now on, you must address me as Lord Tetsuhi. Disrespecting me like that will upset many people. Inazuka Damaru remarked, are you all just returning from the market, preparing to cook? His tone carried a subtle hint of a desire to join in. Tekka could discern the unspoken implication even with his toes. Yet, as friends do, they withdrew some silver coins and handed them to Inazuka Damaru. Whatever you wish to eat, go buy some more. Oh, and remember to invite Kushina along. Leave it to me. With that, the four divided the tasks. Inazuka Damaru went in search of Kushina, while the others, Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino, picked out their preferred ingredients. Relying on his exceptional sense of smell, Inazuka Damaru easily located Kushina at a training ground. At that moment, she was undergoing special training with Minato Namikaze. Ever since Minato had saved her, their relationship had improved considerably, albeit unilaterally. Kushina no longer harbored any disdainful prejudice against Minato's somewhat effeminate demeanor. Kushina, Minato is here as well. Let us go. He specifically asked you to come to Tekka's place. Inazuka Damaru regarded Minato with a hint of caution. Though Minato appeared carefree, he possessed a dog-like intuition about interpersonal dynamics. Minato was Tekka's rival for Kushina's affections, and Damaru silently constructed this equation in his mind. Taking advantage of Tekka being away at war to sneak in, that's utterly shameless. Now that Tekka has returned, let us see what you'll do. Kid, Kushina's eyes brightened. Alright, I was planning to go a bit later anyway. She hadn't given it much thought. She intended to finish training, freshen up, and then head over. She bid farewell to the two, saying, I'll go change clothes. Inazuka Damaru nodded toward Minato. If you know what's good for you, you'd better not go. Minato responded with a simple. After changing into a dress, Kushina proceeded to Teka's house. Finding no one there, she recalled that they must have gone to the new residence. Upon arrival, she saw Inuzuka Damaru, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Saichi, and 5 unfamiliar peers. Among them, a striking figure with red hair from the Uzumaki clan stood out vividly. You're from the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade, arms crossed, stood nearby and introduced. This is Nagato. Kushina, you should get to know each other. As clansmen, you'll likely get along well. Hello, Kushina greeted him. Hello, Nagato replied. Nagato, come help out. The intestines smell absolutely awful. Good heavens. How could Teka want to eat something like this? I absolutely refuse to touch it. Kushina, come fetch some water. Before long, each was summoned by their companions to assist in various tasks. Washing vegetables, preparing ingredients, coordinating with one another, and chatting leisurely while working soon fostered a harmonious camaraderie. Inuzuka Damaru and his friends listened sympathetically to the 5's backgrounds, while the latter were curious about their experiences at the Ninja Academy. Teka himself took charge of the final cooking stage, bustling about with frying, sautéing, and stir-frying. The process of cooking was indeed quite enjoyable, excluding the washing of pots and dishes. Nowadays, with a team responsible for ingredient preparation and dishwashing, Teka could focus solely on his favorite part of the process. The new stove at the house was finally lit, marking the completion of a significant ritual for the new home. In his previous life, Teka had been a skeptic of deities. Yet, driven by some inexplicable impulse, he offered a tribute to the kitchen god. What is this kitchen god? Tsunade inquired curiously, eyeing the 3 characters inscribed on the wall above the stove. Teka explained, this is a deity who watches over people's lives, whether they do bad deeds, speak ill of others, or waste food. Every year, he ascends to the heavens to report to the Jade Emperor. I'm the first in the ninja world to worship him. Surely he'll say some good things about me. Is there really such a deity? I've never heard of him. Teka pondered briefly. There should be, I think, though I'm not entirely certain. Teacher, think about it. Since the gates of the underworld have been summoned as defensive ninjutsu, and those summons are all broken ruins if even the great Yama King is gone, then a lesser deity like the kitchen god probably no longer exists. Tsunade replied, triple Rashomon indeed. Whether it's Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or our own 3rd Hokage, they all seem to favor summoning the gates of the Underworld's palace to block ninjutsu. Where this summoning technique originated is now lost to history, but the gates truly endured attacks they were never meant to bear. Since the Yama King hasn't come looking for trouble or dragged anyone down to repair the gates, it's highly likely these deities have indeed vanished. As the dishes were laid on the table, Minato arrived. Naturally, he paid no heed to Inuzuka Damaru's warning. He was a bit eccentric, and his words couldn't be taken seriously. If it were because of him that you and Teka grew apart, that would be truly wrong. Teka, I'm late. I just ran into Master Jiraiya and got dragged into a chat. He laughed heartily. Come sit, Teka said, pushing Minato beside Yahiko. You 3 blondes, Yahiko, Minato, and Saichi, sit together. Tsunade felt somewhat offended. Then where does this blonde go? Teka replied, you and Rihanna, the 2 big blondes, sit next to me. There's Saichi, Yahiko, and me, 2 oranges sandwiching a lighter one. Shikaku wanted to salute Teka for his boldness. After all, that was Lady Tsunade. Was he not afraid of being punched flying? According to Shikaku's stereotypical impression, even a slight flirtatious glance from Master Jiraiya would result in a beating. Yet Teka remained unscathed, and Tsunade merely snorted dismissively and let it go. Everyone sat down, eating and chatting leisurely. Occasionally, Inuzuka Damaru's dog would bark in. Feeling relaxed, Teka asked, Damaru, does your clan have any puppies? Get me a few to raise. Teka, you want ninja dogs? Inuzuka Damaru's interest was piqued. There just happens to be a female dog in the clan who is pregnant. Once the pups are born, I'll find you. Though a few might be too many, 1 or 2 is definitely doable. Just ordinary ones will do. I don't need ninja dogs. The Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs were battle aids. Why would he want ninja dogs? They might just be a hindrance at home. He merely wanted to keep a few dogs for emotional comfort. Having made arrangements with Damaru regarding the puppies, Teka turned to Nara Shikaku about deer. Shikaku, can you spare a few deer from your family? Shikaku hesitated for a moment. In memory of my long-deceased uncle, how many do you want? Teka was momentarily speechless, thinking, young man, do you hold grudges that deeply? To be fair, Shikaku's memory is truly remarkable. Is it really necessary to cling to this so tightly? Damaru and Saichi laughed heartily, but if one were to speak of destructive potential, Shikaku was definitely the most formidable. Teka said magnanimously, then it depends on how many you're willing to give. I don't mind having many. After all, it was Shikaku gifting him deer, not the other way around. Nara Shikaku responded with a simple. Next, Tekka set his sights on the remaining members. The Akimichi clan owned a chicken farm, which was the primary source of meat for their household. Why raise chickens? Their growth cycle was rapid, like inflating balloons. A chick would be fed and, within a few days, plump up nicely. Only in this way could the Akimichi's enormous appetites be satisfied. Raising other animals would likely bankrupt the Akimichi family. Additionally, their vegetable garden boasted a variety of crops, including rice. Without hesitation, Tekka said, "How about you get me a few dozen chickens? Just chicks, I want to raise them for fun." He also requested various flowers from the Yamanaka family, intending to plant them on vacant land. Seeing the slugs pitifully munching leaves in the damp forest, he wanted to diversify their diet with petals. The slug, listening to Tekka discuss flowers with the Yamanaka clan, twisted happily. Tekka had long told it that many flowers would be planted on the vacant land, allowing it to savor the taste of petals. In just a brief moment, Tetsuhi managed to procure a vast array of items solely through his persuasive tongue. His companions took it seriously. Although Guzi had to wait, everything else required no delay. The chicks from the Akimichi household hatched daily, and Akimichi Choza directly delivered a cartload to Tetsuhi. The lively chirping filled the space, a bit raucous yet utterly delightful to the ears. The tender yellow chicks nestled closely side by side, their pairs of glossy black eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. "Bro, there's really no need to be in such a hurry." He opened the cage and released all the chicks. The moment they touched the ground, they scattered in every direction. Tetsuhi crouched down, his presence calm and natural, akin to mountains and rivers, perfectly harmonizing with the environment. He called the chicks over, and they chirped as they scampered to his side, gathering around him. Tetsuhi gently tapped a few chicks on their heads with his finger, saying, "You're still young. You mustn't run around recklessly. Chicks, cheep cheep cheep." With the chicks secured, Tetsuhi purchased some millet and directed the 5 little ones to construct a chicken coop. He then wandered through the village, acquiring 3 piglets, dozens of ducks and geese. Unfortunately, there were no cattle or donkeys in the village, otherwise, he would have brought some as well. Yet, the mere combination of chickens, ducks, and geese already formed a formidable 3-dimensional defense network. A veritable bane to insects for the Aburame clan. Chicken. Guess why I rank first among the 6 livestock? In the foreseeable future, there should be no poisonous insects capable of threatening Tetsuhi. This is undoubtedly the wisdom of the ancients. Third Hokage. Lord Tetsuhi is here to see you. While the third Hokage was still troubled by the wood release matter, Tetsuhi arrived. Third Hokage, let him in. Tetsuhi's face was bright and youthful. Third Hokage, I have something to discuss. Speak, the third Hokage said seriously. No one could have anticipated that Tetsuhi would set his sights on the Sarutobi clan's monkeys. Third Hokage, the summoning beasts of the Sarutobi clan are the Saruma clan's, right? Well, I want to raise a few monkeys. Not as summoning beasts, just... The third Hokage pointed to the office door, his aura fierce. Tetsuhi pouted. Fine, if you want T-cell, you want T-cell. He left the Hokage's office somewhat reluctantly. The third Hokage cursed that brat but felt much better afterward. After some thought, he summoned the Saruma. Saruma, do you have any baby monkeys? Saruma. Something's off about this old fellow. There's a youngster who really likes monkeys and wants to have some. Our Saruma clan only contracts with the Sarutobi clan. No, that's not what I mean. He just wants to adopt monkeys, not sign a contract. See if you have any orphan monkeys in your tribe who have lost their parents. Though the third Hokage had dismissed Tetsuhi with an unfriendly tone, he still took care of the matter. If a child likes monkeys, so what if he is a genius youth of Konoha? After a while, the Saruma delivered 3 baby monkeys, saying, "These 3 little ones lost their parents to a tiger's attack. Only they remain. They had been raised in turns. Please be kind to them, but it's probably for the best that they're not summoning beasts." The third Hokage smoked while watching the 3 monkeys climb over his body, tugging his ears and scratching his beard. After finishing, he summoned the Umbu. "Go fetch that brat Tetsuhi for me." Meanwhile, Tetsuhi was in Uchiha Fumio's office, chatting leisurely as old comrades. After reflecting on the battlefield, Tetsuhi expressed his desire to raise a few cats. Uchiha Fumio asked, "What kind of cats do you like?" Tetsuhi, "The cat lady has a complete variety. I can arrange it, and if it's quick, they can be delivered tomorrow. Black cats, calicos, tabbies, orange cats. I like them all. Consider it done, then." Just as they spoke, the Umbu messenger arrived. Uchiha Fumio's expression turned serious as he stood. Tetsuhi rose as well. The Umbu said, "Tetsuhi, The third Hokage requests your presence. Tetsuhi muttered, the one who kicked me out is the same one calling me now. What is going on? Upon arrival, he saw monkeys climbing on the third Hokage. The third Hokage wore a disdainful expression. Here, your monkeys. These are orphans from the Saruma clan. Take good care of them. Here's their diet. Worried Tetsuhi might not know how to care for them. The third Hokage thoughtfully provided a feeding guide. Under his guidance, the 3 monkeys climbed onto Tetsuhi's body, perching on his shoulders and head. Tetsuhi assured him, don't worry, I'll take great care of them. His spirits lifted. His household pets had grown richer. While Tetsuhi collected pets, Tsunade busied herself moving books, medical texts from the hospital and her own collection, into Tetsuhi's new home. The room prepared for Tsunade was irresistibly alluring, combining a slot machine and a study, allowing her to indulge in her 2 great passions without ever leaving the house. How could Tsunade refuse? Of course, the key factor was Tetsuhi's age. Only 9, not yet 10. Had he been 6 or 7 years older, Tsunade would never have agreed to move in. Various medical materials filled the bookshelves, tailored to Tsunade's reading habits. Some were books, others scrolls, instantly breathing life into the study. This is looking quite proper. Tetsuhi, keep these materials here. It'll be convenient when you study. And when I want to read, I can come stay for a few days. Perfect. Then Tsunade sent Tetsuhi off, leisurely picking up a book and reclining on the bed to read. She casually instructed him, go buy me a bottle of sake. Tetsuhi took it upon himself to run the errand. Sending the other 5 little ones wouldn't he work, they couldn't he bring it back. Liana, after all, wasn't he a ninja and too slow? Tsunade sipped the sake and pulled Tetsuhi close. Come here. Look at this case. Tetsuhi lay beside Tsunade on the bed, leaning against the headboard as she explained the medical case. It was a peculiar illness. The patient's abdomen was as swollen as a drum, face pale, hands waxen yellow, yet bowel movements were normal. Normal bowel movements, but such abdominal distension indicated the problem wasn't in the digestive organs. The stomach and intestines should be fine. Observing the patient's complexion and, from this, a simple diagnosis could be made, pinpointing the major lesion. The meridians in this area were congested and required acupuncture. Unconsciously, dusk had fallen before Tsunade finally released Tetsuhi. She opened the window and leapt into the courtyard to watch the sunset. How quickly half a day has passed. Just as she was about to cook, Kushina arrived. Grandma Mito wants you to come home for dinner. Tsunade kept Kushina with her. Why go back? Eat here first, then return. Her stomach was already shaped like Tetsuhi's. After more than 20 years of eating at the Senju residence, she no longer wanted a single bite. Kushina hesitated. Isn't that improper? Grandma might. Then why don't you go back and eat? Tsunade replied. Hearing this, Kushina immediately changed her tune. Actually, it's nothing. I can go back after eating. As long as we don't tell Grandma, she won't know. Tsunade patted Kushina's shoulder contentedly. That's the spirit. You don't say, I don't say, how would she find out? Thus, at Tetsuhi's place, 9 people sat together, sharing a lively meal. Only after finishing did Tsunade and Kushina return. Mito, knowing Tsunade well, immediately realized she had eaten at Tetsuhi's home. Tsunade, you always eating at your disciple's house like this isn't proper. After uttering a routine remark, the conversation abruptly ceased. Mito evidently understood that Tsunade would not heed his words. He promptly shifted the topic to Nagato. Bring that child called Nagato here tomorrow. I want to have a look. Tsunade replied, very well. That child is truly pitiable, used as a vessel by Madara Uchiha, orphaned after his family was slaughtered. Were it not for Tetsuo, his future would be uncertain. If it were you, you wouldn't fail to notice something amiss in those eyes. Your second grandfather always said that a shinobi must be cultured, which is why the history, mythology, and common knowledge of the ninja world are all embedded in the curriculum. Alas, you all refuse to learn, thinking such knowledge useless for a ninja. Tsunade retorted, who refuses to learn? I am a master of medical ninjutsu. Thank you very much. Mito fell silent, and Tsunade instantly felt a wave of awkwardness. Speaking of Tsunade's academy days, she was truly a force to be reckoned with. One punch was enough to subdue any classmate. She blocked restroom doors demanding money, secretly purchased alcohol, used transformation jutsu to impersonate adults, and played pai-gao with others. What mischief had she not committed? Raised under the indulgence of her 2 grandfathers, she dared to do anything. The 2 Senju elders often had to clean up after her, being summoned by teachers every few days. The esteemed Hokage was reprimanded by her homeroom teacher as if she were a mere child. Tobarama said, Teacher, please don't get angry. Shall I bow to you? Yet at home, he praised his granddaughter, saying, "My grandson Hashirama's granddaughter is truly formidable, ha ha ha." Hiruzen remarked, "Oh, how much money did Tsunade snatch from her classmates? Is this enough? I will apologize to their parents." Upon returning home, he warned, "Tsunade, if I find out you sneak out to drink again, mark my words, there will be no next time." In any case, her childhood mischief bore no resemblance to that of an exemplary student. Kushina, meanwhile, grew curious and asked, "Grandmother, what was Tsunade like as a child?" Tsunade replied, "I was beloved by all and quite popular at school. Of course, my academic performance was not lacking either." "Grandma, you agree, don't you?" Her beautiful hazel eyes blinked innocently. "But please don't tell anyone, or my current image will collapse." Mito said teasingly, "Well, she was considered a good student in her youth," as she glanced mockingly at Tsunade. Early the next morning, Tsunade visited Tetsuo and brought Nagato home. Introducing Nagato to Mito Uzumaki, she said, "This is my grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, wife of the first Hokage." Nagato, gazing at the red-haired woman who appeared to be in her prime, was struck dumb. "Grandmother, you look so young?" Then Tsunade introduced herself. "Grandmother, this is Nagato. You may go now. I want to speak with him alone," Mito said, dismissing Tsunade. Mito had Nagato sit down and inquired about him. Nagato spoke of his parents and his childhood with sorrow. His family, it seemed, had inherited the will of the first Hokage. Mito, gazing upon Nagato, was filled with nostalgia. After a lengthy conversation, Mito said, "Come by often when you have time. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan must be passed down. I'm getting old. Alas." Upon returning home, Nagato reported to Tetsuo, who pondered and said, "Well, if that's the case, visit more often when you can. Sealing techniques are indeed profound." "I will do my best," Nagato promised. Uchiha, clad in the police force uniform, arrived, carrying a large package. "Lord Tetsuo, here are the kittens you asked me to find. Please have a look." Inside were a tabby, an orange cat, a calico, a black cat, and a cow-patterned one. The little creatures curiously regarded Tetsuo. "Indeed, the Uchiha clan is easy to get along with," Tetsuo said courteously. "You went to great lengths for such a small matter. Tell Minister Fumio that when I have time, I will certainly visit the Uchiha household. Good wine and food will not be lacking." "Yes, sir." The Uchiha was elated and hurried off to report to Uchiha Fumio. Tetsuo's goodwill was undoubtedly a source of joy for the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Fumio. Fumio specially had his wife brew a pot of sake and prepare some dishes. As he drank and sang, "Dense forests without human trace. Birds return to the woods at sunset's weariness. At home, I ask my guests if they can drink." He reveled in his own performance. At this moment, he was still unaware of Madara Uchiha's affairs. Yet his happiness was short-lived. The next day, all jonin were summoned to a meeting. The agenda included: first, compiling casualty statistics during the war and preparing burial arrangements. Second, matters concerning compensation for the bereaved. And third, the plans to revive the wood release experiment along with Madara Uchiha. Uchiha Fumio was stunned. Just yesterday, he hummed and sang while drinking. Today, he had plunged into despair. Although the Uchiha clan had severed ties with Madara, Madara was the one who, alongside the first Hokage, pacified the land, a presence that could never be erased no matter how much one wished. The first two matters concerning the deceased were straightforward. The second was not difficult either, depending on the daimyo's budget allocation. The truly troublesome issue was the revival of the wood release experiment. The jonin requested time to deliberate, so the meeting was temporarily adjourned. They all gathered casually in the jonin lounge. Nara Shikamaru asked Tetsuo, "Tetsuo, what do you think about the wood release experiment?" "From my personal perspective, I am definitely opposed. I know this experiment will only end in failure because the third Hokage and others will surely remove the element that led to success. An experiment stripped of the key to success can only waste manpower, energy, and lives. Could there be any other outcome? In times like these, nothing should be concealed. What must be said should be said clearly. Only through thorough communication can a correct consensus be reached." Having spoken, Tetsuo nodded toward Uchiha Fumio and several other Uchiha jonin, who sat silently in a corner. Nara Shikamaru said, "Uchiha. Madara Uchiha could master wood release. Shikamaru, have you ever heard that Madara was a scientist? Or that he was an outstanding medical ninja?" "Neither. We only know he was formidable in combat, nothing more." "Did he have equipment, assistance?" "No," Shikamaru answered decisively. "Exactly," Tetsuo said, gazing at Shikamaru with an inscrutable calmness akin to a deep pool. "A shinobi not versed in science or medicine, specializing in combat. In the absence of scientific instruments and medical equipment, How did he acquire wood release? Tetsuo's question seemed to possess an ineffable, indescribable power. It instantly lifted the veil of mystery, sending a shiver through Shikamaru. You mean, exactly as you think, Tetsuo affirmed. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is nearly inescapable. Therefore, the wood release experiment itself is meaningless. If one desires wood release, it is more appropriate to derive it directly from the Uchiha clan. Perhaps only a small amount of cells is needed as a guide. And the Uchiha clan inherently possesses wood release. Uchiha. Shikamaru sighed. Tetsuo asked, what about the Uchiha? The question left Shikamaru speechless. The other ninjas listening also remained silent. Everyone understood the implications of what about the Uchiha. But such matters could not be openly discussed. Rising, Tetsuo declared, if it cannot be spoken of, then it is no longer a matter concerning the Uchiha clan. We are all ninjas of one village. Let us not build barriers over such unspeakable issues. Division only diminishes our strength. Unity allows us to grow stronger. I shall go and speak with the Uchiha. Approaching Uchiha Fumio and the others, Tetsuhi inquired, why the somber mood? Why the furrowed brows and downcast faces? What concern of yours is it if Uchiha Madara's matters trouble you? Madara's betrayal of the Uchiha clan is his own affair. In a village as vast as ours, which family has not harbored a few fools? Regarding traitors, you need only peruse the archives to see how many clans have produced them. It is not solely the Uchiha who bear such shame. As for rebellion itself, it is by no means exclusive to your Uchiha. And yet, you command the security forces overseeing the prison. You might do well to revisit the case files from time to time. You all tend to overburden yourselves with trivial concerns, viewing matters through a lens of undue pessimism. This is unhealthy. What is there to fear? What is there to worry about? Fumio, do you still acknowledge me as your commander? Tetsuhi's demeanor subtly shifted with his words, as if the invincible leader from the battlefields of the Cloud Nation had returned. Yes, Commander Tetsuhi, Fumio affirmed. What then do you fear? The rock ninja crumble before me. The cloud ninja scatter like rats. Am I not capable of protecting you, the Uchiha? Remember this, Fumio. None of my soldiers shall be oppressed. Those who fight alongside me, if they fall, I will care for their families. If they live, I will ensure they enjoy wealth and honor. And you, Uchiha, hear me well. No one shall dare to bully you. Should anyone lay hands on my people, I shall cleave them apart with my own hands. It is as simple as that. A large contingent of Chunin under Tetsuhi's banner rose, kneeling on one knee in salute. Lord Tetsuhi. Uchiha Fumio also knelt, struggling to hold back tears, his voice thick with emotion. Lord Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi's hand gently rested upon Fumio's shoulder. Enough. I vow that no one shall drag this matter into your affairs. Rise and speak. As Tetsuhi helped him up, he addressed the assembly, turning to the subject of the wood release experiment. You have heard the conversation between myself and Narashikaku just now, he began. The success of the wood release experiment hinges upon the involvement of the Uchiha. With the experience of Uchiha Madara, success is all but guaranteed. Therefore, I shall facilitate the Uchiha clan's participation. Otherwise, I would rather not proceed with the experiment at all. Fumio, this is not to treat the Uchiha as mere test subjects, but because the Uchiha possess the experience necessary for success. This is a rare opportunity for the clan to strengthen themselves. To maximize the chances of success, we must replicate the successful factors of Madara's achievements as closely as possible. We will not risk ordinary clan members in this endeavor. Moreover, it is to protect the innocent. I do not wish to see innocent lives lost to an experiment doomed to fail. Tetsuhi's face bore a look of profound compassion. Yet, I am willing to see my own subordinates seize this chance to gain greater strength. It need not be wood release alone. Even if wood release fails, they may still acquire stronger bodies and a pair of Sharingan unburdened by hesitation. At the mention of Sharingan unburdened by hesitation, a tremor ran through the hearts of the Uchiha. None could fathom the devastating impact those words carried. We swear to follow our lord unto death, the Uchiha declared. Tetsuhi surveyed the gathered Chunin, all kneeling, their heights nearly equal to his own when standing. Gentlemen, rise. We are comrades and should not render such grand salutations. He first helped Uchiha Fumio to his feet, then reassured everyone as they took their seats. Sit, all of you sit. The overwhelming support weighed heavily upon him. I feel the sincerity in your hearts. All of it is for Konoha. Does anyone have any objections to this matter? None voiced dissent. The majority of the Chunin squad served under Tetsuhi, and its captain Narashikaku had conferred with him and given his approval. Thus, consensus was reached swiftly. Later, in a subsequent meeting, Tetsuhi proposed a binding resolution. Either the experiment would center upon the Uchiha, replicating Madara's successful experience, or it would be rejected outright. This proposal underwent extensive review by the Chunin. The third Hokage turned to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku, what is your opinion? The implication was clear. He hoped Shikaku would dissent, allowing them to defer the contentious issue for future discussion. Yet Shikaku chose to stand with Tetsuhi. Third Hokage, I believe Commander Tetsuhi's proposal is excellent. Our previous would-release experiments have consistently failed. This is why they were shelved. Madara, an untrained individual, succeeded in acquiring would-release. The sole reason is the strong link between the Uchiha bloodline and the cells of the first Hokage. This is the key to success. With such a clear and achievable prospect, I see no grounds for opposition. As he spoke, his mind echoed Tetsuhi's earlier words. Which family has not harbored fools? Regarding traitors, you need only search the archives to see how many clans have produced them. It is not solely the Uchiha who bear such shame. This statement had truly altered Shikaku's perspective. How many traitors had appeared in Konoha? His close friend dealt with more than 10 cases a year, meaning at least 10 clans produced traitors annually. How many traitors had the Uchiha clan produced? Only a few. Madara's brilliance had overshadowed this fundamental logic, leading to unfair discrimination against the Uchiha. Having recognized the folly of his prior prejudices, Shikaku found no reason to continue refusing. He felt remorse for past mistakes and a debt owed to the Uchiha. Why then should the Uchiha not be trusted? Why should they be denied would-release? We understand your opinions. However, given the gravity of this matter, further deliberation is required, said Koizumi Koharu, attempting to smooth tensions and prepare to dismiss Tetsuhi and his party. Tetsuhi cast a glance over the assembled Chunin but stepped forward resolutely. It is precisely because this matter is so important that we gather here to discuss it. Had this been solely the concern of the elders and the third Hokage, we would not have bothered to come. Standing here I am like a mountain. His earlier promise to the Uchiha was about to be fulfilled. Uchiha Fumio and the security forces had fought beside him against the Cloud Ninja. They were his subordinates, and he would shield them. He would not tolerate Koizumi Koharu's overtly discriminatory remarks against the Uchiha. Such words spoken before him, and the Uchiha would not be allowed. Mito Minendo spoke up hesitantly. Commander Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi's voice remained calm and unhurried. Since we are here to hold a meeting, let us be clear. The Chunin squad has given its opinion. If the advisors and the third Hokage oppose it, that is their prerogative. But in my view, if the Chunin squad's opinion is disregarded, there is no need for this squad to exist. It should be disbanded. Elders Koizumi and Mito, third Hokage. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's Uchiha clan. They are Konoha's shinobi. When the Cloud Ninja invaded, they received orders and, knowing they were outnumbered, charged without hesitation. They faced death on the battlefield. 3 of you say this matter is weighty and requires further discussion. Pray tell, what does that mean? Are you warning me? His words were resolute, unwavering. Uchiha Fumio's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. The Uchiha present, seasoned Chunin all, glared at Tetsuhi with their Sharingan shimmering malevolently, silently uniting as one. Yet Tetsuhi remained serene, the dark intent of the Sharingan merging with him, met without resistance. An aura rose from him, as immense as mountains, as profound as valleys, as oppressive as storm clouds over a city. At this moment, he was no longer a solitary man but one embodying the will of the entire Uchiha clan and the majority of the Chunin. He seemed to be a nucleus, gathering the independent spirits of each individual into a unified whole, hovering within the Hokage's office. Even the third Hokage and the advisors found themselves compelled by this aura, their sharp edges suppressed beneath its pressure. Though it appeared as if they were standing on equal footing, in reality it was a lone individual confronting the collective, merely withstanding the force but only just. The sensation was akin to facing the charge of an army numbering in the tens of thousands. A sigh escaped the third Hokage's heart. Having witnessed grand scenes before, he knew that for those inexperienced, this alone would be enough to send them trembling and utterly terrified. The third Hokage spoke. Tetsuhi, let this matter be settled as such. His emotions were deeply conflicted, uncertain whether to rejoice at having a newcomer like Tetsuhi or to feel vexed. Yet, in the end, the decision was made. Although no explicit reply was given, the very act of making this decision served as an answer in itself. After the crowd dispersed, Tsunade sought out Tetsuhi to reprimand him. You brat, how dare you show such boldness and defy the Hokage? Teacher, I am a man. Tetsuhi looked at Tsunade with utmost sincerity. The Uchiha have fought and bled alongside me without a single complaint. They are my subordinates. I will not allow the heroes of Konoha to be doubted or slandered. I will not permit them, after descending from the battlefield, to be secretly stabbed in the back, accused of being untrustworthy, suspected, and watched with suspicion. The chief elder is unacceptable. The Hokage is unacceptable. A hero must stand tall and proud, must be revered, must be admired, and must bask in applause and glory. My subordinates, I will not allow them to suffer such indignity. Tsunade raised her hand and struck him with a sharp blow to the head. Who do you think you are calling yourself, my lord? Then she added, I never imagined that, among the Jonin, you would have such a formidable following. The way they look at you is more fervent than how they gaze upon my grandfather. Humph, my lord. Though crude, it's surprisingly impressive. Any plans for tonight? If you have something to do, I'll stay at your place tonight and keep watch over the door, to prevent those little rascals from causing trouble. Tetsuhi replied, I'm going to the Uchiha clan. They must be eager to see me. Teacher, guess if I can sit in their shrine right in the center? Tetsuhi was truly outrageous. After everyone left, Mito Munin scolded Tetsuhi once more. Sometimes a reprimand is not truly a reproach but a form of protection. Both the third Hokage and Korone Koharu could perceive this. Korone Koharu nodded and said, Young man, you were a bit impulsive. The third Hokage shook his head at the two. Just now, Tetsuhi had directly confronted Korone Koharu, causing her some embarrassment. Yet now she was also defending him. Reflecting on the recent Jonin class situation, the third Hokage muttered to himself, Have we truly erred? The Jonin class actually sided with Tetsuhi. But what Tetsuhi said was true. The Uchiha bled on the front lines and must not be discriminated against or slandered. Was that not right? If even the Hokage failed to treat the bleeding Uchiha equally, forcing them to shed tears, would that not cause the Uchiha to fracture their loyalty? Was it the Uchiha who intended to betray Konoha? Or was Konoha ready to abandon the Uchiha? Inside the third Hokage's mind, two little figures fought endlessly, unable to produce a victor. Absent-mindedly, he lit a pipe and took slow drags. Within moments, the entire office was shrouded in a misty haze, like a celestial realm. Tetsuhi entered the Uchiha clan territory, where motifs of paper fans were ubiquitous. On the walls, under the eaves, and fluttering on small flags that rustled in the breeze. Several women recognized Tetsuhi and greeted him warmly. Lord Tetsuhi, are you here to see Fugaku? These women had all been members of the Konoha ladies group and were unusually familiar with Tetsuhi. He answered, No, I'm here to see your clan head. Someone immediately ran ahead to inform Uchiha Fumio, who hurried out to welcome him and quickly had his wife prepare for the visit. Tetsuhi was ushered inside and seated, served hot tea first. Well, Uchiha Fumio doesn't quite know how to express his gratitude, they said. Tetsuhi replied, I will not allow those who follow me to suffer injustice. Fumio clan head, you will likely hold a clan meeting about this matter later. One to you? Might I observe it? Uchiha Fumio responded, It would be my utmost honor. The Uchiha clan south meeting place was the ancestral shrine, a custom that felt familiar to Tetsuhi, for in his previous life, his family also convened in the shrine when addressing major affairs. The only difference was that the Uchiha met inside the shrine, whereas he had met in front of it. Upon seeing Tetsuhi, the Uchiha all bowed. Among the group, Tetsuhi sensed several who regarded him with caution and hostility. He looked at them directly and approached, lifting his chin to meet their gazes. These individuals were clearly united. Tetsuhi scanned them briefly. Your feelings are sensitive, and your thoughts are not entirely wrong. But your methods are crude and absurd. Since you were released unharmed from prison, did you not reflect on where you erred? His words struck them dumb. This is not a life-or-death moment. Your strength is inferior. Even banded together, you cannot defeat the second Hokage. Yet a small faction dares to rebel. Where did Liang Jingru give you such courage? The men retorted, Who is Liang Jingru? What do you mean by that? It is true that the Uchiha were discriminated against and watched with suspicion. But your response is equally foolish. Fighting for your clan's interests is not wrong. But the premise is that you are capable of fighting for them. To know neither yourself nor your enemy is arrogance and overestimation. The way you looked at me just now displeased me greatly. Reflect on yourselves, and when you are ready, come find me. Uchiha Setsuna and his followers were stumped, unable to grasp the meaning of Tetsuhi's words, their scalps tingling and temples throbbing slightly. Uchiha Fumio said, Lord Tetsuhi, please do not take their anger to heart. I shall punish them. Tetsuhi glanced at him oddly. Punish? Their resentment isn't directed at me. Just have them understand and then come to me. The group entered the shrine, and Tetsuhi was naturally seated in the foremost position. He made a modest gesture before settling down and listened as they discussed the wood release experiments. Midway, Tetsuhi interrupted to analyze the relationship between wood release and the Uchiha. With Uchiha Madara as an example, their belief was undeniable. In truth, I came today knowing you would discuss this matter to prevent any quarrels. I fought with Uchiha Madara for quite some time, so I am well acquainted with the details and can explain them clearly. Would release, some of you as Jonin, attended the meeting and should understand. Those who did not, I will explain once again. He recounted the details to those unfamiliar, and the Uchiha ninjas believed it. After all, Uchiha Madara was neither a medical ninja nor a scientist. He was merely a battle-crazed warrior who loved to dance. Almost all his abilities focused on combat. Whether intelligence, agility, or others, all were directed toward battle, to the extent that his intellect never manifested outside combat, resembling a fool in behavior. If the Uchiha possessed would release, not merely as a freed limit of the Sharingan, it was enough to drive them mad. Tetsuhi said, "It's not just that. It also has a chance to awaken the sage Si, the Rinnegan. I once saved a child in the land of rain named Nagato. He was originally from the Uzumaki clan. When I saw he possessed those legendary eyes, I knew something was amiss, so I took his eyes. Then, a peculiar white figure appeared, intent on seizing the eyes. Hey, isn't it quite the coincidence that this white creature is exactly the one who once appeared beside Madara Uchiha? I happen to have seen him before. Therefore, the merging of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines could very well give birth to the legendary eyes. After encouraging everyone, I immediately tempered their hopes, though the odds remain quite slim. You are not Madara Uchiha, so it would be wise not to dwell too much on this possibility. At the very least, making your Sharingan last longer and be used continuously is more practical than anything else. That alone is enough to elevate the Uchiha clan to a higher level." As the clan meeting concluded, Uchiha Fumio spoke emotionally. "Lord Tetsuhi, why do you care so much for us Uchiha?" Tetsuhi replied, "You are my subordinates, my comrades through life and death. Naturally, I wish for your prosperity. When you grow stronger, so do I. Behind me stand you Uchiha and many other shinobi who have shared birth and death with me. That is my true strength. Oh, by the way," Tetsuhi suddenly seemed to recall something. "There is a matter I need your assistance with. I have great faith in the Uchiha. I am sure you can handle this well." Uchiha Fumio responded, "Lord Tetsuhi, please give your orders. The Uchiha will accomplish it without fail. It's a minor matter. The condolence payments provided by the village are insufficient. The daimyo is not so generous. The security forces have the household registration records of the entire village. Have someone compile a list of direct relatives of the fallen. Each should receive 50,000 ryo per month. I will cover this expense myself. Ensure their livelihoods are secured. Those who have lost their pillars at home, orphans and widows, face great hardships. Also, from time to time, send members of the security forces to check on them, see what they lack and provide necessary assistance. Above all, make sure no one bullies them. Your security forces are perfectly suited for this task. This responsibility is yours." Uchiha Fumio escorted Tetsuhi out of the Uchiha estate. Afterwards, Tetsuhi visited several of his subordinates, assigning them a small mission to protect the commercial talents under his command as they ventured to the land of bears to expand the business frontier. Tetsuhi instructed them, "Once you arrive, obey all arrangements without question. Do not act on impulse. Secure the port at all costs. I, Tetsuhi, lead my brothers to prosperity. This is our money. We must make money work for us." The following afternoon, a funeral was held. Everyone wore black and stood before the memorial monument, watching as the ashes of their fallen comrades were interred. When the ceremony concluded, Orochimaru approached. "Tetsuhi-kun, you have shown me hope. So vivid, like flowers in spring, bringing color to the entire world." Tetsuhi asked, "Which moment?" "It was yesterday when you stood up to defend the Uchiha. No, to be precise, I saw something different in you last year, but at that time you alone were vibrant. Orochimaru, do not tamper with the wood release experiments. Let us sit in the park." Tetsuhi invited Orochimaru to the park, and they sat on a bench. Not far ahead lay the lake where Tetsuhi and Tsukumo Hatake practiced swordsmanship. Tetsuhi said, "Madara Uchiha used a rather crude method. On his chest, there is a human face, actually the face of the first Hokage. He must have directly implanted the first S flesh and blood there. Truly simple and brutal. But Tetsuhi, the intelligence you shared is immensely important. The direct transplantation of flesh and blood and the injection of some cells might seem similar, but in reality, they are quite different. I hope this helps you." "It certainly does." Orochimaru fell silent for a while before changing the subject. "If nothing unexpected occurs, in a few years, Tetsuhi-kun will become the new Hokage, One teehee? Tetsuhi pondered and said, perhaps. Who can say what the future holds? If I become Hokage, I will demand that you teach sage jutsu to every shinobi. That is your ultimate technique, Tetsuhi-kun. You are quite domineering. Orochimaru chuckled, then added, but if it is your wish, it is not impossible. Shortly after they parted ways, Jiraiya came by. Orochimaru, what were you two talking about? Orochimaru casually replied, we were discussing the future fourth Hokage. I believe Tetsuhi is the perfect candidate. Apart from being a bit young, his vision, leadership, and ability surpass the old man. Jiraiya said, the old man isn't that old, is he? Orochimaru answered, oldness is not always measured by age. It's like the world we live in. It has already grown old. I don't understand what you mean, Jiraiya muttered, then dragged Orochimaru to drink with him, subtly asking, didn't you ask Tetsuhi or Tsunade what they've been busy with lately? Tetsuhi moved house recently, but now that it's settled, he has nowhere to be seen. He must be incredibly busy. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya with pity. Jiraiya, if you don't change, you will never have a chance. Lowering his voice, he added, it seems Tetsuhi doesn't like you either. Huh? My foolish comrade. Orochimaru said with a speechless expression. After a long pause, he continued, if you want to pursue Tsunade, regardless of her feelings, you first need to make a positive impression on the people around her. What kind of image do you have in their eyes? What kind of image? Jiraiya was oblivious. Orochimaru retorted, a lecher. Always sneaking into the women's bathhouse. How do you expect people to see you? I'm just researching, you know. I aspire to be a novelist. Your Will of Fire Ninja Chronicles flopped, didn't it? The publishers said they never want your books again. Orochimaru hit where it hurt, always striking with precision. That's because they don't appreciate it. The ninjas I write about are genuine ninjas. You mean your imagined Jiraiya, a carefree underdog who becomes the strongest in the ninja world through sheer effort, and whose innocence and ignorance turn the entire ninja world into a static, suffocating darkness? Orochimaru critiqued. Don't ask me how I know. Jiraiya replied, that's clearly a world where the 5 great nations coexist peacefully, where thanks to the protagonist Naruto's efforts, where no longer exists and everyone lives happily together. Orochimaru chuckled, only you deceive yourself with such words. Do you truly believe that world is a beautiful one? This world, ravaged by war, should logically welcome such a hopeful future. Yet your books don't sell. Is that others' fault or yours? You are merely self-deluded. Is that world truly peaceful? Jiraiya could not answer and fell silent. After a jug of sake, he struggled to say, that's why I've decided to change genres. After my research is complete, I'm sure I'll succeed. So you plan to write about sneaking into the women's bathhouse? That's pure love. Meanwhile, Tetsuhi had gone to the wet bone forest, which had become the headquarters of his company. As for the company's name, he was too lazy to come up with one and simply called it the Song of Iron and Fire. 3 small market development teams were sent out under Tetsuhi's leadership, then joined by ninjas he had arranged, heading to the land of bears. Subsequently, others were gradually dispatched, marking the blossoming of several key commercial hubs. Konan, Yahiko, and others were delighted when they heard merchants were being sent to the land of rain to develop its economy. Having originated from the land of rain, they naturally hoped for their homeland to prosper and escape its former poverty. Thanks to the security forces' hands-on involvement, the condolence payments were implemented swiftly and effectively. While the leadership under the third Hokage was still scheming, Uchiha Fumio had already, according to the roster, dispatched his subordinates, police officers, to visit the bereaved families door to door, distributing funds and informing them, this is the benevolence of Lord Tetsuka. Lord Tetsuka feared that the compensation might be insufficient, causing hardship for everyone. He specially sent us to deliver these condolence payments. These funds do not come from the village. They are personally provided by Lord Tetsuka. Please be sure to accept them. Furthermore, if there are any issues, you may contact us immediately. We will assist in resolving them. The Uchiha clan were straightforward people. Upon seeing some households with leaky roofs, they immediately climbed up to help patch them. In families with many children, where the mothers were overwhelmed and had no time to wash the dirty clothes, the Uchiha directly helped with the laundry, concluding with, if you face any difficulties, please do not hesitate to tell us. The bereaved families were deeply moved. Some accepted the money outright, but more surprisingly, many voluntarily refused, saying, where did Lord Tetsuka get so much money? We don't need this much. I can still work. We truly don't need so much money. The Uchiha ninjas wore expressions of pride. Lord Tetsuka's abilities are beyond your imagination. Take the money. Lord Tetsuka said it will be provided every month from now on. We cannot let our comrades fall in battle while their families are left uncared for. Just take it. Having the security forces distribute the condolence payments was nothing short of a masterstroke by Lord Tetsuka. The Uchiha clan were perfectly suited for this task. Their outwardly cold demeanor but warm-hearted nature was far more touching than those who appeared overly enthusiastic but were nearly insincere, whose warmth seemed to welcome all guests but lacked genuine substance upon closer scrutiny. Sincerity was their ultimate weapon. After Uchiha Fumio finished, he reported, "Lord Tetsuka, the condolence payments to each bereaved family have been fully distributed. Here is the list." Good. Tetsuka did not even glance at the list. This matter ends here. After a brief pause, he handed Uchiha Fumio a candied jujube. "How many of your clan's youths are of appropriate age? Once the Ninja Academy lets out, they may all come to me. I shall instruct them. Teaching more will be livelier. If any among them display promising medical talent, I can recommend them to the instructors. By the way, you should mention this to other clans as well. We all fought on the same battlefield. We ought to grow closer." Tetsuka felt the Ninja Academy students were too idle and intended to increase their training intensity. It is no good letting them finish school so early in the afternoon and go play. They should come here for supplementary lessons to improve themselves. Uchiha Fumio's breathing grew heavier. "Understood, Lord Tetsuka." Then he departed with excitement. The next day, as soon as the Ninja Academy was dismissed, a group of students ranging from 1st to 6th grade, whether children of fallen comrades or descendants of families who had fought under the Uchiha banner, began to relocate. A large assembly marched resolutely toward Lord Tetsuka's residence. The 4 members of the Nara Shikaku group looked plaintive as they sat on the gatepost, staring at Tetsuka. He waved his hand and signaled, "Oh, you're all here. Very well, our supplementary lessons begin now. Today, our first lesson is the redirecting force when it falls short." "What does that mean?" "When we perform a movement, limited by the structure of the body and the method of exerting force, for example, throwing a punch, what happens if the fist reaches its maximum range? It will lose power, correct? The redirecting starts at this moment. You grab the opponent's fist and pull it backward. Since the force has reached its limit, when you pull, their body will follow your movement. Here, their own momentum becomes your aid. By redirecting, you can feel this force. Good, theory is done. Now for practical application." After Tetsuka's explanation, he called Konan forward to demonstrate for everyone. Then he personally accompanied Konan in practice, instructing her as they went along. When it comes to prodigies, one must teach them personally, ensuring no one instills erroneous concepts. Indeed, Konan possessed a unique spatial aptitude. Her extraordinary spatial awareness, previously exhibited in origami, now proved equally impressive in the technique of redirecting force. Consequently, Konan's evening study load increased. She began to learn various mathematical computations, nearly having her brain twisted into knots. The training continued the next day and the day after. Tsunade found it amusing and simply sat on another gatepost, reading a book while watching the children train. Tsunade thought, "Tetsuka has been a bit too idle lately. I need to give him more responsibilities." Accordingly, Tetsuka was assigned many medical case studies to examine. Nara Shikaku dragged his exhausted body home, where Shika cheerfully inquired, "Hey, did someone cook you?" "Tetsuka is truly a demon. My strength has been completely drained. I cannot squeeze out another drop." Shikaku sat down, grabbed Shika's tea, and drank it in one gulp. Their mother smiled happily. "Training is hard. Eat more. That's the way. Show some spirit." Meanwhile, the appropriate aged members of the Uchiha clan were all overachievers. Returning to the clan, after stuffing a few rice balls into their mouths, they went straight to the training grounds for more practice. The techniques Tetsuka taught were simple yet actually quite advanced. For the Uchiha ninja, this technique significantly enhanced their combat effectiveness. The Uchiha clan had always followed a meticulous path. Whether throwing shuriken or performing taijutsu, all actions executed with precision to the finest detail. The ninja world said that when the Uchiha clan fought, it was like watching art. Tetsuka's redirecting force when it falls short elevated this artistic element even further. Although it demanded strict judgment of timing and power, its gentleness and subtlety required minimal effort to unbalance the enemy, instantly disrupting their offense, an elegance that was utterly captivating. Each move struck precisely where the Uchiha were most sensitive. Lord Tetsuka is truly magnanimous. This was the unanimous sentiment of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's crystal orb occasionally rested upon the group of training children, prompting a wistful remark about the joys of youth. The next moment, it shifted to the women's bathhouse, where Jiraiya lay with his helmet askew. How could he not be noticed? When it came to skill, he was still the teacher. Yes, truly fair, truly grand, truly bang. The door was suddenly and forcefully pushed open. The third Hokage jolted, nearly dropping the crystal orb. Looking up at the visitor, his face darkened. Danzo, don't you know to knock before entering? Danzo bluntly demanded, what is going on with the wood release experiment? Hokage, you are mistaken. How could you allow the Uchiha to participate in such an experiment? The Uchiha are untrustworthy. Danzo had just returned and had learned about the rebooting of the wood release experiment with the Uchiha clan as the core. Barely having time to close his eyes, he rushed over. The Uchiha are untrustworthy? How could you be so careless, Hiruzen? I must stop all of this. Yet his wrath met an immovable obstacle. The third Hokage looked at him calmly and said, so this is what it's about. I thought you had important intelligence. You are feigning ignorance, fully aware of the situation. You know what kind of man Danzo is, what his character is like. When it's time to feign ignorance, you must feign ignorance. Danzo asked, how can you do this? Don't you know that the Uchiha this is the only known successful path? The third Hokage interrupted. Because of Tetsuka? It seems he has become an uncontrollable factor. Hiruzen, hand him over to me. Let me properly restrain him, or else there will definitely be trouble. Although Danzo Shimura was not physically present in Konoha, his operatives were ubiquitous throughout the village. Danzo, such remarks shall no longer be uttered henceforth, admonished the third Hokage. Danzo retorted, if he voluntarily wishes to join Root, surely you would not object, would you? The third Hokage remained silent. Tetsuka sat cross-legged on the ground, a delicate filament of chakra swirling externally, intricately intertwined within his body, cycling endlessly. The chakra grew ever finer, striving for utmost subtlety, tracing an extraordinarily complex trajectory. Before him, a book hovered, its pages turning one by one. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked ahead. A middle-aged man clad in black, missing one arm, ascended the Hokage rock, approaching this place. Flanking him were two shinobi wearing animal masks. A cross-shaped scar adorned the man's chin. Danzo, Tetsuka, would you be willing to join Root? Danzo inquired. Tetsuka appraised Danzo from head to toe, sharing the third Hokage's speechlessness. Indeed, when one is utterly exasperated, one is profoundly so. Tetsuka countered. Does Konoha even have a root? Danzo, you ought to choose your words carefully. This is the first and last time. Leave at once. How dare you speak disrespectfully to Lord Danzo? Lord Danzo, the masked shinobi protested. Humph, Tetsuka snorted, an imperceptible psychic force lightly descending upon the three, including Danzo, imposing an invisible pressure that made their bodies tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Tetsuka declared, who gave you the audacity to treat me so insolently? When you return, report to your clan leader for punishment. Afterwards, he turned his gaze back to Danzo. Konoha only has the Umbu, merely the Umbu. You are simply the head of the Umbu training base. What, Danzo, are you trying to tell me that you neglect your duties and, without anyone's consent, have established a Root division? Indeed, within Konoha's organizational structure, Root simply does not exist. Figures like Danzo, the shadow of the shinobi world, may be deployed whenever someone is willing, condemned to a death without burial. As Tetsuka said, Konoha only possesses the Umbu. Root is nothing but an illicit organization. If one takes the matter seriously, it would cause numerous issues. For instance, shinobi who should remain alive become mere training casualties because Danzo forcibly recruits them into Root. Those unable to endure the training become death statistics. Such matters are beyond reproach. Tetsuka's words conveyed a clear warning. Do not provoke me, lest you meet a humiliating end. You insolent whelp. You insolent whelp. Danzo fumed as he departed. Tsunade emerged from the building. What does he mean? Tetsuka replied, probably a fit of madness. Ignore him. Then, suddenly remembering, he added, I forgot to warn him just now. His chakra transformed into a long strand, swiftly pursuing Danzo from afar. I neglected to say, Danzo, should any harm befall those around me, you best consider the consequences. Danzo's figure faltered. That voice so distant, yet it resonated directly in his ear. Not shouted, merely spoken calmly. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Could this really be the Tetsuka, who seemingly possessed no ninjutsu abilities? His body accelerated, returning to Root, brooding in increasing anger. He had never suffered such a grievous loss in Konoha. Tsunade remarked, you shouldn't have antagonized this fellow. He is cunning indeed. Tetsuka was unconcerned. Teacher, you needn't worry about me. I feel he's not as devious as I am. Regarding Danzo's immature and enigmatic maneuvers, Tetsuka felt confident that he could lead him to unwittingly dig his own grave. They were simply not on the same level. Acupuncture points? Tsunade glanced at the book Tetsuka was perusing. What are you studying now? Such rudimentary material, surely you have memorized it long ago. I do not understand why you continue to leaf through it. Tetsuka explained, ninjas can stimulate acupuncture points to unlock their potential. For example, suddenly unleashing a massive surge of chakra, temporarily enhancing speed, strength, and reflexes. Of course, I know all this. What I am pondering is whether it is possible, through the unique mechanisms of meridians and acupuncture points, to convert chakra back into a person's vital energy and spirit, thereby nurturing the body and enabling a metamorphosis on the level of life itself. Tsunade's eyes brightened. A metamorphosis on the level of life? Would that not mean? However, this process runs entirely counter to the conventional direction of chakra cultivation among ninjas. Why would you conceive such an idea? Tetsuka replied, you taught me that prodigies think differently. SNT that normal? Not normal at all. Tsunade reached out and plucked the book from its suspended state, flipping through pages detailing acupuncture points, meridians, and their functions. If you were seeking methods to stimulate potential, I could list countless techniques in moments. But this, I am utterly baffled. Tetsuka retorted, if I wanted to stimulate potential, I wouldn't be asking. I already know plenty. When Tsunade drilled me before, I memorized far too much. Night had fallen. A shinobi wearing an animal mask crouched atop the first Hokage statue, unfurled a scroll, and began to sketch snakes, rats, insects, and ants, dense and black, marching toward Tetsuka's residence. Tetsuka opened his eyes, stepped outside, and murmured, obstinacy. A serene aura of tranquility and natural energy emanated from him. Fine strands of chakra spread outward, enveloping the entire villa. The ink-formed rats, snakes, ants, and owls, upon touching the force field, were stretched, compressed, collapsed, or expanded by the dense chakra, scattering into ink blots dripping to the ground. Around the villa, a filthy patch was left behind. Seeing no results, the shinobi departed. Tetsuka did not give chase but visited the third Hokage the following day. Third Hokage, please inform Danzo that he has soiled the outside of my villa and instruct him to send someone to clean it up. How the third Hokage conveyed this to Danzo was unknown, but shortly thereafter, several masked shinobi arrived to clean the scene. Tetsuka did not relent. Having just warned Danzo earlier, and then experiencing such an incident at night, it was a clear sign of disrespect and emboldenment. He convened a gathering at his home, inviting Nara Shikaki, Uchiha Fumio, the elder Yamanaka, Ki Hataki Sakumo, and others, some 10 or so individuals. While Root operatives worked outside, he spoke within about Root itself. Konoha actually harbors such an illicit organization. Does the Hokage know? Or is he unaware? If he knows, how does the third Hokage handle it? I believe the Jonin class should formally question the Hokage. If he does not know, then this matter must be thoroughly investigated and explained to the public. Tetsuka's voice was not loud, but the villa was small. He deliberately chose a time when Root operatives could overhear, essentially directing his message at Danzo. Nara Shikaki glanced at Tetsuka, then discreetly at the Root operatives outside, pondering, what has happened to Root? If you must offend someone, why him? Recognizing Tetsuka's intelligence, he silently lit a candle for the Root members. May they rest in peace. He cautiously suggested, this matter should proceed gradually. Questioning the Hokage, that is, very well. Fumio said, this matter must be investigated. Compile a list of all shinobi who died unexpectedly during Root training. Investigate each one, corpse by corpse. If no corpse exists, search hospital gene banks. Every shinobi has their genetic information. Nara Shikaki understood Tetsuka's implication. This maneuver was exceedingly ruthless, practically driving Danzo to the brink of destruction. Do the bodies of those who perished due to Umbu training still remain? Yes, they do. These corpses differ markedly from ordinary deaths or casualties on the battlefield. They are meticulously preserved as evidence. Following this thread inevitably leads to the conclusion that Danzo is virtually doomed. Whether the entire Umbu faction will be dismantled remains uncertain, but Danzo must be brought forward to appease public outrage. Tetsuhiro cast a glance at the Konoha outside and sighed inwardly. Danzo, oh Danzo, I have been so deliberate. Surely you can perceive it, can't you? Out of consideration for Danzo's intellect, he had condescended to simplify matters. Frankly, even he found such a foolish scheme embarrassing, like picking at his toes. Yet complexity was untenable either. What if Danzo simply refused to take the bait? One must sing the song suited to the mountain one is on. Communication must be in terms the other party can comprehend. This is paramount. Otherwise, if you wax poetic in lofty tones and Danzo responds, I don't understand, all your effort is in vain. Danzo's reaction, however, unfolded exactly as Tetsuhiro had anticipated. The mere utterance of the word Hokage ignited him instantly. Investigating Umbu enraged him, but questioning the Hokage stirred his fervor. Anger clouds judgment, but challenging the Hokage fueled his resolve. Thus, a sinister wind swept through the village. Danzo declared, "I shall self-destruct. I will denounce myself." He covertly dispatched anonymous documents detailing the malignant workings of Umbu and its recruitment methods. Names, ages, identities, all meticulously recorded. The year of training, the reasons for joining Umbu, everything was clear, save for a single omission. Danzo's own name. Danzo proclaimed, "I am pure and immaculate. What has Umbu to do with me? It is Hiruzen's negligence that allowed such a cancerous entity to fester." Rokumiai was left reeling from this tempest, his mind buzzing, unable to suppress a curse. Is Danzo an imbecile? His intellect failed to grasp Danzo's abstruse behavior. He could not fathom why Danzo would act thus. It was not merely a deviation from his deductions, it was an entirely different matter. Driven by curiosity, after Nara Rokuhisa's tutoring, he invited Tetsuhiro to his home. Over a cup of tea, he could no longer contain himself. "Was Danzo's action within your expectations?" Tetsuhiro asked Rokumiai. "What? You mean it wasn't tea anticipated by brother Rokumiai?" Nara Rokumiai replied, "I presumed Danzo would first sabotage the scene and then be caught by the security forces, leaving a minor flaw to exploit. I never imagined he would self-destruct. This is baffling." Though shocked, Rokumiai admitted it was not entirely unforeseeable. After all, a villain's cunning cannot match a fool's sudden inspiration. Regardless of his choice, it made no difference to me. The one now burdened is the Hokage. Brother Rokumiai, coordinate with Brother Yamanaka and have him prepare in advance. A legitimate intelligence division, led by a bona fide intelligence chief. How could this authority be undermined by Umbu? Slacking off is one thing, but sheer incompetence is another. What use is the intelligence division then? Prepare to incorporate part of Umbu's espionage network. As for Umbu itself, it should be subsumed under the Umbu Corps for surveillance and operational purposes. Originally, I chose to ignore this malignant tumor in Konoha, but he had the audacity to sully me personally. This, too, can be considered a contribution to Konoha. Assassinations of enemy nation's ninjas and political figures by Umbu must be resolutely eradicated, never to recur. Tetsuhiro tapped his fingers on the table. At this moment, Nara Rokuhisa, who had been silently observing, spoke. "Isn't assassinating key ninjas and political leaders from enemy nations the most efficient method with minimal losses?" Tetsuhiro replied, "Indeed, it is a highly effective means to destabilize an enemy. Assassinating political leaders or powerful jonin removes the force that maintains order and the brains that direct it,
Precipitating rapid societal colapse.
Under such a collapse, civilian casualties escalate dramatically. It is a pernicious tactic. If the enemy's societal system remains healthy, with enforcement and leadership, it continues functioning, and casualties are confined primarily to the battlefield. But once that system is destroyed, the resulting devastation and human loss exceed those of 2 or 3 full-scale ninja wars combined. We should consider ourselves fortunate that Danzo's Umbu, for the sake of secrecy, is not large in number. This limits his capacity to topple enemy leadership and order. Otherwise, Konoha would be perpetually bracing for calamity. This is not merely unethical. It is anti-humanity. I still don't quite understand. Only one leader died. Unlike the massive casualties on the battlefield, how could you say more people would perish? Tetsuhiro patted Rokuhisa's shoulder. "Young one, you must read more. With knowledge comes understanding, provided you are willing to think. If it were someone like Akimichi Choza instead of you, I wouldn't even mention understand. Books are merely books. It is the person's development that truly matters. There are plenty who applaud that whatever Neta or whatever lake person is called, revealing their mindset. But does that mean they read much?" Rokuhisa grumbled. "Damn it, you're taking advantage of me again. Those who have never lost order can never conceive the horror of its collapse. Even I struggle to find an adequate example, as no such case exists yet in the ninja world. The overall governance system, daimyos, generals, ninjas, is remarkably stable. Although assassinations like Danzo's occur, their success rates are low and do not trigger societal collapse. In other words, Danzo has yet to establish a significant foothold or disrupt the ninja world's order. What, then, is Danzo's true purpose? As Tetsuhiro and Rokumiai discussed this, the third Hokage pondered the same question. He was perplexed by Danzo's self-destruction but need not dwell long, for Danzo's next move came swiftly. The following day, Danzo solemnly demanded a meeting of the Jonin Council. Danzo gravely stated, "Third Hokage, you must provide an explanation regarding Umbu." He added, "I have already reported this matter to the daimyos and requested their representatives to judge. The third Hokage responded. What does this mean? As Hokage, you were unaware of such a secretive organization within Konoha? Third Hokage, you have failed in your duties. I believed you should be held accountable for this. Danzo wasted no time in revealing his true intent. He questioned the third's competence and demanded responsibility. Jonin, who understood Umbu's reality, wore strange expressions. Those unaware were shaken to their core, filled with righteous indignation. Good heavens! Konoha harbored such an organization. Danzo slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Look! Look! These are the atrocities committed by Umbu. He recounted each case with intimate familiarity. No one knew Umbu better than Danzo. His candid revelations chilled listeners to the bone. The sins of Umbu were beyond reproach. At this moment, the third finally grasped Danzo's objective. Though absurd, he could not deny its effectiveness. Umbu ninjas could not disclose any information about Danzo, even unto death. From an evidentiary standpoint, whether material or testimonial, Danzo was as pure as a white lotus. He was merely an ordinary elder of Konoha who had shed blood for the village. Accusations of him being Umbu's leader were nothing more than slander. Is knowing the truth truly important? When knowledge of something is confined to only a select few, it holds no significance. Yet, when Danzo preemptively destroyed part of the evidence and erased all traces of his own existence, no matter what others said afterward, it became utterly meaningless. Hiruzen gazed intently at Danzo, inhaling deeply. Danzo, is this the purpose behind your convening the Jonin meeting and interrogating me? A sharp aura of shinobi prowess emanated from the third Hokage. Danzo, however, was undeterred. Now, with only a single step separating him from becoming Hokage, everyone must be held accountable for their mistakes. Hiruzen took another deep breath and sighed. Danzo, you are truly disappointing. Tsunade and Mito Anko also voiced their outrage. Danzo, how could you commit such an act? You will regret this. Nara Shikamaru and Tetsuko exchanged a knowing glance, then stepped forward in unison. As the Jonin squad leader, it was now his responsibility to speak. Third Hokage, elders, this is not the time for quarrels. We must first resolve the issue of root. Hiruzen inquired. Shikamaru, what is your proposal? This root organization, Shikamaru began, has mercilessly harmed Konoha's scientific shinobi and concealed the research on would release by sacrificing many scientists in the name of secrecy. This has inflicted tremendous losses on Konoha, an irrefutable fact. Our current course of action is to dismantle this organization into 3 divisions. The intelligence branch will be assigned to the intelligence unit. The combat team members will fall under the Umbu's jurisdiction, and all remaining scientific data must be fully confiscated. Specific individuals will face retribution. That is all. Without hesitation, Hiruzen declared, very well. This matter shall be executed immediately. The administrative department will provide full cooperation and coordination. Denying Danzo any further opportunity to speak, the Jonin meeting concluded just like that. The division of Root proceeded swiftly and decisively. Of the Root combat team's roughly a dozen members, 5 were directly apprehended, while another 5 activated their sealing techniques, perishing alongside their captors. Several others were not present in the village, engaged on missions elsewhere. Most of the remaining spies were coerced civilians scattered across the shinobi world, akin to roots and tendrils. This segment fell to the intelligence unit to meticulously trace and absorb. Whether the third Hokage would be overthrown remained uncertain, but Danzo's root had already crumbled. Danzo, wholly consumed by his dream of becoming Hokage, was oblivious to the logic of power dynamics. In his bid to depose Hiruzen, he sacrificed the very organization he had painstakingly cultivated, a group that was never particularly large to begin with. Now he stood alone, a solitary commander abandoned by all. This public spectacle was enough to sever Danzo's ties with Tsunade, Mito Anko, and others. He had left himself no room for reconciliation. Thus, a covert struggle for power unfolded beneath the veneer of everyday tranquility. The villagers of Konoha remained entirely unaware, merely observing the security forces as though investigating some case. Only later did whispers emerge, revealing fragments about Root. They learned that some shinobi who had perished during training years ago had actually been absorbed into this secretive organization. They also became privy to grisly truths, fostering contempt for the group. Tetsuko and Nara Shikamaru sat in the Jonin squad leader's office. On the desk lay a weathered appointment letter, inscribed, hereby appointing Shimura Danzo as the chief of the Umbu training base. The document bore the mark of Konoha's 25th year. Shikamaru eyed the letter, then looked at Tetsuko. He was certain Tetsuko had penned it just moments ago, for Tetsuko had written it openly in front of him. There could be no mistake. Yet, after hovering briefly in the air, the letter aged rapidly. becoming yellowed with time and ink smudged. Shikamaru inhaled sharply. Could it be that true, high-level political intrigue was so unadorned and unpretentious? Danzo had believed that the absence of evidence would suffice. But he naively assumed that evidence was something to be uncovered, that one must play by the rules honestly. He could never have imagined that Tetsuko would so boldly and overtly draft an appointment letter, thereby sealing Danzo's identity irrevocably. Tetsuko tapped his fingers on the desk. Our elder Danzo, if he survives this, the best outcome is a lifelong existence as a humble recluse. Shikamaru had anticipated the narrative would end with no evidence found against Danzo, allowing him to evade scrutiny perfectly, but Root would be divided between the intelligence and Umbu units. Yet the grim reality of the struggle struck him squarely in the face. Having served as Jonin squad leader for several years, he was no stranger to intrigue. Rumors, assassinations, poisonings, kidnappings, these were commonplace. But witnessing Tetsuko produce an appointment letter on the spot was unprecedented. The sheer filthiness of the tactics left Shikamaru stunned for a long moment. He thought, Danzo, of all people, who did you offend to provoke this? Pointing to the letter, Tetsuko declared, the third Hokage should be grateful to me. Typically, the Umbu were the Hokage's trusted confidants. During the era of the second Hokage, personnel were assigned purely based on merit and talent, including those with the Byakugan Uchiha, and various other gifted shinobi. But the Konoha F4, who had personally witnessed the second Hokage's assassination attempt by the Cloud Shinobi, knew how unreliable their comrades truly were. When the moment of utmost urgency arrived, they faltered. In the end, the second Hokage's rearguard was left to die alone. What a catastrophic failure. If one steps beyond sentimental narratives and examines the facts, a chilling truth emerges. What is the duty of the Hokage's bodyguards? To protect the Hokage. If the Hokage is attacked, the bodyguards must remain behind to sacrifice themselves, allowing the Hokage to escape. This is their solemn responsibility. Such dereliction of duty is grave indeed. Under normal circumstances, these bodyguards would face execution without question. No alternative exists. Yet the peculiarity lies in the fact that the second Hokage was a novice leader himself, inexperienced in such matters. Moreover, these bodyguards were still his students, and Konoha lacked an independent administrative body to provide checks and balances. Thus, those who understood the situation understood. But what did they actually do? One cannot rely on their recollections, for memories tend to sanitize the most shameful and despicable acts, even altering those difficult to admit. For example, a man might remember being inexplicably beaten by his mother one day, holding onto that memory for life, yet unable to recall the reason, feeling utterly wronged. In truth, he had played with a gas canister and nearly caused an explosion. The third Hokage's bodyguards were in a similar predicament. They grievously failed in their duties, causing dire consequences. To soothe their consciences, they subconsciously concocted excuses. On the first day, they knew those were excuses. After the first year, the line blurred between fabricated justification and reality. After 3 or 5 years, they firmly believed it was the truth, that the second Hokage had sacrificed himself for Konoha's future, deliberately staying behind to cover the rear guard, allowing these nearly elder sprouts to survive. No matter how perfect or convincing these excuses became, causing them to forget the original version, it mattered little. What was important was the third Hokage's instinct telling him that the Umbu must never be entrusted to outsiders. Although these outsiders had been saved by the second Hokage's sacrifice and had once resolved to fight to the death, outsiders they remained. Therefore, the leaders within the Umbu bore names like Sarutobi XX. Their abilities aside, these individuals were truly willing to die for the Hokage. Such is the curious nature of this world, where unseen forces of cause and effect silently intertwine. Memories may be fabricated by oneself, yet instincts remain perpetually lucid. Within the Umbu, those responsible for training also included members of the Sarutobi clan. If Danzo were to avoid taking the fall for this, the third Hokage would be forced to tearfully execute Matsu. A light, seemingly insubstantial letter of appointment allowed the third to effortlessly secure the loyalty of his confidant. How could he not be willing? Shikamaru Nara clicked his tongue. Tetsuka, your move is far more formidable than your blade. He felt that his nearly 200 IQ advantage had not manifested even slightly, making him seem as inexperienced as a raw recruit. Brother Nara, please don't say that. Don't ruin me. I'm still just a child, Tetsuka replied. He left the appointment letter behind and exited the office. Danzo's fate was sealed. From then on, all that remained was to watch Danzo build his own gallows, ascend it, slip his head into the noose, and kick away the stool beneath his feet. Tetsuka's figure floated like a celestial crane, light as air, his graceful form drifting serenely like a cloud. Amidst these subtle shifts, a sense of dizziness arose. When one came to their senses, he had already vanished into the distance. Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and 2 minor assistants were tending to the various animals Tetsuka had brought back. The courtyard was filled with the mewing of cats and the mingled sounds of chickens, ducks, and geese, creating an exceptionally soothing rhythm. 3 little monkeys, upon seeing Tetsuka, dashed over and clung to him, chattering incessantly. A deer approached and nudged him with its head. He stroked the deer's brow, swung himself onto its back, and with a loose grip on its head, the deer carried him inward. Tsunade reclined comfortably on a lounge chair in the courtyard, reading a book. She wore an exquisitely soft silk blouse, the cuffs tied into delicate bows. Her 2 ponytails hung loosely over her collarbones, the tips resting on her pectoral muscles. Without lifting her head, she asked, "Back already?" Tetsuka responded with a nod. "I went to assess the situation. Actually, I have no objections to Danzo. Originally, if he had chosen otherwise, perhaps the matter would have ended there. But his choice was to expose himself and use root to coerce an inquiry into the Hokage. Sensei, tell me, what is the most terrifying thing in a group? It is not that the leader is a good person, nor that the leader is evil and commits every atrocity. In this world, good people don't die, bad people don't die, but fools do die, and foolishly so. And if a fool becomes the leader of a group, occupying a high position, that is undoubtedly a disaster. If I weren't a ninja of Konoha, I would welcome it. But since I am in Konoha, Danzo must be removed. The less power fools hold, the better. This is responsibility to Konoha and to myself." Tsunade fell silent, acknowledging the truth in those words. She wished not to dwell further on such matters and instead engaged Tetsuka in a discussion about the meridians and acupoints, particularly some reverse applications such as strengthening the root and nurturing the source. Tsunade vaguely conceived an idea, albeit crude, yet a rare and promising direction of progress. The body's nutrition and metabolism depend on the digestive and endocrine systems. Humans have several such systems which together form a core. Tetsuka inquired, and so? Our movement and metabolism consume chakra. However, instead of digesting within the digestive or immune systems, this consumption is concentrated in the muscular and nervous systems, enhancing reflexes, accelerating speed, increasing strength. This is common knowledge in chakra usage, seemingly trivial, but in the question Tetsuka posed, it was fundamental and of utmost importance. Tetsuka immediately grasped it. Therefore, the focus should be on systems like the digestive and immune systems, which have not yet been explored. It is worth a try. Upon finishing his words, the celestial chakra within his body flowed like a gentle stream into his digestive system. The sensation was akin to drinking water that was colorless, tasteless, neither cold nor warm. There was only a texture, a subtle feeling of the entire body being immersed, yet without any actual sensation of cold, heat, bloating, numbness, prickling, itching, or soreness, both illusory and tangible. After passing through the digestive system's filtration, it vanished entirely. Indeed, this portion of chakra simply disappeared. Like water poured onto soil, after a moment, only dampness remained. The chakra within Tetsuka's body permeated at a steady, unhurried pace, steadily diminishing. Though the effect was yet unknown, this method was genuinely viable. He thought, "My chakra increases daily. This kind of digestion suits me perfectly. I wonder what the cumulative effect will be over time. But celestial chakra will undoubtedly bring me an unexpected transformation." After completing the experiment, Tetsuka continued the digestion and told Tsunade, "Sensei, it really works. Digestion is truly possible." Tsunade remarked, "I don't know what use you have for studying such bizarre things. Who knows? Perhaps when the time comes, we'll discover its purpose." Tetsuka replied with a hint of nonsense. Thus, nearly a week passed before the Land of Fire dispatched envoys, a group of 5, to investigate Danzo's accusations. "Third Hokage, we never imagined such events would occur under your reign," the lead envoy said with a tone of reproach. Root was no trifling matter to them. Once that door was opened, they would have to sleep with one eye open. When ninjas grow accustomed to acting against the powerful, the sanctity of the elite vanishes. The third Hokage did not shirk responsibility, saying, "It is my duty." This attitude greatly improved the envoy's impression. They convened a meeting and proceeded to the core of the matter. Danzo, brimming with confidence, listened to the envoy's report and even produced a letter he had written. The envoys highly praised his actions. It seemed the Hokage's throne was about to become his. It was unprecedentedly close. In fact, according to Konoha's investigations, some facts had already been uncovered. Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Fumio stepped forward to present their findings. Uchiha Fumio detailed the information regarding ninjas who had died unexpectedly during training but were actually taken to root, explaining some investigative details. Danzo listened with satisfaction, for the first time feeling that the Uchiha clan possessed something valuable. Then it was Shikamaru Nara's turn. As he recounted certain details, he remained oblivious. Shikamaru explained how root ninjas had been subjected to a special seal and how clues were discovered. Only when Shikamaru produced the crucial evidence, a letter of appointment belonging to Danzo, did Danzo's expression drastically change.
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. How could such a letter exist? The third Hokage was equally stunned.
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. Whether or not a letter of appointment was written, I would know. This matter was only ever discussed verbally. Ignoring Danzo and the third's expressions, Shikamaru handed the letter to the envoys. As the head of the Umbu training base, I trust Elder Danzo cannot claim ignorance of this matter. What of those accidental deaths? Where have those people gone? What exactly is root? Elder Danzo, can you explain this before everyone? Danzo, tell us, what is the truth? The envoys were no fools. Their political acumen far surpassed Danzo's, and they quickly pieced together the general situation. Danzo remained silent, casting a sinister gaze upon everyone. Yet he did not make a move, for he knew he could not defeat the third Hokage, nor Hatake Tsukumo, and certainly not Tetsuka, the man who had utterly humiliated him. He was fully aware of his own strength. What do you intend to do about this, Konoha? The envoys asked the third Hokage. The third replied, Danzo established root without authorization, illegally harmed fellow village ninjas, abused his power for personal gain, and severely damaged the interests of Konoha and the Land of Fire. However, considering his years of diligent service, it was decided to imprison him, sentencing him to life imprisonment. What did the envoys think? After a brief consultation among the 5 envoys, they agreed very well, let it be so. Third Hokage, this sort of incident is something we hope never occurs again. Having concluded the matter, the envoys took the opportunity to converse briefly with Tetsuhi. Their reputation had preceded him. After all, the funds of Chigusa Temple included their share. Lord Tetsuhi, truly, meeting you surpasses hearing of you. You are indeed a youthful hero. Tetsuhi humbly replied, you flatter me. Moved, he invited the 5 emissaries to his residence. Upon seeing the courtyard filled with cats, monkeys, chickens, and ducks, the envoys found a certain charm in the scene, praising it as the joy of these mountains and waters, companionship with beasts, the refined elegance of a recluse. Encountering Tsunade, their courtesy deepened. Her medical ninjutsu was highly esteemed by the nobility. Tsunade remarked, you all carry on your conversation, and promptly returned home, unwilling to engage with these dignitaries further. Tetsuhi then inquired, gentlemen, are any of you interested in prosperity? I plan to establish a bank, and my subordinates have assessed that issuing our own currency would be optimal. I thought having my master's image on it would be quite intriguing. Compared to the meager profits of the money exchange, how much could a single temple's loans possibly yield? I, however, engage in grander ventures. A bank? Issuing your own currency? The 5 envoys felt their own vision as daimyo was somewhat limited. Was this young man a devil? Tetsuhi stated, I only pursue the most profitable enterprises. Previously, the money exchange failed to appreciate this, but I am magnanimous and willing to let bygones be bygones. Looking ahead, cooperation remains essential. I intend to establish bank branches throughout the land. Without your esteemed support, difficulties would be inevitable. The 5 did not hastily agree but said they needed to deliberate before departing. Tetsuhi subsequently confided in Liana about the matter. She asked, Master, do you truly intend to collaborate with them? They clearly could monopolize the profits themselves. Tetsuhi replied, Liana, your perspective is too narrow. Since they have come to us, conveniently delivering their wealth into our hands, why not transform their money into ours? These nobles live only for extravagance. How much can they truly spend? Compared to their vast fortunes, it is but a drop in the ocean, insignificant. They cannot fully expend those funds, which is why they flow into Chigusa Temple. Yet, the temple's operational capacity is limited. How could it compare to a bank we establish ourselves, capable of issuing currency? Once that money enters our pockets, its nominal designation matters little, it is ours. Is there a faster way to acquire wealth than this? Robbery certainly is not as swift. The influx of capital has also greatly strengthened my resilience and risk tolerance. The expansion of currency issuance, especially within the Land of Fire, will prove highly advantageous. With these nobles involved, they will contribute effort, yet their money will be in our possession. Taxation, official settlements, and so forth can all be channeled through our banks. The entire wealth of the Land of Fire will be drawn in, and the new currency will be thoroughly circulated. At that point, the money itself becomes less important. What we truly hold is the Land of Fire itself, its lifeblood in our hands. Tetsuhi's hand grasped the void, as if seizing some intangible force. Liana admitted her own elite mindset was too small, overly calculative in trivial matters, resulting in losing the greater prize over minor gains. Prepare accordingly. Our banking project is about to launch. Discuss among yourselves. We must commence currency production ahead of schedule. Yes. Tetsuhi had long prepared the banknotes designs, denominations divided into 100, 50, 20, 10, 5, and 1 units, with 50-cent and 10-cent coins minted in steel. The 100 note bore a half-length portrait of Tsunade with arms crossed. Who would not adore such a tender note? The 50 featured a slug. The 20 displayed Tetsuhi's half-body portrait. The 10 combined images of Tetsuhi, Tsunade, and the slug. The 5 showed Tsunade's back in a heroic pose, and the 1 depicted 10 one-tail notes fanned out, clearly illustrating the conversion. 1 unit equaled 10 tails, a straightforward means to inform the common folk of the exchange rate between this new tender and the old silver currency. The master craftsmen were meticulously refining the various production processes of the sample notes, especially investing great effort in anti-counterfeiting measures. The noble's response was swift. This time, a high-ranking noble, one of the Land of Fire's ministers of foreign affairs, arrived. Upon learning of the minister's visit, the third Hokage was elated and hurried to greet and accompany him. However, he soon discovered the minister merely paid a cursory visit to Konoha and showed no interest in what he had to say, ultimately heading directly to Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi greeted the guest with a smile. It seems the noble gentlemen have already reached a decision. Let us speak plainly and address matters directly. With a simple summoning, Tetsuhi called forth his team. The noble exclaimed, "You summon your team? That's hardly sporting. A professional team handles affairs with expertise." Tetsuhi sighed, guided by his will, rarely quibbled over minor details, focusing instead on the broader interests. Minor flaws were willingly conceded or sacrificed as needed, and agreements were swiftly reached. They were willing to extract funds from Chigusa Temple's coffers, including those from the Fire Temple, to invest in Tetsuhi's bank. As a condition, Tetsuhi requested they expedite efforts to transfer official settlements, including tax collection, to be handled by his institution. As for the bank's name, Tetsuhi casually decided on World Thoroughfare, abbreviated as Thoroughfare. The noble said, "Lord Tetsuhi, a pleasure to cooperate. We shall ensure all you have requested is accomplished." The bank's headquarters would soon be established. The location had long been prepared by Tetsuhi. The Land of Fire's own Yinkawa, a place called Fuji, situated southeast, a commercial hub. After seeing off the noble, Tetsuhi immediately conferred with his banking personnel and began to divide tasks. He personally sought out his loyal subordinates who had fought alongside him, prioritizing the elite for protection assignments. Some were tasked with currency production, others with constructing the bank's headquarters, then recruiting staff and expanding branches. The third Hokage waited until Tetsuhi's business was complete before finally meeting him. "Tetsuhi, that noble came to see you about the bank?" "What bank?" Tetsuhi replied, "The bank I am founding. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the village's financial allocations will be distributed by my bank." The third Hokage's expression was complicated. "Perhaps, Hokage, you should take a seat?" How did this young man quietly leap and seize control over the village's financial lifeline so swiftly? However, upon reflection, asking Tetsuhi for funds was undoubtedly easier than negotiating with those nobles. This too was a fortunate turn of events. In the Land of Bears, the Tetsu and High Company had already embarked on its journey. The ninjas assigned to protect the talents witnessed a true commercial battle. They first hired local ruffians and thugs to disrupt order at the docks. Then, through force, they seized a large area and later spent some money to make a statement, holding a knife to the daimyo's throat and selling the entire dock to the Tetsu and High Company. The entire process appeared unremarkable. The dockworkers simply changed employers, while some of the former foremen either died or were left maimed. Is this what commercial competition looks like? A ninja mused. Compared to this band of merchants, the battles fought by ninjas seemed as pure and untarnished as white lotus flowers. Though ninjas engaged in ambushes, assassinations, and often disregarded the code of honor in combat, they seldom violated the fundamental rules governing their own kind. But these merchants were an entirely different breed. In their competition, they spared no means, lacking even the slightest ethical boundary. Yet, whenever he thought of the money flowing through this dock, all belonging to Lord Tetsuhi, a surge of valor welled up within him. Next, a fisheries company was established on native soil in the Land of Bears, recruiting a vast number of down-and-outs, mobilizing the entire realm. The local ruffians and hooligans, who had been bought off early on, remained blissfully unaware. The company was soon to discard them like worn-out tools, disposing of these troublemakers in a manner that maximized profit and efficiency. Over half of the dock was undergoing reconstruction, with only a portion of operations retained. Fishing vessels in the bay began to stir, casting nets to harvest fish and shrimp from the waters. Once a ship returned laden with its catch, the fisheries company would spring into orderly action, systematically sorting, processing, and storing the seafood. These goods were then consumed locally, carried away in small quantities by passing merchant ships. The initial shipment was modest, a trial production aimed at gauging market response. Both the merchants taking fish and canned products and the Tetsuhi company were fully aware of this. However, within the land of bears itself, the deepening of fisheries and related processing around the port continued unabated. Tetsuhi, the absentee overseer, paid no heed to local management. As the superior, he preferred broad strokes over minutiae. Meanwhile, the land of rain was far simpler than the land of bears, with commerce unfolding smoothly and without impediment. There was no competition. Only a crowd of people, having heard that jobs and meals were available, queued eagerly, scrambling to apply and outdo one another. The first batch of soft maiden currency was spent in the land of rain. Those receiving daily wages gazed at these new notes in confusion. Is it not silver taels? This is the new currency issued by Tongtsu Bank, not silver taels. Use it with confidence. If you fear it cannot be spent, you may exchange it at the bank for silver taels. However, exchanging for silver taels will incur a depreciation fee. Who would have thought that, compared to the yet undecided headquarters, the land of rain branch would be the first to spring to life? Issuing soft maiden currency, exchangeable for silver taels but with depreciation, meant that to exchange 10 taels, one had to pay an extra tenth of a tael in fees. Additionally, all business in the land of rain settled in silver taels came with separate charges. A large portion of the populace opted to convert back to silver taels, generating substantial revenue from fees alone. Some larger merchants held onto the new currency, watching cautiously. Days later, merchants began to exchange their silver taels en masse for the new currency, selling off their silver holdings. Some astute individuals started swapping with acquaintances at a rate of 10 taels per unit, with no fees, cheaper than Tongtsu Bank and more advantageous. A segment of the population seized this opportunity to turn their fortunes around. The bank branch manager turned a blind eye. His mission was to proliferate the new currency, ensuring its successful and unrestricted circulation within the land of rain. If some clever individuals profited in the process, so be it. One cannot be too selfish. Allowing only oneself to prosper while others glean not a single advantage would spell failure. Of course, a major reason why the market spread smoothly in the land of rain was Konoha's vertical management. Tongtsu personnel were everywhere, and apart from the populace's doubts and mistrust, no other obstacles arose. Here, Tongtsu faced no competition from peers, an absolute monopoly. The second locale to adopt the soft maiden currency was the land of bears, where the situation was far more complex. Several banks, sensing opportunity, entered the fray with a keen nose for blood. The freshly circulated soft maiden notes flowed directly into their hands. They immediately launched a cash run on Tongtsu's branches in the land of bears. A crudely simple yet brutal tactic. A multitude of people, clutching large sums of soft maiden currency, lined up at counters demanding exchanges. The newly opened Tongtsu Bank, at least in the land of bears, was underprepared in reserves. We must crush this new currency in its cradle and prevent it from undermining the silver tael's position. Elsewhere, an elderly craftsman wearing spectacles examined the new currency inch by inch with a magnifying glass, while the president of the banking consortium stood nearby. After a long moment, the craftsman looked up. The president hurriedly inquired, "How is it, Master Fujita? Can this currency be forged?" "Difficult, but it's worth a try. We only need to deceive the detectors." "Then please expedite the process, Master Fujita. We must kill it before it gains a foothold." If counterfeit notes could be produced successfully, the likelihood of toppling Tongtsu through cash runs would increase substantially. These bankers never contemplated using violence to eliminate Tongtsu's leadership. The deterrent effect of Tetsuhi's battles on the western and eastern fronts was palpable. Tetsuhi could compete without rules, but they had to compete within the rules, refraining from any dirty tactics. Violence cannot solve all problems, but the violence at Tetsuhi's disposal was more than sufficient to deal with these adversaries. Only by returning to the purest form of commercial competition, denying Tetsuhi any pretext, could they be safe. Frankly, how many years had it been since they last engaged in such unadulterated rivalry? What they did not know was that silver taels were being transported out of the wetbone forest, cubic meter by cubic meter. Apart from requiring tellers to count money more slowly, the land of bears branches employed no additional measures. After all, to avoid errors, The money had to be counted repeatedly 3 times over. In a day's work, not much could actually be exchanged. Some counters were reserved for other deposit services, regardless of whether anyone came to deposit or take loans. These windows were kept open to ensure no one lacked access when conducting business. Silver taels flowed outward continuously, while new currency flowed back in. Yet these new notes did not remain idle in the banks. Instead, they circulated once more. The Land of Bears had a regulation. Each ship could choose between 2 payment methods, one using the new currency, which enjoyed discounts, and the other using silver taels, which were clearly more expensive than the new currency. The same rules applied to the goods passing through. Only the designation differed from the Land of Rain's depreciation fee. Here, it was termed an additional exchange rate fee, implying that using silver taels required extra calculations and considerable effort, hence the service charge. Consequently, merchants simply exchanged for the new currency to pay fees. For convenience, they hoarded more than needed, and trade caravans even transacted among themselves using this currency. The banks expected to trigger a cash run, but Tongtsu's losses were negligible. Money changed hands repeatedly, and the Land of Bears commerce gradually acclimated to the new currency. First, it offered a richer variety of denominations and more flexible combinations. Second, it proved more affordable to ordinary people. Wherever Tetsuhi's business extended, the new currency was far more advantageous than silver taels. For example, eating a bowl of noodles in the fisheries company's canteen or the dock workers' mess cost over 60 taels when paid in silver taels, but only 5 units with the new currency. This overlooked force of common folk became the cornerstone stabilizing the new currency. From the Land of Bears, these new notes gradually spread to the Land of Tea. Since tea trade passed through the Land of Bears ports, the Land of Tea likewise adopted the Land of Bears currency, allowing soft maiden currency to permeate downward from the top. Many inhabitants of the Land of Tea could only passively accept the situation, for merchants preferred to transact using the new currency, thereby increasing their profits. The greater the volume of trade, the more currency would flow in. The sole inconvenience they encountered was this: apart from the Tongtsu Bank, no other financial institutions recognized this new currency. For the people of the Land of Tea, depositing or withdrawing funds in the soft sister currency necessitated cross-border transactions, compelling them to journey to the Land of Bears. Fortunately, the two nations were not far apart. For substantial sums, the trip was certainly worthwhile. Over a dozen established international banks had begun to implement targeted strategies of increasing profits while lowering interest rates, engaging in a direct contest of strength with Tongtsu. It was within this context that Tetsuhi arrived in the Land of Bears. For him, it was merely a 2 to 3 hour journey, a direct line drawn from the sky. The docks were bustling amid ongoing construction. Fishing vessels came and went, and workers labored busily. Representatives from the Bears branch office, the fishing company, and the dock authorities convened to report on their work. You have done commendably. Once the currency circulates, we have already secured a victory. The remainder depends on steadfast effort, to be undertaken gradually. You must provide greater support to local small traders and small business models. Be diligent in uncovering every potential opportunity. Another point of utmost importance. Regardless of the means, you must endeavor to recruit sufficient commercial talent, particularly in banking. Time waits for no one. We cannot allow a vast commercial landscape to lie unoccupied due to a lack of talent. Remember, if we do not claim it, it will fall to our adversaries. Hurry, speed is the future. Yes, my lord. There is one more matter. We have discovered counterfeit soft sister currency attempting to circulate in the market. However, due to poor quality, it was promptly detected. The bank official then mentioned another issue. Tetsuhi pondered briefly before inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" The official's response was straightforward and unadorned. "I believe we should engage in equivalent competition. By producing counterfeit silver coins, we can instigate a bank run on these institutions. A tit-for-tat exchange. That is the only way to make this interesting." He harbored not the slightest worry that other banks could replicate the soft sister currency, for they lacked the essential materials. The anti-counterfeiting technology embedded within the soft sister currency employed a network crafted from the down on the backs of broadleaves unique to the wet-bone forest, leaves whose very name remained unknown. This thin mesh adhered to the currency, meticulously shaped, suffused with a distinctive, corrosive natural energy. Without access to the wet-bone forest, it was impossible to procure this specialized down. Without it, forging counterfeit notes was but a fanciful dream. Even if one managed to enter the wet-bone forest, one might find oneself transformed into a puddle of putrid water by the slug sage, a close and trusted confidant of the Lord. Tetsuhi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, whatever tactics they employ, we shall mirror them. That is well conceived. By the way, Find a way to convert the tea plantations of the land of tea entirely into our industry. The whole land of tea must become ours. Then, we shall forge a route through the land of rivers to the land of rain. After spending 3 days in the land of bears and 5 days visiting the land of tea, Tetsuhi proceeded to the land of rain, where he initiated a substantial project. Gathering personnel, he convened a meeting. I intend to develop a logistic system traversing the entire ninja world. Its core principles are efficiency and security. Please observe. Airship transportation was Tetsuhi's proposal, a mode eminently suited to the ninja world's treacherous terrain and rampant banditry. On land, bandits could waylay travelers. In the skies, bandits and brigands were powerless. Point-to-point delivery to destinations was assured unless the destination itself was under siege, in which case no delivery could proceed. The occasional ninja capable of flight was negligible. Such individuals were traceable to their respective ninja villages or were sufficiently renowned that no one dared disrespect Tetsuhi. Should any dare, he would send them to reflect below. After reflection, they would simply refrain from repeating their offense in the next life. Tetsuhi briefly introduced the airship concept, emphasizing the transportation network. First, the Land of Rain would serve as a warehousing hub, from which airships would disperse. The Land of Rain, situated centrally among 3 nations, was ideally positioned to act as a nexus for surrounding regions. Additionally, airship docking points would be established in key cities. The planning of these would proceed alongside airship research. Once finalized, the plans would be submitted to him. Following the meeting, Tetsuhi strolled through the streets of the Land of Rain, sensing its transformation. Compared to his previous visit, the Land of Rain now brimmed with vitality. With employment and livelihood secured, the spirits of its people had begun to revive. Salamander Hanzo peered through a modest window at the changes outside. Hearing the door open, he turned. "You have arrived?" Tetsuhi's presence exuded a calm, natural aura, instantly recognizable. "How do you find it?" "The Land of Rain is in good condition now. Alas, it is not what I desire. It is good, but this is the Land of Rain under the Fire Country's dominion, not the Land of Rain's own Land of Rain." Tetsuhi listened silently. "I have been contemplating. If not for you, what would become of the Land of Rain? I believe I would not have failed. Then the Fire Country, Earth Country, and Wind Country would all dare to enter the Land of Rain, and it would usher in a rare period of development. Then we could, through our own efforts, create an entirely new Land of Rain. It might lack the prosperity that followed the Fire Country's rule, but it would be ours. We would know ourselves as people of the Land of Rain and take pride and honor in having built it with our own hands, engraving that pride deep into our very bones." During this time, Salamander Hanzo wrestled with these thoughts. He did not believe he had erred. If anything, his shortcoming lay in being outmatched. In the end, all he could do was lament. "How unfathomably unjust the heavens are to me." Tetsuhi inquired, "Have you considered what will happen after your demise? Your strength is formidable, but what of the other Rain ninjas? Without successors, the fate of the Land of Rain remains unchanged." Salamander Hanzo chuckled. "That red-haired youth you took away, the Uzumaki clan member, has even caught the attention of Madara Uchiha. Once Madara dies, he can become a worthy successor. Nagato?" Tetsuhi recalled the original narrative. Nagato indeed became a god of the Land of Rain, yet not in the manner Hanzo had envisioned. He was a harbinger of vengeance. Indeed, however, he remains heavily influenced by the Uzumaki. We must cleanse the erroneous thoughts from his mind. This is no great challenge for me. Like an aging lion, I have my own methods to awaken him. Hanzo's tone brimmed with fervor and regret. These aspirations would never come to fruition in this life. They could only be contemplated. Tetsuhi remained silent for a moment before responding. "You are indeed a man of vision." In the original tale, Salamander Hanzo acted precisely as described, capturing Konan, eliminating Yahiko, the pacifist who preached sitting down and discussing peace, thereby forcing Nagato to summon the Ten-Tails Husk, the Outer Path demonic statue. This event abruptly altered Nagato's mindset from a gentle pacifist to a terrifying advocate of peace. No doubt, even Hanzo himself could never have anticipated such an outcome. How could Nagato's thought process have become so unorthodox? Should he not have realized that peace was but an illusion, and that truly safeguarding one's nation's interests was paramount? How did he become someone who sought to impose absolute power to make the world suffer, so that humanity would remember and thus attain peace? A nuclear peacemaker by force? No one in their right mind would believe that the so-called demigod Salamander Hanzo possessed strength merely slightly inferior to that of the first Hokage, and yet failed to slay a man who, in a sudden emotional outburst, summoned the Ten-Tails Husk, only to be utterly drained of energy and reduced to a mere skeleton like Nagato. Humans undergo a process of growth. And when did Nagato manage to surpass Salamander Hanzo? It was 3 years after Yahiko's death. The most crucial factor here is strength. A sense of absurdity, as if human calculations pale in comparison to fate's design, blossomed in Tetsuka's heart, evoking an ineffable sentiment. Leaving the place where Hanzo was imprisoned, he stepped onto the street. A gentle drizzle continued unabated. Tetsuka reached the end of the building, then suddenly soared into the air, piercing through the thick clouds. Radiant sunlight burst forth, parting the mist and revealing the clear sky. Adjusting his course, he flew toward the general direction of Konoha, boldly descending vertically behind the Hokage rock. This moment coincided perfectly with the time just after school had let out. Tsunade, arms crossed, leaned against a gate pillar, watching a group of students practice taijutsu. Hearing the movement, she looked up and called out, "You're back? The person's in your care." With that, she decisively withdrew inside. Tetsuka thought, what's going on here? Yet he roughly understood that Tsunade must have been assisting with after-school tutoring these past few days and was growing somewhat impatient. Beyond studying medical cases and pondering pharmacology, Tsunade was, in fact, a person with very little patience for other matters, unable to sit still. Even when it came to gambling, which she greatly enjoyed, she played solely by instinct and impulse, without a shred of technique or thought. Don't ask. Just know she was impatient. Orochimaru approached with unhurried steps. He had originally come looking for Tsunade. "Tetsuka-kun, long time no see. Finished handling your business outside?" "Just a routine inspection of my commercial territories," Tetsuka replied. "Orochimaru, you're here to see my teacher?" "Yes. The first clinical trial is about to commence, and we need Tsunade's assistance. Having such a medical master by our side reduces the likelihood of accidents during the process." "How about it, Tetsuka-kun? Don't you want to come and take a look?" "Of course," Tetsuka said. "Orochimaru, the teacher is inside. You two can talk there." After speaking, he let Orochimaru enter while he himself reviewed the students' progress over this period. His tutoring was highly targeted, and overall the results seemed quite promising. Once the tutoring session ended and the students dispersed, Tetsuka entered the room. Orochimaru and Tsunade were seated, discussing the experimental issues, and Tetsuka joined them. Orochimaru continued, "For this experiment, we are employing the theoretically safest and most balanced implantation method. We transplant the cultivated flesh in dotted patterns along the human meridian acupoints. The test subject is Uchiha Setsuna, a member of the Uchiha clan who volunteered for this." "Oh, by the way," Tsunade recalled the name Uchiha Setsuna and said to Tetsuka, "He came looking for you a few days ago, but you weren't here." Tetsuka responded with a simple "oh," then said, "All right, once the experiment is complete, I'll have a talk with him." The experiment took place at the hospital. The third Hokage, Koharu, and Mito Amajirai were all present at the scene. Tetsuka, Tsunade, and Orochimaru donned protective suits. Uchiha Setsuna addressed Tetsuka. "Lord Tetsuka, I?" Tetsuka raised his hand, resting it on Uchiha Setsuna's shoulder. "We'll talk after the experiment. I'm waiting for you, don't carry any psychological burden." "Understood." Uchiha Setsuna lay down on the operating table, while Tetsuka and Tsunade stood nearby observing. Further away was F3, Orochimaru's assistant, who brought out the flesh cultivated from the first Hokage's cells. Though called flesh, Orochimaru had used some special techniques to cultivate it into root-like tendrils. Orochimaru instructed the team to turn Uchiha Setsuna over. With a simple, direct incision along the spine, extending laterally into a pair of curved marks resembling the character 8, the wound opened widely. The pale, root-shaped tendrils were inserted into the freshly cut wound. The bleeding ceased instantly as the first Hokage's flesh absorbed the blood and fused the wound in a terrifyingly brief moment. The instruments continuously reported, heart rate normal, blood pressure normal, no rejection reaction. On Uchiha Setsuna's bare back, the pale, rib-like markings perfectly merged with his original skin. A device measuring chakra showed that Setsuna's chakra was instinctively increasing. Without any refinement, it began to proliferate spontaneously. He was sent back to the ward for close observation. If any problems arise, call immediately. Remember, at the moment of calling, use the scalpel to excise the first Hokage's flesh for physical isolation. Yes. The third Hokage and the others exchanged glances, their hearts stirred by a tempest of emotions. Unexpectedly, the previously hopeless would release experiment succeeded in such a simple manner. "Yes," Tsunade said. "After the surgery, vital signs are stable with no abnormalities. This is already a success. The so-called observation period is merely a safeguard. Next, they would wait for the 2-week observation period to conclude, to see whether Uchiha Setsuna could successfully wield would release." When Uchiha Setsuna regained consciousness, he saw Tetsuka. Tetsuka asked, "Awake?" How do you feel? Feeling how to put it? My body feels stronger than before, and lighter. Especially my Sharingan. Before opening it could not be sustained for long, or else it would cause intense headaches and eye pain. Now it feels effortless, completely at ease. Tetsuka nodded. Good. I heard from the teacher that you came to see me earlier. So you must have come to a realization, right? I haven't figured it out. But I think, Lord Tetsuka, you might be able to give me an answer. He claimed not to understand. Yet the very utterance of Lord Tetsuka indicated that he had begun to grasp the truth. Uchiha Setsuna was one of the rare, clear-headed members of the Uchiha clan. He truly understood the fundamental conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village of Konoha. Yet, although lucid, he was also at a loss, with no one to guide him on what to do. Hence, his chosen course of action appeared somewhat unacceptable. Recognizing the problem and attempting to solve it was already a step above others, for most Uchiha were oblivious even to the existence of the problem. Tetsuka casually peeled an orange and handed it to Uchiha Setsuna. The entire Uchiha clan is like a pitch-dark room, where everyone gropes blindly in the darkness. People speculate and say that Uchiha Madara stole the sun, causing the darkness, a punishment from the heavens. Uchiha Setsuna was taken aback. This metaphor, but one person stood up and said, no, the darkness is because we are locked inside a black room. We shouldn't be like this. We shouldn't be confined here. We should be enjoying the sunlight outside, for that is our promised land. Uchiha Setsuna said, unfortunately, I have failed. His voice was hoarse, tinged with grievance and dejection. Tetsuka said, failure, that's perfectly normal. When Uchiha Madara left, your clan lost something most vital. Strength. Although you hold half the shares in Konoha and should wield corresponding power, when you lack the necessary strength, such claims are empty words. Great nations and small alike are all cunning. Do you understand? It means that whether a nation is great or small, it must stand foresightly at the forefront of its own interests. Like the flow of water, you must understand that water always flows downward. Therefore, occupying the lower stream signifies an invincible position. If a great nation occupies the lower stream, it can dominate smaller nations. If a small nation holds the lower stream, it can infiltrate the great nations. Now, tell me, where does the lower stream of the Uchiha clan lie? Tetsuhi posed this question to Susanoo Uchiha. He admired such clarity of mind. He had no desire for a day in the future when Fugaku would become clan leader and give rise to a weasel among them. The very Uchiha he had painstakingly brought under his banner could be wiped out by that scoundrel, sparing no one. Neither the old nor the young, neither women nor children. When that time came, even if the weasel were torn apart alive and Sasuke were ruthlessly tortured before the weaselless eyes to vent hatred, what difference would it make? Could all of his Uchiha retainers survive? Fugaku was not clever, nor were his two sons. Such people were better off remaining mediocre rather than ascending to the clan leadership and bringing ruin. Tetsuhi said, my soldiers shall naturally be guarded by me. Before the Uchiha pledged loyalty, he would never have concerned himself with such matters. But now things were different. The Uchiha clan was his fief. Regrettably, Tetsuhi's question was far too avant-garde. Particularly the phrase lower stream of a great nation. Not only Susanoo Uchiha but even readers encountering this chapter now would be left utterly perplexed. How could Susanoo answer? He could only gaze at Tetsuhi with bewildered eyes, as clear and innocent as a 3-year-old child. To recognize the problems of the Uchiha clan is already a rare feat. Look at the vast Uchiha clan. How many comrades march alongside you? And for you to become their leader, it is because you persuaded them with your reasoning. And for them to understand you, they must be intelligent. Yet to demand that you solve this problem is to ask the impossible. You have never faced such a dilemma. You do not know what to do. It is as if he was about to say that the second head of the clan was also inexperienced. But then he thought better of it. Face to face, it would be improper to insult the third head, so he refrained from giving an example. When people first encounter a problem, they do not know how to solve it, nor does anyone know if their approach is foolish. This is not your fault. The second head also saw this problem. He too did not know what to do. That was why he left you all behind. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Susanoo Uchiha had to admit, the second head, that man who harbored enmity toward the Uchiha, was indeed a rare intellect. I admire you. The second head would curse the evil Uchiha even if he stepped in dog feces. Yet in actual governance, he never treated the Uchiha differently. He regarded you as equals. That is intelligence. But now, no one calls you the evil Uchiha anymore. Yet the moment the Uchiha are truly singled out has arrived. Because now Tetsuhi did not continue. Susanoo Uchiha was momentarily bewildered. Then comprehension dawned. He fixed his gaze on Tetsuhi, for he had not realized that the Uchiha were currently being treated differently. Tetsuhi said, do you know the difference between the lower stream of a great nation and that of a small nation? Why, though both are lower streams, are they completely distinct? Because their scale differs. A small nation may possess the apparatus of a shahaku but does not use it. Why? What is a shahaku apparatus? Tetsuhi's words faltered. After a moment, he explained, a shahaku apparatus is like the village hidden in the leaves, though much smaller, around 100 villagers. Its organizational structure, its rules. A great nation's basic organization is like this, and a small nation's is basically the same. Yet they are different. The difference lies in that great nations require laws and regulations, while small nations do not. If a ninja clan is merely a family of 4 or 5, there are hardly any rules at home. But for a large clan, like your Uchiha, strict adherence to rules is essential because without them, your family would descend into chaos. Oh, I see. So a small nation has the shahaku apparatus but does not use it, just like a family of 4 or 5, right? Exactly. That is the difference in scale. Understanding this difference allows you to know what the Uchiha clan ought to do. For the entire Leaf Village, it is a large collective, and the Uchiha constitute a subset beneath it. What is the lower stream of a subset? First, you must recognize your position clearly. Begin from your position. Analyze from the whole to the individual. Where does the overall lower stream lie? Where is your clan's position? And what is your clan's lower stream? Only after understanding these can you know what to do. Tetsuhi rose and began to walk toward the door. Upon reaching it, he turned back and said, during this period of recuperation, you can read more books, study history. Perhaps you will find the answers you seek. Academic lessons are the most useless things. Given the time, it would be better to practice shuriken, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. This was almost a consensus among every ninja during their schooling years. Even after leaving school, this belief remained unchallenged. Even the teachers at the Ninja Academy shared this mentality. They only took a little more care in courses related to ninjutsu and intelligence analysis, but even then, many ninjas remained ignorant of common knowledge within the ninja world. Take Naruto Uzumaki, for instance, a heavyweight who did not even know what chakra was. Sakura Haruno, who knew everything, was actually a rarity. Now, Sasana Uchiha was about to make up for this crucial lesson, which had nothing whatsoever to do with being a ninja. He asked a nurse to help find a book titled The Comprehensive History of the Ninja World. For the first time, with a rather sacred mindset, he opened the book. It began with the Age of Myth, describing how over 1,000 years ago, the entire ninja world was unified under a nation called the Feather Country. Its ruler was Jinda, who married the Celestial Maiden, who was the Usagi goddess, and bore 2 sons. Afterward, the ninja sect began, ushering in the Warring States period, a long era marked by numerous great and small nations, each with various ninja clans loyal to different states, engaged in endless conflict. The narrative continued until the emergence of the 5 great nations and the establishment of the 5 ninja villages. The history in the book was completely different from what he had superficially known. In the familiar narrative, the ninja village system was pioneered by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who pacified the chaotic era. But this comprehensive history stated otherwise. The establishment of the 5 great ninja villages was attributable to external environmental changes. The birth of the 5 great nations altered the circumstances of the ninja clans, forcing them to change their mode of survival, thus giving rise to the ninja villages. Even without the Senju or Uchiha, the villages would have emerged because they were a natural evolution. When the situation develops to such a degree, corresponding systems inevitably arise. Having finished reading the book, his heart was filled with an indescribable, ineffable sensation. Beyond this grand narrative, tables revealed truths. During the Warring States period spanning several centuries, the casualties from ninja battles, or their impact on the general populace, were minimal. However, during the First Ninja World War, statistics showed that the number of ninja deaths in that brief conflict exceeded the total of the preceding 140 years of the Warring States period. Moreover, unprecedentedly, the war severely affected the economies and livelihoods of ordinary citizens across nations, bankrupting countless people. Direct economic losses amounted to 20 trillion ryo, with indirect losses unrecorded, likely due to difficulty in measurement. As for the death toll, Setsuna Uchiha closed his eyes as an uncontrollable, sinister aura swirled within the hospital room. His eyeballs trembled involuntarily, pulsating with an eerie rhythm. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, and the 3 tomo within them flickered in a strange, almost glitch-like manner. He opened his eyes again, the 3 tomo fixed upon the book before him, turning page after page. Every word and every punctuation mark etched itself deeply into his mind, leaving an indelible imprint. The tomo in his eyes continued to quiver, flickering and stuttering, yet his spirit was immersed in the contents of the book, filled with both compassion and rage, though he did not know upon whom to direct this fury. A nurse cautiously peeked into the room, caught sight of those blood-red eyes, and quickly withdrew, unable to comprehend how merely reading a book could evoke such a reaction. Yet bound by duty, she promptly informed Orochimaru. Orochimaru appeared outside the hospital room and peered through the window. Setsuna Uchiha had already closed the book. Orochimaru's gaze immediately fell upon its cover. The History of the Ninja World. He found it perplexing that such a seemingly ordinary book could provoke such an intense response from Setsuna. What happened before this? Orochimaru inquired. The nurse shook her head. Everything was normal before. And the book? Oh, that book was recommended by Lady Tetsuka. He asked me to fetch it for him. Continue observing, Orochimaru said. He left the hospital and sought out the third Hokage. Sensei, I wish to retrieve some information regarding the Sharingan. Sharingan? Orochimaru? What are you planning? Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, the third Hokage immediately grew wary. He knew that his disciple's research often bordered on obsession. Could it be that Orochimaru had set his sights on the Sharingan, intending to target the Uchiha clan? If the third Hokage knew his own thoughts, he would surely roll his eyes. As a teacher, how could he harbor such suspicions toward his pupil? It was not that he lacked such thoughts, but rather because of Lady Tetsuka. She was truly someone he dared not provoke. Orochimaru replied plainly, it's like this, Sensei. Setsuna Uchiha's eyes have undergone some changes. I want to investigate to understand precisely what is happening. Changes in the Sharingan? Elaborate. Orochimaru explained how Setsuna, while reading the history of the ninja world, experienced uncontrolled fluctuations in his Sharingan. Then he stood silently, awaiting further instructions. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, then cautioned Orochimaru not to act recklessly before granting him a written authorization. Orochimaru took the note and headed to the archives to retrieve related research materials. The author of these documents bore a single, consistent name, Tobarama Senju. After perusing the materials, it was already dawn of the following day, the break of a new day. Orochimaru emerged from the archives, strolling leisurely through the streets, contemplating. Sharingan, the pinnacle of emotion. So that was it. But what within the history of the ninja world could evoke such profound feelings? Would he awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? The prospect was truly exhilarating. Drawn inexplicably, Orochimaru found himself at the library. Inside, only a drowsy duty ninja was slumped over a desk. Orochimaru roused him, requesting a copy of the History of the Ninja World. The duty ninja handed over the book and promptly resumed his nap. Orochimaru flipped through its pages as he made his way home, then settled in to read slowly, page by page. Encountering the history of the ninja world for the first time, Orochimaru too was deeply moved. The wounds long buried within his heart were mercilessly torn open by this book, confronting him with the bloodied reality of the world. He sat motionless for one day, one night and another day. Suddenly, a strange sound emerged from his room. A sound that seemed both like crying and laughter, harsh and tormenting. Jiraiya heard it and hurried over. Lady Tetsuka, the third Hokage, 2 other advisors, and Shikaka Nara also gathered outside Orochimaru's home, forming a cautious circle. Orochimaru, what is happening? None dared to enter. They stood outside, listening and waiting. Only when the eerie wailing subsided did they hear a low murmur. This world was never meant to be this way. This world was never meant to be this way. After some time, Orochimaru emerged. His already pale complexion had turned even more sallow. His cat-like eyes, golden with a faint green tint, were bloodshot. Yet he had regained composure. Apologies for disturbing you all. I am fine. I was simply lost in thought. Please, come in and speak. The group entered and listened as Orochimaru recounted how the history of the ninja world had affected him so profoundly. Lady Tetsuka remarked, a history book. Does it possess such power? To awaken the Mangekyo in Setsuna and unsettle Orochimaru so deeply? If Orochimaru were an Uchiha, perhaps he would bear Mangekyo eyes as well. Lady Tetsuka had not expected this. The vast expanse of history is the path humanity treads. A person's soul, a clan's collective consciousness all arise from history. It is not mere principle but composition, much like how a person's growth year by year is shaped by all their experiences. The Uchiha clan has always been one of love, according to the second Hokage's words. In Lady Tetsuka's view, they were simply more sentimental. If the small affections binding an individual to their family could awaken the Mangekyo, then what of the entire world? The vast human history, the collective sufferings and transformations of clans, the myriad injustices and truths of this world. These evoke an even greater, more overwhelming sense of justice. Its impact can only intensify. Such a profound sense of justice can truly inspire one to forsake life itself. The emotions it stirs are incomparable to mere brotherly bonds. Setsuna Uchiha empathized deeply with history, riding the turbulent waves of the era. which is why his eyes gradually awakened under such intense emotion. This differed from the instantaneous shock of losing a cherished one. It was grand, continuous, like wave upon wave, seemingly endless and unceasing. As for Orochimaru, beneath his cold exterior lies a heart wounded by the deaths of his parents and the ravages of war. He shields himself with detachment and seeks answers, even if those answers seem absurd. As long as they guide him step by step, even falsehoods are acceptable. Yet the history of the ninja world gave him nothing but the bloody truth. The answers he sought were all contained within. Therefore, whether it was Setsuna Uchiha or Orochimaru, both devoured the book in one breath. Their entire beings resonated with it, resulting in the consequences observed. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, different from his usual raspiness, this time truly hushed. The history of the ninja world is indeed an extraordinary book. How could I have overlooked it before? Lady Tetsuka, I must thank you. It has unraveled so many of my doubts, countless ones. Jiraiya said, Orochimaru, you frighten me. They did not disturb Orochimaru further. The third Hokage urged him to rest well, and the group departed. Lady Tetsuka then went to see Setsuna Uchiha. Setsuna, I heard you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tetsuka entered behind Lady Tetsuka, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, watching the exchange. Setsuna replied, Many thanks, Lady Tetsuka. Lady Tetsuka, is our era one of progress or regression? Why has the world become this way? Tetsuka smiled and said, You're already pondering such profound questions? Our era, progress or regression, is difficult to say. From the standpoint of individual combatability, it is progress. Today's shinobi wield power far beyond that of the past. From the perspective of productivity, progress has indeed been made. The standard of living today surpasses that of the past. However, when considering the organization and structure of society, it is difficult to regard this as genuine advancement. The entire society is ensnared within an exceedingly distorted framework. Distorted? Indeed, when virtue does not correspond to one's position, calamity is inevitable. It can be said that all contemporary problems can be encapsulated by these 8 characters. Society, by its very nature, should be moving forward, yet the current structure of each nation and village is fundamentally unhealthy. If you wish to delve deeper, I suggest consulting literature on international relations and the political systems of various countries. Having concluded this, Tetsuhiro, filled with curiosity, inquired, Has your Mangekyo Sharingan manifested any extraordinary ocular techniques? Uchiha Setsuna responded thoughtfully, Yes, it should be considered a kind of genjutsu. I possess the ability to share the emotions I have gleaned from history broadly with those around me, allowing them to empathize and experience emotions as intense as my own. Tetsuhiro exclaimed, Well, the Uchiha clan now has its own spiritual shepherd. Such a guide is indeed needed. And since you possess would release, this Mangekyo Sharingan presumably neither blinds nor impairs vision, correct? Observing the face of his devoted subordinate, brimming with loyalty, Tetsuhiro felt a profound sense of gratification. Once the experiment concludes, you should try employing this ability within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Setsuna stared at Tetsuhiro in disbelief. His mind momentarily faltered, and after a while, he realized, Lord Tetsuhiro, you mean to say, to have them become your comrades, Setsuna. You can become the spiritual leader of the Uchiha clan, truly uniting them. Together you will study history, analyze it, extract lessons and experiences, dissect politics, economics, and culture, and then collectively chart a path forward for this world. The spiritual leader of the Uchiha shall be none other than Lord Tetsuhiro himself. I have awakened because of Lord Tetsuhiro, and the Uchiha shall awaken because of him as well. Which Uchiha could possibly withstand such a force? After reading a single book, the aftereffects were astonishingly potent. If Uchiha Setsuna used his ocular powers to cheat, the results would be well, hehe. Upon leaving the hospital, Tsunade sighed deeply, Good grief, with what you've done, the third Hokage will surely lose sleep. Imagine now, hundreds of Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly all possessing Mangekyo Sharingan, 2 Tomo eyes evolving into 3 Tomo. Those who had yet to awaken their eyes now doing so. The Hokage must be restless day and night. Tetsuhiro chuckled. Who complains about their subordinates growing stronger? If there truly were that many Mangekyo Sharingan, I can't say if the third would lose sleep, but Madara Uchiha certainly would. Madara Uchiha? Let him come. Aren't you the foremost Uchiha? Let us see if you can survive under the gaze of hundreds of Mangekyo Sharingan. Do you think you're in a comedy manga? What was even more explosive was that these Uchiha who had awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan possessed ocular powers of strange and wondrous variety, each bearing Hashirama's flesh and blood. Though not eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they were effectively indistinguishable from it. They could wield their powers recklessly without any fear of blindness. And these individuals, at this moment and in the future, remained Tetsuhiro's most loyal subordinates. While the third Hokage and others fretted over this outcome, Tetsuhiro was filled with pride and satisfaction. This is the art of employing people. Boldness in utilization is essential. One must not restrict a talent's potential due to suspicion, for this matter is inherently reciprocal. This is a demonstration of a leader's indispensable quality. The overly suspicious cannot achieve great deeds. Those who accomplish great deeds cannot afford to be suspicious. This very truth is reflected in the reality of Liu Bang's growing army and Xiang Yu's suicide at the Wu River. Returning home, Tetsuhiro found Orochimaru standing at the door. He invited him inside, while Konan and 4 others tended to the animals in the yard. Tetsuhiro, as usual, managed collection but not care. The cats, monkeys, deer, chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard were all left to the 5 youngsters, who seemed to genuinely enjoy the company of these creatures. Orochimaru's bloodshot eyes lingered briefly on them before he smiled faintly and entered the house. Tsunade sat opposite him and asked, "Orochimaru, why do you come here if you're not resting properly?" "There are matters I cannot rest until I understand," Orochimaru replied. "Lord Tetsuhiro, what do you believe lies behind the problems of the shinobi world?" He paused, then rephrased, or rather, from unification to the Warring States period, and from the Warring States to the current 5 great nations, what invisible force do you think is at work behind it all? Tsunade remarked, "Isn't it excessive to ask such a question of Tetsuhiro? But on second thought, it seems he understands far more about this than the rest of us." Her disciple was a rare intellectual in Konoha. The entire village could not compare to him in this regard. This was not because Konoha lacked such talents, but because its people never studied these matters, never even looked at them. "Orochimaru, let me ask you something. If an ordinary farmer's only tools are a sickle, and plowing is done by oxen or pigs, how many acres of land could a grown man cultivate?" The question immediately caused a mental overload in Orochimaru's mind, striking a blind spot in his knowledge. What was he to do? "Orochimaru, have you noticed that although agricultural tools have not changed much over the past 1,000 years, farming efficiency has greatly improved? What do you suppose accounts for this difference?" Orochimaru remained frozen. Tsunade, likewise frozen, propped her chin with one hand and looked at Tetsuhiro. His confident demeanor exuded an inexplicable charm, as though he inhabited an environment so comfortable and pleasant that one unconsciously grew accustomed to it, savoring the beauty until long after departure. "I wonder, Lord Tetsuhiro, could you simply share the answer?" "Very well," he replied. "When oxen are available, what determines how much land a person can cultivate is never the planting, it is the harvesting. Do you understand this concept?" Tetsuhiro inquired. Understood. Orochimaru did understand. When he was young, before his parents passed, his family were farmers. He remembered clearly that during autumn harvest, his parents would compete frantically to gather crops. The year his parents died coincided with a harvest season. They were killed by shinobi, and thereafter, he became a resident of Konoha. Many orphans became Konoha citizens then. Tetsuhiro explained, to be precise, there are 2 stages. In the most primitive agricultural period, the laborer's maximum output was determined by cultivation, the amount planted. But with the advent of animal power and plows, planting quickly exceeded the limits. In other words, once you removed restrictions on planting, the crops you sowed far surpassed what you could harvest. Harvesting is bound by very strict time constraints. It must be completed within about 10 days. This process, harvesting, threshing, winnowing, drying, all requires human participation. Among these, harvesting is the decisive factor, but due to procedural reasons, this factor must be compressed into a short time frame. Therefore, without the invention of threshing machines that liberate manpower to focus on harvesting, the upper limit of what a laborer can harvest remains very low. The threshing machine greatly enhances harvesting efficiency. While speaking, Tetsuhi took out a sheet of paper and inscribed upon it a formula expressing labor efficiency per unit of time, influenced by factors such as tools, organizational methods, and workforce. Finally, he casually jotted down a conclusion tailored to the ninja world. The maximum yield is 100 acres. One laborer, wielding a sickle from dawn until the stars and moon adorned the sky, could harvest 100 acres in a single day. This represents the current pinnacle achievable by farmers in the ninja realm. This limit is double that of the most exceptional, industrious, and dexterous old farmers on Earth. The reason lies in the prolonged passage of time, during which the inhabitants of the ninja world, originally akin to Earth's people, have evolved into mutants possessing thrice the number of cells. Tetsuhi inquired, "Orochimaru, what do you think? Given such developments in productivity, how has the entire organizational model of the ninja world transformed?" Orochimaru's eyes brightened as he responded. The initial structure must have been based on the family unit. Because the upper limit of labor determines the yield per acre and consequently how many acres can be cultivated. This leads to a fundamental issue. A family essentially requires a labor supply that does not necessitate supervision or incur wasted human costs. After all, one's own land, tended by one's own kin, will be cultivated with utmost diligence. Employing outsiders offers no real benefit, as the grain surplus would be minimal. The emergence of roles such as hired hands or slaves presupposes an abundance of food. Only when hiring or maintaining slaves proves advantageous will they be sustained. Otherwise, leasing land to others would be an act of great benevolence. Thus, only figures such as sovereign rulers could afford such arrangements. Very well. Orochimaru, I ask you, after the disintegration of the Land of Feather, why did the Warring States period arise? Do you have an answer now? Without hesitation, Orochimaru answered. Conflicts based on bloodlines and clans. The texts say they mostly concern disputes over rivers, water sources, and farmland. Tetsuhi nodded. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha waged war over the Nankawa River for nearly a millennium. Who among cultivators does not vie for water rights? Orochimaru remained silent, his feline vertical pupils narrowing to a thin line as he mentally sifted through Tetsuhi's words. This was a particularly astute perspective on historical analysis. After a long pause, he finally said, so, the underlying cause actually grows from the soil itself. It is not some dazzling ninjutsu or formidable forbidden techniques. These are not the origin. Rather, the source is the crops growing in the fields, the mundane and unremarkable. What role, then, do the shinobi play within this framework? Orochimaru posed another question. Tetsuhi replied, Orochimaru, let us first abandon the ninja perspective and examine the world from a broader, more universal vantage point. You will find that the increase in ordinary farmers' productivity, aside from advancements in basic tools and cultivation methods, primarily stems from bodies modified by chakra. If you observe the various recorded tax amounts above, it becomes evident that grain production has gradually increased over the course of more than 1,000 years. Tools have not undergone revolutionary upgrades, but humans have become mightier. The surplus generated is the underlying cause of the Warring States period's onset. Within the shinobi clans, some produce for themselves, others work as hired hands, but fundamentally, regardless of their choices, all fight for survival resources such as land and water. Up until roughly 2 centuries ago, agricultural surpluses grew sufficiently large, prompting the emergence of secondary industries and gradually laying the foundation for the 5 great nations. The 5 great nations thus came into being. According to conventional narratives, one significant event should have occurred at this juncture. Tsunade asked, what event? Tetsuhi answered, the secondary industries began to support the primary industry. Agriculture entered an era of large-scale, intensive and collective cultivation. The introduction of large agricultural machinery freed farming from the constraints of human labor efficiency. Such machinery could operate with mechanical precision. One person, relying on agricultural machinery, could cultivate and harvest thousands of hectares, allowing a large population to be freed from the land bonds and transition into industrial or service sectors. Yet the shinobi as a variable obstructed all this. The very existence of shinobi, with their formidable power, constituted an unstable factor, hence the inevitable formation of ninja villages. For a nation, to stabilize and control such instability, the originally scattered shinobi clans gradually coalesced as peace took hold. One must realize that ninjas survive by intelligence gathering and assassination. Thus, when a nation attains peace, what becomes of the ninja? Without targets to kill or secrets to steal, they would starve to death. At that moment, a way out had to be found. National wars. The state and the shinobi struck a mutually beneficial bargain. Thus, ninja villages were born, not through lofty ideals or heart-rending tales, but as an inevitable consequence of shifting external circumstances. Orochimaru remarked, and precisely because it is one village per nation, large-scale agriculture cannot develop, nor can heavy industry. Tetsuhi nodded. Anything requiring substantial investment but yielding little return cannot thrive. Whether agriculture or heavy industry, once they grow large, they become prime targets during shinobi conflicts. Take farmland, for example. A single Uchiha's blaze can reduce it to ashes. Currently, this small-scale peasant economy fares somewhat better, as impoverished farmers represent insignificant targets. It is akin to my recent visit to the Land of Lightning, where I headed straight for Inukawa. If any household in the Land of Lightning attempted large-scale agriculture, I would likely go after them as well. The truth is, large investments are easily destroyed. It all comes down to the shinobi. Orochimaru sighed. So, the very wind that once stilled the world was the existence of the shinobi. But if there were no shinobi tsk, Orochimaru, Such thoughts are somewhat naive. If something objectively exists, it simply exists. You cannot eradicate it. We must accept the world's objectivity, acknowledge both its good and its bad. Our task is not to destroy, but to understand what it is, think through why it exists, and only then can we determine what to do. The power of the shinobi itself is immensely valuable. Tetsuhi inquired, "What do you think should be done?" "I do not know." Tetsuhi's answer was unconvincing, yet Orochimaru laughed softly. Rising to his feet, he said, "Once the wood release experiment concludes, I shall have ample leisure time. Tetsuhi, do you require my assistance with your external enterprises?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade grew wary. She knew her comrades well. Unsolicited offers of help often concealed ulterior motives. "Orochimaru, what are you scheming? I warn you, if..." Orochimaru cast Tsunade a helpless glance, each bloodshot strand in his eyes conveying grievance. "Tsunade, I merely wish to assist." Yet only he knew the true reason. He wished to observe the wind that drives the windmill. He did not believe Tetsuhi's professed ignorance. He suspected that Tetsuhi's very actions were the answer. He yearned to witness this answer firsthand, up close, and immerse himself in it. Tetsuhi responded, "Of course. You are most welcome. I do indeed require a scientific advisor." Suddenly, Tetsuhi paused and turned toward the southwest. A peculiar spiritual disturbance emanated from that direction, the land of wind. Natural energy rippled with unprecedented waves, stirring his spiritual senses. Tetsuhi thought, the land of wind? Southwest? What is transpiring there? Seeing Tetsuhi's inexplicable reaction, Orochimaru and Tsunade asked, "What is it? What is happening?" The two followed his gaze, sharpening their senses, yet detected nothing unusual. Only the distant sounds of children frolicking in the village and merchants hawking their wares could be heard. Teshua shook his head and said, "I'm not quite sure. I'll ask Slug." He first spoke to the slug within his ear. "I sensed some disturbance just now in the southwest direction. There were ripples in the natural energy. Very faint. You should return to your true form and merge back. Then I'll summon you again." "Okay," the little slug replied, vanishing immediately. Teshua then summoned the slug forth once more and inquired, "Slug, what's the situation?" The slug responded, "There was a sudden eruption of energy from the dragon vein, and some of it leaked out. Strange, the dragon vein was sealed. How could it suddenly flare up?" Its four antennae flailed erratically, clearly unable to comprehend the anomaly. Teshua frowned. "The dragon vein? Then that must be Lulan, right?" Dragon vein, Lulan. The Sand Village rogue centipede had traversed the dragon vein, adopting the alias and Lushan, and ruled over Lulan. Could it be that this centipede had crossed over? Lost in thought, Teshua asked Tsunade, "Teacher, would you like to travel?" Tsunade immediately understood his implication but was also curious and nodded, "I do." Orochimaru rose and said, "Well, I want to keep you then." Now, all he wished was to return home, sleep soundly in his serpent's lair, and release the heavy fatigue weighing on his heart. At the mission center, Tsunade and Teshua attracted the staff's attention as soon as they entered. The third Hokage's shadow clone also noticed them. "Teshua, Tsunade, what brings you here?" Teshua replied, "My teacher and I need to visit the land of wind to investigate something. So we came to process the mission. Of course, this mission is optional, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat, so we figured we'd take it along." The third Hokage was silent for a moment. "The land of wind?" Teshua glanced around and directly stated the reason. The slug said there was a disturbance in the dragon vein. "I want to see what's going on." Such a mission would only be classified as B rank, the third Hokage said as he prepared the task, then advised the two, "Be discreet while operating in enemy territory." "Understood, old man." Tsunade waved her hand and pulled Teshua along. They only carried a simple storage scroll and set off. They ascended vertically in front of the Hokage's residence. Jets of scorching air surged forth, and in an instant, the two became mere specks, heading towards the land of wind. Passing over Chotaku Street, Tsunade tugged at Teshua. "Chotaku Street? Hey, let us stop and have some fun." Teshua, however, was resolute. "We'll handle business first, then play when we return." Gradually crossing the border of the land of fire and passing the land of rain, the white streak in the sky thundered as it plunged into the land of wind. The Konoha shinobi in the land of rain saw the white streak and were ecstatic. "It's Lord Teshua, but why is he heading to the land of wind?" In contrast, the Sand Village sentries were filled with alarm. "It's Konoha's Teshua, that demon. What is he up to? Report to the Kazekage immediately." The astonishment of this allied nation was clear to Teshua and Tsunade, who saw their messenger hawks flying over 1,000 meters beneath them. Tsunade brushed back her golden hair, tucking strands behind her ear. "Teshua, you frightened the Sand Shinobi. Isn't that a good thing?" If we don't scare them, they'll forget their lessons and cause trouble again in a few years. What's that saying again? What? Yes, reviewing the old to learn the new. We must often remind the sand shinobi of their place so they recognize themselves as the defeated. Though Tieshua's reasoning sounded grandiose, in truth, given his current strength, he cared little for the sand shinobi's attitudes. In his mind, he mused. He wondered if the sand shinobi had followed them, seen the centipede known as in Lushan, and then recalled the centipede from their own village. What a comical sight that would be. This centipede was actually quite a talent. In the entire sand village, only two had transformed themselves into puppets. Akasuna no Sasori and the centipede. Which of the two inspired the other was a matter difficult to discern. Tsunade nodded. Makes sense. The great Tsunade of Konoha agreed with Tieshua, deeply earning her teacher's approval. A straight white line cut across the sky over the land of wind, triggering a chain of sentry posts to release messenger hawks, creating a trail. 8 hours later, the second messenger hawk flew into the Kazakage's residence, grasped by a hand, and the letter was delivered to the third Kazakage. The third Kazakage examined the letter and the map. What was their objective? Were they merely passing through, or? 2 days later, it was revealed that they had gone to Lulan. Were they executing a mission? Regardless of the mission, the sand village could not stand idly by. They could not win a fight, but this was the land of wind. Its dignity must not be lost. They could not afford to be a soft steamed bun to be kneaded at will. Summon centipede, Saimin, lizard, and Taki to see me. After the four arrived, the third Kazakage ordered each to lead an elite squad of 12 shinobi to Lulan. He cautioned, avoid any conflict with Tieshua and Tsunade, but also make sure to assert the sand village's stance. Repeat my orders. Yes, no conflict with Tieshua and Tsunade, but assert the sand village's stance. Yet Tieshua and Tsunade had already arrived in Lulan when the second messenger hawk reached the Kazakage's residence. Lulan was situated within a small oasis, its towers rising densely, a typical nation fixated on death. They believed death was humanity's destiny. All actions in life were to accrue merit for the afterlife. Life was for death. Life was cause, death was effect. The common folk wore dull gray robes. Before reaching Lulan, Tieshua felt nothing, but upon arrival, he sensed something stirring within his spirit. Not to destroy Lulan, never return. /Lulan, break Lulan. Various poems about annihilating Lulan surged from his heart like a curse. A voice seemed to urge him. Quick, slay it, destroy Lulan. Only his resolute will restrained him. This Lulan was not that Lulan. The original Lulan had long vanished into the dust of history. Heaven knew what misdeeds that Lulan committed to make his soul stir with excitement upon arriving here. Tsunade wore a robe and covered her face with a white-bordered handkerchief. She circled around but found neither a casino nor any other entertainment venues. The Lulan people seemed devoid of need for amusement or activity. Everywhere a numb state prevailed. If I had known there was nothing here, I wouldn't have come. Teacher, we're here on business, Tieshua grumbled. When the Kazakage received intelligence from the fifth messenger hawk, Tieshua and Tsunade had already entered the dragon vein. Though the seal on the dragon vein appeared intact and without issue, the obvious ripples there told Tieshua and Slug that a problem had indeed occurred. The Slug said, the seal looks fine. Tieshua, do you see anything? Tieshua shook his head. No. He added, let us investigate around the dragon vein's center and see what unusual events have transpired in Lulan. Tsunade said that's all we can do. The master and disciple then split up to gather intelligence, with Tsunade chiefly conducting inquiries. Tieshua wandered casually, admiring the exotic local customs. A civilization devoted to a predetermined death as its ultimate goal had created a peculiar phenomenon. Every person in Lulan lived with intense effort, striving with all their might to earn money and perfect their actions according to a karmic view, cultivating their morality. Each tower here is, in truth, a tomb. Naturally, the people of Lulan do not refer to these as mere graves, but rather as the towers of the departed. They rise so majestically, clearly erected with a lifetime's worth of savings. The height of a tower determines not only how well one dies but also the fate one receives thereafter. The living dwell around these towers in cramped houses, resembling one impoverished slum after another. You're so lazy you'll only get a short tower after death, a laughingstock. He would occasionally hear such rebukes, tinged with frustration at his lack of ambition. Yet he had also caught wind of news about Lushan, a foreigner from the land of wind, a man of remarkable talent. The king highly esteemed him and seemed inclined to bestow upon him a lofty position. Tetsuhi's stride halted as a humanoid puppet within the crowd, along with the chakra threads connecting it, caught his attention. With a casual swipe, Tetsuhi executed a faint strike with a hand blade. The true attack, however, extended on a spiritual plane, severing the spiritual link within the chakra threads. Chakra threads are a secret art unique to the Sand Village, an extraordinarily complex, composite transformation of chakra nature combined with form transformation, resulting in a remarkably resilient, yet semi-illusory, thread. Ordinarily, these threads are nearly impervious, save for encounters with warriors like Kizami Sakumo. Common elemental ninjutsu, fire, earth, water, lightning, cannot harm chakra threads. Yet here stood Tetsuhi. This spiritual level assault directly dismantled the spirit within the chakra threads, and deprived of spiritual energy, the threads naturally disintegrated. The puppet collapsed in a grotesque heap. Onlookers scattered in alarm, but Tetsuhi remained, awaiting what was sure to follow. When one's puppet is destroyed, the centipede is bound to appear. Tetsuhi's intention was simple. He wanted to see if the centipede recognized him. What lay beyond the dragon vein? Another world, the future, or a parallel dimension? Did that world harbor a Tetsuhi? This was of utmost importance. If the world beyond the dragon vein was the future, then all was lost. If, however, it was merely a parallel world, then this ninja realm could be unified through relatively simple means. The combined resources of an entire world would suffice to unite the 5 great nations and countless smaller states, enabling them to work in concert to expand their horizons. This was the strategy of colonization. Leveraging external markets to diffuse internal conflicts, while amassing vast wealth, thereby swiftly bypassing the brutal, bloody phases and elevating civilization to a new plane. A rotund, bearded man with a kindly visage appeared opposite. Tetsuhi's instincts told him this was no living man, but a puppet. More precisely, a living puppet. Most of his body was mechanical, lacking the normal chakra meridian flow that generates vital energy. He was alive in name only. This was the centipede, also known as an Lushan. He regarded Tetsuhi and said, "You destroyed my puppet? Then you shall become my puppet." A long centipede-shaped puppet, composed of one man after another linked together, materialized on the street, cruelty gleaming in the centipede's eyes. Tetsuhi chuckled, "You don't recognize me? Wonderful." He twisted his wrist playfully. "I've never used my monstrous strength before, though now, I can only activate one muscle above my waist at a time. But that's enough. Let us see if your puppet can withstand this." With a single step forward, he reached out and grabbed one of the centipede's arms near its head, then shook it with force. Instantly, the entire centipede stiffened. Tetsuhi's mighty strength traveled through the arm all the way to the tail, causing the entire assembled centipede to lose control. With a powerful flick and swing, it lashed across the ground like a massive whip, stirring dust and stones, carving a trench over 3 feet deep. The centipede's tail emitted a thunderous boom, far exceeding the speed of sound. A wild gust akin to a wind jutsu erupted, knocking the centipede to the ground, rolling him several times. Though the chakra threads were tough, the connection points to the puppet shattered instantly. Small fragments of puppet scattered midair, accompanied by invisible, wildly fluttering chakra threads. Tetsuhi swung again, spinning the entire centipede like a massive club nearly as thick as a man's arm. Rows of arms and legs, some wielding swords and knives, others spewing poison, fire, or lightning, rained down like fiery chili peppers from a summer tree, thick and long. The centipede had no room to escape. The centipede opened his mouth wide. The puppet's jaw dislocated. Puppets, after all, differ from humans and cannot replicate human reactions perfectly. Golden hair flickered from afar as Tsunade arrived swiftly using body flicker technique. She surveyed the scattered puppet fragments blanketing the ground, thick and dense everywhere, and the trenches carved into the earth. As if whipped by a lash, this violent aesthetic felt vaguely familiar. It resembled her own style, yet was distinctly different. She preferred hammering with fists, whereas this scene was clearly wrought by swinging. She looked at Tetsuhi, who smiled back. "Teacher, you've arrived." Tsunade had come in haste. The hood of her Lowland-style cloak was blown off by the wind, leaving only a white veil covering her face. Her flowing golden hair, pale forehead, amber eyes, and diamond-shaped seal combined to create a strikingly beautiful visage. Tsunade asked, "What is going on?" A big catch. Suddenly, her expression shifted, as if more than one had been caught. A group of Sand Village ninja arrived, panting heavily, forming a standoff with Tetsuhi and Tsunade at a distance. Tetsuhi spotted another centipede and sneered maliciously, "Hey, come take a look. Is this man your brother?" He added, "Is he your Sand Village's agent trying to control Lulon?" He approached the centipede on the ground and gave it a kick, scattering its parts. He picked up the centipede's head and tossed it forward. The centipede caught the head, then saw the gaping mouth of his own head. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with goosebumps. "Is this me?" The moment he held the head, he realized that this centipede was, in fact, himself. Only he recognized this puppet head within the entire sand village and ninja world. This was the head of his puppet's true form, its intricate details impossible to counterfeit. No other puppeteer in the world could create an identical piece. He glanced at the large pile of puppet fragments on the ground. This was one of his 3 great puppets, the centipede cart. He also possessed 2 other puppets, a giant spider and a colossal beetle. Since the beetle was not present here, the centipede suddenly realized something and made a choice in his heart. Lord Tetsuhi, Lady Tsunade, be cautious. He has 2 more puppets. Before he finished, the other centipede, henceforth called in Lushan for clarity, opened his chest and abdomen, revealing a portal-like space. A furry leg emerged, followed by a towering spider crawling out, his crimson eyes fixed on Tetsuhi. When did the ninja world see such a figure? Beneath the spider's legs, strands of chakra threads spread outward, reaching toward the people. The chakra threads spread out evenly, targeting every individual present at the scene. Yet among them, only Tetsuka could perceive the chakra lines. Grasping Tsunade's hand, he danced with the lightness of a butterfly amid blossoms, evading the chakra threads with effortless grace. Tsunade, held by the hand, completely relaxed, allowing the forces of pushing, pulling, and kneading generated by the chakra surrounding Tetsuka's body to carry her along, moving in perfect harmony. The 2 moved as one, drifting lightly. In that very instant, and Lushan had already completed the transmission of vital intelligence. Leave the sand village. Depart before Sasori vanishes. From the past, this is your sole chance for survival. Now immediately, I shall buy you time. At this moment, and Lushan made a decisive choice. Having encountered his past self, he was determined to alter his fate. He had become a rogue ninja only 6 or 7 years later, after Sasori of the Red Sand murdered the Kazekage. The evidence at the scene made him a scapegoat. Had he not fled in time, he would have perished at the hands of Chiyo and Ebizo. Though his escape was timely, it came at a tremendous cost, forcing him to eke out a meager existence within the ninja world. If he left now, the outcome might be vastly different. Let go of your heart, and I will show you everything, and Lushan said. If you are uneasy, I can also open my heart to you, revealing all. Centipede's choice was trust. The most trustworthy person to oneself is, after all, oneself. Their chakra threads intertwined, and through a silent exchange beyond words, their life experiences and all other knowledge were swiftly communicated. Centipede learned of Lushan's past and the future, while Lushan became acquainted with this world's history. Why did this world's history differ from that of my own? Tetsuka was undoubtedly the extra individual. Suddenly, Lushan realized. He was no match for Tetsuka, not even if he unleashed everything at his disposal. They simply did not exist on the same plane. Yet this person, he had never heard of nor seen in his original world. Could this be the past? Centipede was digesting the 3rd Great Ninja War, Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi Hatake, and other such elements. It was equally perplexing. Why was there no Tetsuka in his world? That was impossible. Tetsuka raised his hand and waved it down. One by one, the chakra threads shattered. Smiling at the sand ninjas, Tetsuka said, I have saved your lives. But no need to thank me. Just reimburse me according to your own head's price. Then, turning to Lushan, he declared, if your skills end here, then you may as well perish. Lushan replied, we bear no grudge. It was your puppet that attacked me first. Power brings clarity, he said, feeling unusually reasonable. Tetsuka responded, I am a passionate youth filled with a sense of justice. What is this puppet of yours? Who does it replace? It is working for me. Oh, so it's your puppet helping you organize materials? Or have you turned them into puppets? Organizing materials, carving some parts, truly. Tetsuka seemed to ponder for a moment before asking again. Then what is your goal? The dragon vein? If I'm not mistaken, your appearance here is related to the dragon vein, isn't it? How should Lushan answer? To say he intended to harness the power of the dragon vein to create an army of puppets, then seek revenge against the sand village and dominate the world? The sand ninjas were still present, and among them was even a version of himself. To say so would be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet Tetsuka's question demanded an answer. The dragon vein is a rare energy source. Tetsuka scrutinized Lushan from head to toe, then said to Tsunade, all right, the matter is clear. Let us depart. Grasping Tsunade's hand, he immediately erupted in flames, soaring skyward in an instant, vanishing into the heavens. The sand ninjas surrounded Lushan. You will come with us. Your puppet techniques are connected to the sand ninjas. We must investigate their origin. We hope you will cooperate. Saemon drew a curved blade, crescent-shaped like the moon. With a single swing, Crescent-shaped wind blades sliced toward the spider's joints. Several puppeteers in the group also sprang into action, engaging in the classic puppeteer combat style, vying for control over the puppets. Outnumbered, they severed the chakra threads one after another. Yet Lushan remained unmoved. Such primitive tactics are beneath me. Let me show you my true power. Countless chakra threads, dense and coiled like spirals, emerged from the spider. Not tens, not hundreds, but thousands upon thousands. If Chio were to witness this scene, her jaw would surely drop. How could a puppeteer possibly release such a quantity of chakra threads? Their density was enough to induce trypophobia, and Lushan drove one chakra thread into Centipede's body. Watch closely. I will only demonstrate once. Find the giant spider clan and transform them into corpse puppets. You will then gain the abilities of the giant spider. With this power, you can surpass the limits of chakra threads. Abandon precision. Triumph by sheer volume. What's the use of intricate maneuvers? If I have 10,000, 100,000 puppets surging forward en masse, how can they respond? If I use 100 chakra threads to wrest control of one puppet's chakra line, then to whom does the puppet belong? Having finished speaking, and Lushan swiftly relayed an address to Centipede. Poison gas and hidden weapons sprayed forth from the spider's body. And Lushan fought 12 sand ninjas alone, never faltering. Under his relentless assault with myriad chakra threads, the sand ninjas' puppeteers lost their combat effectiveness, forced to simultaneously contend for puppet control while guarding against their own puppets turning against them. Poison needles and hidden weapons flew about, unleashing a barrage of lethal techniques. Unaware of their puppets' characteristics, and Lushan employed a crude, childlike strategy. If it could be tugged, pull it. If it was alive, snap it. If it could be pressed, press it. Simple, violent, and brutal. These puppets not only caused great trouble for the puppeteers but also disrupted other ninjas with flying poison gas and hidden weapons, forcing them to exercise caution. The flying weapons and omnipresent poison gas and liquids were, in truth, more terrifying than carefully aimed, calculated attacks during combat. They were unpredictable and uncontrollable. When the other sand ninjas moved, and Lushan used chakra threads to seize them, interfering with their hand seals and hampering their movements, restricting their freedom at every turn. From the colossal spider's abdomen came in Lushan's voice. You are truly weak. Hehe. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, and Lushan charged forward, flinging Centipede far away, beyond sight. Thereafter, Centipede vanished entirely. The group maneuvered along the street, the giant spider puppet moving back and forth, but the sand ninjas remained remarkably agile. Or rather, and Lushan's combat talent was simply too poor. Despite holding such an advantage, he allowed the sand ninjas to persist, resist, and even after exhausting all efforts and strategies, failed to kill them. Suddenly, both sides ceased fighting. An unusual presence filled the air, swiftly followed by an oppressive sensation causing dizziness and nausea. This was the effect of a strong magnetic environment on the human brain, magnet release. The third Kazekage appeared in midair, having already gathered a massive shuriken composed of countless shuriken, sinbon needles, kunai, and scrap metal, jagged and spiny like the legs of an Lushan's spider puppet. With a single press of his hand, the shuriken began to hum and spin, the kunai, sanbon needles, and jagged shards of scrap metal affixed to it slicing through the air with a piercing, grating buzz. It was as if a high-speed angle grinder-s blade had been pressed horizontally downwards. Wherever it passed, the air transformed into a whirlwind. The moment it struck in Lushan's puppets, their backs were ground flat, exposing gaping breaches within. And Lushan's true form was thus unveiled. The colossal head of a spider, his mind entangled with one chakra thread after another, forming meridians that controlled the giant spider. His brain was directly torn out by the third Kazekage. Take him away, back for interrogation. After the sand shinobi withdrew, the centipede finally emerged from a tower, casting a commanding glance over all of Lulan from above, then resolutely set off toward the address, seeking the giant spider clan. Tetsuka and Tsunade's teleportation lights vanished beyond the borders of the Land of Wind, and only then did the shinobi of the Land of Wind breathe a thorough sigh of relief. Nothing had happened. That was good news. No one felt disappointed, for it is only when something occurs that true despair sets in. Tetsuka declared, "This is what I call imperial-level deterrence." The master and disciple paused outside Chosatsu Street. At that moment, Chosatsu Street was no longer a pit scarred by massive ninjutsu devastation. Its architecture combined modern and traditional styles. Upon entering Chosatsu Street, one immediately sensed an extraordinary bustle. 3 scantily clad dancers in sheer garments of pale blue, yellow, and crimson moved gracefully to the music on a stage, their skin half revealed and veiled in a hazy glow. Children darted about, peddling various advertisements to passers-by. There were adult shops, casinos, lodgings, and numerous song and dance performances. Some vendors sold cigarettes and flowers. Tetsuka watched the performance for a while before beckoning a flower-selling girl over. "Give me a flower." The girl only had one kind, roses. This suited Tetsuka's intention perfectly. After generously paying, he presented the flower to Tsunade. "Teacher, this is for you. Do you know the language of roses?" Tsunade leaned in to smell it and twirled the flower in her hand. "I don't know." Tetsuka thought to himself, "I don't know either, but I'll make it up and sound knowledgeable." The rose represents passion tempered with restraint. All emotions are inward, just like its petals. But because of this, it is resilient and faithful, protects itself with thorns, and isn't it beautiful? Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, though I don't understand flower language, I do know when you're spouting nonsense. Which girl hasn't he dreamed of love? Even if she's unfamiliar with floral symbolism, could she not recognize a rose? Then, Tetsuka pulled Tsunade to a nearby stall to buy candied hawthorns. Spotting a goldfish scooping game not far off, he dragged her over. Tsunade squatted on the ground, spending money lavishly. The paper nets tore on the first try, tore again on the second, and on the third, in a game-testing skill, she relied on luck. Tetsuka was almost losing patience. Yet the goldfish vendor laughed heartily, already ready to close shop early for the day. In the end, Tsunade didn't catch a single fish. But Tetsuka simply bought the entire tank of little fish with money and proudly waved the bills at her. "See, this is the power of cash. You have no sportsmanship at all," Tsunade grumbled. But looking at the fish in the tank, she found herself quite fond of them. People can be strange sometimes. Things that are utterly ordinary can feel different depending on one's mood. When one is happy, noise is lively. When one is down, liveliness is just noise. The world is a mirror of the soul. Joy or sorrow is always reflected plainly. Since carrying the fish tank was inconvenient, Tetsuka found a small trinket shop nearby to store it and casually bought a pendant for Tsunade. "Teacher, you should change your pendant. This one was gifted by your beloved disciple. You could just keep it in your drawer. Look, isn't it beautiful?" The pendant Tetsuka chose was a teardrop-shaped, translucent jade, devoid of any elaborate carvings. Yet its price was exorbitant, 200,000 ryo. Tetsuka paid generously, and Tsunade felt not the slightest embarrassment. Afterwards, they strolled through the mall again. Tetsuka was magnanimous. If Tsunade tries on any clothes, buy them all. In the end, a large batch of clothes was entrusted to the mall staff to be shipped directly to Konoha. The mall owner nodded enthusiastically, promising delivery. He had never encountered such a lavish transaction before. Following Tetsuka's advice, Tsunade changed out of her previous attire, discarding it casually. She donned a deep wine-red gown, strapless, bearing her shoulders and collarbones, cinched tightly at the waist with narrow, long sleeves ending in petal-like cuffs, exuding regal elegance and commanding attention. Her twin ponytails were let down, and her aura transformed instantly. If Jiraiya had seen her now, he would surely have been utterly bewitched. "Let us get your hair done," Tetsuka said, taking Tsunade to have her hair styled into gentle waves. "Very good." Tsunade stood before the full-length mirror, fingers running through her hair. So radiant and stunning, she felt a faint blush rise, making her posture even more captivating. "Teacher, you're truly beautiful. You just never bothered to dress up before. When we get back, your devoted disciple will hire a personal makeup artist for you. Someone to attend to you daily, so you can always look this gorgeous." Tetsuka's gaze roamed unabashedly, taking full advantage of his youth to admire Tsunade's beauty. Tsunade was already beautiful, but this exquisite outfit and hairstyle elevated her charm to a new level, renewing her entire presence. She smiled with satisfaction, pursing her lips. "Not bad. You do have an eye for these things. What's next?" "Returning home empty-handed is like walking at night in splendid robes. Noble Lady Queen, your most loyal servant shall clear the way. Let us go. Time to dazzle Chosatsu Street." The sycophantic gesture was unmistakable. Tetsuka escorted Tsunade out. As expected, her appearance drew numerous gazes. She felt like a magnet, attracting all eyes, a sensation of being the center of attention warming her slightly. Amid a hint of shyness was immense satisfaction. No woman could refuse such spotlight, such a prime position. Tetsuka deliberately quickened his pace, forcing Tsunade to hasten her steps. The new slender, open-toed high heels clicked sharply on the pavement. It was daytime, and their first stop was the amusement park on Chosatsu Street, a vast theme park populated with all manner of mascots. Animals, heroes from novels and picture books, and no performers. They wandered here and there, playing for hours before heading to the casino. Not some smoky, grimy back alley den, but a legitimate casino. They exchanged a pile of chips and began to play. Tetsuka was prepared to lose it all. Yet, unexpectedly, Tsunade's wins and losses were mixed. Though she lost more often than she won, it was a stark contrast to her usual streak of guaranteed defeat. She furrowed her brow in surprise. What is going on? She wondered. Could it be that this outfit actually improves my odds? Tetsuka pondered. Could her bad luck have always been caused by that necklace? That night, Tsunade thoroughly enjoyed herself. In the end, they left with only about 30% of their money lost. A scenario she never would have dared imagine before. After resting for a night, the following day they visited Hanoji Temple, not far from Tensaku Street. Tsunade earnestly prayed before the Buddha for quite some time, then hung a consecrated copper coin around Tetsuhi's neck, saying, "This is a gift for you." Tetsuhi grumbled, "Sensei, your knack for conjuring coins out of thin air is truly self-taught. After all the money I spent on you, you only give me a single copper coin. Do you want it back? Because if you don't, give it back to me." Tsunade put her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow at him. Tetsuhi quickly pressed the coin against his chest and said, "How can you be like this? Who returns a gift once given?" That evening, Tsunade wished to return to the casino, but Tetsuhi said, "We've pretty much used up our luck yesterday. Let us try something different today. How about going to a pleasure quarter to listen to some music?" As soon as he spoke, he sensed a murderous aura. Tetsuhi shrank his neck, saying, "Just looking around, getting a little worldly experience." "I'm not Jiraiya." "No way," Tsunade exclaimed. "Well then, sensei, why don't you dance for me?" Tetsuhi said, then ran off. Tsunade instantly dashed after him, raising her hand to grab him. However, Tetsuhi's reflexes matched hers perfectly, and they both moved simultaneously, running and trying to catch each other. After a while, Tsunade stopped chasing and scolded, "You little brat. Come here." "Who's the little brat?" "You are." Tsunade was so exasperated that her fingers itched even more. "Fine. How dare you make up stories about me? Come here and let me give you a smack, or we're not done today." Tetsuhi replied, "No way. How about you dance for me first? Then I'll let you hit me." "That's only fair." "Not a chance. I genuinely just want to see what it's like to listen to music in a pleasure quarter. I'll make you dance like you're in a pleasure quarter." Tsunade struck again, and Tetsuhi began dodging once more. Although Tsunade didn't use much force, she was utterly serious about catching him. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't grab him. At last, she gave up in vain. "What kind of good person sage technique is yours? Slug, what do you have to say? Is this how your sage art works?" The slug poked its head out of Tetsuhi's ear, its 4 antennae trembling shyly. "Lady Tsunade, I also want to experience listening to music in a pleasure quarter." She was quite a homebody, never having been to such a place, purely curious. Tsunade's anger dissipated. She felt that getting mad at Tetsuhi and the slug could drive her to death. However, no matter what, they would never go to such a place. In the end, they compromised on going to watch a circus performance. On the third day, the third Kazekage and his subordinates returned to the village and began interrogating and Lushan's mind. Every village had its own interrogation techniques. The Sand Village's was called the sand manipulation technique, which used sand to simulate the structure of the brain, reading memories step by step. At higher levels, it could even control a person's behavior. Of course, at present, there were no ninja in the Sand Village capable of such advanced control. The Kazekage was weary from the journey, so the subsequent work was mainly entrusted to Ebizo. And Lushan's mind was still alive, so the memory reading went smoothly, finishing in just 1 day and night. "Lord Ebizo, here are the memories we extracted. The ninja's real name is Centipede. He was originally a ninja of the Sand Village, but many parts of his memories belong to the future. This is simply unbelievable. Of course, there is even more, far more incredible information, such as the matter of Akasuna no Sasori killing the Kazekage, the Fourth Great Ninja War, changes in the Hokage position in Konoha, and the emergence of an unparalleled warrior, among others." Ebizo watched and listened, his eyes flickering with a ruthless glint. Then he instructed them to continue here, while he immediately sought out Chiyo. "Sister, look. This was found in the mind of the puppeteer captured in Lulan. He didn't say much, just let you see for yourself." After a long pause, Chiyo spoke with a hoarse voice. "The child Sasori, this matter must not be leaked. Anyone who knows must be eliminated. Especially the third Kazekage, he must not learn about Sasori's involvement." Between her grandson and the Kazekage, Chiyo decisively chose her grandson. After all, nothing had happened yet. As long as she carefully watched over her grandson, none of this would come to pass. The third Kazekage must not know, or Sasori might be in danger. As for the ninja involved in reading the memories, sacrifice is the fate of a ninja. They are all necessary sacrifices for the Sand Village. The Sand Village can replace a Kazekage, but I have only this one grandson, Chio. Only those intelligence officers responsible for reading the memories were pitiful. Ebizo quietly and expressionlessly served each of them a cup, and they quietly passed on to the Pure Land. As an intelligence officer, Ebizo was truly cold-blooded and ruthless. Compared to him, Danzo was just a Hello Kitty. This was the intelligence extracted. Ebizo handed the information, with the parts concerning Sasori removed, to the third Kazekage. Because this is of utmost importance, the relevant intelligence personnel have already been dealt with. The third Kazekage nodded. Ebizo was indeed his loyal retainer, steady and prudent. He didn't even need to be told to silence witnesses. He took the initiative. The intelligence was largely presented from Centipede's perspective. Naturally, because Sasori was missing, the accusation that he was framed for attempting to assassinate the third Kazekage became true. Combining Centipede's experience of being chased by Naruto's team and crossing the dragon veins, the third Kazekage understood why his combat effectiveness had sharply declined. After all, being hunted relentlessly would cause a puppeteer to lose some of their abilities. Here, Ebizo once again employed subtlety in his narration. The truth was, magnet release was a strong counter to puppeteers, as evidenced by how Centipede was helplessly killed by the third Kazekage's magnet release, horn mill technique. If the third Kazekage had even the slightest precaution or vigilance, no puppeteer could have assassinated him. The relationship of advantage and disadvantage was too clear. So, Ebizo had to find a reason for Centipede's weakness, that during the chase he lost many puppets. Undoubtedly, this explanation was very successful. However, the history of another world was perplexing. This suggested that in the future, Tetsuhi's character was not to be feared. A genius who dies young is no genius at all. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, if he could be killed now, then during the Third Great Ninja War, we wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Although it was unknown how a prodigy like Tetsuhi died. Since Minato shone brilliantly during the Third Great Ninja War and no one mentioned Tetsuhi, it meant he had died before that war. Therefore now, while Minato has yet to become the Golden Flash, we should kill him. Otherwise, with him around, the Third Great Ninja War cannot be won. Minato was still happily undertaking missions with Jiraiya and his teammates, left Awamaki and Aki Michikimaru, practicing basic skills under Jiraiya's guidance, oblivious to the flickering omen of his impending death. Ebizo nodded, yes, I will arrange it. By the way, the Fourth Great Ninja War mentioned here is just about to happen at this point in time. Send someone to investigate the Rinnegan, Pain, and the like. Bring the eyes here. Also, the tailed beasts mentioned, we must prepare in advance. Don't overlook anything, do you understand? The third Kazekage means the rogue ninja Kakuzu from the Waterfall Village, along with a few others. Find a way to turn them into our allies. If that's impossible, turn them into our puppets. Their power is astonishing. Since we know this ahead of time, we must make them serve us as soon as possible. Mark everyone on the list and prepare in advance. For example, that Kazashi Kisame, he was wasted in the Mist Village. Now, he should be almost born, right? Keep an eye on him. Once he is born, bring him straight here. One Kazashi Kisame is equivalent to adding another tailed beast to our village, and one that go berserk, a completely safe tailed beast. Having obtained the answers from 26 years into the future ahead of time, the fourth Kazekage was brimming with confidence. He no longer harbored any concern for Tetsuhi. He had no intention of quibbling with a fleeting existence. What he needed to do now was to leverage this foresight to seize resources and strengthen the Sand Village. At this juncture, those prodigies were still mere infants, and some had yet to be born. Under such circumstances, the Sand Village could very easily secure custody of these children. Konoha? The third Kazekage, alone in the Kazekage residence, began to hum softly, his spirits exceedingly high. It was as if he had already envisioned the moment when the Sand Village would reign supreme over the ninja world. Our Sand Village will undoubtedly dominate the ninja realm. I possess the answers from 26 years hence. Thus, the Sand Village set its wheels in motion around this 26-year-old knowledge. Meanwhile, Tetsuhi and Tsunade had finally concluded their sojourn on Tensatsu Street. During their stay, Tsunade changed outfits daily, causing a stir on the streets, indulged in sightseeing, and held sway over the gambling dens. The nickname of the big fat sheep had yet to emerge before it was extinguished in its cradle. She dragged Tetsuhi through a thorough debriefing and ultimately concluded, I've always been losing because of that pendant. I always said he was just cursed to lose. I must have been influenced by my grandfather. Regarding their departure, she felt somewhat reluctant. Can't we stay a few more days? Why the rush to return? Tetsuhi privately thought, my teacher, I honestly can't keep shopping anymore. Doing this every day is torture. Of course, such thoughts were left unspoken. Instead, he said aloud, "Teacher, we bought so many clothes. Don't you want to wear them? They're all being sent back to Konoha." "That's true," she replied, glancing at Tetsuhi's outfit, which was rather cartoonish and couldn't help but chuckle. She had picked the clothes precisely to give him the semblance of a child, proudly indulging her own mischievous tastes. "That outfit suits you well," Tetsuhi pondered. Returning to Konoha like this, his authority would not be significantly diminished. Tsunade said, "Come on, watch this on the way back. Prepare for my superhuman flame fist." Without hesitation, she reached out to encircle Tsunade's waist, clutching her like a sack. A 3-meter-wide, turbocharged chakra engine structure roared to life, resembling a rocket that propelled them skyward. The two rode at the front of this engine. Thoughtful as ever, Tetsuhi released a force field to gently shift the breezy and gentle Tsunade aside. Under Tsunade's control, their speed soared, growing ever swifter. When they were still about 100 miles from Konoha, Tetsuhi quickly shouted, "Teacher, slow down, otherwise we'll be reduced to nothing but bones." Tsunade immediately halted the thrust, then switched to a nozzle about 1 meter in diameter, expelling flames backward intermittently. A few seconds on, a pause, and so forth until they safely descended atop the first Hokage's statue. Wiping his brow, Tetsuhi was still shaken. "Teacher, that was way too intense. Take it easy. I thought I was going to meet my great-grandmother. This driver isn't one to be trifled with," he mused. Tsunade replied, "Isn't it fine? Honestly, there's nothing like the exhilaration of soaring freely through the sky. It's truly uplifting." At such absolute speed, the birds appeared to crawl like snails, one by one overtaken by her. Of course, this exhilarating thrill had one prerequisite. The co-pilot seat had to be occupied by Tetsuhi, her cherished apprentice, who helped mitigate wind resistance. Had she flown alone, her face would likely have been battered by the wind. Even if not torn apart, the relentless gusts would have left her looking utterly ridiculous, contorted into a grimace. A moment that would surely top Tsunade's list of embarrassing memories.
Ah, Konoha.
"Your old lady is back." Tsunade threw open her arms and laughed heartily. Then they hurried to Tetsuhi's home, opening a secret door in the bedroom adjacent to the study that led into a walk-in closet. Inside were countless garments purchased from Tensatsu Street, dazzling to the eye, with a shoe rack brimming with shoes of every color and style. "All of these are mine," Tsunade declared boldly, wrapping her arms around Tetsuhi and planting a kiss on his forehead. "This disciple of mine is well cared for."
Mine, Almine.
"Ah." Tetsuhi raised a question. "I'm quite curious. What were you thinking back then? When did you start having ulterior motives toward me?" "You rascal," Tsunade pondered. "Anyway, from the first time we met, I thought you were quite interesting. In a sea of sameness. When someone who doesn't conform and is unlike anyone else suddenly appears, they stand out. That's you. At a glance, you're very noticeable. Then I realized you were clever. How to put it? Your presence somewhat filled the space in my mind where my brother should be." Tetsuhi nodded. "Of course."
I am smart.
"Teacher, we've played enough. Isn't it time to train diligently?" He urged Tsunade to practice, primarily focusing on the introductory stages of sage techniques. Tsunade trained daily but, due to a lack of patience, had made little progress. Even with Tetsuhi's hands-on guidance on how to bind her consciousness and concentrate, she repeatedly gave up halfway for want of perseverance. Until now, her advancement remained scant. Tsunade slumped in frustration. "Ah, how can training be so dull? Tetsuhi, is your method really reliable? I've practiced so long and felt nothing." Tetsuhi swore confidently, "Reliable, absolutely. You feel nothing because you haven't practiced long enough. Take me for example, months of climbing trees and a year of water walking. My meditation skills are also the result of years of accumulation." Whether others believed him or not, he was convinced. This is just a matter of laying a solid foundation. Trust me, once you master these basics, you'll enter sage mode in no time. Every move you make will be imbued with sage techniques. People won't call you Tsunade anymore. You'll be Tsunade the Sage Princess. Tsunade was so thoroughly persuaded that she kicked off her shoes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to regulate her breathing, gradually releasing her thoughts. Meanwhile, Tetsuhi checked on Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, assessing the progress of the two supporting characters. Konan had completed the assignments he left her. Although Nagato and Yahiko lagged somewhat, they were still passing. The two laggards were slower to improve, but that was acceptable. "No worries. Slow and steady," Tetsuhi said. "Show me how you used the formations I taught you." He had them practice the formations with precision. Originally, the formation consisted of a single move, designed by Tetsuhi during his Chunin exams for his teammates. Now, it had expanded to 8 moves, all taught to the young ninjas who came to his tutoring sessions. For Nagato and his group, he gave extra lessons, ensuring they mastered Tetsuhi's 8-step form thoroughly. Formations were formulas. With enough diligence and familiarity until they became second nature, they would naturally evolve into profound and transformative variations, a complete metamorphosis. Of course, such evolution was still far in the future. The next day, Tetsuhi's tutoring class resumed. As soon as the Ninja Academy dismissed, a portion of the students gathered. Inuzuka Dumaru and others were delighted. Tetsuhi, we were so bored while you were away. Your taijutsu techniques are fantastic. That redirected momentum move had me sending the enemy reeling. Chatter filled the air, but Tetsuhi did not find it tiresome. After some time, they began training. Before nightfall, Tsunade arrived. Upon entering, she complained to Tetsuhi. So annoying. I just got back home, and my grandmother keeps nagging me about this and that. Tetsuhi responded, Thank you for the generous gift from Lord Mito. Teacher, what would you like for dinner tonight? Tetsuhi inquired. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, That century egg you mentioned before. Can I eat it now? Taikai estimated the time and figured it was about right, so he said, It should be about time. Thus, when evening fell, the meal transformed into a series of dishes centered around century eggs. From century egg and lean pork congee to century egg mixed with tofu, and then to stir-fried cucumber with century egg and so on. It was as if the century eggs had convened a grand assembly. As the dishes were laid out on the table, their aroma was utterly enticing. Yet Tsunade hesitated. Those black-green century eggs emitted a distinct alkaline scent. Could they truly be edible? Indeed they could. Before anyone else had even taken a bite, Taikai, spoon in hand, scooped a mouthful of century egg and lean pork congee and tasted it. A soft mm escaped his lips, and his expression instantly brightened. Delicious, he declared, then added, It's surprisingly tasty. The exquisite flavor and the seemingly spoiled appearance were worlds apart, as if they belonged to different dimensions. The other 5 companions harbored no particular thoughts. They had already begun eating as the dishes were served. The fragrant, silky congee and the accompanying dishes were so delectable that they wished they could swallow their tongues. Taikai ate at a measured pace, his appetite not particularly pressing at the moment. He rarely felt hunger. Instead, he merely experienced a surge of energy. For him, eating was more about savoring flavors and satisfying his palate than about sustenance. After a few bites, he would cease eating. He surmised that this was likely the effect of Tsunade's guidance combined with his own initiation into the food sage chakra technique. Seeing Tsunade enjoy her meal brought him joy as well. 2 days later, Orochimaru invited him to witness a wood release experiment, or more precisely, the release of wood release. Uchiha Setsuna clasped his hands together and, following the instructions inscribed on a scroll, which shoots erupted from the ground one by one, resembling wooden spikes that spread out over several dozen meters. The wood release experiment succeeded quite simply and effortlessly. Seizing the momentum, Taikai noted that the power of this wood release was somewhat limited, likely constrained by chakra reserves. After all, not everyone could possess the vast chakra of the first Hokage. Therefore, it was better to win by numbers. His unspoken implication was clear. They should promptly transplant the flesh and blood of the first Hokage into the remaining Uchiha. If one person was insufficient, then a group could make up for it. The third Hokage, Tizune Koharu, and Mitamin N remained silent. Taikai's proposal left them in a difficult position. However, the Jonin squad leader Rokumiai had already nodded in approval, as had the Yamanaka clan. Back when the root faction divided spoils, Doriso was swift and decisive. Now, those who agreed were equally prompt, needing no explanation of the benefits this would bring Konoha or how it would safeguard its security. Just recalling the last time favors were exchanged. Even the most unreasonable demands from Taikai would be met with approval. Such matters required reciprocity. This was the nature of alliances built on mutual benefit. The Konoha F3 team was torn, but their hesitation was futile. The third Hokage habitually sought to delay decisions. The moment his procrastination became apparent, the expressions of the Ino Shikacho trio, who had close ties with the Sarutobi clan, turned grim. In the past, they had no choice. Now, things were different. Who knew when Uchiha Madara would appear? If they did not quickly develop a cadre of would release Uchiha as a contingency, would they simply let them face Madara head-on, risking their lives? If there were no would release abilities, then they could only take each day as it came and fight desperately when Madara arrived. But now there was a solution, and yet the old man still hesitated and delayed. If, when Madara arrived, the would release plan still lay forgotten in his office, and he remained indecisive, would not everyone's deaths be in vain? Rokumiai's anger surged from his heart to his guts. Since the third Hokage had agreed, They must proceed swiftly. Orochimaru, prepare sufficient materials without delay. Chief Fumio, you will be responsible for selecting the candidates from the Uchiha. Exiting the Hokage residence. Rokumiya's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, two companions trailing behind him. After a long while, Rokumiya finally spoke. Third Hokage, you have been far too impulsive. This was already a heavy rebuke. Yamanaka said, Rokumiya, you what? Are you willing to die without understanding why? Rokumiya's question silenced Yamanaka. Who would want to die if it could be avoided? As he walked, Rokumiya muttered. No one knows when Uchiha Madara might strike Konoha with a surprise attack. No one can guarantee that they will be the lucky one to survive Madara's blade. He gazed northward toward the Hokage rock. Due to the elevation difference, he could not see Taikai's home, but his eyes fixed in that direction. His steps involuntarily faltered. Our lives are not tools for his whimsy. Taikai would not die. Perhaps he alone could survive in all of Konoha. But what about the others? Who could guarantee their survival? It might be today or even the next moment. Or tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, or perhaps long, long after. No one knew. Yet, even gaining one more would release ability a minute earlier would grant them a greater chance at life. The third Hokage's suspicion of the Uchiha had already surpassed reasonable bounds. He had blinded himself, at least in this matter's decision-making. A grave dereliction of duty. Yamanaka asked, what are you trying to say? Rokumiya said nothing. Nearby, Akiyama merely walked alongside the two, snacking indifferently, seemingly uninterested in Rokumiya's words. In the office, the third Hokage, Tazun Koharu, and Mitamin N remained silent for a long while. The third Hokage smoked pipe after pipe, filling the room with dense smoke. They have become utterly insolent. Tazun finally said. They had never seen this side of Rokumiya before. Each was filled with shock. How could such a lax person change so suddenly? Among the three, the third Hokage was the most unable to accept it. The Ino Shikacho trio shared a profound bond with the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan was a witness to the generational pact of the Ino Shikacho, and the trio had always supported the Sarutobi clan as their most reliable allies. Why had the Ino Shikacho suddenly turned against him today? Why did they no longer speak in his favor? He suddenly yearned to see his old friend. In the pitch-black Umbu prison, Danzo sat motionless, his entire chakra sealed and his body wrapped in sealing cloth like a segment of a kitchen hood exhaust pipe. Upon seeing the third Hokage, he lifted his eyes slightly. What brings you here? The third Hokage sat down and recounted the day's events at length, his demeanor growing somewhat aged. Danzo drew a faint smile. Third Hokage, so this is your day. See? This is the consequence of your indecision. You should never have agreed to this experiment. The Uchiha are not trustworthy. Awaiting the third Hokage's return were the Sarutobi clan. Among the Umbu and Jonin, there were members of the Sarutobi clan, so news of the wood release expansion spread swiftly. Upon entering, he saw the three elders of the clan seated in order, the youngest among them 10 years his senior. Nishin, we heard that today you, before he could finish, the eldest interrupted, demanding, why are you opposing the spread of wood release? Do you know what you're doing? Nishin, have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that Uchiha Madara could retaliate against Konoha at any moment? Do you realize? I know, but you know nothing. Had this been any other time, the Sarutobi clan would have defended the Hokage unconditionally, no matter what foolishness he uttered. After all, he was one of their own. But this was no ordinary matter, because when Madara arrived, he would not spare them simply because they were the Hokage's kin. No, more than that, Madara Uchiha even showed special favor towards them because they belonged to the Hokage's family. Throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village, the only person capable of contending with Madara Uchiha was Tetsuhi. As for those who could contend with wood release, there was not a single one. At long last, good news arrived. The wood release experiment had succeeded. By transplanting as much of the first Hokage's flesh and blood as possible into the Uchiha, it was feasible to create a group of weakened wood release users, thereby forming a force capable of opposing Madara Uchiha. Yet what was this old man doing now? He was deliberately stalling. After hearing the enraged report from their clansmen, the three elders of the Sarutobi clan could only think of 3 words. Damn your delay. They had come early to confront him. Refusing to heed any explanation from the third Hokage, they resorted to quibbling. In any case, they insisted he shut up and admit his fault. After finishing their scolding, they moved on to the next point. Where did you just go? This was a question asked in full knowledge of the answer. After all, the movements of the Hokage were overseen by the Umbu, which were under the jurisdiction of the Sarutobi family. How could they not know? I, the third Hokage, opened my mouth. Are you so deeply attached to Danzo? One elder snapped. If that's the case, why didn't you stay with him? Why come back to the clan? Move your bedding there. I decide let Biwa remarry. The short-statured elder spat out these words with such venom that the third Hokage's face flushed with both shame and anger. The phrase betrayed by all would have no better embodiment than this moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi aged 10 years in an instant. He had clearly done nothing wrong. So why had it come to this? Even now, he had yet to realize where his error lay. He was not delaying his own doubts, but the lives of others. The lives of Inoshikacho, the young shinobi clans, the great ninja clans. These were the lives he was stalling. The lives of the Sarutobi clan. When one recklessly delays others' lives, how can one avoid becoming isolated and reviled? Others were willing to follow him, to support him, even to die or fight for a single order from him. That was all for the survival and interests of their families, clans, and villages. When the third Hokage failed to fulfill this duty, this was the consequence. The Sarutobi clan was dissatisfied, let alone the others. On this day, the entire Hidden Leaf was far from peaceful. Shikamaru merely returned home briefly, his feet barely touching the ground before he left again. He went to the Uchiha clan and shared a table of sake with Uchiha Fumio. Thanks to Lord Tetsuhi, the Uchiha are thriving today, said Fumio, the clan leader, with a touch of good fortune. Otherwise, it's unthinkable. Without Lord Tetsuhi, the wood release experiment would never have allowed the Uchiha to participate. One can imagine how many zealous Hidden Leaf ninja have perished innocently on the experiment table. Even before Madara Uchiha arrives, we ourselves are losing many people. And this experiment still shows no promise. Shikamaru's words were unusually sincere. Indeed, it is all thanks to Lord Tetsuhi. His magnanimity is as vast and expansive as the sky itself, embracing each of us and treating our children as his own. That phrase treating as his own sounded somewhat strange, considering Tetsuhi appeared barely over 10 years old, smaller than many students at the Ninja Academy. Yet Uchiha Fumio spoke as if it were self-evident. Tetsuhi was utterly devoted to his subordinates, teaching unique chakra training techniques without reservation. The families of those who had fallen were properly cared for. Although the Uchiha were contributing the effort, it was on Tetsuhi's orders, and wasn't he at Tetsuhi's money? Now, the children of each clan, the offspring of comrades, all studied under Tetsuhi. Even the single sword technique of the 8th style was invaluable. Moreover, Tetsuhi led them to prosperity, sparing them from dangerous missions. Instead, they opened banks and built factories in the land of bears, the land of rain, and the land of fire, enabling them to truly find stability. This was the original vision of the first Hokage when founding the village. Shikamaru seemed both intentional and casual as he remarked, if only Lord Tetsuhi were the Hokage, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Lord Tetsuhi, Hokage. I believe that now, within the Hidden Leaf, no one is more suitable than Lord Tetsuhi. The third Hokage has grown muddled and blinded by greed. He is no longer fit to lead us forward. If there were no external threats, perhaps things could be tolerated. But now, with Madara Uchiha lurking outside, we must have a wise leader. Although Tetsuhi was somewhat young, there was no denying one fact. No one suited the role better. And despite his youth, he was forged on the battlefield. Even Inoki and the third Hokage AI dared not mock his age. He commanded respect both in substance and appearance. Uchiha Fumio said, Shikamaru, you're drunk. Meanwhile, old brother Yamanaka wobbled his way to the Aburame clan. He seldom visited there. Though the Yamanaka and Aburame clans often collaborated due to their shared interests in flower and insect cultivation. Sometimes, when Inoshikacho members were unavailable, he would team up with the Aburame, with whom there was a deep foundation of mutual trust. Yet, insects were undeniably creepy. The Aburame clan members led him inside, and old brother Yamanaka inquired about the Hokage situation, echoing much of what Shikamaru had said. Several parasitic insects crawled out from the eyes and ears of the Aburame clan leader, scuttling across his face and occasionally across the floor. After pondering for a moment, he said, Lord Tetsuhi is indeed an excellent candidate, and everyone admires him greatly. However, changing the Hokage is a matter of great consequence. That's something we'll discuss in detail later. We also need to hear what Shikamaru has to say. Meanwhile, old brother Akimichi emerged from the gates of the Hyuga clan and, after some thought, visited the Hayashi and Kawashima families. Hearts were shifting. The minds of the Hidden Leaf ninja were making their choices through these repeated visits. Back home, Akimichi Torafu was waiting for him. I visited several friends' homes just now, Akimichi said. Akimichi Torafu replied, let me speak with them. I hope no violent conflict ensues. At this stage, it's already inevitable. When Shikamaru, the squad leader of the Jonin class, stepped forward to assume responsibility, everything was already settled. Shikamaru was a shrewd man. He would not allow the third Hokage to remain in that position. It was like hanging a sword over one's own head, uncertain when it might fall. The bond between Inoshikacho and Sarutobi was thus severed once and for all. Hiruzen, I never imagined it would come to this. All because of a meeting today, not too big, not too small, and because of a wood release such consequences have unfolded. They had gathered together to form the Hidden Leaf Village, not to become withered leaves on the ground, nor to have new shoots destroyed. Father, this is not sentimental nostalgia, but the inevitable choice each family, each household must make. Father, what if, just if, Madara Uchiha arrives tomorrow? Akimichi Torafu slammed his fist on the table. The third Hokage must abdicate. When it comes to one's own life, he might not mind. But if it also involves his family's, he cannot help but care. The third Hokage's fate was already sealed. That night, Tetsuhi felt something unusual within his heart. How to put it? He had an instinct that something was about to happen, and yet, it did not feel like a bad thing. So he did not dwell on it. The next day, the Uchiha clan selected candidates for wood-release transplantation. Orochimaru's assistants cultivated large numbers, borrowing medical ninja from the hospital. This was a method Tetsuhi had proposed, directly using the palm immortal technique to accelerate cellular division and rapid cultivation. There was a sense of racing against time. One by one, the Uchiha came forward to undergo transplantation, then retreated to the ward for rest and observation. The process was orderly and methodical. Akimichi Torafu went to meet with Konohamaru Sarutobi and Enji Mitarashi. Upon hearing the response below, the two were shaken to their core, nearly fainting. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. They possessed no significant familial ties, no kin to turn to. Truly solitary figures, they could scarcely comprehend the intentions of these others. All they felt was utter despair. Akimichi Torike spoke. I only hope this matter remains within certain bounds, and that violent conflict is averted at all costs. Mito Munin replied, Torikes, we have fought side by side as comrades, and the Akimichi clan shares an alliance with the Sarutobi clan. For you to act thus. The Ino Shikacho triad pledged allegiance to the Sarutobi clan because, as a weaker faction, they required the protection of a stronger ninja clan to survive. Now, however, if Hiruzen seeks the demise of every clan, then there is no recourse. At this moment, the third Hokage remained unaware of these developments. If Luming and the others wished to avoid the Umbu and evade certain surveillance, it would be effortless for them to do so. Plot in the shadows, succeed in the light. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination Unit, was originally a pure assassination organization during the Second Hokage's era, tasked with eliminating threats from other nations. From this perspective, Danzo's root faction bore a closer resemblance to the Umbu. After the third Hokage assumed leadership, the Umbu truly became what it was, adding internal surveillance to its duties. Regrettably, the third Hokage trusted only the Sarutobi clan, resulting in the Umbu being predominantly composed of Sarutobi members. This led to an irreversible decline in the overall quality of the Umbu. Thus, the Umbu were utterly incapable of detecting the interactions among jonin such as Luming. A splendidly adorned rooster, fully twice the size of ordinary chickens, perched atop the villa's highest point, the ridge beast crowning the roof, facing the eastern horizon where the first faint light of dawn had yet to emerge. It began its morning song. Tsunade, still groggy, turned over, pulled the covers up, and buried her head and ears beneath them. I cannot hear you. Continue sleeping. Tekka, however, stirred in accordance with the spiritual intuition within his heart. Though lying motionless in bed, his state began to shift. As the eastern sky brightened with the first pale light of dawn, the rising sun ascended. An ineffable joy kindled and intensified within his spiritual realm, soaring upward. His entire being harmonized with the celestial timing and meteorological changes, merging seamlessly with nature itself. Liana also slept, a habit common to all beauties, who invariably require their beauty rest. Her waking time was nearly concurrent with Tsunade's. The 5 youngsters, however, rose early. Before the sun had even appeared, they wielded wooden swords outside, greeting the rooster's crow with their own martial practice, sweating and honing their skills from the break of day. Their dedication to swordsmanship was intense, likely inspired by their admiration for Tekka. Tekka said nothing. After all, diligence was commendable. Yawning, Tsunade emerged with her tousled golden hair and habitually asked, Tekka, what's for breakfast this morning? As if it had become an instinct, Tekka responded, tofu pudding and pancakes. I had Nagato fetch them. As soon as they were prepared, I sealed them with a sealing technique for safe transport. Try them. The pancake's crust remains crisp, not at all soggy. Tsunade cared little for crispness. She was not particularly finicky about food. Yet the fact that Tekka had sealed the freshly made food for transport pleased her immensely. After taking 2 bites, she asked, "Have you eaten yet?"
Tekka grinned. No.
Eating alone isn't as enjoyable. I'm waiting to eat with you, sensei. What began as a meal shared between master and disciple soon expanded to 3 as Liana awoke. Like Tsunade, her hair was disheveled, naturally so, with a tuft standing upright like a quirky cowlick. After breakfast, they washed and tidied themselves, emerging refreshed. Tsunade selected her attire from the wardrobe, a sophisticated deep coffee-colored long-sleeve jumpsuit with a turtleneck concealing her neck, paired with a white leather skirt and white mid-calf boots. She deliberately hung the pendant Tekka had given her over the jumpsuit and donned a pair of rimless glasses. Her voluminous, cascading waves exuded an indescribable allure. I'm heading home for a bit. If I don't go soon, Grandma will nag me again. Save me some lunch. I'll be back, Tsunade declared before returning to the Senju residence. Mito Munin, ever the voice of age-old wisdom, chided, "Tsunade, you're no longer a child." Tsunade waved off the comment. "I know, Grandma. I'm not a child anymore, so I act with discretion. How do you like my outfit?" Mito muttered, this kid-s becoming ever harder to deal with. The village's atmosphere grew peculiar. Perhaps some momentous event was imminent. "Tsunade, are you listening to me?" Mito called again. When it came to serious matters, Tsunade fiddled with her nails. Unlike the traditional simple red, her 10 fingertips boasted a pink gradient that seemed to flow, radiating sophistication. Mito slammed the table in frustration. "You're driving me mad." "Never, Grandma. May you live a long life." "Then I must give you more reasons to worry," Mito sighed. "I feel my days are numbered. I only wish to see more of you." Though she appeared younger than Tsunade, barely in her late teens, Mito's time was indeed drawing near. Tsunade shuddered. "Grandma, I understand." Yet she did not come alone. She brought Tekka with her. With him present, she felt reassured. When Mito's end approached, she would transfer the Ninetails chakra into Kushina's body. To avoid mishaps during this process, Tekka was undoubtedly the best candidate. Present, across all of Konoha and even the wider ninja world, Tekka ranked among the absolute elite, second only to Uchiha Madara. Without Madara's emergence, no other choice existed. The Ninetails ceiling? Jinchuriki? Sensei, wait a moment. Tekka urged Tsunade to wait before heading to summon Uchiha Setsuna. "Sir, your command." Tekka delivered his instructions, then led Uchiha Setsuna to the old Senju mansion, where Tsunade arranged accommodations. Ninetails growled, "Damn it, why isn't Uchiha in the Senju household? Why does his presence unsettle me so?" More disquieting still was Tekka, who had no energy left to complain, appearing unusually docile. Beneath Konoha's surface, turbulent currents swirled. The shinobi maintained constant contact, brewing a monumental event. Tekka's spiritual intuition finally revealed Mito's precise remaining lifespan. 10 days, 10 days left. He did not know how to break the news to Tsunade, so he simply advised her to prepare dishes Mito liked and to try being a good granddaughter for a while. Kushina sensed the tense atmosphere, yet her intuition was vague, ephemeral as drifting clouds, quickly dissipating. When only 3 days remained, Mito clearly understood the time left. She called Tsunade and spoke at length before summoning Kushina. "Kushina, I am truly sorry. It's only 3 days, just 3 days. There is no need to wait any longer. It must be now." "Setsuna," Tekka called out, and Uchiha Setsuna appeared behind him, his eyes instantly transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tekka closed his eyes, focused deeply, then reopened them, adjusting his state to its optimum. The ritual to transfer the Ninetails began. Yet the third Hokage remained oblivious. Only Mito herself, Tsunade, Tekka, and Uchiha Setsuna were aware throughout Konoha. Having spent much time together, Tsunade and Tekka understood the wisdom of secrecy. Fewer knowing meant less chance of failure. Without Tekka's presence, the Hokage would have been informed, for the third was indeed formidable. Now, there is no need to complicate matters further. The hesitation of the Hokage truly altered many things, changed many people. The collapse of trust occurs either once or countless times. Yet the third Hokage allowed it to happen twice, and even the most obtuse could perceive his unreliability. This truth eludes many shinobi, but their instincts compel them to act accordingly. This is fundamentally a principle established by society itself. Building trust is an arduous task, but its destruction is effortlessly achieved, and the consequences are profoundly grave. Within Tsunade's instincts lurked an unconscious thought. If she informed the third Hokage, unforeseen events might transpire. Though she could not fathom how such incidents might occur, that notion arose instinctively, without deliberation. An ominous aura of malevolence began to emanate from Mito, the Nine-Tails' presence palpable. Tetsuhi concentrated his spirit, exuding a contrasting tranquility that embraced all things, blending heaven and earth in serene harmony. This peacefulness encompassed even the resentment and hatred radiating from the Nine-Tails. Abruptly, Tetsuhi seated himself cross-legged, murmuring incantations. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, practicing profound prajnaparamita, clearly perceives the emptiness of all five aggregates, thus transcending all suffering and distress. The malevolence on the Nine-Tails was immense, its evil energy overwhelming, compelling Tetsuhi to focus ever more intently. Hence, he chose to recite the Heart Sutra aloud, purifying and solidifying his spirit. Chains clattered as they were drawn from Mito's body, and immediately thereafter, the tightly bound Nine-Tails was dragged forth. Mito shouted, "Kushina!" Quickly, the Vajrasil. Kushina's body also extended chains one by one. Taking the authority from Mito, she bound the Nine-Tails. Each chain she secured was released by Mito in turn. The Nine-Tails snarled and grunted, its eyes filled with unease as it fixated solely on Tetsuhi, not even glancing at Uchiha Setsuna. The serene, earth and sky-like aura emanating from Tetsuhi grew purer alongside the sutra's recitation. Though the Nine-Tails could not comprehend the Heart Sutra, it recognized that the chant elevated Tetsuhi's spiritual purity to an unprecedented level, pure, immaculate, devoid of the slightest impurity. His entire spirit existed within heaven and earth, yet did not merge with them, occupying an extraordinarily unique state. Under this spiritual suppression, the natural energy around Tetsuhi became lethargic. The vast area of natural energy surrounding him fell eerily silent, as if in deathly stillness. With Tetsuhi's steadfast presence, the transfer of the Nine-Tails proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Even when the Nine-Tails had been in the hands of the first Hokage, it had been restless and resistant, struggling fiercely throughout the sealing process. Now it remained utterly obedient, motionless, its gaze fixed on Tetsuhi. Tetsuhi's heightened spiritual awareness immediately sensed the Nine-Tails' gaze but paid it no mind, steadfastly chanting to suppress the malevolent energy. Subsequently, the Nine-Tails was successfully sealed within Kushina's body. A faint, lingering aura of evil radiated from her. Mito's entire being aged instantly. This was not due to the failure of the Yin seal but simply the natural end of her life. Weakly, she looked toward Tsunade and Kushina, beckoning them closer, embracing them gently, and whispered, "I am departing. Hashirama awaits me in the afterlife. You two must take care of yourselves." Then, she turned to Tetsuhi and said softly, "Please watch over them well." After about a quarter of an hour, Mito's breathing ceased without a sound, and her heartbeat fell silent. Tsunade and Kushina could not help but weep. Tetsuhi waited for them to grieve a while before pulling them up. "Accept it. Birth and death are the natural order of life." Then, he took charge, sending Uchiha Setsuna to run errands and prepare for Mito's funeral arrangements. He notified all clans and shinobi, informing the entire Hidden Leaf village. Preparations were made for the funeral and the eventual joint interment with Hashirama. Tsunade and Kushina were too grief-stricken to handle these matters, so Tetsuhi relieved them of the burden. When the various clans arrived, all proceedings became orderly and efficient, busy yet composed. Upon learning that the Jinchuriki transfer was complete and Mito had passed, the third Hokage was momentarily dazed, not out of personal affection for Mito, but because the Nine-Tails was of paramount importance to Konoha. As Hokage, he ought to have known this, and as Tsunade's teacher, he should have been aware. Yet, he was not. Tetsuhi expressed gratitude to the guests on behalf of Tsunade, while Nara Shikaku assisted with recording the condolence list, and Yamanaka Rogo volunteered to handle the body. Tetsuhi's suggestion was cremation, alongside the first Hokage's remains. After the funeral, Tetsuhi addressed Kushina's and Tsunade's emotional states. Both were despondent, which was a natural response to losing a loved one. He instructed Kushina to return to school, ostensibly because education was important and she should not fall behind her studies. In truth, this was a deliberate effort to separate Tsunade and Kushina. When together, their grief was difficult to overcome, but apart it would be different. Kushina would soon be influenced by her surroundings and begin to find joy again, while Tsunade, without Kushina to share in her sorrow, would also gradually recover. Meanwhile, the third Hokage finally sensed something amiss. The sealing of the Nine-Tails had raised his suspicions. Konoha seemed to be slipping beyond control. He ordered the Umbu to investigate. The next day, an Umbu operative from the Sarutobi clan was found dead in the clan's dense forest, a training ground. The wound was inflicted by a short blade. The third Hokage smoked one after another, pondering the clues uncovered by the Umbu's investigation. The evidence clearly pointed to Sarutobi Yojuo, a seasoned jonin of 38 years, who had a limp from a previous injury to his left leg. Sarutobi Yojuo, why? The third Hokage did not have the Umbu continue the inquiry. Instead, he chose to confront the man personally, demanding to know why he had slain a fellow villager. Sarutobi Yojuo sat upright on his home floor, a white cloth wrapped around his head, with a large kanji for ninja displayed on the wall. Hearing the door and footsteps, he remained calm. Is that you, Lord Hokage? You have come? You knew I would come? Of course I knew you would come. I have been waiting for your arrival. He did not turn to look at the third Hokage. I killed Taman so you would come to question me. Why? The third Hokage asked. Feeling his question lacked force, he repeated, why? He was obstinate and unyielding. I could not persuade him, so I had to kill him. He was your nephew. And you? I did it for Konoha. The third Hokage's gaze swept across the room's furnishings before settling on Sarutobi Yojuo. What exactly do you intend to do? It was evident from Yojuo's appearance and demeanor that he intended to commit seppuku. Please, Lord Hokage, sit. I have not prepared tea, but it is unnecessary. You are no longer fit to hold the position of Hokage. I have merely made my own choice. Everyone in Konoha has made their choice, though they have not informed the Sarutobi clan. I am a conscientious one, thus I am also saving the Sarutobi clan. The third Hokage, bewildered, asked gravely, what do you mean? Is there someone attempting to usurp the throne? Taman was too blindly loyal. No matter how much I tried to reason with him, he remained unawakened. So I killed him. After all, I have slain my own clan member and cannot survive alone. Lord Hokage, you will witness the final outcome. There is no need to question me further. I will tell you nothing more. Apanobi Yojuo grasped a short dagger, holding it horizontally in one hand while gently wiping it with a white cloth in the other. Then he began to part his clothing, exposing his entire chest. Stop right there, you scoundrel. The third Hokage struck the dagger from Apanobi Yojuo's hand. You shall not perish before the truth is made clear. Come with me and explain everything to the elders. Apanobi Yojuo sneered mockingly. Ha! This is exactly how powerless you are, Hokage. Upon hearing the news, the leading figures of the Apanobi clan hurried over. The third Hokage declared, Tian-1 was murdered, and it was Yojuo who did it. I have brought him here. Let the elders decide his fate. Yojuo, speak for yourself. There's really nothing much to say. You will see for yourselves. Soon, everything shall unfold swiftly. Today, the ninjas appeared somewhat peculiar. Many bore a cloth strip upon their upper arms, adorned externally with an emblem of a blade plunged into flames. Ninjas from the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, the Inoshikacho trio, and even the smaller Shippu family bore this symbol. Only a handful of ninjas lacked this mark. Though seemingly random, they all converged unbidden toward the summit of Hokage Rock and then proceeded to Tetsuhi's villa. This was the first time such a vast assembly of ninjas had gathered here, their expressions solemn as if bracing for the onset of war. Before the villa, one by one, the ninjas aligned themselves according to their wartime units. As their ranks became orderly, under the leadership of the Jonin squad led by the Inoshikacho trio, they knelt on one knee in unison, chanting, Lord Tetsuhi, Lord Tetsuhi. Their voices rang out in perfect harmony, as if rehearsed countless times. The 5 youngsters watched this scene in the courtyard, visibly stunned. Rihanna and Tsunade had never witnessed such a spectacle before. This was the first time in the history of the ninja world that such a grand, grassroots act of homage had occurred. A wave of apprehension stirred within Tsunade's heart. Tetsuhi, you let us go, sensei. Teleportation jutsu will make this look even cooler, he said, dispelling Tsunade's unease with a single remark. She grasped his hand, performing the teleportation technique, and they immediately appeared before the villa. The ninjas kneeling on one knee suddenly grew fervent. Nara Shikamaru looked toward Tetsuhi and declared, at this critical juncture for Konoha's survival, the third Hokage is old and feeble, clouded by selfishness, no longer capable of leading the clans or ensuring the village's safety. We earnestly implore Lord Tetsuhi to become Hokage and steer the course. We earnestly implore Lord Tetsuhi to become Hokage and steer the course. This cry, mingled with chakra and resolute will, reverberated above Konoha. Everyone heard it, and as their emotions resonated, a passionate, restless fervor emerged, allowing no dissenting voice. Within the Ninja Academy, this single proclamation abruptly halted lessons. Inuzuka Damaru leapt out a window and dashed outside. Tetsuhi's becoming Hokage? What could be more shocking than this news? Kushina was taken aback but followed suit. Then came Shika, Ichi, and others. They ascended Hokage Rock and beheld the dense ranks of ninja before them, their fathers kneeling on one knee with utmost sincerity, pledging their loyalty. A group turned to Shika. Shika, what shall we do? Tetsuhi is our classmate. Come. Together Shika and his father moved in unison, leading their comrades to kneel on one knee and join the chant. Tetsuhi gazed upon these former subordinates and sighed softly. "Ah, my friends, why must you go to such lengths?" Friends slipped naturally from his lips, instinctively transforming everyone into a term of camaraderie. He stepped forward to lift Shika's hand. "Brother Shika, comrades, rise quickly. Tetsuhi, what virtue or merit do I possess? What virtue or merit indeed? Lord Tetsuhi is truly worthy of the Hokage title. If you refuse, we will not rise. Yes, if you do not accept, we shall remain kneeling until death. Yes, we obey no one but Lord Tetsuhi. Konoha has but one master, and that is Lord Tetsuhi. We reject all others." Uchiha Fumio's eyes gleamed crimson, though they bore only the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The intense emotion in his gaze intertwined with that of Uchiha Setsuna beside him. Setsuna even unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, manifesting a powerful dojutsu that stirred everyone's hearts further. "Hokage-sama, please accept. Only you can save Konoha." The overwhelming tide of unanimous expectation was so immense that when the third Hokage hurried over upon hearing the commotion, no one paid him any heed, not even the 2 advisors. Members of the Apanobi clan and a few minority ninjas glanced between the third Hokage and the vast, dark sea of kneeling troops, their scalps tingling. This was undeniably an established fact. Some Umbu members removed their masks. "Forgive me, third Hokage," they murmured before kneeling. Among the Apanobi clan, those who had fought alongside these individuals as part of Tetsuhi's retinue likewise began to kneel, one after another. Gradually, no one remained by the third Hokage's side save 4 Umbu. When Koharu entered, followed by Mito, they witnessed this chilling scene. Tetsuhi fixed his gaze calmly upon the third Hokage and the 2 advisors. His eyes were as serene as a frozen pool, a faint smile spreading across his face as he proclaimed loudly, "My friends, you cherish me so. If I were to refuse now, the fault would be mine. Rise. All of you, rise. I accept. Wonderful. Long live Lord Tetsuhi, our Hokage." The ninjas joyfully rose, surrounding their new leader. The old Hokage stood atop his own stone visage, his appearance aged by over 20 years, his spirit seemingly drained. The new Hokage was embraced by all. Everything felt utterly natural. There was no ceremonial handover, no electoral process. In this manner, Konoha welcomed its new leader. They escorted Tetsuhi down from Hokage Rock. During this, Kushina, Shika, and others busied themselves bringing the Hokage's bamboo hat and the sacred robe once worn by the third Hokage, adorned with the characters third Hokage embroidered upon it. The robe was ill-fitting, but at this moment, none but Tetsuhi cared. Step by step, Tetsuhi proceeded toward the Hokage residence, followed closely by friends Shika, Ichi, Taiza, Kushina, and Inuzuka Damaru. Wherever he passed, the ninjas rose as if drawn by an invisible force, forming a neat procession advancing toward the Hokage residence. As the crowd merged, Tetsuhi swiftly traversed the ranks and stood face to face with the third Hokage. Then, turning to glance at all assembled, he spoke to the third Hokage, "Third Hokage, from this day forward, I shall lead Konoha. You may rest at home and enjoy your twilight years." The third Hokage asked, "Tetsuhi, was this all your scheme?" "This is but the will of the people. Third Hokage, it seems you have been unaware of the true circumstances until now. I have plotted nothing. Rather, you have lost the hearts of the people. The hearts of the people are the most unreasoning of things. They will not speak, nor tell you what displeases them, what is good, what is lacking, or where you have erred. The hearts of the people simply choose whom to follow. Since ancient times, those blessed with the way gain many allies. Those who lose it, few. Such is the truth. Third Hokage, why have they chosen me? Perhaps, in the days to come, when you find yourself with leisure, you might ponder this question seriously." The third Hokage muttered to himself, "I underestimated your ambition. I misjudged you, Tetsuhi. You will regret becoming Hokage in this manner." Yet Tetsuhi laughed heartily, his clear voice carrying evenly to every corner of Konoha. "Since Konoha's founding, who else but I deserves this position? My friends, is this not so? The Hokage's title is truly well-deserved. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the Hokage. Willing to lay down our lives for him." Tetsuhi asked, "Third Hokage, do you see this? This is the voice of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. It is the village choosing me." The F3 cleared the path, and Tetsuhi descended from the Hokage Rock. Then the 3 of them stepped aside further, as if being pushed back by a torrent of ninja. When Tetsuhi appeared on the balcony of the Hokage's residence and looked down, he saw villagers emerging onto the streets. The villagers were stunned by the news, whispering among themselves. The ninja, however, stood at the forefront as the core. Rokumiai respectfully said, Fourth Hokage, please say a few words to everyone. Tetsuhi nodded. Very well. From now on I am the fourth Hokage. But this outfit is unnecessary. He removed the sacred robe he was wearing and discarded the hat emblazoned with the fire symbol. I have become Hokage by your grace, not because of these clothes, nor do I require them to signify anything. Let all bear witness to a flourishing hidden leaf. Tetsuhi spoke only these few words, then made a gesture signaling everyone to disperse. His speech was far briefer than the one he gave upon returning from the fire and lightning battlefield. This matter came so suddenly that he was unprepared and naturally could not speak at length. The Jonin class tacitly followed Tetsuhi into the Hokage's office. Tetsuhi took his seat in the Hokage's chair. My apologies, today's events were quite abrupt. I never intended to become Hokage, nor did I have any political agenda in mind, so this might seem a bit haphazard. Rokumiai said we should be the ones apologizing, fourth Hokage. According to tradition, a new Hokage must first have a statue erected on the Hokage rock. Tetsuhi smiled and shook his head. I am Hokage now, and this decision is mine to make. There is no need to erect a statue of the fourth Hokage. There are better ways to spend the money than on this. I do not lack a likeness to bolster influence or to inspire greater unity and loyalty. Here's what we'll do. Each department should organize their respective situations, then decide the order in which to report to me. I will first assess the village's condition myself. This arrangement greatly surprised Rokumiai and the others. With the Nara family's experience assisting previous Hokage, Tetsuhi's steadiness was unheard of. Thus, the departments began their preparations. Meanwhile, Tetsuhi went to find Tsunade. Tsunade remained outside the office, not entering. Teacher, aren't you going to come in and share in the joy? He asked. Tsunade replied, sitting in the office only brings worries. You should enjoy those troubles yourself. Tetsuhi asked, then shouldn't we celebrate? The youngest Hokage in Hidden Leaf history, the most widely supported and esteemed Hokage, Tetsuhi-kun. Even more impressive than my two grandfathers. Tsunade smiled faintly, a rare sight after many days without laughter. I've asked the departments to compile their data. I expect to have a day or two of leisure before a busy period begins. As your student, shouldn't you be helping me? Tetsuhi inquired. Tsunade glared. I have never heard such an outrageous request. It's always been students helping teachers, not the other way around. Tetsuhi said, well, now you have. This is an order from the Hokage. Lady Tsunade, from this moment on, you are the second Hokage. Subordinate only to the Hokage and superior to all other ninja. Though said in jest, it was also true. After all, as Tetsuhi's mentor, Tsunade enjoyed the status of a retired emperor. The brief leisure passed swiftly. Tetsuhi soon faced an intense schedule, repeatedly receiving reports from the Sealing Division, Intelligence Division, Interrogation Division, the Umbu, and the security forces. This gave Tetsuhi a general, systematic understanding of Hidden Leaf's situation. After gaining a clear picture, he began issuing orders. First, the Umbu, whose primary task was assassinating shinobi from other countries, were disbanded. Hidden Leaf would no longer maintain an Umbu function. The intelligence network previously under the Umbu was transferred to the Intelligence Division. The Intelligence Division was renamed the Foreign Affairs Department, specializing in external intelligence and counterintelligence. Intelligence analysis was divided into macro-level analysis, a field in which Hidden Leaf was still blank, but not to worry, Tetsuhi had someone in mind to teach them, Freya. The Yamanaka brother merely recorded information. Beyond macro-intelligence analysis, the original intelligence and counterintelligence functions remained. The Interrogation Division was merged into the Administrative Bureau. The Sealing Division also underwent changes, expanding from merely maintaining seals to include sealing research. They emphasized strict enforcement of cultural courses to cultivate more sealing technique talents. If Inuzuka Damaru and his comrades knew that Tetsuhi would prioritize cultural courses upon taking office, they would surely regret it deeply. Other areas were not yet ready for reform. After resolving the three major sectors of Umbu, intelligence, and sealing, Tetsuhi sought out the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Akimichi Torikase sat opposite him, beaming like a laughing Buddha. Fourth Hokage, speak your mind. It's about the direction of school education, Tetsuhi began. The current curriculum is too singular, making it difficult to adapt to the new era and new demands. The future's new employment models require new talents. He added silently, such as for my various enterprises. Training a batch of qualified subordinates to directly fill positions would even save on dispatching bodyguards. I intend to reform the Ninja Academy's teaching model to some extent. First, foundational training to build a certain reserve of chakra. Second, advanced training focused on chakra control once the threshold is met. The training of the body replacement technique will be discontinued. Discontinue the body replacement technique? Akimichi Torikaze asked again, emphasizing the surprise. That technique is a hallmark of Hidden Leaf's ninja curriculum. Canceling it, Tetsuhi replied, the body replacement technique demands great effort but yields limited results and has limited development potential. It's better to focus on chakra control. Children learn these skills more quickly and deeply than adults. Once chakra control is sufficient, learning any ninjutsu becomes effortless. Akimichi Torikaze pondered, 4th Hokage. Shouldn't this be piloted first? Sudden reforms risk problems if results are poor. You know how many students, especially clan descendants, are already learning under me. So in essence, this has already begun. It just hasn't been incorporated into the school. The purpose of bringing it into school is to ensure fairness. After all, my subordinates' children have had the chance to learn, but others haven't. That's not right. As for other ninjutsu, I can't guarantee anything. But in taijutsu and chakra control, there is a complete advancement path. I'll provide a detailed curriculum outline. After completing it, I will personally instruct the exceptional students. As long as they don't surpass my current achievements, I can keep teaching indefinitely. Tetsuhi's generosity exceeded Akimichi Torikaze's expectations. He was willing to place his core knowledge and strength into the school's education. But this was merely an appetizer compared to the main course. Besides taijutsu and chakra control, the curriculum adjustments included eliminating intelligence analysis content, which was purely a waste of time for students. In its place, the main subjects would be sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and ninjutsu theory, along with related supporting courses such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, history, astronomy, biology, language arts, economics, and politics. Moreover, a matrix will be established based on the 3 principal subjects. For instance, students proficient in sealing techniques will have their performance comprehensively evaluated through mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, whereas those skilled in medical ninjutsu will be assessed through a combination of chemistry, biology, and mathematics, and so forth. Tetsuhi elaborated in detail on this pedagogical model. All these courses are mandatory for the students. Which major subject one excels in is determined by innate talent. The major subject S grades serve as the anchor point for evaluating related courses, followed by a comprehensive calculation through the matrix, thereby cultivating a sufficient number of relevant talents for Konoha. The 6-year system may be shortened to 5 or even 4 years. Principal, please conduct an investigation based on actual circumstances and provide a report, upon which a decision will be made later. Above this basic ninja academy, an intermediate ninja academy must be established to provide more advanced education to qualified graduates. At this stage, detailed specialization will occur. Students will no longer study everything but will focus on their areas of expertise. This educational system will last 2 to 3 years. Torufu Akimichi had already taken out his notebook and began recording all the key points Tetsuhi mentioned. Furthermore, regarding enrollment scale, currently the school only admits students with ninja aptitude, which is far too limited. The enrollment should be expanded so that all age-appropriate children in the village must attend school. Yes, and an additional non-ninja curriculum should be introduced, focusing on economics and political science or mathematics and literature, something along those lines. Akimichi frowned. If the enrollment expands, what about the school's funding? Money is not a problem. Tetsuhi was far more generous with funds than the 3rd Hokage, for he truly possessed wealth, and all that money would solidly transform into his support. It seemed that Tetsuhi could already envision the new generation emerging in a few years, dominating the battlefield thanks to his financial backing. Having settled this matter, Tetsuhi leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Tsunade entered wearing a shirt and jeans, her hair simply tied into a bun, with a few curled strands playfully escaping to frame her forehead. Carrying a lunchbox in one hand, she said, "Lena made this. I thought it tasted pretty good, so you should eat quickly. How old are you? Not even knowing to eat properly?" She was her precious disciple, worried he might starve. Tetsuhi replied, "Ah, teacher, you really arrived just in time. If you had been any later, I might have starved to death." He opened the lunchbox to find fish soup, rice, a portion of cola chicken wings, and century egg cucumber. Tsunade sat opposite him, crossing her legs as she watched him eat. Once he finished, she tidied up a bit and advised, "If there's nothing else, hurry home. Don't linger here. Tetsuhi reviewed his tasks and realized there was nothing pressing. He opened the daily options in the mission system, clearing all intelligence gathering and assassination tasks, leaving only bodyguard assignments. Tasks like clearing waterways and picking up trash were also dismissed after consideration. Having become a ninja, how could one compete for food with ordinary people? There were still many destitute in Konoha, and these menial tasks should be passed to civilians as their livelihood. A ninja should do what a ninja does. Newly graduated genin need not fear idleness. Tetsuhi had plenty of suitable work for them. Thus, this mission system would be maintained for now. It served a purpose. With slight reform, it could become a human resources department perfectly aligned with his commercial empire. Whenever manpower was required, he would seek it within the village. If none were found, then the ninja would step in. The unadorned world of commercial warfare involved all means: deceit, trickery, theft, and robbery, without scruples. Recruiting a few talents, sealing them, and compelling their service was not out of the question. Send someone, Tetsuhi called for a runner. Go, summon Jonin Tsukumo Hataki for me. When Tsukumo approached,
Tetsui spoke frankly. Brother attack, do me a favor.
You know Freya, right? The woman who came to Konoha for negotiations last time? I find her quite attractive. Ample curves, long legs, full of charm. So, bring her here for me. Tsukumo remained non-committal, merely observing him. Tetsuhi cleared his throat and revealed the true reason. Konoha needs someone of her caliber. Despite overwhelming disadvantage, she deftly maneuvered at the negotiation table, striving to salvage the losses of the Land of Lightning. That speaks volumes about her prowess. As the Hokage, my stance on Freya is simple. Either she serves me here in Konoha, or she disappears entirely, at least severing an arm of the Land of Lightning. One cannot allow her to be exploited by our enemies. In intelligence work, the Land of Lightning was a version ahead of other nations. Freya was the most outstanding among them, operating across countries with exceptional skill. Diplomatic, political, and economic espionage were the future trends. As for stealing confidential documents, it was actually the least conspicuous and riskiest role, one that did not require heavy investment of their own personnel. Not that it was unnecessary, but it demanded fewer resources. Tetsuhi believed Konoha's future intelligence efforts would focus primarily on policy, economic, and diplomatic espionage. The fields of news and culture would also be key targets for infiltration. Freya's arrival would not only resolve the difficulty of training such spies, but also systematically improve various methods of macro data analysis. Tetsuhi pondered. Based on current circumstances, the Land of Lightning's intelligence system still focused only on diplomacy and economics. Policy, news, and academic espionage had yet to emerge. Once Freya arrived, they would begin to unfold these strategies, letting the world witness their destructive power. Tsukumo returned home briefly to inform his wife, then set off with a short blade on his back. He purchased information at the exchange office, which politely informed him of Freya's location. The Land of Hot Water. Miss Freya was currently in the Land of Hot Water. After the recent defeat, she needed to maintain good relations with that land, ensuring no resentment arose, while simultaneously fostering hostility toward the Land of Fire. The exchange office staff were extremely courteous, offering this information free of charge, their faces beaming with smiles. The exchange office immediately learned of Tetsuhi becoming Hokage and naturally knew how to treat Konoha's ninja accordingly. Tsukumo hastened toward the Land of Hot Water, traveling day and night. The thunderous white lightning on his person flashed intermittently, his innate realm's immortal chakra flowing endlessly and tirelessly, striking like a bolt of lightning. Some witnessed a streak of lightning skimming the ground in the night. Freya stepped out from the residence of the Land of Hot Water's lord and finally relaxed her body. Such diplomatic finesse was exhausting, but it was her role. Suddenly, she saw a figure, a familiar one, though clad in a black robe, white hair casually tied in a ponytail, single eyelids, eyes radiating a sharp, chilling coldness that made strangers feel unapproachable, like a blade. This aura of blade-like intent was ever present. The man seemed to embody the sword, as if blade and person were one. "Tsukumo Hataki," she exclaimed. Tsukumo replied, "Miss Freya, the Hokage wishes to see you. Come with me." His voice was cold as a blade, his entire being like a sword, yet Freya strangely felt a unique, ruthless charm belonging to a swordsman. She inquired, "The Hokage?" Unaware of the gravity of the matter. Of course, Tsukumo did not elaborate but simply nodded. Freya pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, but I must make some arrangements." "Excellent. Making arrangements is indeed wise. That way, your disappearance won't be sudden and won't raise suspicion." Tsukumo Hataki thought to himself, "I wonder how the fourth Hokage will handle this." "Tetsu," he said, "what is there to handle? Just let the third make the most of his remaining worth." Gazing at Freya standing across from him, Tsukumo finished delegating the task, and Tetsu then completed the script. The story went like this. During the previous negotiation, Freya and the third Hokage had a deep exchange, which gave the third some improper ideas. After all, his reputation for lust was well known, so no one would suspect. Consequently, he carelessly invited her over. Then, Freya was caught red-handed by the enraged people led by Bawako and was killed. Tetsu smiled cheerfully at Freya, as if recounting a trivial tale. Miss Freya, how do you find this story? Freya's complexion flickered briefly before she suddenly masked it with a smile and said, I once thought the Hokage was a heroic figure, but it seems I underestimated him. Tetsu rose and said, It's refreshing to speak with someone intelligent. Let us go. Come with me to Konoha. From now on, this will be your home. Freya followed silently behind Tetsu. She did not ask foolish questions like, How do you ensure my loyalty? Instead, she regarded this as a rare experience. Tetsu led Freya to his villa and called out for Tsunade. Teacher, it's time to work. Help me place a seal on her. A seal? Tsunade glared at him, but having done this before, her hands were practiced. The seal was to prevent Freya from committing suicide or leaving Konoha's territory. No other restrictions were necessary. Freya cooperated fully throughout and even curiously asked, How did you become Hokage? It's not something you can readily say. If you want to know any intelligence, just ask me directly, Tetsu replied. What I can tell you, I will. What I cannot, no amount of hinting will help. Freya, once your heart is completely loyal to me, I will lift your seal. For now, help me with some work. I want you to train the current intelligence personnel as swiftly as possible. First, teach them to conduct macroeconomic and political analyses, to extract intelligence from the big picture. Second, upgrade the newly formed departments and train spies, cultivating people like you. For personnel, the Foreign Affairs Division will provide candidates. Third, research the cultivation and deployment of policy-oriented spies and cultural spies. I'll give you an example. In the Land of Lightning, you select candidates to replace a minister's heir, or even the heir themselves, and use their high position to influence policy. The specific methods, replacement, direct cultivation, recruitment, bribery, or exchange of interests are for you to devise. Develop a systematic approach. Upon hearing about this new type of spy, Freya's eyes sparkled. This was a genius concept, wildly imaginative. After a lengthy discussion on espionage matters, Tetsu let Freya depart. Konoha has many delicacies. You should try them. You're used to high-class venues, but pancakes and tofu pudding are things you probably haven't tasted. Tetsu wore a faint smile, and the natural, serene, harmonious aura emanating from him unconsciously disarmed those around him. Exiting the Hokage's office, sunlight bathed her. Freya felt as though she had stepped into another world. For nearly 30 years, she had rigidly adhered to dogma. What clothes to wear, how to apply makeup, what smile to wear, down to how to curl a single finger, where to stand, how to sit. Even in sleep, she considered how to present herself to please others. Her form was perpetually confined by an invisible shell. Yet, Tetsu's innate realm radiated a strange charm that profoundly moved her, allowing her a brief moment of indulgence and lightening her heart. It was as if she had been reborn. People love beauty, especially someone like her, who craves such a release that lets one drop all defenses. It was a sensation she had never experienced before. Reflecting on her conversation with Tetsu, she felt a vague yearning, a primal instinct stirring within. Feeling it was inappropriate, she quickened her pace. Then, her body honestly led her to buy a pancake. Adopting a most ladle-like posture, she sat on a park bench, straightened her back, and took a flawless bite. Unlike the delicate refinement of aristocratic dishes, this was a scalding, rich aroma, a novel stimulation flooding her taste buds, causing her to pause in surprise. She took another bite. The warm pancake stirred memories of Tetsu's words. For some reason, tears welled in her eyes as she ate. A child noticed and ran over, curiously asking, Auntie, why are you crying? Did something happen? Do you need help?
A Konoha brat.
Freya immediately lost her composure. That auntie was far too rude, shattering her fragile mood. Nothing, she said, rising quickly and hurrying away. Returning to her residence, she began contemplating the system's construction and compiling teaching materials, feeling time drag slowly. Soon, she attended the Foreign Affairs Division's first specialized meeting. Only Elder Yamanaka and relevant members were present. Tetsu first listened to Elder Yamanaka and others explain the reorganization of the Foreign Affairs Division. Then, Freya presented her written material on the division. The organizational structure mirrored that of the Land of Lightning, incorporating Tetsu's ideas and a series of unprecedented plans. A group accustomed to the old ways whispered among themselves. Tetsu said, Freya will be responsible for training you. Study well, but don't let this delay your work. Tetsu also presented a plan, specifically a cultural espionage scheme. Take a look, bribing media. Engage with literati from various countries, especially journalists, novelists, social scientists, and so on. Identify those in financial distress or create distress, for example, family members with serious illnesses. If none exist, fabricate an illness, preferably one only my teacher can cure. Investigate these literati's weaknesses carefully. If they lack money, give them money. If they have integrity and lack nothing, give them illness. If they don't care about family, they must care about reputation. Connect with them, converse, guide their behavior. As long as they can leave a legacy or have a noble reason, it's acceptable. This is the concrete plan. Mine targets the land of Earth. Encourage its literati to discuss the failure of the Second Ninja War. It's a positive topic, but you must find ways to steer the key figures. So the conclusion gradually shifts to, the people of the land of Earth are incompetent, their politics are flawed, their officials are unfit, Inoki himself is inadequate, and the Iwanin are even worse. A comprehensive denouncement that leads to notions of racial superiority. Conversely, use the same methods to encourage the land of Earth's outstanding ninjas, scientists, and wealthy merchants to defect to the land of fire. Emphasize the superiority of the Tsuka Bank and simultaneously damage the bank's reputation. Will you write the little stories about Tsuka Bank? It's perfectly alright if you can't do it. Those literati will compose far more exquisite works than you could ever imagine. A group of shinobi listened with the soles of their feet seemingly chilled, their entire bodies shivering with cold. This unprecedented version, never seen, never heard of, felt insidiously sinister. Yet Freya found herself captivated by the aura emanating from Tetsuhi. The charisma that Tetsuhi possessed did not hold great allure for most, but for Freya, it was a fatal poison. This very plan only deepened Freya's appreciation for Tetsuhi's prowess, and a faint blush tinted her cheeks. As the others departed, only Freya remained. Tetsuhi inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Freya replied, "You truly are a remarkable man. The charm you carry irresistibly draws people in. I suspect it won't be long before I forget the land of lightning and become your devoted subject." Tetsuhi rose, approached Freya, and lifted her chin with 2 fingers, exuding a confident calmness as if this were all perfectly natural. The bird in a cage yearns most for freedom. Every princess harbors a dream of roaming the world with her sword. And for one who cannot be herself, her deepest desire is to become her true self. Freya, from the moment we first met, I knew exactly what kind of person you were. My spiritual intuition never deceives me. You possess a craftsmanship spirit utterly distinct from mine. Your heart is not at peace. You have desires, but you cannot break free from your shackles, forced to be the person you are expected to portray. I have no doubt that being by my side will draw you in, a kind of attraction you cannot resist. Therefore, I am certain you will submit to me. Yes, that tranquil sensation, where one unconsciously lowers their guard, casts aside all pretenses, and sheds the weight of restraint, is truly addictive. My body, my soul, have never known such relaxation. It is a feeling never before experienced, yet once tasted, it becomes impossible to forget. Freya's gaze grew somewhat dreamy. Tetsuhi beckoned with a finger, tugged down on her chin, and she obediently leaned forward following his motion. Halfway through, Tetsuhi stopped. "Enough. Go attend to your duties. Trust yourself. When you experience the moment of cleansing and renewal, you will know who you truly are." Jiraiya's squad appeared at the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village. Unlike Tsunade's team, which had effectively disbanded, Jiraiya's squad remained intact. Even after the war's end, they still undertook missions from time to time. This particular mission was rather lengthy, lasting over a month. It was a task in a small country within the Land of Stone, commissioned by the crown prince of that minor nation. The squad's duty was to ensure the prince's safety until his travels concluded. Originally the future 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was completely unaware that the Hidden Leaf had already changed rulers. Jiraiya, however, with his keen instinct for intelligence, sensed something unusual about the village. "Let us go. We'll submit the mission report first, then take a good rest," he decided. After handing in the mission, he planned to investigate further. Upon entering the mission hall, he found it had been divided and renovated. On the first floor, 6 windows had been opened, and many villagers were queuing, none of whom were shinobi. The separated, open second floor was reserved for the shinobi, who leapt directly onto and off it. Though there were stairs beside it, few used them. Jiraiya frowned. What's going on with this mission hall? But at present, submitting the mission was the priority. He led his team upstairs and handed in their report. The clerk found the mission record, verified it, and then distributed the reward to the 4 of them. "Lord Jiraiya, this mission took quite some time." Jiraiya seized the opportunity to ask, "What's the story with this hall?" "Oh, Lord Tetsuhi thought the previous mission system was unreasonable, so he made some changes. Tasks like street sweeping, garbage collection, and river cleaning have been assigned to the villagers. From now on, Shinobi 1T handle those tasks. Shinobi 1T do them? How can that be? Without missions, how will Shinobi train and cooperate? Jiraiya was deeply puzzled. Then he suddenly realized the premise behind Lord Tetsuhi's reforms. Tetsuhi? What exactly was going on? Why was Tetsuhi changing the mission system? He was about to say, Tetsuhi isn't the Hokage. How can he have the authority to alter the mission system? When a shinobi in line behind him said, Lord Tetsuhi is the current 4th Hokage. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Tetsuhi? Yes, the 4th Hokage? What happened to the 3rd Hokage? The 3rd Hokage was incompetent. We all wish to pledge allegiance to Lord Tetsuhi as Hokage. It is the will of the people. The 3rd has retired to live quietly at home. Lord Jiraiya, have you finished submitting your missions? The speaker brusquely shooed Jiraiya away, prompting him to hurry and complete his task. Jiraiya overheard conversations about further changes to the shinobi's roles, with missions no longer being their primary focus. The villagers expressed deep gratitude toward Tetsuhi. For those unemployed and struggling, assigning these tasks to them is a tremendous blessing. Exiting the mission hall, Jiraiya glanced toward the Hokage's office but chose to leave. Minato, you all rest. I still have matters to attend to. We'll regroup in 3 days and recover properly. Minato Namikaze, Akimichi Yashimaru, and Sayaneo Midori all nodded obediently, equally astonished by the sudden change. Why had the 3rd Hokage stepped down so abruptly? And how had Tetsuhi become Hokage? The shinobi had said it was a unanimous choice. What was the story behind all this? The 3 did not return to rest but sought information, gradually piecing together a coherent narrative from the villagers. They were unclear on the details, but Tetsuhi's fabricated account conveniently placed blame on the 3rd Hokage. According to the villagers, the 3rd had forcibly taken Freya, who had come as a negotiator from the Land of Lightning, and then Bawako caught him in the act and killed Freya. The shinobi believed the 3rd Hokage was too disgraceful, so they elected Tetsuhi as Hokage. Lord Tetsuhi is splendid, delegating many tasks originally meant for shinobi to the villagers. In any case, this concession has won the villagers great favor. At that moment, the 3 arrived at the former stall selling tricolored dumplings. The owner, who once resisted spicy sauce, now shouted loudly, Hokage dumplings, Hokage dumplings, the 4th Hokage's favorite spicy dumplings. A lively crowd of youths and children gathered, creating a bustling scene. Jiraiya did not seek out Tsunade but instead went to find Orochimaru. Orochimaru was quite familiar with Jiraiya and immediately understood his intent. You want to know about the teacher? Yes. The matter is simple. He was incompetent and no longer fit to be Hokage. In 2 crucial decisions, he made fatal errors and lost everyone's trust. On that day, the entire Hidden Leaf shinobi knelt before Lord Tetsuhi. Jiraiya, you cannot possibly imagine such a scene. Orochimaru recounted the entire sequence of events. Jiraiya said, was it because he hesitated over the extensive replication of wood release? Yes. Why? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru's expression held a hint of amusement. It's not that he was loved because he became Hokage, but rather, he became Hokage because he was loved. Jiraiya inquired further, and what did the daimyo say? Lord Tetsuhi did not inform the daimyo. Far away in the Land of Lightning, the 3rd Raikage was furious over Freya's abduction by the Hidden Leaf. After cooling down, he dispatched Tsukadai and his team to the Hidden Leaf to negotiate with the Hokage. The 3rd Kazekage also arrived at the Hidden Leaf, a fair-skinned, plump merchant who registered his name before proceeding to the mission hall to submit his mission. I am a merchant intending to make a journey to the Land of Earth to purchase some raw stones. Therefore, I require bodyguards, strong ones. Could you kindly provide me with the roster of ninjas who are currently unoccupied? He expressed his desire to personally select the team assigned to the mission, naturally agreeing to pay an additional fee for this privilege. After careful consideration, he chose Jiraiya's squad. Although this team had just returned from a mission, there was no reason to decline a new assignment, so the merchant was asked to wait for a moment while someone went to notify Jiraiya's team. The 4 members of the team soon gathered. Jiraiya looked at the merchant and asked, you want our squad to serve as your bodyguards? Yes. And I am willing to pay extra. Jiraiya refrained from making an immediate decision and instead deferred the choice to Minato and the other 2 members. They exchanged glances and promptly agreed. Very well, we accept this mission. The merchant was quite reasonable. I am not pressed for time. You may rest for a day before we set out. After all, your prime condition ensures my safety. Ha! Enjoy the final moments of your life. Though he did not fully grasp the meaning behind the 4th Hokage's words, as an intelligence operative, he understood that executing orders was sufficient. This wealthy merchant deliberately allowed Jiraiya's team an extra day or 2 of rest, claiming he was in no rush. Yet, he had a crucial ulterior motive, to seize this rare opportunity to connect with Konoha's covert informants and gather intelligence. It was precisely through this act that he uncovered two major developments. After receiving intelligence from the undercover agents, he learned the astonishing news that the fourth Hokage had already succeeded to the position. By the afternoon of the following day, several dignitaries from the Land of Fire began sending floral wreaths and congratulatory messages, celebrating Hiruzen's succession as the fourth Hokage and wishing him prosperity and longevity. Succession of the Hokage accompanied by such fanfare? Why had he never heard of the Hokage's succession or the arrival of nobles with wreaths and blessings? Was it not customary for the Hokage to pay visits in such circumstances? Wait, that towering wreath, ablaze with crimson flowers and standing nearly 6 feet tall, twice the height of the others, with a white band around its waist and entirely black in color, was reserved exclusively for royalty. Was this wreath from a daimyo? Recalling the scandalous tales of the third Hokage's indiscretions and the story of Hiruzen's ascent to power, his mind felt somewhat overwhelmed. Before departing, he also witnessed the arrival of a delegation of cloud ninjas led by Tsukadai. A cloud ninja delegation? Could this be true? This was a matter of great importance. No, he must immediately disseminate this information. Unbeknownst to the merchant, similar intelligence exchanges and communication methods were about to be severed completely by Hiruzen's novel recruitment system. Once the reform of the mission system was fully implemented, Konoha would become an impregnable fortress. Apart from Konoha's own people, no outsiders, be they merchants, farmers, wealthy individuals, or nobles, would maintain contact. The sole operational link would be severed, and the ninjas would emerge before the world in an entirely new guise. At that time, they might even warrant a new title, perhaps masters. What form of severance could surpass physical isolation? It would be akin to the most formidable hacker being powerless against someone who simply unplugged the network cable. However, the merchant no longer had time to observe subsequent developments. He had to depart with Minato and the others. Meanwhile, the trap in the land of Earth was already being laid. To counter the future fourth Hokage, the third Kazekage had invested tremendous resources in preparing a graveyard for them. Tsukadai stood before Hiruzen and said, "Young man, Hokage-sama, I have come to inquire about a matter. Our diplomatic personnel were taken to Konoha without cause. I request their return. I deeply apologize. It was the third Hokage's wrongdoing," Hiruzen replied regretfully, recounting the entire story. Tsukadai responded, "It was the third Hokage's doing. He has since resigned in remorse. Freya is dead, and there is no one left to hand over." "I understand," Tsukadai said. Hiruzen continued, "The fallen leaves of Konoha must burn when the time comes. The flames will ultimately illuminate the village. It is now the fourth Hokage's moment to exert his remaining value. The old leaves burn for the sake of the new sprouts." As Tsukadai was about to take his leave, Hiruzen raised another matter. "Wait, your Cloud Ninja Delegation's arrival is timely. There is a significant issue concerning the 5 great nations that I wish to discuss with you." "Please, Hokage-sama, speak," Tsukadai replied. "The recent war has caused me deep reflection. As a peace-loving individual devoted to the orderly and harmonious development of the entire world, I intend to convene a summit of the 5 Kage to discuss the development of our nations. Whether it be strengthening economic and trade cooperation, maintaining public order within our countries, or disarmament." "Disarmament?" Tsukadai inquired. "Indeed, the 5 great nations should lead by example and limit the number of active ninjas. I propose no more than 1,000. What are your thoughts, Tsukadai-sama?" Whether intentional or accidental, Hiruzen's finger rested on the land of Earth's position on the map spread across the table. Tsukadai's face lit up with inspiration. Disarmament is indeed necessary. Hokage-sama's concern for the world is genuine. Upon returning, I will report this to the Reikage. Hiruzen smiled. "Yes, be sure to convey my entire message to the Reikage." The exchange between wise men was simple and unadorned. After Tsukadai departed, Hiruzen closed his eyes and continued to contemplate. His primary consideration was the willingness of other villages to accept this plan. Otherwise, 1,000 active ninjas would seem excessive even to him. In his vision, ninjas would be completely freed from mercenary work. Upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, a portion would become active duty. Aside from active duty, all eligible ninjas, excluding ordinary civilians, would be placed in the militia reserve with another group designated as retired but on call. Active duty ninjas would serve full-time for 3 years, with the top 1/3 maintaining continuous service, while the remaining 2/3 would rotate in and out. Retired on-call ninjas would be registered and required to participate in biweekly live combat exercises and training, whereas militia reserves would train quarterly. This would establish a tiered, all-encompassing military system for all ninjas. Unlike previous models, this plan introduced a higher ceiling. Previously, there was no active duty concept. Ninjas simply undertook missions continuously without specialized, high-intensity, round-the-clock military training, allowing them to focus solely on honing their skills. To put it bluntly, under Hiruzen's vision, the intensity of live combat training for retired on-call personnel would surpass past standards. The key element was organization. This system would acclimate ninjas thoroughly to military discipline and confrontation, ensuring high-intensity combat readiness capable of delivering a decisive advantage. Hiruzen's previously ragtag forces would finally be formalized. It was foreseeable that through rigorous live combat training, the cooperation among various ninja types, taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu, would reach new heights. Tactics would become richer and more diverse. Such experience could only be forged in battle. This would represent an unprecedented evolution in the ninja world. After Tsukadai left, he hurried back to the Land of Lightning, while Hiruzen convened a meeting of Jonin to discuss disarmament and Konoha's military reform. Without waiting for questions, he directly addressed the most critical issue. Do not worry about the absence of the mission system and how ninjas will sustain themselves. We have a mature plan. First, the companies and factories I have established throughout the region will require personnel for security and management services. Thus, the Ninja Academy students, regardless of their particular talents, are in high demand. That is the first point. The second is to base our efforts on the village's industries. Brother Looming, esteemed clan leaders, do you not find your enterprises somewhat diminutive? By centering around each clan, expanding production capacity, and mobilizing the shinobi and villagers alike, we can collectively achieve prosperity. Such measures are ample to support our reforms. Here is my detailed proposal for your perusal. Ironfire has prepared copies, distributing one to each of you. As everyone peruses the document, hushed whispers ripple through the gathering. The merit of this plan lies in the expansion of each clan's industry, which translates to greater wealth and abundance of it. Consequently, clans may grow in stature and population. Yet, there is a downside. What was once a modest, wholly owned enterprise must, upon scaling, relinquish a portion of its equity, causing some hesitation. Ironfire, perceptive as ever, anticipated their thoughts. With enlargement comes the inevitable sharing of power. While small enterprises remain entirely yours, their profits are limited. Larger operations yield greater returns. To grow is to accept this trade-off. Naturally, the choice rests with you. Those willing may join, those unwilling may continue as before. But is this truly the case? After the meeting, the trio of Inoshikacho retired to a modest tavern, ordering sake and grilled meat to discuss the matter. The Akimichi clan expressed no strong opinion. They trusted Ironfire implicitly, confident he would not abandon his subordinates as he never had before. However, the Yamanaka elder appeared hesitant. Brother Looming, he confessed, to cede a portion of our industry's shares, truly, it is a bitter pill to swallow. Looming, however, spoke with piercing clarity. This step is a point of no return. Should you refuse, you remain confined to your meager holdings. Soon, as scales grow larger, your small industry will be edged out, big swallows small, and the small have no recourse. This step is irreversible. The only option is to grow. Of course, if you insist your flower shop constitutes your industry, then consider my words unspoken. The Yamanaka clan's true enterprise lies in products derived from flowers, such as sake and fragrances. Should they be pressured, their fate would be reduced to merely tending a flower shop. The Yamanaka elder side, our Hokage employs overt stratagems. He makes it clear there seems to be a choice. Yet in reality, none exists. Is the 5 Kage summit the same? He pondered aloud. Mark my words. The Cloud Ninja will consent to downsizing. Since the Stone Ninja possess the largest army, they will be cut down to just over 2,000. On the surface, all nations will reduce forces, but in truth, aside from the Stone's objections, the others will acquiesce. The Cloud's system is deeply intertwined with their nation. While the Mist's population is sparse, their entire ninja force barely reaches 2,000. As for the Sand, in times of peace they cannot maintain so many shinobi. Their duties are fewer. Akimichi paused, astonished. Hokage, your foresight runs so deep? Looming responded, moreover, it is a zero-sum game. You have seen the plan. Tell me, which ninja village can field shinobi in constant battle conditions? And I mean actual battlefield environments. Under this plan, what kind of killing machines will emerge? It is uncertain. The military reforms commenced the very next day, beginning with the police force. After rigorous selection, some members of the Uchiha clan were officially inducted into the shinobi army. Subsequently, a broad conscription and screening of Jonin, Chunin, and Genin within the village ensued, swiftly culminating in a roster of 2,000 soldiers. From this moment, the traditional small team model became a relic of the past. Ironfire designated vast training grounds as military zones, establishing barracks deep within these areas. Collaborating with Tsunade, Looming, Orochimaru, and others, he formulated a comprehensive set of regulations governing daily life and training. Instructors were specially appointed and trained under his supervision before deployment. The regimen mandated 6 days of training per week with 1 day of rest. Training for retired and reserve personnel was scheduled to avoid overlap. What kind of formidable shinobi would emerge when all distractions are stripped away, allowing them to devote themselves entirely to combat, opposition, and cooperation, purely honing their craft? We shall watch with bated breath. Ironfire gathered the instructors to commence their lessons. He faced the crucial task of answering, who are we? For whom do we fight? Why do we fight? Without instilling this spirit, failure would be inevitable. Fortunately, Ironfire possessed unparalleled experience across the entire ninja world, remarkably abundant. He first anchored their identity. Shinobi arise from the broad populace. This foundational truth is immutable. Though it may echo the will of fire, its essence is distinct, broader, and more deeply rooted. He then expounded upon numerous historical precedents, discussing the people and the shinobi, recounting small stories from history to ensure every instructor understood and remembered. Each of you shall submit a 3,000-word reflection on these lessons by tomorrow. I will review them myself. His method was straightforward yet unyielding. A chorus of groans arose. Asking warriors accustomed to kunai to write 3,000 words felt akin to demanding their lives. Ironfire retorted, "That is the difference. I do not want their lives, I want 3,000 words. Without this, how can profound understanding arise?" Having completed this training cycle, the instructors were deployed. The ratio approached 20 trainees per instructor. Their task was to impart these teachings and foster discussion and comprehension. Upon receiving feedback, adjustments would be made, and the program refined step by step. While Konoha's transformation blazed onward, the third Kazekage received news of the upheaval in Konoha, leaving him dumbfounded. This differs from the memories of that traitor Hyakuzoku, he mused. Consoling himself, he speculated, surely Ironfire must have experienced some recent upheaval. The third has returned and destroyed the old records. Tsunade's departure must be related. The third Kazekage felt enlightened, eagerly awaiting news of Minato Namikaze's demise. Jiraiya harbored a faint unease yet could not pinpoint its cause. Having mastered Sage Mode, repeated use left subtle impressions altering his intuition. This vague disquiet, coupled with the instinct that would lead him to Orochimaru like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, were residual effects of his sage training. "Minato, be cautious. This mission feels off," he confided, trusting his instincts that had saved him many times. Minato inquired, "Sensei, what is wrong?" Akimichi Yashimaru and Aoi Shigeki also looked on. Jiraiya responded, "I don't know, but I trust my feelings." Shortly after entering the Land of Stone, Jiraiya's unease intensified, though all remained quiet. The Land of Stone's greatest resource was stone itself. Its primary commerce was gambling on stones. Freshly quarried specimens were cut on site to reveal whether they were valuable or worthless, a matter immediately apparent. The sole wealthy individual was the Land of Stone's daimyo. All others were slaves to the quarries. The daimyo maintained hundreds of warriors, flaunting their might with fierce countenances. The slaves toiled endlessly in the quarries, subsisting on meager, spoiled rice balls, barely enough to stave off starvation, sustaining a state neither hungry enough to die nor satisfied. The grueling labor left them emaciated, their lifespans compressed into raw strength. One might be visibly malnourished and frail, yet possess tremendous power, a mere consequence of mortgaging their future vitality to fuel present strength. Nothing more. The daimyo had deliberately established several entertainment venues for himself and his samurai retainers, among which the Red Pavilion was a den teeming with carnal indulgence, where the young women were exceptionally exquisite. Jiraiya was no stranger to this place, so he navigated it with ease. "I shall go gather some intelligence," he declared, then vanished without a trace, leaving only Minato Namikaze, Akimichi Kichimaru, and Seiin Shigemiki behind. Uchiha Madara stood atop a mountain, gazing down upon the scene below. The place was awash with dazzling lights and intoxicating revelry, yet it was steeped in sin, undoubtedly the most repugnant locale in the entire ninja world, bar none. He turned to the shadow beside him and asked, "Tell me, what could possibly change a place like this? Madara, is this boy called Minato truly worth our all-in gamble?" "He doesn't seem particularly special," the shadow replied. "No, he is extraordinary." Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with a crimson glow. Though aged and weathered, the sharpness in his gaze remained undiminished. Encountering Minato and his companions was a chance occurrence. Upon first meeting Minato, Madara immediately discerned the uniqueness within him. Such chakra, such reflexes, were exceedingly rare in the entire shinobi world. His time was running out. He had no choice but to clutch at this straw to realize his plan. Think of it this way, you're in a vast cornfield, but your time is limited and your strength allows you to break only one stalk. Under such constraints, you cannot afford to make a broader selection. And by chance, Minato's stalk is larger and better than the others. So why hesitate? Whether there are better ones elsewhere is no longer a concern for Madara, because he is dying. But before he dies, he will prepare Minato with the tools he needs. Oh, very well, Madara. You must be careful not to let him perish. This time, the Sand Ninja's involvement is no ordinary matter. Have you uncovered the reason yet? Why are the Sand Ninja targeting Jiraiya's squad? Madara inquired. No, came the reply. The Sand Ninja's secrecy is impeccable. The mere 3 insiders will never leak information, and those executing the plan are unaware of the intelligence. Losing one white Zetsu has greatly increased Madara's difficulty in acquiring information. Even Black Zetsu has had to personally shoulder some reconnaissance duties. Madara said, "Forget it, it's not important." He chuckled softly. "Let us go. We cannot afford any mishaps with my tool." He seemed like a ghost, drifting lightly down the mountain, soon arriving not far from where Minato and the others were lodged. As Jiraiya indulged in the pleasures of the Red Pavilion, the Sand Ninja's operation commenced. Steel wires and explosive tags were tightly wrapped around the mansion's exterior walls in dense coils. At a signal, a thunderous blast erupted. A towering inferno burst forth with the explosion, the orange flames forming a mushroom cloud in the sky. Burning wooden shards and shockwaves scattered outward in all directions. No screams pierced the air. That single explosion had already claimed all lives inside, including Minato Namikaze's. One of Madara's Sharingan abruptly extinguished as he dashed into the inferno with lightning speed, then emerged clutching a severely burned man, Minato Namikaze. Izanagi was not only capable of affecting oneself but could also be used on others, with the same cost and effect. At the instant Minato perished in the blast, Madara employed Izanagi to revive him, then immediately plunged back into the flames to retrieve him. A white Zetsu instantly possessed Minato's body, sinking into the earth. Madara and Black Zetsu then ascended the mountain together. Deep within an abandoned mine shaft, Madara transformed the space into a temporary base. After placing Minato down, Madara ruthlessly excised the charred flesh with a sickle, then pulled flesh from white Zetsu and grafted it onto Minato. The new flesh immediately reacted, threatening to overwhelm Minato's body. Madara then inserted a prepared Sharingan into one of Minato's eyes. The original eyeball was discarded carelessly. Both Sharingan immediately activated their 3 Tomo patterns, spinning uncontrollably with a sinister, chilling power that suffused the air. The wood-style cells, upon contact with this energy, pacified instantly. "Watch over him. When he wakes, call me," Madara instructed. There were still matters to attend to once Minato regained consciousness. For now, the man remained unconscious, and Madara could do nothing. Jiraiya, hearing the explosion, rushed out of the Red Pavilion and saw the blazing inferno engulfing the inn. He shouted Minato's name but received no response. Upon arriving at the scene, he found charred corpses roughly the size of lambs, indistinguishable from one another. Minato, he could only remember Minato. He did not even mention Akimichi Kichimaru or Saiyan Shigemiki. The tall, sturdy man wept like a child. After a long while, he regained composure and began analyzing the scene, suppressing his grief. The final conclusion was that this was a premeditated, well-prepared explosion, but beyond that, nothing was known. All records of personnel entering and exiting the inn had been destroyed by the fire. He could only seek information elsewhere. Judging by the method of attack, Ninja had used steel wires and explosive tags, but when it came to analyzing the angles, this was beyond his expertise. He took a deep breath and performed a summoning jutsu. A bespectacled toad appeared before him. "Jiraiya, what brings you here? You're disturbing my studies. Help me analyze this scene, determine where the attackers emerged from. Please, professional matters ought to be entrusted to a professional toad." For example, in a rearguard action, he would choose Toad Sage. But when it came to reconnaissance problems beyond his own skills, he had to rely on the scholarly toad. The scholarly toad hopped about the scene, observing and recording everything. Upon returning, his skin was parched. "Jiraiya, my skin is dry. Could you moisten it for me?" After moistening his skin, the scholarly toad calculated and provided Jiraiya with 3 coordinates. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." The scholarly toad returned directly to Mount Mayaboku. Following the coordinates, Jiraiya easily discovered traces left by the Sand Ninja. He pursued rapidly, catching up to the sand ninja 50 kilometers away. There were 3 full sand ninja squads, each member possessing the rank of Jonin. Jiraiya frowned. They're all Jonin? Who exactly are they targeting? He did not believe these sand ninja were after himself or Minato's group. This was a detail beyond the 3rd Kazekage's intelligence. Leaving Jiraiya perplexed, the sand ninja halted in unison. Since they had been caught, they resolved to keep running, knowing that the tide would ebb and flow. They would need to confront Jiraiya eventually. Futon, vacuum sphere. A sand ninja was the first to release a wind-style jutsu, followed swiftly by his comrades. Techniques like Futon, Kamaitachi rained down relentlessly. The air was sucked away, speeding the wind blades and sharpening their edges further. Jiraiya wrapped his body in his hair. One by one, white strands were severed by the wind blades, scattering in the air. Hidden behind his hair, Jiraiya's hands formed seals, and he unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. The sand ninja, pressured by the fire style, dispersed. Concealed by the flames, Jiraiya summoned more than 10 toads approximately human in size in a single breath. The toads were momentarily stunned upon arrival. Wasn't the war between fire and wind supposed to be over? What's going on here? But they had no time to ponder further. They sprang into action immediately. The toad brandished an assortment of weapons. Daggers, spears, shields, forks, swinging them in various directions, launching attacks toward the sand ninja. Jiraiya's burden suddenly lightened. He swiftly formed hand seals again and unleashed a water-style jutsu. From his mouth erupted a torrent of water, sprawling across a vast expanse. His figure then dissolved, merging seamlessly into the water itself. Water style. Any shinobi who had witnessed the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique would instantly recognize this initial maneuver. It was identical. First, the surrounding environment was transformed into a vast watery expanse. Then, the second Hokage's entire body seemed like clouds, rain, and wind all at once, completely invisible and intangible, allowing him to suddenly appear before any enemy ninja and strike down with a swift sword slash. Jiraiya, clutching kunai, materialized out of thin air right before a shinobi, his form surrounded by a faint, prickling aura. The dagger sliced across the opponent's throat, and then Jiraiya's figure blurred in an eerily mysterious manner, vanishing abruptly as if the signal had been cut. And then, another one. Despite the toads engaging in one-on-one or even multiple-on-one confrontations to restrain him, Jiraiya's movements remained skillful and composed. Kill. Blood dripped into the water, diluted beyond visibility. The sand ninja's corpse fell into the water, splashing droplets before being swallowed by the current. Jiraiya's chakra was nearly exhausted, leaving him with only enough strength to gasp for breath. Yet the toads did not immediately depart. Instead, they thoughtfully encircled Jiraiya, shielding him. Jiraiya, your fighting style is far too perilous. If even one more opponent had appeared, you would have been done for. I just need to ensure they die, Jiraiya panted. His chakra showed no signs of replenishing. His entire chakra reserve was reduced to mere wisps, on the verge of depletion. As the toad had warned, if he expended even a little more, he would perish. Flying Thunder God technique, Jiraiya. You never used this jutsu before, one toad remarked. This technique was a classic jutsu from the second Hokage's arsenal. It was fundamentally different from the Flying Thunder God technique later employed by Minato Namikaze. Simply put, their core principles were distinct. The second Hokage's technique centered on water style. It utilized water as a medium to circumvent space-time, achieving a form of movement beyond conventional dimensions. It did not rely on fixed coordinates marked by kunai but rather on visual perception to determine positioning. Consequently, the effect was markedly different. At the very least, the second Hokage could never perform instantaneous teleportation. However, correspondingly, the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was not constrained by kunai. Minato had to throw kunai whereas the second Hokage did not. In terms of range alone, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was far superior, as it attained a kind of supervisual space-time movement, enabling traversal from one battlefield to another. The second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique was limited in scope. Although it felt more elusive due to the absence of kunai, it was nonetheless confined. Regardless of the variant, this jutsu exacted a considerable toll on chakra. Jiraiya had only used it 9 times, but combined with his previous jutsu, he had completely drained himself. And Jiraiya's chakra reserves were considerable. After a long time, Jiraiya's chakra finally recovered slightly. It was only after 2 hours that the restoration pace improved somewhat. When dawn arrived and his chakra had recovered to about 1/3, Jiraiya allowed the toads to return. He himself returned to Konoha. There was no doubt that this mission had ended in failure. Minato felt every inch of his skin aching. With a groan, he awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he saw a pair of crimson eyes, Sharingan. Before he could discern the owner of those eyes, the Magatama within them began to spin rapidly. The Sharingan in Minato's own eyes followed suit, rotating. His entire body grew drowsy and disoriented. Who am I? Am I Minato Namikaze? No. I am Uchiha Madara. I am Uchiha Madara. Minato Namikaze is but a reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. I, Uchiha Madara, must complete the plan and bring true peace to this world. I am Uchiha Madara. Minato Namikaze is merely my reincarnation. Now that I have awakened, I am Uchiha Madara, and can be none other than Uchiha Madara. Blood streamed from Uchiha Madara's eyes, yet he paid it no mind. His Sharingan quickly dimmed and then extinguished. His voice grew faint and frail. Protect my corpse. From now on, what we need is to wait. My will leaves the rest to you. Rest assured, Madara. Our plan will surely return to the right path. You need only await resurrection. That day will not be far off. Very well. I shall first go to the Pure Land to humiliate that guy Hashirama. The final spark of life in Uchiha Madara flickered out completely. Kuratsuchi gazed at his body with a strange smile, then stealthily attached himself to Minato, clinging to his shadow. At this moment, Minato was torn between returning to Konoha and the internal conflict it stirred. Returning would undoubtedly benefit the plan, or so he believed. But it would be difficult to explain his resurrection. Not returning would complicate execution. He must not return to Konoha. If he could not provide an explanation, it would be extremely dangerous. Better to endure difficulties in the plan than to risk everything. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. The Sand Ninja claim the future. So, have you found the horn yet? The third Kazekage boasted proudly. With knowledge of the next 26 years, his foresight granted the Sand Village near dominion over the shinobi world. As long as they planned well, then found it. I've already dispatched people to make contact. But such a formidable individual will likely require your personal intervention. Third Kazekage. It won't be easy to subdue someone like that, Ebizo reported. The third Kazekage nodded in understanding. He relished hearing such words. The Sand Village needed stalwarts like himself. In critical moments, only his presence could resolve matters. They then discussed the water country situation. Ebizo said he had sent agents to settle near the Hashigaki clan, lying in wait. Once Kisame Hashigaki was born, they would bring him over immediately. They had also infiltrated the Land of Stone, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. However, they had scoured the Land of Rain without finding Pain or Angel. They dared not search openly, as Konoha's shinobi remained vigilant, and their spies had nearly been exposed multiple times. Continue to lurk. They will appear in the Land of Rain eventually. Keep an eye on the Akatsuki's movements. Once it emerges, they will inevitably appear. Yes, sir. Jiraiya's squad was no more. While the third Kazekage brimmed with confidence, his mood was as bleak as could be. After returning to Konoha, he spent nearly an entire day holed up in a tavern. About a week later, he sought out Tetsuko. This was their first meeting since Tetsuko had become Hokage. Jiraiya said, I wish to go out for a walk. I hope the Hokage will grant permission. Tetsuko showed no inclination to dissuade him. She casually wrote a note approving his request. Jiraiya glanced at it and saw that it was a discharge permit, accompanied by a ninja army retirement certificate. Retiring from the ninja army? Tetsuko replied, You're leaving, aren't you? Then retirement is a given. Also, if you go out, you won't be able to attend the monthly exercises, right? Missing those regularly will affect your evaluation. Jiraiya asked what kind of impact, benefits, and treatment. If you don't care about those, then it won't matter. As for money, you'll have to manage on your own. In truth, venturing out more often to see the world is a beneficial endeavor. Jiraiya, after some contemplation, Tetsuhiro resolved to speak candidly to him. Though you are over a decade my senior in age, your psychological maturity remains rather youthful, innocent, even, and you harbor certain impractical notions. My counsel to you is to travel extensively and observe keenly. At every destination, investigate all strata of society. The daimyo, officials, merchants, peasants, laborers, courtesans, gangs, every faction, every subcategory, examine them thoroughly, then endeavor to analyze what you find. No fortress stands upon a void in this world. Your thoughts, especially those of your earlier days, no matter how righteous you deem them, are but narrow imaginings. Go forth and measure the world with your own feet. By the way, I would appreciate a copy of your investigative reports. I am willing to purchase them privately. Jiraiya inquired, Is this a mission, then? Tetsuhiro shook his head. No, it is merely my personal advice. Whether you choose to act upon it is entirely up to you. If you wish, then do so. If not, then do not. Subsequently, upon receiving the news, Tsunade and Orochimaru each came to see him. Tsunade wore a long dress that revealed a portion of her shoulder. I heard from Tetsuhiro that you intend to leave the village? Jiraiya, unusually devoid of his usual goofy demeanor, replied, yes, I plan to travel throughout the ninja world. Tsunade, Orochimaru presented him with a small gift. This is a little gadget I made. Tetsuhiro suggested the concept, and I thought it quite interesting, so I gave it a try. It's an experimental model, here it's yours. The device appeared to be a glove. Upon donning it and activating the seals as instructed by Orochimaru, Jiraiya unleashed a plasma blade a foot long, which shot forth and streaked several dozen meters before dissipating. Jiraiya considered its power quite formidable, yet Orochimaru dismissed it as lacking practical value. It's far from a finished product. Right now, it's just a novelty without much use. You can play with it as you like. The two of them shared a meal and drank copiously with Jiraiya before escorting him out. Orochimaru remarked, the incident with Minato dealt him a heavy blow. Tsunade asked, Orochimaru, did that brat assign you active duty or retirement status? Active duty? Why? Me too. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Is active duty good? No, it isn't. Even though I am the 4th Hokage's teacher, active duty must abide by its own rules. Only 1 day off per week, only 1 chance to return home. Just the thought of spending 6 days a week in the barracks makes my fists itch to grab Tetsuhiro and give him a good thrashing. Is there any respect for a teacher like that? The villa is far more comfortable. I've grown accustomed to it and am quite particular about my bed, but suddenly I'm to be thrown into the barracks. Tsunade turned back and entered the Hokage's residence, heading straight for Tetsuhiro. How could you consign me to active duty? Her brows arched sharply. Tetsuhiro replied, Teacher, you are one of Konoha's esteemed warriors. If you don't serve active duty, then who will? As a military medic, it's not overly demanding. The only downside is you won't have the chance to wear your beautiful clothes at home. You'll have to wear the uniform in the barracks. Noticing Tsunade's displeasure, he added, you don't think that just because you're active duty you'll get to come home once a week, do you? Isn't that so? Tsunade asked. Tetsuhiro laughed helplessly. Of course not. You won't have to participate in combat training. At most, you'll be directing rescues and training medical skills. When your shift ends, you're off duty. Here, he said, handing her the design plans for a set of military uniforms, trying to divert her attention. The uniforms came in male and female versions. The female design was sleek and form-fitting, divided into regular and camouflage patterns. The camouflage was especially effective in forested environments. Tetsuhiro elaborated on the features. These uniforms have concealed layers imbued with sealing techniques. They are crafted to evade detection by ninjutsu that senses body heat, scent, color, or chakra. Wearing a mask makes detection nearly impossible. This is still under development. The greatest challenge right now is cost. It's difficult to reduce expenses, so the first batch will be quite expensive. Tsunade was astonished. In her many years, it was the first time she'd heard of embedding seals in clothing to render wearers invisible to sensory ninjutsu. Her Tetsuhiro was truly bursting with creativity. She raised her hand and slapped the top of his head. TSK, TSK. This brain of yours, hard and effective. If I can come home every day, then I'm at ease. When the uniforms are ready, give me the first set. I want to be the first to wear it. Then she hummed a tune as she walked away. Tetsuhiro looked down at the uniform designs. Tsunade would look great in this. Expensive, yes, but justified. A suit that can evade all chakra-based sensory ninjas is worth the cost. Moreover, once the technology matures, the price will drop. Compared to future training expenses, this uniform is truly not costly at all. What really burns money? The answer is live combat training. The development of medical supplies, ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and the consumption of one-time-use items like explosive tags constitute a continuous, nearly daily expenditure. This is the very foundation of my confidence to experiment so boldly. What I can do, other ninja villages cannot. I can afford to have the ninja corps on full-time duty because I have the funds. I can conduct such intense training for the same reason. Every live exercise, especially large-scale ones, consumes enormous resources, comparable to actual warfare. In fact, these drills are often more intense than real battles. After securing the design plans, Tetsuhiro inspected the military camp. It was still composed of tents, and training was in a phase of adjustment. Instructors acted as lubricants, helping the troops adapt swiftly to the new environment. Upon arrival, he observed them balancing on their heads while holding water basins, training chakra control. After a brief inspection, he visited the sealing class to check on research progress, followed by Orochimaru's laboratory. By the time he completed the rounds, it was late. Envoys from the Cloud Ninja Village made a second visit, still led by Tsukadai. Lord Hokage, Lord Raikage considers your proposal highly constructive and has thus dispatched me to invite you to the land of hot springs for detailed discussions. This was undoubtedly welcome news. Tetsuhiro agreed, very well. Convey to the Raikage that we shall meet in the land of hot springs for detailed talks. News of the Raikage Hokage summit spread swiftly like wings, reaching the desks of the water, earth, and wind nations, drawing the attention of the other three great ninja villages. Before the two leaders had moved, the intelligence agents of each village had already rushed to the land of hot springs, plunging it into a web of intrigue. Tetsuhiro arranged the itinerary. He selected 2 squads, 20 men, as the vanguard, dispatched to the land of hot springs to secure the area. Another 2 squads were chosen as escorts, prepared for deployment. Teacher, will you be going to the land of hot springs on this trip? Tetsuhiro asked, his gaze flickering toward Tsunade. He hoped she would accompany him, so they could enjoy the hot springs together. Otherwise, leaving her swimsuits unused in the wardrobe would be a waste. Tsunade, a bit restless in the village, readily agreed. Yes, I'll prepare immediately. A trip to the land of hot springs inevitably meant soaking in the springs, plenty of swimsuits, and skincare products. Tsunade sealed a large number of items in scrolls and handed them to Tetsuhiro, who casually passed them on to his escorts. The group set out in grand procession for the land of hot springs. Though they had yet to change into their uniforms, their demeanor had already transformed. They no longer appeared as mere ninjas. Upon entering the land of hot springs, the vanguard reported in and were then guided to the arranged hot spring hotel to settle in. On the other side, the third Raikage arrived roughly an hour later than Tetsuhi, lodging at a different hotel. Through their subordinates, both parties coordinated and finalized the precise time and location for their meeting. The venue was chosen as a grand conference room within the government headquarters of the land of hot water. Upon their encounter, the third Raikage regarded Tetsuhi with a commanding demeanor. Fourth Hokage, meeting you in person is quite different from hearing your name. Truly, you are a man in the prime of youth. Tetsuhi responded without hesitation. Ultimately, this world belongs to the young. Raikage, shall we proceed inside? Let us sit and converse at leisure. Once seated, Tetsuhi spoke thoughtfully. As a shinobi of the clouds, this meeting between Konoha and the Land of Fire marks a significant step toward easing tensions between the fire and lightning nations. It also lays a solid foundation for shaping the future structure of the ninja world. The 5 great nations' decision to limit their military forces, capping the number of shinobi at 2,000, serves to promote peace across the entire shinobi realm. The Raikage's willingness to engage in dialogue suggests he shares this vision. The Raikage remarked, this fellow certainly knows how to speak diplomatically. Indeed, this gathering aims at peace throughout the shinobi world. Yet, some specific details still require thorough discussion. The meeting then advanced to more substantive matters. Both sides found no disagreement regarding troop reductions and military limitations. The finer points centered chiefly on the matter of convening the 5 Kage summit, specifically who should initiate it. Tetsuhi refrained from contesting the Raikage, conceding, why not let your excellency the Raikage take the lead? After all, you command great respect. Frankly, if I were to initiate it, I fear the Iwagakure might harbor some reservations. With the meeting concluded, both parties, enveloped in a spirit of camaraderie, proceeded to soak in a hot spring together, revealing their true selves. At this time, the third Raikage's chest bore no scars. His bronzed skin appeared robust and vigorous. In stark contrast, Tetsuhi did not resemble a warrior famed for his blade skills. His skin was delicate, with a rosy translucence, akin to a precious jade suffused with a gentle blush. The Raikage was curious about one matter. Just how much money did you manage to extract from Ine River? Tetsuhi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Is that something one can openly discuss? Our Konoha is a righteous force. Such deeds would be utterly out of character. The Raikage sighed, such a prodigy, why is he not from my land of lightning? The land of lightning had advanced far beyond the other great nations in reforming their ninja villages, yet still, one could not ask for more. Truth be told, the Cloud Shinobi had achieved something remarkable. After the Raikage departed, Tetsuhi accompanied Tsunade to enjoy the hot springs alone. Tsunade, clad in a swimsuit and utterly at ease, soaked in the steaming waters, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She rested her hands comfortably on the edge of the pool, sighing contentedly. Truly, the hot springs of the land of hot water are unparalleled in all the world. So, your meeting with the Raikage ended so smoothly? Indeed, Tetsuhi replied. Our objectives aligned perfectly. The significance of this meeting outweighed its content. Now, we wait for the third Raikage to convene the 5 Kage summit. Having spoken, Tetsuhi swam back and forth in the pool like a fish. Tsunade reached out, pulling him close, draping her arm around his neck. I doubt the Iwagakure will agree so easily. The 5 Kage summit will hardly be a smooth affair. The 5 great shinobi villages possess the largest armies. This will surely test them. That's a headache for the Raikage, Tetsuhi said. After all, he is the one calling the summit. If it comes to the worst, the allied shinobi forces will be at their gates, compelling the Tsuchikage to acquiesce. Tsunade chuckled, wiggling her finger atop Tetsuhi's head. You're such a scoundrel. How did I raise such a wicked disciple? No, I must clean house or my lifelong reputation will be ruined. Tetsuhi grinned. Tsunade-sama, I am the Hokage, you will regret crossing me. I'll return the favor, teacher. The two splashed and wrestled in the water, droplets flying everywhere. After a while, they each leaned against the pool's edge, entering a quiet moment of reflection. Sometimes one must admire those in journalism. Even before Tetsuhi had returned to his loyal Konoha, news of the summit between the two Kage had already broken, making the front page. The Raikage and Tetsuhi each occupied a portion of the coverage. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, eyes closed, listened to a scantily clad woman reading the newspaper in a coquettish tone. His ministers knelt before him, observing the ritual with focused attention. After some time, the reading concluded, and the daimyo signaled the woman to stop. What do you make of this, our new Hokage? One minister replied, though the new Hokage lacks some formalities, his political acumen surpasses that of the third Hokage in maturity and steadiness. This troop reduction is, in essence, a form of competition, a military arms race that will ensure our nation's invincibility. Our country is wealthier than others. After downsizing, we will pursue a path of elite forces. This inevitably means shrinking the time shinobi spend on missions, focusing instead on specialized training. The costs of deployment will fall squarely on the ninja villages and the state. The minister spoke cautiously. Whether the daimyo was aware or not, the fact that Tetsuhi was wealthy and that the headquarters of the Tsuka Bank was under construction remained unspoken. Indeed, another minister added, previously, to maintain balance between the quality and quantity of our shinobi forces, and thus combat effectiveness, the ninja villages had to sustain a large number of shinobi, supporting the army through missions. But with reductions, fewer shinobi means higher expectations. At minimum, the overall combat power must be preserved. Therefore, they can no longer rely on missions to sustain the forces. The daimyo mused. Relying on missions to maintain the army is a necessity born of circumstance. One might say it greatly restricts and diminishes the shinobi's combat capabilities. Missions last from as short as a week to several months. During these missions, battles may or may not occur. In fact, much of this time is wasted. While executing missions, shinobi squander their abilities, having no time or energy to train. This harsh truth was stark but undeniable. Consider Kakuzu, the rogue shinobi from Takigakure. When he defected, his strength was mediocre. What truly transformed his abilities? It was the bounty missions. After turning from a mere shinobi into someone either killing or on the path to killing, unwilling to waste a moment on anything but profit, his frequent battles naturally elevated his power. Once ordinary, he became extraordinary through this process. Gentlemen, how do you propose we coordinate with the ninja villages? The daimyo posed another question, prompting the ministers to realize he had already devised plans. Indeed, after discussion, the daimyo proposed a grand Five Nations economic forum. Such a plan had long been on his mind. However, the untimely death of the second Hokage and the third Hokage's earlier allegiance, which involved exchanging the Hokage's appointment rights for the daimyo's support, had left much to be desired. The third Hokage lacked the acumen to realize military-backed initiatives, rendering many ambitions mere fantasies. Now, the situation was different. The daimyo's ambitions, once mere ideas, could finally take root. Objectively, Tetsuhi's actions aligned closely with the daimyo's interests. For the present, it was prudent to hold a smaller forum before the grand one, gathering the minor states surrounding the Land of Fire into an alliance. A minister, deeply entangled financially with Tetsuhi, suggested, we could establish an economic belt around the Land of Fire. Given the poor transportation between these small states, we can open up the Land of Fire's transport network to facilitate logistics. The company Song of Iron and Fire is developing a brand new transport vehicle. When ready, how are the tools progressing? The daimyo inquired. I am not privy to the specifics yet. Further investigation is required, the minister replied. On the reverse side of the newspaper was an article penned by a scholar from the Land of Earth, titled 3 Questions for the Land of Earth. Why does the Land of Earth, despite its vast expanse and having the greatest number of ninja among the 5 great nations, lose the second great ninja war? Why, though all hail from the ninja world and are its shinobi, do such vast disparities exist among them? What, ultimately, is the root cause of this? The author seemed intent on pressing down on the heads of all the people of the land of Earth, compelling them to engage in profound introspection. The external intelligence apparatus of Konoha had finally begun to exert its influence. Remarkably, this had cost nothing. Merely a young man, briefly coached by Freya in conversational techniques, making contact with these literati and conducting some simple verbal therapy. Once the seed was sown, they would start pondering the question themselves. Initial contemplation would lead to self-reflection, and from there, the opportunity to sow discord would arise. Depending on the direction of their introspection, should the verbal therapy prove insufficient, more forceful methods such as financial incentives, personal threats, kidnapping, and extortion would be employed. Tetsuhono came across this news just before and after the daimyo. Handing the newspaper to Tsunade, he remarked, "Teacher, this is how intelligence operatives should properly be utilized." Tsunade, clad in a pair of ripped knee jeans tightly hugging her legs, wearing a silk blouse and a pair of gloves, accepted the newspaper with an air of utmost ease. Spies can do this too, she thought, utterly enlightened. In her understanding, spies merely gathered intelligence. Of course, the drama unfolding in the land of Earth would only grow more riveting. By the time they realized it, Anoki and their daimyo would be the ones left with headaches. Meanwhile, the daimyo of the land of Earth was entirely preoccupied with the upcoming meeting of the two Kage. Could it be that the land of lightning and the land of fire were about to form an alliance? If so, what would become of the land of Earth? As for the contents of the article, the daimyo did not believe a single word. He measured others by himself and knew such policies were impossible to implement. Pursuing a lean, elite military force without missions to sustain them, would the ninja villages not perish? Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps an alliance with the land of wind to counterbalance? Or the land of water? Yet, the geographical advantage of the land of water seemed negligible. The third Kazekage, however, paid no heed. After all, Tetsuhono was destined to perish. Everything he was doing now was merely a part of history, unable to alter his fate. Konoha would not become stronger, and he had no reason to worry. The land of water was perpetually shrouded in mist, seldom seeing the sun. Minato Namikaze passed through one place after another until finally standing outside the hidden mist village. Suddenly, his form sprang into motion. His eyes turned scarlet, the three tomo spinning silently as he entered the village without a sound. As if it were second nature, he made his way to the office of the Mizukage. There, he found a puppet of Uchiha Madara. The third Mizukage had always kept his eyes closed, though he was not blind. His closed eyes were a consequence of Uchiha Madara's influence. Madara had hypnotized him, much like he had done to Minato, though the effects differed. Thus, the third Mizukage kept his eyes shut to prevent another Sharingan from dispelling his genjutsu. The hidden mist village remained as lifeless as ever. Minato sighed. His memories of the village stemmed from Madara's illusions. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, the third Mizukage felt no estrangement. Under the same genjutsu, an unspoken connection allowed him to swiftly recognize the visitor's identity and assess the current situation. Has the first step of your plan been completed? What do you require of me next? Minato replied, the first step failed. I now need to regenerate a pair of Rinnegan. Otherwise, the subsequent plan cannot proceed. That will take a long time. I need you to do me a favor. I will hypnotize myself and temporarily seal my memories. Then, you must find someone with whom I can form a strong bond. Minato's tone was cold and mechanical, as if discussing something unrelated. Then, at the appropriate moment, let him die before my eyes. The more despairing and powerless, the better. Very well. I shall arrange for you to go to a certain place. I will ensure sufficient security. The corners of the third Mizukage's mouth curled into a faint smile as he conceived a brilliant location. Minato was assigned to a serene and tranquil village, where he sealed his memories and began living. A group of children his age, also brought by the Mizukage, lived in the village for screening. Ultimately, a red-haired girl was selected to become the Bond's counterpart. Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows, observing this scene. Madara's move was unbearably cruel. Honestly, if not for his mother, Black Zetsu would have felt some pity. As for whether Minato, a non-Uchiha, could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he harbored no concern. No one understood the Sharingan better than Uchiha Madara. Even Indra could not rival him. Since Madara had done this, it would surely succeed. Madara's ability did not guarantee others could do the same. Mangekyo, if the bond were strong enough, then in about 20 more years the Rinnegan could be reborn. Of course, Black Zetsu no longer wished to resurrect Madara. This little blonde seemed far more normal than Madara. After all, whoever carried out the plan was inconsequential. Meanwhile, The sand ninja repeatedly failed to infiltrate the land of rain. They had, however, learned of the land of rain's production and development of airships. But since these were civilian items, the sand ninja cared little. One day, sand ninja intelligence agents heard the roar of the sky. Looking up, they saw a white streak approaching. It was the Skyblade. The pilot was Tsunade. The thick diameter symbolized justice and speed. Tetsuhono remarked, "Which leader drives himself?" "I have Tsunade." Wearing a form-fitting green camouflage suit, green gloves, and leather boots, Tsunade exuded heroic vigor. Her chest was impressively prominent. After landing, she lightly brushed her hair back. "How was my flying?" "Smooth, right?" Dressed similarly, Tetsuhono replied, "Smooth." They then proceeded to the airship workshop. A large airship, fully inflated, was moored at the dock. Its cargo and storage spaces were inside, the upper section for freight, the lower for passengers. The cabin was two-tiered, with circular windows made of thick glass, allowing clear views outside. The airship's gas bags were designed like watertight compartments. Multiple independent gas bags ensured safety during flight. Puncturing one or two in the air was inconsequential. Half remaining could still allow an emergency landing. Safety was impeccable. Accompanied by the research and development staff, Tetsuhono toured inside. Next came the maiden flight test. The airship leisurely ascended. Tsunade stood by the porthole, savoring the marvelous sensation unlike her usual flying experience. Ascending to the cloud tops and beyond, reaching nearly 3 kilometers in altitude, it gently turned and moved. The flight was remarkably stable. After completing the first cargo transfer above the land of bears, it returned to the land of rain. This test was a flawless success. Production and operation could now commence. "We aim to produce 10 airships within 1 year," the project leader assured Tetsuhono. They fully understood the airship's significance. In the future, this would become the lifeblood of Tetsuhono's entire enterprise, the commercial realm's least profitable yet most vital segment. After concluding their visit to the land of rain, Tetsuhono and Tsunade traveled to Fuji to inspect the construction progress of the headquarters of the Thoroughfare Bank. Though the building was not yet topped out, business had already begun operating from a temporarily leased location. Thanks to the promises of influential figures, government personnel's salaries were first processed there, and tax collection was also conducted at this site. The circulation trend of the soft currency was also quite favorable. Its most outstanding anti-counterfeiting features far surpassed those of Silvertail's, and its user base was gradually expanding. Naturally, competition from other banks had not ceased. Various bank runs continued unabated, and several versions of counterfeit notes had been discovered in the market. Of course, Tongtsu Bank remained unscathed, yet it was they themselves who suffered significant losses. This was because Tekka's subordinates were also printing Silvertails, "You print mine, I print yours," each vying to produce the more authentic forgery. The back and forth was lively indeed. However, some merchants began to voice their grievances. These counterfeit notes had substantially increased their business costs, and a single misstep could lead to losses. Thus, they earnestly implored the dignitaries to arrange a gathering for mediation. Originally, the dignitaries intended to visit Konoha to invite Tekka, but unexpectedly Tekka arrived just in time. They decided, therefore, to hold a banquet among the banks. The agenda was simple, essentially the collective sentiment. Fuji must cease issuing counterfeit currency, for otherwise, business would inevitably become untenable. Tsunade donned an opulent deep crimson gown that revealed a generous expanse of her shoulders and collarbone. She wore a pair of long-sleeved gloves and held a glass of red wine, standing beside Tekka with a leisurely sip. Merchants approached intermittently to greet her, showering her with compliments as if they were free, which delighted Tsunade greatly. Tekka, meanwhile, carried a platter of cold cuts, eating as he walked. Upon seeing people summon the heads of other banks over, he finally set down the tray and said, "I'll show some respect to the host here. After all, we all must maintain a good business environment. What do you say? If the soft currency remains free of counterfeits, then Silvertails will also cease to be forged. Moreover, I hope your banks will commence exchange services for the soft currency." One young man replied, "That would require Tongtsu to exchange Silvertails first." The speaker was youthful, roughly 16 or 17 years older than Tekka, his peach blossom eyes occasionally darting toward Tsunade. As soon as he finished speaking, a hush fell over the crowd. Yet he seemed oblivious to his misstep, even appearing proud of his assertiveness. Tekka, unabashedly eccentric, inquired, "Whose heir has come to take over? I wonder if you gentlemen are considering jumping ship?" At Tongtsu, talent is always welcomed. This single sentence managed to sour the expression of the useless second-generation heir and unsettled his subordinates profoundly. The terrified crowd, Nearly on the verge of kneeling before the young man, amused Tekka greatly. He deliberately continued to fan the flames. Come to me. Branches of Tongtsu Bank can offer you shares. Depending on your performance, you can earn between 1 and 2%. How about it? Give it some thought. The dignitaries inwardly cursed this second-generation good-for-nothing, yet outwardly urged Tekka to overlook his childishness, adopting a posture that he was still a child. Lord Hokage, this is the young master of the Julie Bank, who has just succeeded his position and knows nothing. Please forgive his ignorance and do not take it to heart. Tsunade endured with great difficulty, thinking, who is truly the adult here and who the villain? The world's inversion has surpassed the bounds of my understanding. After the banquet concluded and they returned to the super-luxurious master suite, Tsunade finally could no longer hold back and burst into hearty laughter. So that grown man is still an immature child. My disciple is already his senior, she chuckled, rolling about. Tekka said, indeed, some people have lived like dogs. Unlike a teacher, every moment of life grows exactly where it should, without a trace of wasted time. His eyes flicked toward Tsunade's ample bosom. Tsunade raised her hand and beckoned Tekka over. Tekka reached out and took her hand. Tsunade was speechless. I told you to remove my gloves. Tekka showed no embarrassment. He released her hand and grasped the fingertips of the glove, pulling each finger out bit by bit. With Tsunade's own tug, her fair, lotus root-like yet slender, latex-smooth arm was freed entirely. Tsunade extended her other hand, and Tekka repeated the process, liberating the other arm. Only then did Tsunade sit up on the bed and ask Tekka to unzip the back of her dress. She then retreated to the adjoining room to change, emerging in a loose silk nightgown. She settled comfortably on the bed and entrusted her hair untying to Tekka. Tekka was more than willing. In a short while, he had undone the intricate mess atop her head. Then, wielding a comb, he carefully smoothed her hair strand by strand before brushing it all through. While working on her hair, they discussed the itinerary. Tsunade intended to take a high-stakes gamble and boldly declared, I must show Fuji the might of my gambling prowess. Tekka, though no longer hindered by that necklace, remarked, winning less often than losing is already difficult enough. You still want to be a gambling god? Well, whatever, as long as you're happy. The following day, they played continuously for the entire day, outputting roughly 300,000 taels, before the two returned to Konoha. Reflection within the land of Earth grew increasingly intense, with the Foreign Affairs Department paying close attention. Freya was particularly relentless in scrutinizing every piece of news and public opinion, conducting thorough analyses. She gathered several native newspapers of the land of Earth. The tabloids contained far more radical and explosive content than the conservative mainstream papers. This reflection first questioned the system but, after circling around, found no apparent issues there. It then returned to focus on the people. Konoha had an abundance of talent, whereas the IWA shinobi emphasized quantity over quality. The two sides nurtured fundamentally different types of individuals. This argument was vehemently refuted by a group led by the daimyo of the land of Earth. Official scholars took to the field, exposing the absurdity of this claim with facts and data, explaining the rationale and necessity of their education system. Yet, unfortunately, they failed to elucidate why Konoha prevailed and they were defeated. If Tekka were to summarize, he would likely say, you IWA shinobi lack a traveler, someone at least at my level. Amid this atmosphere, the third Raikage sent a formal notice to the other 4 ninja villages, calling for a 5 Kage summit to be held in the Land of Iron. Traditionally, the venue was always the Land of Iron because it was neutral, belonging neither to any great nation nor to the ninja world. Mifune welcomed such a meeting, seeing it as an opportunity to enhance the influence of the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron's samurai were also thrilled. Will we have the honor of meeting Lord Tekka this time? It is said that Lord Tekka's swordsmanship has reached a legendary realm. Lord Tekka is the pride of our samurai. Now, Tekka's sword had become the spiritual totem for all the samurai of the Land of Iron. He was the first and only warrior to wield a pure blade on the battlefield to defeat both Ono Daiki and the Third Raikage, 2 peerless warriors of the ninja world, sending them fleeing in disgrace. Calling him a saint was not at all an exaggeration. Thus, the samurai bestowed upon Tekka the highest honors. The Land of Iron was adorned with banners, and the samurai personally greeted him. The banners read, Welcome the hero of the sword, the saintly heavenly blade, Lord Tekka. This fervor seemed even more zealous than that of the Konoha ninja. Standing beside Tekka, Tsunade was deeply moved, remarking with such momentum, I almost thought we had returned to that day in Konoha. Tekka raised his hand, and the samurai instantly fell silent. Tekka said, I have sensed everyone's intentions. I cannot accept these without merit, so I will leave you with this. Silence at its utmost, precision in the smallest detail, the path ahead will come of itself. With that, he strode into the land of iron. The samurai behind him followed closely, while newly arrived warriors escorted and guarded him along the way. Those who knew recognized him as the Hokage. Those who did not believed him to be the true lord of the land of iron. In stark contrast, the other 4 Kage appeared rather humble and unremarkable. Whether in terms of the number of guards or the grandeur of the welcome, it was all rather meager. Tetsuhi brought 3 squads of ninja, totaling 30 individuals. The Reikage came with 5, the Tsuchikage with 3, and the Kazekage also with 5. The Mizukage arrived accompanied by a single deputy. Captain Misaki orchestrated the 5 Kage's arrangements with meticulous precision. First, a meal, followed by rest. As for the formal discussions, those were postponed until the morrow. Once everything was settled, Misaki sought a private audience with Tetsuhi. As a samurai, he was eager to improve himself. Lord Hokage, I humbly seek your guidance. How might one attain the realm of the Sword Saint? Tetsuhi did not mind sharing his insights on ascending to the innate stage. After all, knowing the path did not guarantee one could walk it, nor did he care whether others succeeded. Their conversation on swordsmanship was lively and congenial. When the official 5 Kage summit convened, Tetsuhi listened intently to the Reikage's demonstration, occasionally chiming in. The first session passed smoothly with unanimous approval from the 4 nations. However, Inoki slammed the table and abruptly exited. In the second session, the 4 nations again voted in favor, prompting Inoki to exclaim, "Impudent brats, these insolent youths." His resentment simmered inwardly. If they had any sense, they would have conceded just a bit, negotiating numbers to salvage some dignity. Yet the 4, Kazekage, Hokage, Reikage, and Mizukage, remained silent, simply acquiescing. A few days later, the Reikage issued the 4 nations' final ultimatum. Inoki, if this persists, we shall not hesitate to resolve matters through war. Inoki's words were stern, but his actions softened. He refrained from dramatic exits, instead submitting their opinions honestly. 2,000 men are too few. Our land of Earth has its own circumstances. Our shinobi forces must remain at 3,000 at minimum. Otherwise, come and attack us. Tetsuhi responded, Reikage, then prepare for war. Gazing at Inoki, he said, which nation does not have its own conditions? If the Tsuchikage refuses to contribute to peace and insists on maintaining militarism, then war shall be our language. You, Inoki's single word faltered, revealing his shock at such boldness. The others echoed calls for battle. Yet the usually belligerent Reikage stepped forward to mediate. Inoki, you are a venerable shinobi elder. Let us not waste words. Can the Iwagakure accept this plan? Each village has its own affairs. We cannot afford prolonged stalemates here. Ultimately, Inoki consented, though the protracted negotiations left him somewhat less resistant. The delay did not alter the outcome but signified his stance. Upon departing the land of iron, Misaki presented Tetsuhi with a trove of swordsmanship manuals. The land of iron's style diverged greatly from traditional techniques, incorporating chakra compression, explosive release, and attachment methods. Back in his village, Tetsuhi perused these texts during his off hours, gleaning valuable insights. One technique, an IAI/utilizing chakra compression through successive layering, revealed a method to unleash sufficient speed and sharpness, sparking Tetsuhi's inspiration. Of course, drawbacks existed. Alas, the strain on the meridians is considerable. A single misstep could injure one's own channels. Leaving the Hokage's office, Tetsuhi casually approached a training ground. Without drawing his sword, he gestured with bare hands. Chakra within his meridians first merged 3 into 1, then 2 into 1, and finally 2 streams coalesced into a vortex, erupting in the last segment of the meridian and bursting forth. The instant he struck, it was as if he had teleported, instantly appearing several dozen meters away, slicing a tree branch. A branch as thick as a bowl fell cleanly, the cut smooth and precise. The principle behind the compression was simple. By channeling chakra from multiple meridians into one, the flow rate within a unit cross-sectional area amplified exponentially, drastically enhancing speed and power upon release. The final spiral, however, was Tetsuhi's own innovation. Not bad. The samurai do possess some merit. My own mastery of Shiki must continue. Only by strengthening the body can one unleash greater power. It's a pity I cannot yet master chakra threads. Otherwise, mention of chakra threads filled Tetsuhi with regret. His current control over the faintest wisps of chakra, if transformed into chakra threads, would elevate his power to a new tier. No longer merely auxiliary, these threads would become formidable offensive weapons. That day, Akito Torikes approached him. Hokage, what of the promised instructional materials? When will they be ready? Tetsuhi forced a smile. It's been a busy period. Education is the foundation of a century's plan. Akito reminded him. Thus, Tetsuhi began composing his taijutsu curriculum, sharing openly. Grounded in the 8-blade style, he documented standard forms and variations. This constituted the beginner's syllabus. For intermediate levels, he introduced functional analysis methods, a path for advancement. Another path required diligent, relentless practice. Before completing this curriculum, Tetsuhi had already fully decommissioned the original mission system. He assigned all retired ninja to corporate roles, while active ones trained rigorously every day. Villagers noticed that, aside from the administrative hall and Tetsuhi himself, the village's ninja seemed to have vanished. Another observation was that the village's formerly impoverished and destitute now found employment. Those disabled by war received care. However, former classmates at the Ninja Academy were far from pleased. Previously dismissed early in the afternoon, their schedule was overhauled by Tetsuhi. Daily attendance from 7 o'clock, lunch on campus, and evening classes extending until 9 o'clock. Their days were packed. Inuzuka Damaru voiced his grievances repeatedly. Tetsuhi is no longer my brother. He is a demon. I will never forgive him. Tetsuhi paid no heed, merely remarking to the school. Apparently, the training volume remains insufficient. After all, those who still complain surely lack adequate exertion. With enough effort, one would sleep peacefully after training. Those caught in Damaru's crossfire muttered discontentedly. Nara Shikaku sat at the gate, sipping tea from a small kettle. Seeing Nara Hisashi return carrying a turtle shell, he was unfazed. Back already? What s with the turtle shell on your back? You're not telling me you can't even outlast the girls in physical training? His taunt was merciless. Hisashi replied, I rely on my intellect, not brute force. Mrs. Nara emerged. Losing is losing. Don't make excuses. Hisashi, you're a man of the Nara clan. Don't tell me you'll be carrying that turtle shell until you graduate from the academy? Mom, I'm dying here. Can you stop mocking me? That turtle shell is brutal. Clearly Tetsuhi's idea. Tetsuhi grinned. Indeed, it was I. Carrying the turtle shell is a privilege reserved for the likes of Wang Xinling. Others would envy the honor. From 7 until 9, packed schedules, and the last ranked still burdened with a little turtle, parents were pleased. Such strict schooling assured their children's strength. A shinobi's life was one of conflict. This regimen significantly increased survival odds. Some parents even sighed. The school is no longer a childish playground. Now it finally resembles a true academy. The Inuzuka family believed this suited Damaru's energetic nature perfectly. He was usually too wild, and school was just the right outlet for his vigor. The Hyuga clan holds the belief that only by enduring the bitterest hardships can one rise above others. Every parent here sees in this their own aspirations. And what about Tetsu? He is even more delighted than these parents. Enhancing one's strength is indeed a vital aspect. Yet an even more crucial matter lies in the defamiliarization of the new generation of shinobi. How is this achieved? It is quite simple. As long as the shinobi of the new era spend the majority of their day at school, then upon returning home they collapse into sleep. Only to rise and head back to school, naturally, the bonds with family and kin will diminish substantially. Beyond blood ties, relationships between people depend on interaction. This is an overt strategy, frankly an almost intractable one. A world was born where only Ninja Academy students suffer injuries. Rokuhisa detests carrying turtles on his back. The heat in summer is one thing, but more importantly, it is humiliating. Thus, he became diligent and earnest. His physical strength quickly surpassed that of some ordinary students as he improved his bodily conditioning. Then, laziness took hold, and he abandoned the grueling training. Thanks to his brilliant mind, he excelled in sealing techniques and a series of related courses, ranking at the top in management classes. Demonstrating keen insight, he began to plan a leisurely, semi-retired life, spending a day reading a single newspaper, all while still young. Tetsu declared, "You're merely daydreaming. If I don't make you into a blindfolded donkey, then the name Tetsu written backwards will be meaningless." Over the course of a year and more, by the spring of Tetsu's 13th year, reforms in the shinobi world, whether in disarmament, education, or medical care within Konoha, had largely been completed. Suddenly, Tetsu found himself with ample free time. Thus, he set his sights on the Hyuga clan. Go pay a visit to the Hyuga, he instructed. Notify them beforehand, so no one is absent when I arrive. After sending out the notice and finishing his scattered tasks, Tetsu finally proceeded. Regarding the Hyuga clan's caged bird system, let us discuss it. Tetsu spoke plainly. He was not opposed to the concept of the caged bird itself, but rather to the notion of privileged caged birds. The Hyuga head reacted with some agitation. Hokage-sama, do you intend to abolish the caged bird system? He rose immediately. Don't be hasty. Sit down and listen. Tetsu replied calmly. I do not seek to abolish the Hyuga clan's caged bird. I am here merely to discuss it with you. I have only 2 demands. First, that all members of the Hyuga clan, whether main or branch families, be marked with the caged bird seal. Second, that the means of controlling, torturing, and punishing the branch families associated with the caged bird be destroyed. Hokage-sama, the caged bird is a means to protect the Byakugan. Exactly. Therefore, if every Hyuga bears the caged bird, wouldn't the Byakugan be preserved? The reason for the branch family's caged birds is to protect the main family's Byakugan from being stolen. This is a necessary measure. If the main family bears the caged bird, there is no need for branch families to protect them. But the main family must ensure the purity of the Byakugan. The caged bird does not affect purity. Only a complete Byakugan can unleash the true power of the gentle fist. Tetsu fixed the Hyuga head with a peculiar gaze. You who require a host of branch families for protection have no right to lecture me on ninjutsu or the power of the gentle fist. You are unfit for the battlefield, so spare me the hollow words and platitudes. I grant you 1 night to deliberate and discuss. Remember, do not harm the branch families. Do not harbor ill intentions. Any motion will mean death. I offer you but 1 choice. The main family shall bear the caged bird, and the punitive methods against the branch families shall be destroyed. This is not a matter for negotiation. Having spoken, Tetsu rose and departed. The Hyuga head hurried to summon the clan elders to discuss the matter. The Hokage visited earlier and made a demand. He confessed with difficulty and a profound sense of humiliation. The Hokage insists that the main family bear the caged bird seal just like the branch families, and that the mechanisms controlling the caged bird, along with the associated punishments, be destroyed. What? How can the Hokage do this? Absolutely not. This cannot be allowed. The elders erupted into argument, but after much debate, no solution was found. One suggested following the precedent of the 3rd Hokage. If this fails, shall we seek his mediation? After all, he is the former Hokage and might have some influence. Although hope was slim, it still existed. Meanwhile, Tsunade interrogated Tetsu. What did you say to the Hyuga clan just now? Tetsu did not conceal anything. I spoke about the caged bird. Do you intend to abolish the Hyuga clan's caged bird system? Tsunade asked, filled with admiration. As expected of my disciple, the Hyuga clan's repugnant system should have been abolished long ago. Leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed, a habit formed from long association with Tsunade, Tetsu smiled. After all, a disciple and teacher often share certain wavelengths. Tsunade's innocence was rather endearing. Mischievously, he lifted a finger and tapped her forehead. The touch was warm, of course, not literally, but he added, I merely want their main family to bear the caged bird as well. Huh? Tsunade could not dodge the finger. Just as she was about to scold him, Tetsu's next words captured her attention. What do you mean? The caged bird is to prevent the Byakugan from leaking. Ascentiate? Since the branch families protect the main family to prevent leakage, and they bear the caged bird to prevent Byakugan outflow, the question arises, if the main family bears the seal, is there still a need for the branch family's additional protection? It's so simple. Don't bring up bloodlines. Bloodlines have nothing to do with the seal. Does a caged bird alter DNA? Ridiculous. And they have the audacity to lecture me on preserving the Byakugan's combat effectiveness? A group that needs branch family protection talking to me about fighting power. I gave them 1 day to decide. If they cannot choose, then I will have no choice but to let the main family disappear. Tsunade sighed. I was wrong to trust you. She waved dismissively. Go as far away as you can. I don't want to deal with you. After a moment, however, she summoned him back. Tonight I want grilled eggplant. Tetsu. The Hyuga clan's outreach was less than ideal. The 3rd Hokage politely declined, saying, I am no longer Hokage. This matter is beyond my reach. Both Koharu and Mizuto echoed the same sentiments. The Inoshikacho trio and the Uchiha also expressed their inability to help with tact. Rokuhisa greatly admired Tetsu's tactics. The Hyuga clan's long-standing problems, unsolved by the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd Hokage, were now addressed by Tetsu, who took action as soon as he had the time. His method was especially brilliant, showcasing the full extent of his cerebral prowess. Marking the main family with the caged bird seal and destroying the controlling mechanisms. This was nothing short of ingenious. In doing so, the Hyuga clan's issues were effectively resolved. The very next morning, Tetsu returned to the Hyuga estate. Well, have you made your decision? Before all the branch and main family members, he pressed further. What? Now that it is the main family's turn to sacrifice a little freedom for the Byakugan, do you hesitate? You demanded this of the branch families from the start. Hokage-sama, could you grant us a few more days to consider? The Hyuga head pleaded. Tetsu smiled but said, no. I said 1 night and that is all. Is it so difficult to bear a caged bird yourself? So many branch families carry the caged bird without hesitation. Are you truly so special? The atmosphere shifted abruptly. The air grew dense and oppressive. A weighty pressure descended like a storm. This was a purely psychological strain of the utmost intensity. Tetsuka seemed to have become an integral part of this overwhelming pressure, merging seamlessly with his surroundings. The celestial might was his own, indistinguishable from himself. Tetsuka spoke with measured calm. I shall grant you but 10 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, he counted deliberately and unhurriedly. The elders of the Hyuga clan exchanged uneasy glances. A member of the branch family interjected. Clan leader, the Hokage has spoken to this extent already. What are you hesitating for? At this moment, how did the Hyuga branch family feel? Their hearts brimmed with schadenfreude, coupled with a profound reverence for the Hokage as the sun in their sky. Then, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Their spirits were astonishingly unified and led by Tetsuka's spiritual force, coalescing into a mighty torrent that surged forward. One after another, the Hyuga's foreheads twisted into grimaces, their Byakugan eyes uncontrollably opening wide. The world around them transformed into layers of black and white. Instantly, they beheld, through the Byakugan, a figure radiating a piercing white halo, a silhouette cloaked in darkness, with acupoints shining like stars across his body, a deity like Tetsuka. Around him, chakra billowed like mist, tendrils as delicate as smoke coiling and veiling him, imparting an aura of profound sanctity. Within Tetsuka's frame, a more concentrated chakra was continuously amassed through the convergence of multiple streams, funneling into a digestive system that formed a bizarre, inward collapsing cycle. Scattered energies nearby were incessantly drawn in, absorbed, and reabsorbed. He resembled a magnet ravenous for energy. Though the Hyuga could not discern Tetsuka's meridians, they witnessed the stars on his body flickering with shifting brightness, and the luminous radiance converging around him. They also saw the anxiety and hesitation etched on the faces of the clan leader and several elders. None understood why their Byakugan had suddenly opened, yet no one dared heed such questions. Pairs of Byakugan eyes, contorted with forehead grimaces, fixed upon the Hyuga clan leader. Tetsuka counted to 9 when an elder shouted, "Our Hyuga clan will never accept this," successfully interrupting Tetsuka's count. Tetsuka merely nodded and uttered one word. Fine. The chakra surrounding Tetsuka erupted like a ferocious dragon, roaring toward the elder, entangling and engulfing him. With a few points from his fingers into the void, Tetsuka released the condensed chakra. These chakra streams swam like fish in water, the external force field acting as the current, flowing directly into the elder's body. This assault was impenetrable, exploding along every sinew of the dragon, piercing every acupuncture point, and the chakra, as if sentient, began to swiftly parasitize and devour, absorbing natural energy as it targeted the heart, the Baihui point, and the Dantian. It was Jukin. The elder was horrified beyond words. Tetsuka's chakra bore a striking resemblance to the unique chakra of Gentle Fist, its penetrative power, its ability to move autonomously through meridians, seeking paths to assault the heart. No, it was even more uncanny than Gentle Fist's exclusive chakra. It seemed to possess its own consciousness and combative wisdom, deeply embodying the principle of water's formlessness, shifting between illusion and reality, capable of strategic maneuvers. As soon as the elder uttered the word gentle, his entire body surged with crackling lightning. Then, his muscular tissues began to collapse. After a flash of lightning, a sharp chakra continuously shot forth from within. Blinding white light gushed from the fissures on his body, the cracks widening in the glare, spreading throughout his Byakugan field. Outside the Byakugan, the elder vanished. The relentless chakra within him dissolved his body until nothing remained but his clothes. Tetsuka asked, "Who else? What sort of attack is this? Why is it so similar to Gentle Fist?" One elder could not accept this reality. Not the death of another elder, but Tetsuka's method of assault. The Hyuga clan's pride, Gentle Fist, appeared utterly ineffective before this attack. Tetsuka's voice was grave. The sage strokes my head, granting longevity. This technique is the sage's blessing upon me. Since one is dead, he no longer bears the countenance of the sage. The Hyuga clan leader retorted, "Hokage, you strike so harshly against ninjas of the same village. Are you not afraid of chilling the hearts of your fellow villagers?" Tetsuka ignored the question and raised his voice, projecting it across the entire village. Just now, the Hyuga clan leader asked if you feel disheartened. Now you shall tell him, do you? We swear to follow the Hokage to death. The resolute shouts came from near and far. Some appeared directly within the Hyuga compound. Tetsuka said, "Hyuga clan leader, you have your answer. What shall I count the last word? I am busy and lack the patience to speak further." Commence the caged bird sealing at once. We have already delayed too long. I hope you will not prolong it further. The Hokage's command is overwhelming. We must obey. The Hyuga clan leader knelt. Very well. Those skilled in the caged bird technique began carving the seals. Soon, a fresh mark appeared on the leader's forehead, followed by another on a member of the main family. Tetsuka nodded approvingly. Excellent. Though your tone earlier clearly sought to incite discontent within the Hyuga clan, I am magnanimous and shall not quarrel with you. Yet, I cannot allow your main family to continue residing here. Henceforth, from this day forward, the original Hyuga main family shall relocate to the southeast. No contact between branch and main families without cause. Commanded as well, immediately surrender the method of controlling the caged bird. Commanded further. The sealing squad shall instantly impose the tongue root severance seal upon all main family members and elders aware of the control method, ensuring not a single word of it leaks. Tetsuka's decree was unyielding, forcing the main family to the southeastern outskirts and forbidding contact with the branches. The purpose was clear. The Hyuga clan leader and elders possessed the means to control the caged bird and punish the branches. Thus, even with the caged bird sealed, they could still exert control over the branches, necessitating physical segregation. No opportunity would be given for emotional discord to fester, nor for the sealing to be used as a tool of enslavement or control. This was Tetsuka's preemptive strategy. As for what they might attempt in the southeastern corner, did his loyal Uchiha eat grass? Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, whether dragon or tiger, they would be subdued. Could the small Hyuga main family hope to overturn the heavens? The current Konoha was no longer as it once was. Under Tetsuka's reforms, each department operated with terrifying efficiency. Having issued his orders, personnel arrived swiftly. One by one, the tongue root severance seal was applied. Then, in full view of all, the relocation proceeded. Tetsuka saw Hinata among those being moved but did not intervene. Until the next day, Hinata did not attend school. Hizashi did, however. The classmates inquired about the previous day's events, and Hizashi reluctantly recounted the tale, suppressing his excitement and speaking as if forced to satisfy their curiosity. Within the Hyuga mansion, only the branch family remained. The main family was gone. For the branch family, this was undoubtedly a blessing. No one had anticipated such an outcome. In truth, the Hyuga clan's long-standing issues were never due to the clan's strength or the leader and elders' rigidity, but hinged on one matter. Without the caged bird, the Byakugan would be exposed. As for the first three Hokage, more precisely the first two Hokage, and indeed the mindset of all shinobi, there was but a single focus, to liberate the caged bird. Since the caged bird symbolized oppression, resolving the issue of the caged bird was tantamount to resolving the problems of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the function of the caged bird in safeguarding the Byakugan's secrecy presented an insurmountable obstacle. Hence, the system remained perpetually mired in a bugged state. Tetsuka's approach, however, was to abandon all conventions entirely. Who decreed that the caged bird must be eliminated? Why not simply eliminate those without the caged bird? Was the oppression of the Hyuga clan truly due to the caged bird? Not at all. It stemmed from the main family, this main family, devoid of the caged bird yet wielding the means to control it and to punish the branch families. This was a conflict between the main and branch families, and how much bearing did the caged bird truly have on it? Tetsuka's maneuver thus resolved the issue outright. The new residence of the main family was rather humble, generously provided by the Uchiha clan, with a ping-pong paddle motif emblazoned on the wall, a blatant mockery. The former clan matriarch was awkwardly tidying up. Such rough chores were foreign to her, formerly handled by the branch families. She only needed to nod in approval when done well, or else activate the caged bird's seal. She could even maintain a dignified smile while invoking the seal. Any trace of pain on her face would signify discontent, warranting harsher, doubled punishment. Now all that was gone. She had no choice but to do the work herself. Hinata was also assisting. The Uchiha surveillance was intermittent and unmasked. Under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, concealment was futile. The Hyuga main family was honest, for any one of these Uchiha pulled at random could easily overpower them. The combination of wood release and Sharingan was overwhelmingly formidable. Tsunade mused, I never imagined the Hyuga clan's long-standing malady would be so simply resolved by you. She found the Hyuga system quite disagreeable. Her own disciple, a boy just barely 13 by the thinnest margin, had now grown to her height. Broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, long-legged and graceful, he exuded a natural serenity that seemed deeply imbued, inviting closeness. She reached out to tousle Tetsuka's hair playfully and remarked, Why are you growing so fast? It's not even easy to pat your head anymore. Tetsuka pulled over a chair, straddled it, and rested his arms on the backrest. "SNT this easier?" Promising pupil, she smiled. "You say we're all in the same grade, but no one grows as fast as you. Why would that be different? We're all the same age. They're students, I'm the Hokage. There's a difference in status." She added with a hint of schadenfreude, "If it weren't for you reforming the ninja academy, they'd already be genin by now, slogging through D-rank missions for half a year." Though it was a bit inappropriate, she couldn't help but feel a touch of glee. Those students had thought they were about to graduate, only to discover they faced entrance exams for higher classes. They dreamed of life as shinobi, only to find themselves promoted to more advanced courses with increased difficulty and intensity. Previously, they had to accommodate the less gifted, but now, after class division, all were talented, and the competition was fierce. The trio of Ino, Shika, and Cho barely had time or energy to speak with their families, spending all their time studying at home. To afford them more study time, Tetsuka had introduced a specialized sleep method. This technique maximized the use of fragmented time, such as the 10 minutes of rest after exercise or the brief 10-minute breaks between classes, allowing rapid sleep onset within mere seconds to recover energy. This enabled them to study later into the night, extending from 9 o'clock to midnight. Their morning arrival time remained 7 o'clock sharp. Daylight passed with barely an eyelash blink. Aside from studying, there was hardly time for anything else. Yet the results were immediate and impressive. During weekends, parents from various clans tested their progeny. Although they hadn't practiced numerous ninjutsu or clan secret techniques, when employing their family's secret arts, they performed as if extensively trained. The sheer upgrade in chakra control and knowledge had brought about a transformation in their ninjutsu. They were formidable. Take Inuzuka Damaru, for example. The boy could literally walk his own uncle like a dog. Simplifying their clan's body techniques, paired with the school's rigorous training in distance control and an instinctive, beast-like combat intuition, he left his uncle utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Ichi trod a different path. Shikaku excelled in calculation. With Tetsuka's curriculum, he truly learned to apply his intellect, especially integrating his learned sealing techniques into offensive maneuvers. Ichi was cunning, rivaling the legendary Yamanaka Inoichi himself. Due to extensive combat experience and frequent sparring with opponents and friends like Shikaku, his tactics were a dimensional downgrade for others. Akimichi Choza abandoned his clan's secret technique of the human cannonball, focusing instead on partial multiplication, adopting a strategy of using brute force to break finesse, merging offense and defense. His moves were simple. When attacked, one hand acted as a shield, the other struck. As long as he bit his teeth and endured pain, this technique rendered him nearly invincible. Only the Hyuga clan's pressure point techniques could counter him. Each individual exhibited remarkable growth and progress. Kakuzu. A group of sand ninja surrounded Kakuzu. The third Kazekage arrived in person. This was a formidable opponent, worthy of his personal attention. According to Hayaki's records, if the third Kazekage did not come himself, they would not be able to capture him. Kakuzu merely revealed a pair of green eyes, exceedingly cautious. The moment the sand ninja encircled him, he began contemplating escape. Third Kazekage, it seems we have no personal grudge. What exactly do you sand ninja want? Faces began to emerge on his back, writhing beneath his clothing. The third Kazekage signaled the sand ninja to hold their actions and said lightly, "Kakuzu, rogue ninja of the Takigakure. You stole the village's earth grudge fear and assassinated the Kazekage in a surprise attack, becoming a renegade. You have always lived by hunting valuable targets. Am I correct?" It appeared he was well informed about Kakuzu, who grew increasingly wary. "I know more about you than you imagine," said the third Kazekage. "Kakuzu, you now have but one choice. Submit to me." He did not intend to kill him, which brought Kakuzu a sigh of relief. Yet Kakuzu's very defection was born of his refusal to be bound by any village. How could he possibly join another? Kakuzu unleashed a jet of flames, charging towards the sand ninja. He then executed a lightning-style attack against the third Kazekage, followed by a wind-style technique aimed at Ikaku. The wind release tore open a breach, and Kakuzu immediately escaped. This instantaneous assault showcased the caliber of a seasoned ninja. The fire release served to confuse enemies, while the lightning release targeted the third Kazekage with precision, the electromagnetic relationship needing no explanation. The wind release was the key to breaking through, not to kill but to tear open a path. "Pursue," commanded the sand ninja. As Kakuzu fled, he continued to cast ninjutsu, stuffing ration pills into his mouth one by one. The 5 hearts within his body, overwhelmed by the burden, were successively replaced by those of the pursuing sand shinobi. The third Kazekage, his face as cold as frost, betrayed no hint of murderous intent, yet relentlessly gave chase. Gaara was forced to rely solely on wind release, his once diverse arsenal reduced entirely to that single element. Stripped of his multifaceted techniques, he nonetheless managed to reach the border of the Land of Fire, attempting to plunge headlong into it. It was only at this moment that the third Kazekage unleashed his full power, wielding magnet release without restraint. A grotesque sphere, resembling a hedgehog formed of iron spikes, rolled inexorably towards Gaara, completely blocking his path. Wind release proved utterly powerless against the third Kazekage's assault. Ultimately, Gaara's body disintegrated, his sand puppets, numerous bundles of earth grudge fear, were severed one by one, and he was finally confined within a narrow box and taken back to the village hidden in the sand. Having subdued him by force, the third Kazekage then turned to persuasion. Ebizo and the third Kazekage took turns confronting Gaara, who wisely chose to submit. News of this border incident quickly reached Tekka's desk. Gaara and Earth Grudge Fear? Interesting, Tekka mused, wondering whether the third Kazekage could withstand the combined forces of Gaara and Sasori. Given that Sasori alone had forced him into a defeat, the prospect of facing both was doubly daunting. Yet Tekka did not devote much attention to such minor matters, focusing instead on the Land of Earth. The Land of Earth's introspection had entered a wholly new phase. Inoki and the daimyo were deeply troubled by the chaotic array of conflicting ideologies and voices. Among them, the most radical proposed dismantling the shinobi villages altogether, and instead allying with the Land of Fire by relying on the village hidden in the leaves. The tone was messianic. We still have time to align with Konoha. Miss this chance and it's lost forever. The audacity of this statement struck Tekka as eerily familiar. Even in another world, such characters appeared, proving that the diversity of species in the shinobi world spared no detail. Freya knocked and entered. This is our next course of action, Lord Hokage. Please review and advise if any corrections are needed. Tekka examined the upcoming propaganda strategies and the most insidious proposal, the reform of the shinobi villages. The plan was meticulously crafted, perhaps too meticulously. He advised them to focus on the broader direction, cautioning against overemphasis on details. Otherwise, the plan risked failure due to an excessively low tolerance for error. Also, we should leak part of our military reform plan to them. Of course, such leaks could not be made casually. Tekka would carefully select what to divulge, and the information should not be leaked voluntarily by their own side but rather through spies from the village hidden in the rocks. However, a problem arose. Tekka's prior efforts had been so thorough that the external village's spies had been nearly eradicated. It was now impossible to find a usable spy. Tekka sighed. Can't your spies hide better? He glanced at Freya, thinking to himself that it was her sharp eyes that had left none spared. Decisively, he resolved to let the instigator handle it herself. You must have a way to ensure this intelligence is passed on appropriately, don't you? Freya pondered for a long moment before replying. The village hidden in the rocks will surely find a way. Her answer was perfect. With their spies captured, the rocks would simply send new ones. Having long cultivated the espionage network, Freya did not consider this a major hurdle. By leaking just enough, they could instill a sense of crisis in the rocks, compelling them to send spies to gather intelligence. As the saying goes, no one does business that is forced upon them. The key was to make the other side act voluntarily. Being proactive is itself a filter that causes the rocks to overlook the possibility of a setup, leading them to trust the intelligence they gather. The specifics required no excessive concern from Konoha. Instead of squandering effort there, it was better to carefully consider which intelligence to leak and what effects to achieve. Freya pulled out a chair and sat opposite Tekka. Given the current situation in the Land of Earth, I believe certain individuals there can play a greater role. Tekka raised an eyebrow. You mean the system? Exactly. Complements what we just discussed. If the village hidden in the rocks is to change, so must the Land of Earth. Why not transform it into a Land of Earth that benefits us? As long as we support certain people to rise, and their foundation lies with us, their original positions will inevitably shift. Freya, such thoughts of yours are truly dangerous. Let us give it a try. Perhaps it will yield unexpected results. After all, it's a matter of grasping the grass to catch the rabbit. Suddenly, Tekka recalled something. By the way, Freya, one more thing. He thought of the village hidden in the sand and decided to give the Kazekage some tasks. Register a company in the Land of Wind. It will do one thing. Issue orders to the sand village to mine gold and, at the prices they set, bring all the golden sand back to me. Also, do not neglect the oil, extract all of it. What shall we call the company? Freya inquired. Let us name it Freya. It suits well. Our airship transport business can also expand there, using airships to move supplies directly. Freya agreed. Very well. Anything else? Yes. Freya was merely being polite, not expecting Tekka to have more. Tekka opened a drawer and retrieved 2 proposals. These plans were authored by him personally, based on investigative data from his subordinate companies, verified and analyzed by him. One concerned the land of bears and the land of tea. You will send agents to the land of bears and the land of tea. This proposal is based on company-collected local intelligence. Conditions in the land of bears are ripe. Send someone to lead the dock workers and, using the dock positions as the main force, purge the entire rentier class, leaving none behind. The land of tea will undergo a similar transformation, organizing large tea plantations dominated by tea farmers and merging them with the land of bears, allowing resources to complement each other. These 2 regions will become our personal domains. Freya was puzzled by Tekka's actions. Hokage, is this necessary? We already have full control there, and those people are nobles. Tekka replied, their future significance will only grow. It's better to cleanse now. Our industrial layout requires it. Also, there is the land of stones. The existence of such a malevolent nation is a crime against the shinobi world. Have someone write a scathing editorial to publish, first rallying public opinion against them. I will arrange for troops from the land of rain to intervene and resolve the matter. Tekka tapped emphatically on the land of stones. 1T, this provoke international disputes? What if it triggers conflict between the land of wind and the land of earth? Could easily spark a new world war, Freya fretted, aware that the land of stones lay between the 2. Tekka shook his head. You overestimate them. Neither the land of wind nor the land of earth dares or is capable of deploying troops now. This is the best window of opportunity. After the shinobi forces rotate, the highly trained Konoha troops will be sent there. They cannot currently resist. Delay for a few years and they might recover. The land of stones is crucial. It opens a corridor to the land of snow and, more importantly, holds significant military value. If we succeed in occupying the land of stones and liberate the enslaved populace, they will become our most loyal protectors. The garrison of the land of rain could be stationed there, thus making the environment of the land of rain more conducive to commerce and transforming it into an economic hub. Present, the land of rain remains a battleground amidst the 4 great shinobi nations, which is a cause for concern. By pushing the front lines forward, it would mean securing the land of rain, and only with security can development truly take place. Meanwhile, the land of stone would become the most unyielding nail between the wind and earth nations. Having cleansed their own home, it was now time to turn outward. Ironfire had long devised a plan for these matters. The purpose of his prior coordination with Freya was singular, to proceed with public opinion and intelligence. First and foremost, intelligence operatives must be deployed to the land of stone, to connect with the lower-class slaves and organize them. Konoha must be portrayed as the savior, not the invader. Additionally, the slaves must be incited to harbor hatred against the noble families, gangs, and enforcers of the land of stone. None of these tasks could be neglected. Freya flipped through the land of stone's strategic dossier, and after reading it she said, I understand. I will have the Foreign Affairs Department draft a plan. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Freya took a deep breath, feeling as though she had been transported to another world. She sensed in Ironfire a certain aura reminiscent of the Raikages, but it was more refined, restrained, lacking the blatant aggression to seize and annihilate the human clans and nations. Yet, in essence, they were engaged in the very same endeavor. The Foreign Affairs Department immediately sprang into action, operating like a fully wound clockwork. Under these conditions, Freya's company was swiftly established. Subsequently, a wealthy magnate journeyed to the land of wind. This unexpected affluent benefactor delighted the Kazekage immensely, and thus the entire Sunigakure began its joyous gold rush. The financial woes that had long plagued Sunigakure were suddenly resolved. Previously, their greatest frustration had been the sporadic nature of gold prospecting missions. But with this magnate, everything changed. The magnate declared that as long as they mined, there was no limit to the amount of gold they could have. Forget about 26-year projections or revival plans. Sunigakure was utterly overwhelmed by this unprecedented wealth. Disregard the useless talk. Talk only of money. Led by the third Kazekage, a special emphasis was placed on urging the puppeteers to work diligently, since puppets were far more efficient at extracting gold. Not far from Sunigakure, the third Kazekage approved the establishment of an airship station in a mining region, creating a transportation hub. Airships made continuous trips, ferrying the gold sand away. At the same time, seafood was brought in to be sold to the shinobi of Sunigakure. In this way, with goods moving both in and out, Sunigakure not only extracted gold but also ended up subsidizing the operation. Yet Sunigakure remained unaware. They merely felt as though they were prospering, growing wealthier, and living better days.